while we're free. Touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. The sky. Tonight we're coming alive. And our hands will touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive. From the dust we will awaken, and life will fill our veins. But these are the moments that we live for. I can keep it inside of me. Touch the sky. Tonight we're coming alive.
eSportsBets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. eSportsBets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to StarSeries 13 LAN Finals here live from Kiev. I'm DDK, this is Threats, and I'm with Vendetta as well. And, well, how are you guys feeling? It's a bright new day, good matches on day one. Excited for today?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see Gplay play again. They played awesome yesterday.
Gplay,
yeah, Gplay. Yeah, it was so hard not to be hyped about that team. They play so funky strats. They managed to beat NVS yesterday. Were very close to beat Navi, but they choked there and then. So gonna be interesting to see what they can do here today. And yeah, we can see the score here.
So this is, of course, the standings after yesterday. We do have a highlight video coming up of yesterday's action for you guys in a moment as well. But first of all, we can see, of course, that Gamers2 and Gplay doing pretty damn well despite being the two underdog teams. So Vendetta, any comments here on this one?
No, I don't think it's the bracket after day one or the results after day one that we expected when we were going into this tournament. I think everyone would have had Envy on top, Navi following right after, that type of thing. But to me, this is more exciting to watch.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. So, you know, as Threat talked about, Gplay just being the fairy tale story of yesterday. Yeah, exactly. So super excited to see those guys, how they do today. If hopefully it's not, you know, a one-day fluke, that type of thing. HellRaisers obviously kind of the ugly mark on that result list, seeing how they didn't get away with a win. The only team to not win yesterday, actually. Hopefully day two is going to treat them better. Remains to be seen, but no, I was really hyped about yesterday. That was a really fun game, you know, really fun day overall.
All right, guys. Well, let's check out the highlight video of yesterday's action.
Time that you don't own, you leave me waiting all alone. Breaking words you said in fear, promises that felt like tears. And when I'm waiting all alone, I need you to take me home. Promises
All right, guys, we're back. And that was an amazing highlight reel, actually. There's loads of really cool sequences for frags. But we're going to jump straight into our Vulcan selection. There's loads of matches today, 7 more best of ones to be played. So let's just jump here straight into our Vulcan. We'll be picking a player each. And well, Threat, you can start off if you want. Who are you going to go with first?
So let's see the prices here. I'm just because I'm fanboying Gplay, I'm going to pick a Gplay player. And I'm going to pick Spy Leader, mostly because of his nickname.
Okay, very scientific, sir. And you?
Well, you know what? I'm gonna keep it nice and easy. I used this simple pun yesterday, but I'm just gonna stick with what's been working so far.
I'm gonna have to get Guardian again because it's Guardian.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a more bargain player here, cheaper one. Let's see. Dreamer.
Yeah, like Dreamer's like that. Yeah, exactly. Like he's a must pick up for any league here.
That's a dream pick.
Oh my god. How dare you?
Okay, who can make the worst pun here from the nickname?
I'm tempted to go with Hooch because Hooch is crazy. But let's see here.
You could go with the innocent choice.
I was thinking the same thing. Oh, that's too bad. I can't do it.
You know what? I'm going to go with someone that makes me happy. If I can find him.
I think he's very expensive.
Is happy? Oh yeah. Well, he's actually okay. I'm just putting Daniel in a very awkward spot here.
There's lots of good players with low value. All right. Let's see. What do we got here? Well, I'm not sure how FlipSid going to do. So this is a double-edged blade. No, I can't do it. That's so bad. All right, I cannot do that. I'm going to go with Innocent, actually. He's been playing pretty well for Gamers 2, and they've been doing just generally quite strong performances, so going to get Innocent in there. Actually, how many players have we got now? We've got 2 more picks. Okay, so you two guys can make the last 2 picks.
Yeah. I would like a player that has been...
We have $1,600 left.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
Sorry for wrecked. All right, let's go down because you.
Yeah, we have
100. It's going to be 800. Oh my god! How much money do we
afford it?
Victor and Blade.
If we go with Victor and Blade, is that enough money?
What's it? How much do we have?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's actually enough. I guess that's our only option. Actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait.
And any puns on
Victor?
Victor's pretty
We're
hard.
expecting Victor.
It will bring us to victory.
Yeah.
We need a better blade pun. All right.
Okay. I think the double-edged blade was close enough.
This is basically the best analyst desk of all time.
Look at that.
$3.
Yeah.
We're the best. All right, guys. There are Vulcan. Join the contest. Click join contest.
Oh, we have to make a
Oh, yeah.
Guardian or simple.
Simple or Guardian, yeah.
It's a simple choice.
Oh my god.
We're on a roll here.
All right, go for it. No! Oh, no.
Well,
right, guys. Well, this is
we tried.
Yeah, we're a little bit slow there, but that's fine. That's fine. It's probably for the better.
It's just too many people wants to play.
Yeah, of course.
Exactly.
I mean,
and the thing is that our choices were based purely on puns. It would seem. So maybe it's all for the better, so we don't get exposed. But guys, of course, the first match. Let's look at the first match today, and also just generally the schedule to see what you can expect going into the rest of the day. We've got 7 best of ones. So if we bring out the schedule, we shall see how things will develop here. So FlipSid will be playing 2 matches straight away. So if you're a FlipSid fan or a Gplay fan, which I'm sure many of you must surely be, then it's going to be a really great start to the day for you. Any matches that stand out to you guys? Any highlight matches you want to talk about or that are must-watches for you?
Well, I think the first one already, the 2 first games of the day are going to be tightly contested. First off, we've talked about Envy not being a morning team. They're going up against FlipSid. FlipSid didn't seem to get off to a slow start at all yesterday, so this could be a big game for Envy. If they start the day off with a loss, that could easily put them in an awkward situation to, try to advance, actually. And if they end up getting through to the playoffs at a 4th seed, they might play Na'Vi, for instance, in the first playoff bracket game, and that's not where you want to be. So that's going to be really interesting. Gplay, obviously, at least the panel's favorite. They've reached our hearts, so that's going to be fun to see as well. And I think the one that's going to end it all for the day, Envious versus Na'Vi, that's really something to look forward to.
I'm looking forward to seeing Gamers 2 doing more damage, and if they can do more damage. But yesterday they beat Na'Vi. They did lose to FlipSid. However, they had a pretty rough start here on Mirage.
Yeah.
And
they beat HellRaisers as well on
yeah,
Overpass.
exactly. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can play as well today.
Yeah, we've seen kind of the best of both worlds from, the best and worst from both worlds really with Gamers do so far. I did not expect the Na'Vi win, which was the last game of the day yesterday.
Yeah, especially on Cobblestone.
Yeah, exactly,
Very
and they
surprising.
just completely shut them down as well.
Yeah, on the CT half.
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like that.
Super impressive play from Gamers
Yeah,
too.
I was completely blown away. What? Like, how does this work exactly? That's they are putting out a lot of surprises actually. Same with Gplay, because Gplay are like, well, we actually just want to get into the best freeze guys. You know, we feel like we're going to play a lot better in the longer haul. So really, really interesting. First match, of course, will be FlipSid versus Envious here today. Envious didn't kick the day off well in the first day of play. They have had a very poor performance against Gplay in some senses, because it seemed like their forced by strategy kind of sank them on Dust 2 and allowed Gplay to counter-strike them, even though they're being outshot by Envious. I think that's the best way to put it. That's how we kind of put it yesterday as well. You can see, of course, the team rosters here for both sides, Envious and FlipSid. I'm sure everyone is familiar with these two teams by this point. So, any standout player? Okay, give me a standout player from Envious threat.
I'm going to pick Smith. Actually, he played extremely well yesterday, especially on the game on Catch versus HellRaisers. And he's a very underestimated player. Usually when people see their lineup, they, Shoxy or Happy or Kyoshima. And people don't think about Smith. And he's a very solid AWPer. He's an AWPer that maybe not goes for those crazy shots, but just play more passive, just hit the defensive shots. And I'm going to look at Smith.
And yourself?
Actually, yeah, Smiths is a really good choice. And yesterday I said MBK because he's been in a bit of a lull performance-wise. I still want to see MBK perform well. So, you know, instead of going with the usual suspects, you know, as you mentioned, Happy, Kyoshima, and Shoxy, I'm gonna, you know, have my eyes pointed towards MBK and see if he can come up with a big performance today.
All right. Well, we have an interview lined up with Happy that I think I did just earlier, so we can get a few thoughts from him on how the results yesterday actually affected his team and what we can expect going into today. All right, guys, I'm here with Happy from Envious, and it's day 2. It's right at the start, and you just woken up. You look a little bit sick. Are you feeling all right?
A bit tired. I have trouble sleeping, but it's okay.
Okay, so you guys, you had a bit of a rough start yesterday. You had a loss against Gplay, of course, and it seemed like you guys should have had the game. So just a quick rundown of what happened there.
I guess they came in well prepared, and we were just sloppy. We won 11-4 on the first half, and we still managed to lose the game. So it was our mistakes, and they capitalized on it. And good job to them. And I think they are playing pretty well at this event. So we just need to step up and play our game.
So you guys have been going through a lot of changes as far as who does the calling, how you basically play. At the moment, are you happy with how things are going, or do you think that there is still a lot of work to be done in how you have the roles in the team and what strategies you're using?
We were playing on the same basics for like, I don't know, 6-8 months. So we only been playing with the changes for 2 months. So obviously we need like a lot of time to practice, and we have so many official games that we can't practice anymore. So I'd say, yeah, we need more time and like more practice. We need to find some new stuff, new tricks to do, and yeah, it takes a lot of time. And I guess we can be really good. We showed pretty good results in ESL, ESEA League, so it's encouraging. But yeah, definitely we need more time.
So, I mean, a lot of the criticisms towards Envious recently have been due to the kind of forced by heavy style of play instead of going for some more saves, relying on the buy rounds a little bit more. So, what are your comments generally about this? Is this one of the things that you would change if you had more time to practice?
I think it's in our gene to like trying to grind as many rounds as possible, even in eco. But we are trying to slow it down a little bit. But yeah, I guess we always will do that like a little bit, but we know that it's less efficient than before, so we try to keep it a bit low.
As far as Shock's calling now, he's still calling, right?
Yep.
Okay, so Shox is still calling. How has it been going so far? Is Shox, are you guys all very satisfied with it? Is Shox improving as a caller? Is there anyone else in the team that wants to call? You know, what's the situation going on there? Because you used to be the caller, and that was kind of your identity. But now you're the AWPer, you're the lurker. You know, you do all kinds of stuff. So how is it going with the roles there?
Since the ESCA ESL was like the big thing to do, so Shox is more like I'd say an anti-stratter. Like watching demos, trying to find out weaknesses before the games. So it varies for me, but I guess everyone is happy in the team, but it's definitely a big change for some players. Like I have to hope. Kiyoshima also got like new positions and stuff. So yeah, it all comes down to more time to enjoy, to find some tricks to play our game and be confident in our game. So yeah, that's it.
All right, well, I have loads more to ask you, but I think that's it for this interview right here. So that's all from me, and happy for now. So good luck in your match, and hope it goes well. All right, so most interesting thing from Happy there is how the team recognized, hey, we realized that our force buying maybe not as efficient as it should, a little bit of variance there. We're going to slow it down. So that's what we can expect here. I don't think we will see anything completely crazy like yesterday against Gplay.
Just the eco here and there. Which would be a big enough difference, really.
Yeah, they did actually do a lot of ecos versus HellRaisers. You can see they actually did a double eco, full double eco as CT, and that's very uncommon to see from enemies.
Yeah, and I think it was you who spoke to MBK right after they lost to Gplay, and he was like, yeah, those force buys.
Yeah, they realized. Yeah, they figured it out. So they actually heard the post-match analysis as well. So he's actually, I heard you guys talking about that. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's good that they actually recognize the fact that it is an issue. It's causing them to lose rounds, like unnecessary rounds. Going further into the game, and we know that Envious just as an individual, on an individual level, are absolutely amazing. So there's no reason why they should lose to Gplay, and that's not to take credit away from Gplay because they played an amazing strategical game, but. It's good that they're recognizing their faults and they're actually, willing to improve upon them.
Definitely. And actually, well, it's time to refamiliarize ourselves with FlipSid, and we have a video to do just that. I think. Hi guys, I'm here with the coach of FlipSid, it's Jenta, and well, FlipSid had a pretty awesome day, very close matches, and they're looking pretty good to go through to the playoffs. So quick thoughts on how the tournament is going so far for your team.
Actually, we had a pretty tough game with Navi. It wasn't one of the best teams in the world. We could have that match. We were leading 13-12 and lost 2 rounds. 4v3 and about 4v2, so just about our mistakes. We feel actually pretty confident for this tournament. Everything, I guess, in our hands, and if we just try to play in our maximum, we can go to the finals. Actually, I hope everything will go right and the guys will show their best.
All right, so being the coach for FlipSid, and just generally the whole coaching thing is really, really important, and we can see how much it's been helping certain teams. What are your roles? How do you help FlipSid? What are you doing for the team on a daily basis?
Actually, one of the main things is to help guys, each player, to show their best. For example, for Andrew Blade, it's really hard to focus on his personal game when he have to control all the outside, like tactics, moving guys, all flashes, all smokes, is for him. For other guys, I try to help them to show what the best ways to play on their position, how to be confident on their position, how to focus on their own game, to show their best in team play, in communication, and all this stuff, like each player at all. And then actually we try to focus a lot on our opponents. We always try to be ready for the match for officials, to watch some demos and know how our opponents will play. Like a lot of analysts.
So all the analysis. Actually, a really interesting thing with FlipSide is we've seen that there's been a lot of issues with the roles. Like, you know, it's simple. The dedicated AWPer is what a dedicated AWPer. You know, who's doing what. So how is it looking right now? Have you guys decided on a good approach?
Yeah, well, we have Gosha world edit. He was a main AWPer, and Simple was like secondary. But sometimes he feel a lot of confidence, and he can say like, guys, I can just pick here and let's try it. So we can play one AWP with only Simple. Sometimes we can even play with two AWPs. It's a lot of about how the guys feel, how the guys warm up enough, and how they feel about game. It's really important for young players to give them a lot of freedom. For example, Simple, Warlord, Bondik, they are really talented players. And if they feel, we try to let them do what they want. And it works, sometimes.
Yeah, I can definitely see how effective Simple can be. It's a big storyline there. Do you feel like the dynamic is working right now? Are you happy with how things are going, or do you think there's a lot of work to be done still?
Actually, we have a really tough schedule, especially on the ECL. We always play with a stand-in, and we're really lack of practice time. I guess we have like 2 or 3 maps which we are really confident at. But if we had like 1 or 2 weeks with not that much officials, we could improve our game a lot.
Okay, so last question. You guys are going to be facing Envious this morning. You know, one of the 2 favorites with Na'Vi. You guys did really well against Na'Vi. Didn't win, but it's a 16-14 game of Cobble, very, very close. So what are your predictions on how things will go against Envious?
Of course, it's going to be a really tough match for us because they're like one of the best players in the world, really experienced. I hope we have a real match, and it will help us, I guess, because always when the match is going that early, like first match of the day, top-ranked teams, they get more percent to lose against a team they are a bit lower ranked. So if we got a lot of confidence, if we got a lot of concentration, like to the maximum, even for 100%, like super confident, super concentrated, we have a chance to win it.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview, and I wish your team the best of luck in the following matches. And that's all from me and Jenta for now. All right, guys, so, well, it's time to check out the maps, now that we've had some words from Jenta, who, of course, is the coach of FlipSide, and we can see that we have arrived at Inferno. We thought it was maybe going to be Cash or Mirage, we were around there, but actually it's going to be Inferno. Thoughts on this one, Vendetta?
Well, actually, pretty interesting map choice. From my recollection, they haven't played it versus each other, so that's going to be interesting to see. I think that Envy has to be the favorite going into this, simply because, you know, historically they are a pretty good Inferno team, you know, one of the best in the world. FlipSide, on the other hand, they have, you know, everything from brilliant performances to not so great performances on this map, so Envy have to be the favorite for me.
Yeah, I agree, and I would myself opt to go for maybe Overpass over Inferno versus a team like Envious, but I don't know how much FlipSide how many hours they put in on that particular map, so Inferno might be a good map for them. It's still kind of random because of the meta right now. You just abuse the smokes so much, so in that sense, if you're the lesser team, Inferno might be a good map.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map everybody knows to play, so if Simple gets hot, you know, this is the kind of map where one player can make all the difference, really. And it's one of the more maps that actually allows for it, because you can shut down a T-side, for instance, very quickly, or you can take over sides, for instance, you know, Banana, get two entry frags, and that's pretty much it most of the time.
So, quick predictions?
Envious is going to win 16-8.
Yeah. 16-11 for Envious.
No, I think 16-10 as well for Envious. So, all right, guys, we're going to switch it to the casters. We do have Sadikis and Anders standing by, so we're going to hand it over to them.
Thank you very much, Dan, and welcome to the Caster's Desk. I'm here with Sadakist. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm actually, I hope I'm more awake than Envious was yesterday.
Or this morning.
This morning. Yeah, they should be more awake today.
It still kind of blows my mind, because right now they're not sort of at the top of the group. I mean, they're not at the bottom either. They're sort of somewhere in the middle, but still they sort of show up rather late. Like, they're not the team to show up like an hour before and really practice. And FlipSid, we're definitely here, but that's just their MO, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen Envious using the warm-up room. Like, in all the LANs that I've been to, there's always computers provided in an additional room so that they get a chance to play and warm up before they hit the main stage.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen them use it.
I mean, I talked to them about it, I think, in Cologne at one point, and they just said, well, you know, it's just kind of how we do. We feel better if we don't overthink things, but we trust in our own skill. I mean, it seems to me like complete madness, but then again, they are you know, one of the best teams in the world. So still,
there's something to be said about staying relaxed too, and not putting too much pressure on yourself before a game to really, you know.
Yeah.
If you sit there and warm up, grind it out, you feel like you have to be on. Like, my aim's not there, or this. If anything feels slightly off in warm up, you think about that. Whereas they just show up and say, well, we're going to play our game.
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like that, but I don't know. Like, someone should do some study and research and figure out how many teams actually do spend the warm-up time productively and how many just sort of show up last minute. But I mean, Envy, they are one of the best teams in the world, so maybe we can't like criticize them too much.
True,
but still, they had a bit of a rough day yesterday. They did lose to Gplay, which was a huge upset. Now they're going to be playing FlipSid, and we saw what Simple could do yesterday. He was a madman.
Simple is a madman, and it's kind of the wild card factor too, because sometimes you never know. And the problem with Simple is if things start off poorly, he has that snowball effect that sort of like falls down the side of the mountain. It gets just more problematic as the rage gets induced inside of him and the blood starts to boil. So if he can control himself and they can get off to a good start, yeah, he's an absolute factor that they have to watch in this game. It's kind of weird. Like, you talk about hard carries on various teams and, you know, how they have to step up and they can form the team, but I would say FlipSid, like when you're playing against them, like when you play against Guardian and Navi, you still have to be aware of Edward and Zeus. When you play against FlipSid, it's almost like shut down Simple early and you actually change a lot. Like, he's like the most integral part of any team I could think of.
I mean, I agree. Gamers 2 had a really ugly run-in with him yesterday on Mirage, I believe it was, and they were even sort of halfway prepared for it. Like, they knew that was maybe going to happen, and still he wrecked their whole team. So it's going to be a bit more difficult with Envy. Obviously, Envy have a lot more stopping power than Gamers 2 do. They have their own sort of mad players, and actually, especially on this map, Inferno here. And I also feel like Inferno is a map where Simple is going to be less effective. You know, yesterday in Mirage, there's a lot more open areas. Inferno is probably the most sort of tight map there is. Like, there's almost no room in the hallways anywhere. It's a really sort of closed up. Some people have even used the word claustrophobic. So that's definitely true. But then Simple, I mean, he's a crazy person. He'll buy an AWP anyway and just run wherever he wants.
Yeah, and I like that in the interview with the coach, where he basically said, you know, if Simple's confidence is there, he'll pick up the AWP and just go with it, and World Edit will sit back and let him do it, even though he's the primary AWPer. So again, it comes down to confidence for Simple in the start that they get, and how much space he's given.
And I'm looking forward to it here. There's some really nice camera angles. I'm absolutely loving this. It's going to be the knife round coming up, so if you are just joining us, and we hope you are, even though it's somewhat early for Counter-Strike once again, but it's FlipSid versus Team Envy, and we're here at the SLTV StarSeries LAN Finals, so it's going to be real good, isn't it?
It is. And keep in mind, both these teams 1-1. They played the least amount of games yesterday. They both have 3 games on the docket today. Yeah. And it does start to matter, because HellRaisers, bottom of the group, not really looking like they're going to go through, but there's a 3-way battle, in my opinion, possibly 4 if Envious lose this, for that last, who's going to be that last team that's knocked out, that doesn't make it through to the playoff. And it could be FlipSid, it could be Gamers 2, it could still be Gplay. And if Envy doesn't win this, if for whatever reason, again, they're sleepy in the morning, there's a chance that they could be on that cusp of not making it out of the groups, which would be remarkable at an event like this.
Yeah, that would actually be a huge sign for worry. That really shouldn't happen. I mean, if you just look at take a glance at the teams that are here, you're going to just think, well, Envy, this is easy money, surely, for them.
Yep.
It's already turned out not to be easy money, but surely they can make the playoffs. That would actually be a disaster if that didn't happen. Envy, though, they're going to start on the CT side, and it's going to be FlipSid on that terrorist side. And Markelov picking up the Tech 9. No armor, though, and they do have 2 smoke grenades, which always, whenever I see that in a piss round, makes me think it's going to be a B push. But right now, they have the bomb back, and FlipSid actually did this a lot yesterday on the terrorist side, just putting down the bomb, leaving it, and looking for openings. NBK is looking for one as well, taking a fight with World Edit, and it's dangerous for World Edit. Not sure why he'd keep doing that. That's scary.
Interesting that Kiyoshima wanted to play that choke point aggressively And usually you throw out the drop smoke and fall back as soon as you spot them to delay that banana push, but he doesn't have the smoke, so all he does is fall. And yet FlipSid don't take advantage of that position. They actually head back to middle where Shox is going to get under threat right now. He has to go passive, as his two teammates have already done inside the A site, so he's actually a bit overextended here at Arch. He will get the information when they get to top mid to be able to rotate back, but he's going to leave. He's actually heading through Arch already.
And we feel like they have some sort of information. You can tell Shox was rotating on over, so some sort of call came through now. He's backing towards the archway, and there's a smoke up here, but they're going to be coming through any second now, and they do have another smoke and a flashbang as well, so Shox is going to be really careful. And this P2000 won't save him forever. There's going to be a lot of terrorists coming around this corner any second now. And there we go. Shox with a nice opening headshot to take down Simple, but Bondic jumps right past to take him out. It's ridiculous.
Absolutely insane on the drive-by. And MBK gets caught in Graveyard. Usually you can use that spot unsighted, but they check it before he can do anything. Happy, though, still has Pit. That's crucial. Not anymore. World Edit takes him down. And that'll open up the position to put down the bomb and at least get a plant, which they do. Planted it on the safe, the right side corner of the site. That won't allow Kiyoshima to spot the exit of the planter. And Smiths is already heading to the top of mid, so they want to come around from the truck side. Take a different approach. Try and get closer with these pistols and take the advantage of the positions that FlipSid's playing. And Blade still inside the site, hasn't gone down. World Edit trades it. Kiyoshima goes for him, and outside the pit, World Edit pops up. Well done.
Very, very well done indeed. I mean, once Shox gets that opening kill and is even trying to fall back and play it a bit more safely, you think there's a really good chance for Envy to make it happen. At that point, there are 3 people at the A-bomb site, more people probably rotating in, and FlipSid have already been slowed down, but they actually managed to bring it back. That was quite impressive. Now they're actually going to go for almost all SMGs, only Simple with the AK, gambling on the idea that Envy don't have armor, and they're right.
And no smoke out yet. We can see Shox is looking to throw that out towards B to help the players that are holding the site. Late indeed, but it goes so deep that it won't make too much of a difference. They haven't pushed up to take advantage of the position. In fact, they're just going to take this slow and calculated. They don't want to give away a gun. Simple does have a rifle. He won't be, I can't imagine him trying to be the entry fragger in this situation. Let the SMGs go and get the information and let him come in and trade the kills if he has to.
We have to just highlight the fact that there's actually 3 Deagles in play on Envy as well, which is really rare. Kiyoshima is a player who loves picking it up, but for Happy and MBK to do it as well, that's actually a bit unusual. We did see some really ridiculous Deagle kills yesterday, so maybe they've been inspired, or maybe people are just starting to figure out that Deagle is actually not that bad if you know what you're doing.
Right. It's a different style Deagle than it used to be.
Yeah, but it's been good for quite a while. It's just that people haven't really taken the time, and I think you're right. It's because a lot of the players, they remember how it was in 1.6 where it was pretty good, and then in Source where it was outrageously good. So people kind of want to play that style, but it doesn't really work as well. In the corner here, Smiths is going to be holding close to the smoke. First guy through is going to be World Edit. He goes down. Smiths with a great double kill with the C-set, but he can't reload in time, and Simple is going to pick up a triple kill in return. Smiths and Happy to fall next, then Bondic to take down MBK, and that's pretty much going to be the round. Yeah,
Shox will come in. I mean, again, no, that was well played. They knew that the SMG is less of an investment. They couldn't let Simple go first. If he goes down, not only did they lose the AK, which takes the angles fight, they could potentially give up that rifle. So he goes in second. He already knows where everyone is, and he just picks up an easy triple. So that was well done again, FlipSid. They could have been a little more efficient about it, but well done by Smiths to get those first 2 kills.
This round also highlights one of the reasons why people do buy smokes in these eco rounds. They only had 3 smokes Envy from the start of the round, and yet they managed to make FlipSid run through the smokes at B. Imagine if they'd had like a full stack there. That would have been the round. So ideally, playing in an anti-eco round like this on FlipSid, they shouldn't be running through smokes at any point. But they actually felt the pressure, and they felt like we have to go now. And I mean, that double entry from Smith, that could have been the round right there. If he had somehow got away and got a chance to reload, could have been ugly.
Kiyoshima will peek out. Up close, though, Smiths. He gets caught off guard, and World Edit doubles up on it. So he could have been caught off guard by that first close peek, but holding true, this forces Shox to come back over. They're nowhere near it, and FlipSid's already put out a smoke on the choke point. So Shox will have to go the long way. He'll fire through and hope for some odd shots here with the P250. All he found was a chicken. So bomb's going to go down. No smoke on the backside of the site, but doesn't matter. Blade's going to hit that shot. Markelov with an AK already takes down MDK, and again, another round going to go the way of FlipSid. We'll see the guns come out now, though. And interestingly enough, in the pregame, MBK said they weren't going to force out quite so much. Oh, Simple.
He was very low on health. Oh, that is so funny.
At least they recovered the AK.
Yeah, well, they got to be happy that, that there isn't the, what was it earlier, $1,500
the
penalty?
deduction.
Yeah, I think it's just $300 now, but it used to be quite a massive deduction for killing your teammates. Now all you get is a bit of a fine.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Slap on the wrist, really, compared to what it used to be. Well, in some ways, in CSGO, the way that the smokes play, I kind of agree with that because it was a huge penalty for often misplay that was like unintentional. I know it's supposed to be a penalty, but like guys walking over each other. I think it could be a little more than 300 maybe, but 1,500 seems super harsh when the way that the meta game plays right now.
I think the thing is that in a competitive match, you're already being handicapped so badly by killing your teammates, and there's no reason, like, I mean...
It's a double damage.
In public, it's a way to stop people from shooting each other so that, you know, the game doesn't get ruined, but in competitive matches, that's not going to happen, is it? So... Yeah, I think it's fine. Just leave it what it is. 1,500 is definitely way too much, especially because sometimes you can't even, like, it's not even your fault. You can't even do anything about it. So, well, it's going to be the 4th round here, and Envy, you're right. They've picked up the rifles, obviously. Happy, the one doing the opening without any armor, and yeah, they have the smokes at least. That's the most important thing for Envy.
Yeah, absolutely. And they played an initial top-mid strategy. They've gone passive again toward the A site. One in pit, one watching truck. That'll allow Happy, who has the op, interestingly enough, it's him that's picked it up, to come back out toward the arch. He's going to stay aggressive, and Simple's already in Boiler, so if they don't deploy a smoke out, Happy might have a free shot for the first player that enters through top mid. Likewise, he's going to be in a tough spot. Fortunately, he's playing it pass enough. He'll fall back, but this gives up a lot of map control to FlipSid right now. Flashes go over, and it's a double stack pit. They'll need to read this quickly because they do have NBK behind the statue and Shocks on the truck, who's lost a lot of HP, but the first shot, the most amount of damage, is going to go toward World Edit, who gets down to 18.
Yeah, so both Happy and World Edit are very low on health at the moment. There's only 30 seconds left, so FlipSid have got to make a move, and Shocks is here to stop them, gets a double kill, can't pull out the pistol quite quick enough, and MBK to take Bondic down next in line. Going to be a double kill for MBK, and Happy's there to finish it off, so a really comfortable round here for Envy, even though a little bit scary with Happy dropping that low, especially because he was playing over towards the library, so if they'd put a grenade in there at some point, he would have been instantly gone. But now it's looking real good. They do keep almost everyone alive in that round as well. And FlipSid, they can buy one more time here, but if they lose another round, then Envy are going to be right back on track.
Yeah, right back on track indeed. And I'm curious to see, they're going to stack up 3B this time, but I'm curious to see how they continue to play that A passive because they've had really good pit control. In fact, the second round when they went there, even with the pistols, was Happy who dropped down early in the pit. If he had stayed alive, they potentially could have had that. And now it's World Edit's going to work up. He's got the op out on his side. So primary opper, he picks it up first. Simple's limited to just the deagle. They haven't even thrown him over a rifle, which in some cases FlipSid will do. If Simple's feeling it, they'll throw him the gun if he asks for it. So he's going to stay with just the pistol right now. Pretty standard play from FlipSid in that regard. Flash comes over. That delays a little bit further, but that's 2 now used. Finally, the late smoke. This will delay FlipSid considerably, as we're already under a minute left in the round, and they don't really have any read at all right now. And really passive play at A as well. They can't get a read on that side of the map. So FlipSid almost have to gamble when they head toward one of these 2 sites.
I mean, if they go B right now, that's going to be a disaster. There's still a smoke. Kiyoshima just putting it up now, but then Smiths has another one and a Molotov. If they try and get through here, then the flashbangs have to be perfect. And you can see them trying it now. Going to be 1, going to be 2 for Blade, and now they're going to be rushing through. Smiths still in the site here. Where's that Molotov coming out? It's already been put down by Smiths. In fact, Kiyoshima trying to hide here, and this might work. He's going to be spraying through, gets 1, gets a double kill. Very nicely played from Kiyoshima, and Smiths in the back line takes a double of his own, leaving World Edit, and he does get a really nice double with the AWP, but surely this is going to be the end of the line for him. He's very low on health. He gets another shot in on Smith. This is a lot of damage being put up by FlipSid, even though the round should have probably already been over. It's 8 seconds left here, and World Edit can't really win the round any longer. There's no way actually he can do that, but still a pretty good effort put in, and going to go for another shot. He'll miss it, and now the time has run out. If he dies now, it's an absolute disaster, and there it is. No round loss bonus and no AWP saved, so kind of a sad ending to that round because those 3 kills really hurt Envy, but
he almost could have forced the issue and let himself go down. He knew they were on either side of him. He knew they were going to stalk him. He could hear them scoping in. He should have just forced the issue and let himself die before the time.
I think you're absolutely right. That's definitely the way to play that one. I mean, if you're in a position where you think maybe I could get away, but you're right. There's no way he could have thought that. So a little bit of a mistake. Envy actually going quite aggressive here, and it's NBK charging in with the MP9. We saw this play a lot yesterday as well on Inferno, and it's a really nice way of playing it, especially if you're already in control and you just want to make sure that the other team don't get any kind of confidence here.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's Envious really taking the fight to them before they get anything going. They know they're going to be on pistols. They might as well take as much map control, because now this plays on the back of FlipSid's mind. If they're going to play this type style game this aggressive, then FlipSid, it's almost frustrating. Like, it's almost like disrespecting them when they just rush down toward them like that. So, I mean, taking that kind of play on an eco round, that's pretty smart from Envious. But we'll see guns. Actually, we're going to see a double save come out from FlipSid out of this.
They really shouldn't. That would be really weird if they did. All right, that really blows my mind because they could have. I guess they really want the open world edit then.
Yep.
Because otherwise, you just go for 4 AKs. They had enough to buy like decent grenades as well, and then just go for the Tech 9 armor and world edit. And he picks up a couple of extra grenades. That would have been the play in my opinion. This I think is a big mistake. And we just had a round where they had a lot of people left alive. And now they're probably going to have like back-to-back, back-to-back, perfect rounds here, and that is just too much to handle.
NBK does get the first, able to trade, although the op shot wasn't successful from Happy. He still slides out and closes out the round as Shocks. He took world edit before that. They only got the one player down, so again, you're right. Another really efficient round. Look at the money building. It's 6,300 for Kiyoshimi. He doesn't even have to buy anything. He has an AK picked up. The only one who has to buy is NBK, and he actually got that dropped over from Smith, so that keeps both of their economies stable.
Simple going to be the one to pick up the AWP this time, and now this is where it gets interesting. They need him to be absolutely on fire here. I mean, they're playing the terrorist side, sure, so maybe we expect them to win less rounds than Envy will, but still, they've got to come up big. Envy are definitely good at playing the terrorist side too.
The last gun round we saw, and they're going to actually put pressure toward Banana. Kiyoshima and Smiths played so well at first and second oranges with that initial smoke wall because it was just a massive confusion with that smoke there. As soon as they ran through, we saw Kiyo pick up that double, and I'm really liking the coordination between these two players. It's a bit more passive than you normally see on Banana. We haven't seen them go for any crazy peeks, put a deep smoke, try and flash themselves out and contest the alley. All they're doing is containing FlipSid. Just by holding them in that position. Simple does get the opening kill, though, so this is going to be interesting to see if he can get this confidence rolling, because we talked about it. This is the Simple factor in a full effect starting right now.
Taking down Happy early on is a very high-impact kill there. 45 seconds left, but once you get the entry on the T side of Inferno, it makes life so much easier. And actually, this is a direct response from Envy. They're saying, okay, we're a man down, now we have to take a risk, because otherwise we're going to get overwhelmed at a bomb site. And this is very smart play. Very good call coming out here from Envy to try and do this. NBK pushing up aggressively. Is he going to catch anyone? Markolov? He might have heard him falling back. Blade going to stick around just a little bit while the rest of them are going to be pushing that B bomb side. But they hear Blade running in here. This is actually going to be a lot of misinformation, I think, for Envy. Now they realize that something is up. Kiyoshima goes down. Shocks is going to get a refrag. NBK also dying, and Smith's trying to get him bullets through the smoke. He does a lot of damage, but this is a disaster. Simple picking up a third kill of the round for himself. Bomb goes down with a couple of seconds left, and Shocks now to try and clutch it in a 1v4. Going to go down Simple with a quad kill. A sick round from him once again.
Yeah, I mean, this is where it gets really scary. And I actually admire Envious for staying slightly passive again. They're more containing FlipSid, but that was a perfect read. I don't even know if Blade had the read, or they just didn't have enough information at A, and they decided to go back to B, and they caught them a man down based on that early rotation, and it worked out perfect. Getting that entry kill, again, it just opened everything up, and then Simple just closing out the round. That was insane. And you called it, the op versus op battle at the start. Happy went down. Yeah. There was nothing they could do to get the picks anymore, and they tried to push out into apartments as a response.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good idea. If you're a man down, then you can't just have like the solid defense. But then what you can do is you can get additional information, try and see if you can make that work. And the problem was the information that they got from hearing Blade running around probably was there's at least one person in quad right now, and someone pushed that far up is actually unusual if it's going to be a B push. Normally, if it was a B push, you'd find someone in apartments. And if they had found Blade up there, I bet you Envy would have instantly rotated towards B. That would have been the perfect information. You find that one player there, that's what a lot of teams refer to as the NIP play. One guy, boiler room, 4 people in apartments. That's a very, very common style on Inferno. And if Envy had found that one person, they would have known exactly what was up. But instead, they hear him in quad, which is much further up, and it just delays everything and keeps everything a bit off guard. Yeah, now it's going to be the smokes towards the pit here, and definitely looking like an AXQ.
And the pit smokes are going to be smart, because that's where Envy's been stacking up a lot. In fact, really passive, but they're going to pull a player out this time. It's going to be Shocks. He gets caught by Bondik. Now there's no one directly in pit. It's going to be a hold from the balcony by NBK, so he is above the smokes. He'll have vision when they enter, and he's actually going to play it passive. He knows one got by him, but Happy's already picked up Bondik. He just has to take down the bomb planner, and with World Edit going down, it's easy to close out the round. No way they could recover with that many men down.
Right, a little bit disappointed by FlipSid there at the end, because they had the really good setup for it. When you smoke off the pit, the whole point is that there aren't that many places left where people can really hold. Obviously, they can be inside the bomb site, but unless they're standing on top of the box, they won't see you until you push on up. So then the balcony is really one of the few places left, which is also why we're seeing a lot of teams now actually throw flashbangs to that balcony. You can throw a flashbang from quad that lands right at the balcony, which means your men pushing out of apartments are going to have a huge lead. And
well, that's the key. The men pushing out apartments.
Yeah.
The 2 players on the site died before the guy did push out apartments, and that's his fight.
So miscommunication and maybe also a lack of flashbangs to try and get into to that site and get NBK killed real quick. But that means now Envy are going to have another chance here to play around where they won't lose too many players, hopefully, on their sake, because yeah, they need the money as well, having just lost at least one round.
The thing with Envy in morning games too is, if you get out to an early lead, that's when you take advantage. Gplay actually yesterday with the comeback, that was impressive, because that's not normally how you catch them off guard, but where they're going back and forth and trading rounds, Envy, this is going to almost be like a bit of a warm-up getting started, and I think they're going to just progress as this round goes on. Flip side, nice shot by Bondic. Really need to get rounds out right now against Envy, and it's unfortunately Bondic, again, Deagle. We're seeing a lot more of it this weekend. It's not going to be able to do enough. Kiyoshima finds him.
He actually did get the shot on Smith through the smoke. That's kind of funny. But, I mean, not a bad round from FlipSide here. They did pick up, you know, 2 kills, putting a bit of dent in Envy's economy, which is still pretty good, but it's not overwhelming yet. We're still at the point where if FlipSide just pull 2 rounds together, then Envy are probably going to be ecoing and things start to get really bad for the French team. FlipSide, though, they actually, this time they buy earlier than they did last time where they had the double eco, and that means no AWP for Simple, and we saw what happened in the round where he did it, so I'm not going to question it too much, but you do have to just note that now they're making the choice to not play with the AWP.
Right, and it was a 4K that he got with it, so there was there's a justification in the argument there to say pick it up, but NBK actually finds Simple early, and if you don't remember what was said yesterday, very early on the panel about Simple, is when he goes down early, it's not even if he dies a lot, it's when he goes down early. Nice play by Shocks to come out and trade that first shot from World Edit unhappy, but when Simple starts going down early in rounds, that's when he starts to get really mad.
Yeah.
So if he dies in the first 30 seconds of a round, that's when things get problematic. They're still going to try and contest this pit. It is still a 3-on-2 situation, and Shocks is limited on his angle, but meanwhile, Kiyoshima has crept up into the bomb site. He has the crossfire set up, and Smith's really good lurk to get down toward Arch side, take off the back side of mid, and that completely contains FlipSide's movements. There's nowhere for Bondic to go, and he's going to drop.
Maybe Matthew, it has to do with the fact that you know, when he dies, all he wishes was that the rest of his team were bots and he could like take them over and
press
play
the
for
E
them.
key.
Yeah. He's thinking, damn, if only there was 5 of me on this team, I would. It would be amazing. We would win every tournament.
It's possible. Case in point, I remember a game against Na'Vi when they had a massive lead and they almost lost the game because he and World Edit died early so many times. And post game, I was told that he was quite articulate, I guess you could say, in expressing that.
A wee bit salty.
A wee bit.
All right, well, it's going to be 4-7 here. And we're moving into the 12th round. We're still in the first half, first match of the day. And, I mean, by normal standards, this is not too bad for FlipSide. They're not really, they're not really far behind. But I think Envy are going to be quite strong on T side. I really want FlipSide to get up to like 6 rounds here in the first half, just to have a good shot at it. No one dying yet for Envy, although that was a close call from Happy. He's down to 2 health. And there it is, Kiyoshima gone down. But if they can close out this round without losing anyone else, then Envy are going to be in a great position. They'll have so much money that FlipSide actually they kind of have to win the upcoming round then to have a real impact on this half.
Bondic still has boilers, so he might be able to catch 1 or 2 players off guard. Not going to happen. Shocks was staring the whole time. If he could have got 1 and got the gun, he actually had an escape plan because there was no one pushed out middle to catch him off if he ran all the way back toward T-spawn.
Where's that AWP Simple?
The money's definitely there. He hasn't bought yet. He's thinking about it, but the problem is it would be no head armor.
But I'm almost willing to say that's fine. I mean, obviously, normally playing on the terror side, you want that head armor because otherwise the M4s are going to one-shot you. But at least if it's a headshot. But in Simple's case, I'm fine with it. Make that sacrifice. He's so good at it. You might as well do it.
And Happy again is going to hold this passive angle from Arch. Get the shot top mid and then fall if he has to. No one's really getting aggressive yet. Still just setting up on alt mid. Where the bomb's housed right now in the hands of Bondic. The rest of them will go on a reconnaissance mission toward B, but look at this stack. Actually, I take that back. I thought Happy, from the perspective I was watching, was the Arch. He's actually in B covering from the CT connector. So they took the op initially toward B.
Yeah, not a bad idea. I mean, just trying to switch it up a little bit because he's been playing that archway corner a lot, so don't want to be too predictable either. Nice shot from FlipSide there. It's going to be Simple taking down Smiths. Oh my god, that was a very nice opening.
That was insane because the smoke just came out. They thought they'd already double mollied them back far enough, and surprise, I'm still here. Now he's actually going to get up on top of the cart. Try and peek towards Spools. Kiyoshima left alone on the site. This forces Happy to come back over. And Happy has the op. It's smoked. He's not going to have a very strong angle to try and counter this entry. He might be able to get one, but then he'd have to fall, and that would again put pressure on Kiyoshima. Meanwhile, Shox found Markelov. That evens the situation back over at A.
And look at the rotation. They find the one guy playing on the A side, and they instantly rotate B. Envy are reading this really well, and it's just like we were talking about earlier. This is actually perfect. Flashbang through. Molotov is there as well. A lot of damage to Blade, and Envy have the full setup. And then you're right, the time, 15 seconds left here. Kiyoshima coming up with the 1 kill. MBK there to pick it up, and the bomb is dropped with 10 seconds left. So disaster here for the CIS team. It's World Edit and Simple left there in a 2v2. 5, 4, he has to go for the plant, he can't stop. MBK wanting to stop it, he can't. Simple is there. Incredible work from him. Now a triple kill, and Shox is going to have to clutch it. Simple is an absolute superhero at this point. If MBK gets that kill on World Edit, the round is done. That's it. Shox just has to hide, and he's going to win it. But now he has to fight. He's got a kit, but he's got no grenades, and now they know where he is as well. World Edit staying safe, but Simple is there for another quad kill.
8 kills in the 2 rounds he's had the op. Whatever it costs, if you could like accumulate your money into a pool, even though you guys would have to play with knives, just give him an op and the rest of them can run around with knives, it's fine. Like, that kill to save World Edit while he's planting had so much situational awareness because there was still a player lurking from CT. Yeah. And basically he played an angle that he knew if he wasn't past this certain point, he wouldn't be able to spot the bomb. So by just timing, he goes, all right, he's not going to be able to kill him. The bomb's going to be down. I have to watch here. And he turns back at like the exact second he has to hit that kill.
Absolutely perfect. And you, I mean, again, just to point this out, just to pick this up again, the second they kill Markelov and see that there's no one else in second mid, they know where the rest of the team is, and they instantly rotate. So Envy should have won that round like 9 times out of 10, or I would even say more than that, like 99 times out of 100, Envy win that round just because of the rotation. They had Molotovs and smokes down, for God's sakes, and they still couldn't actually stop Simple. What does it take to stop Simple?
Do you know what the interesting aspect is, though? Even though post-round he stayed alive, he didn't upgrade the head armor, which, again, against the M4s can make a difference. So, just a subtle thing.
I don't think we should look for logic in this at all.
Okay, that's fine. I tell you, fair enough. I won't argue that.
It is I would say that's a big mistake, but hard to argue with Simple. I mean, he actually, I think he had the money to upgrade for the armor.
The interesting thing is, without the op, we saw 8 kills with it. He's only got 11 total, so it's 3 kills in all the other rounds with just a regular, rifle. And he's known to be a decent AK player as well, so that's how limited the economy is getting. I think he's only had 3 AKs to work with, and a lot of those times he went down early, but Shox gets over-aggressive through the smoke. Bondit catches him, smokes off on Banana. That's going to hold both players away from rotating early, so they'll take advantage of this A site completely with 2 men down.
This is a huge round, and Envy are actually a little bit scared for the 15th round, which is coming up, which already shows us they don't have that much money. Because if they had a huge bank, they would just go for this 3v5 and say, to hell with it, let's just try it. Bondic with a really great double opening, 2 high-impact kills, and Shox actually jumped into middle. Blade,
well, I like this decision to chase as well. Blade's going to find that they might be able to trade this, but they've just won 2 rounds in a row. They know they've got an okay amount of expendable money, and they know that it's because they're saving, like you said, it's obvious they don't. So by chasing them, this does force the issue, and flip side, this is the right call. With only 1 more round, it's not like they're going to hurt themselves for doing it. You said get to 6, they're going to get there.
It's super smart from World that it just Molotoving out Smiths in that corner, realizing, well, he's not going to be able to really move out otherwise, so easy kill there. Shox's timing was really off then. There was a guy playing Boiler and a guy in middle, and he kind of jumped in between them, so there was no way he was going to make it out there. 6 to 8, and like I said, I think I want a minimum of 6 rounds here for flipside. If they can get the 7th, and I mean, if you look at the economy or the equipment here on Envy, it might happen.
And look what Killing Smiths does. He's left to just a pistol. That was an M4 they would have had, so they would have had a full buy, essentially, of rifles with the 2 FAMASs. So, little difference, but it makes a massive play. And Simple, how does Happy miss that shot? He should have had that dead to rights, and Simple doubles up again. Man, give this guy an op. It's attached to his arm at this point. It's robotic, and he's going to get toward the site. Unfortunately, unaware that Shox is behind him, but Blade is coming around from the front of Moto and gets the trade instantly.
I don't think I don't think Simple had head armor then. I think he died to the FAMAS in 1 bullet. Not that it would have made a difference, but just to point out that did actually have an effect here. Kiyoshima and Smiths are going to be left, and it's an 8 round. Well, they got 8 rounds right now. 9 would be great for Envy. Actually, starting to look a bit scary here for the French team. Kiyoshima, last man standing in a 1v4. And Simple, with that double opening, just kind of securing the round. Bondic going to finish it 8-7.
Man, impact player, though. Like, I'm excited to see what comes now from Simple. If once his ESL ban expires, if he can get, contained with the issues that I've heard he has internally, like we've mentioned, this guy could be unstoppable right now. This isn't again, he only has 13 kills. Shox has more, but the impact of all of his kills were massive.
Yeah. But as we said, he got 2 in the last round. He got 2 quad kills. So in 3 rounds, he's got 10 kills. And then he's picked up 3 more throughout the rest of the 15, or the rest of the 12 rounds. That's kind of crazy, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, obviously consistency issues. With the AWP, he was able to get the early picks. With the AKs, he went down almost first kill every single time, which is a bit of a problem too.
But then, again, he's playing terrorist side AWP, which is not the easiest thing on Inferno, right? I mean, if there's any other map, which is Dust 2 or Mirage or something, he'd have a lot more room to work with. But Inferno, it's not really there, and he still made it work. So it's just nuts, isn't it? FlipSid playing with only 1 armored player here on Simple. Everyone else has got grenades or kits, and that's a bit interesting. But it might be working out here. That smoke is at least going to make Envy think twice, but they're just going to be walking through with the flashbangs. Bondic, he gets a straight headshot, but he goes down right afterwards, and now they're going to overrun the site. Blade can't even get a chance to reload. Markelov does get an important refrag, but still a 3v3. Bomb not down yet. Oh, 1 grenade. If World Edit gets into play here, he could put Smith down fast.
Markelov, Simple already dropping. Markelov's got slowed down a little bit too. They've spotted him up, and that grenade that you wished would head toward Pit, it headed toward Patio, so that will leave Smiths and Happy in a safe position. And getting Pit very early for Envious, that pretty much sealed the deal for not only allowing this plant, but look at the positions post-plant. They had so much time to get set up and get ready for this retake. And Markelov, like you said, got that refrag, but he was so far away from the site, they couldn't really counter back instantly. So this will equal it up. Envious will get a pistol. That's a pistol apiece, both on the terrorist side. And Envious, because of this, will get a bit of a stretch and a bit of a cushion before FlipSid can respond.
Yeah, I would actually say that's a very important round for them here. If they had lost it somehow, it would, 10-8 probably before they really start to buy, and FlipSid get a chance to get a really early AWP on Simple, and that makes a difference as well. I mean, the key here obviously has to be making sure that Simple doesn't get that AWP ever.
Yeah, basically. Oh. And maybe it's a Deagle they need to worry about this round, though. So first kill does go the way of the Eco.
He spammed with the Deagle and still got a headshot.
Just aim at their feet on the 3rd bullet, right? It's just pull down. It's like 1, 2, 3. Oh, there it is. There's the random bullet that I was looking for.
I have no idea. I swear that the Deagle doesn't work like that for me when I use it.
No gun works for me when I use them, so.
I mean, I don't know. There are not that many players that will try and pick up the Deagle right now, but Simple is 1, and it works out in the middle. He's going to get flashed. He still gets a headshot on shots. Is this real life? Now he's finally going to go down. NBK with 2 refrags there from the MP7, so doing a little bit of work there, but still.
You talk up Simple shot, but the mistake that happened is as soon as Simple was flashed into the cubby, Markelov had the confidence to say, oh, he's already got 2, I'm going to rush in. And by getting a little bit overextended, that's countered out. They do bring it back to a 2-on-2, but no rifles or weapons have been picked up by FlipSid at all so far. Now they've got the MAC-10 picked up on Bondic. They've got the HP advantage as well. Kiyoshima's on 7. I'm surprised they actually haven't swapped the rifle with Happy, where he's got the high HP. So Bondic wants to lurk in, and Happy, he finds him instantly. He couldn't go anywhere near the site. That puts Blade in an awkward situation as he has the P250. He's already spotted up again. Kiyoshima's super low, so if he overextends on the peak, he's going to be in a world of problems right now, and luckily he slides out because Happy had 2 HP, 1 more bullet, and he lost that exchange.
And Kiyoshima on 7 health as well, so both of them were super low. That has to get Envy thinking, whoa, something almost went horribly wrong there. Now at least they're going to be able to play against no smokes, no armor either, so they're going to be in a slightly better position here, but this is still terrifying. Absolutely terrifying.
They're going to head directly into middle. Smiths with his back turn, looking to turn back and counter out any flashes that came out on the initial 2 that were going for the entry. Shonks is one of them. He finds Blade. Kiyo's going to find Simple, and NBK finds Bondic just as quick as that. 1, 2, 3. Smiths now
Did
contribute.
Simple just have his knife out? Did he? I think Simple was just trying to stab someone from Boiler Room, which is a ridiculous idea. But
if he wants early money, would be the only reason I could think of doing it. If he does want to go for an early op, he does go for it here. Actually, it's going to be it's glass cannon.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm good with it. I mean, the knife stab would have made him buy armor and even a couple of grenades. But yeah, sure, go for the AWP. I mean, this is perfectly valid. See if he's gonna be. He's actually gonna stick around library for just a little bit here. I'm glad he's not running straight into middle, because without the armor, if he ran into a grenade, he'd take so much damage. So play it just a little bit cool. Actually, Envy though are gonna be really fast in the middle. And was that a shot on Blade?
Yeah, I don't even know how that hit. That was a pre-fire pistol shot, fully jumped, and going for almost like a strafe jump to get back and shoulder peek, and it hit him.
It's going to be like 100 million this guy's hacking videos on HLTV.
It's like it's like the Reddit. You miss 100% of the shots you never take. Well, that was just like one of those random pop shots that made like this could make a big impact in the round. Having Blade this low and smokes out now. Simple though, up close again. They get up close on Arch, but he still hits that shot. The problem is he's trapped in and they're on either side of him. He's unaware that Smiths is behind him. Tries to get aggressive on that angle, and now they've got Pit, they've got Moto, they've got everything. It's still a 3-on-1 as World Edit somehow survives on the late rotation from B, but. Bomb down. This is looking really good for Envious. World Edit makes it interesting by getting Kiyoshima. Smiths, he knows he has to be stuck on top of the site, so Happy's going to be the one to pop out and get the kill instead. Yeah, and we're in for a bit of course here as one guy did get disconnected, but it was after he was dead, so no big issue there. I think what we just saw is actually sort of something that we don't see too often, or we don't always get a chance to talk about it, and it probably does happen a lot without us realizing, but I think Simple couldn't hear the guy in the corner even though he was shooting, and that's something that happens on LAN sometimes because there's so much noise in the venue and you're so focused on the 100 different things. There are speakers right next to all the players and everything else, so sometimes the game audio get a little
even
cluttered.
comms get a little bit cluttered. So sometimes you miss things you maybe wouldn't if it was an online game. That's also one of the reasons why we do make a really big difference between LAN and online, because it's a question of experience. You do it enough, you start to develop like a different style. When you're playing on LAN, you play a little bit differently. You know all the small details, all the small differences, and that's a real factor.
Yeah, actually on halftime we had Steel and Mo on one show, and they were talking about LANs, and I think Steel said like a couple lanes you don't even hear anything, so like you just run. In positions you would walk online because they're going to hear you, you just run because there's so much noise. So you're right, that can make a massive effect. That nade though.
That's a very good point, obviously. That grenade on Earth. Markelov trying to follow it up. They've received a lot of damage already. World Edit going to go down, so once again, FlipSid can't really follow up on all the initial damage, but imagine if that had been 3 grenades instead of 2. That would have been disastrous. But Envy, they're a cool team, and they managed to keep it calm here. Bonding going to be the last man standing, and we're looking at a 13-7 scoreline, which means Envy still have a very good shot of winning this game, even though Simple has tried his best, but also only had some very limited rounds, where he's been like super effective.
In the second half, if you win pistol and the first gun, unless you're coming from behind, like if you already have the lead, it's really hard to make a comeback, because now the economy's like, look at Kiyoshima. Because of that, because he hasn't really gone down, I think he died maybe once this half, he's got 10-5, and FlipSid and the opposition have very little to work with just by losing that first gun. So like that round is almost like a double victory when you have the lead like this. So it's going to be really hard for FlipSid to recover. They've got to win 2 rounds, and Simple this time is going to head toward middle. Luckily, no nades come out, like you say. He does have armor this time, though, but it's, again, no head armor. Against AK is less of a factor than the M4s, though.
Yeah, I mean, he could have actually bought head armor, but he went for the smoke grenade instead. Perfect choice, no problem there at all. Looks like Envy want to go for Banana a bit, and they might not wait for the smoke share. I imagine they're just going to try and push through here. So this is actually a bit of a tricky timing. FlipSid, I'm going to be expecting this World that it's running in. Perfect counter flash coming out. He does get a double kill. That is very unusual as well. Markelov now going to be walking up towards the flowers, and he can't stop the bomb from going down. Still, 4v3 retake. If ever FlipSid was going to do a retake, it would probably be right about now. Markelov waiting patiently, and that's a smart choice. Going to be taking down Kiyoshima. And now things look really bad for the Frenchman.
Still have to be able to find Smiths on this angle, though, because if he can shut down construction efficiently and Happy with the crossfire set up right now on CT, good trade by Bondik, and the fire actually catches Smiths. If Bondik didn't get that trade, it could have got really hectic. So they'll get the round, but again, super problematic that they lose those additional 2 players, because now, again, their money's not massive. Envious will potentially still have the better buy here, 3,900 for World Edit. And Simple, who had the op, he's going to go for it again. Actually, he gets it dropped, thankfully, because this will allow him to get armor.
So much money on Envy, definitely. So that timing that Envy was trying to find there was actually really scary. Like if you're a professional team and you're trying to play against a team like Envy and they do that, it's going to be so frustrating, because you've got like an internal clock that says, okay, we're going to put down more smokes. We kind of know what they're doing. Simple getting a nice opening on Kiyoshima, but Envy actually they off-timed that push so much that it's really hard to deal with. It's one of the prime reasons why so many people hate playing against Virtus Pro, because they do this a lot, and they are like really terrifyingly good at doing it. But Envy aren't half bad either. That was a strange push into B, but it almost worked out.
Kiyoshima, there's no idea the op was there. Just thought, oh, check car. We don't need a flash to check it, and Simple was there that time. So first time he's gone B, and it catches them off. They are going to try and take A as a response, though. But again, Simple's come over. He's toward the library. Smokes out. He might try and change the angle, catch them on the cross. They're actually going to push toward him, but he's got to worry about Smiths, who gets up close, hits the first shot, and Smiths does the damage as Simple misses on the second, collects the edge of the pillar. And they've got a great chance to wrap onto the B site right now.
Well,
as Happy catching World Edit. This is going to open it up for them.
Not too bad. It's still doable here for Envy, though. 2v3. The bomb is down and currently being covered by Markolov. As when Happy goes down, it kind of is all over. Smith's trying to walk through the smoke, but I think he's being spotted here. Pistol's going to be out, and Markolov going to jump him down. So FlipSid winning a critical round. If they lost that, they might have lost the game.
And Blade and Markolov still on single-digit kills. Blade, no surprise, he's not normally known for fragment, but Markolov, again, this is a player that occasionally still has these games, but overall in this team, his role is so support-based. Like, it's crazy to think that that's like the talent level this team has, and they just have these young fraggers, and a guy like Markolov is like the subtlety in the background. His experience will help them a lot, though, with these younger guys.
Absolutely, and Markolov is definitely a smart player, but I mean, it pains me. It pains me to see it.
I know, you love poor baby Markolov sitting at home, not too happy about this.
No, definitely not. This time we actually see FlipSid go for a very aggressive hold at bottom of Banana, which is something that Envy didn't do a lot, or at all actually, when they were on the CT side. So it's kind of interesting. And as a response, Envy is just going to say, right, if you're going to play that game, we'll just rush into the A bomb side. Very aggressive. Markolov with a double kill. He goes down. Bondic to pick it up. Gets one, gets two, has the pistol out, and running through the smoke. Happy's going to go down. A triple kill from Bondic. And FlipSid going to make it to 10 rounds. Wonderful defense.
Very well done.
And actually, this is very cool, because normally when that, again, Envy are just such a smart team. I love the calling that's going on here. When that smoke goes down at bottom Banana, very, very often what happens is there's two people holding Banana, and one of them will leave after a while. So they know, I mean, they don't know, but they can be almost sure that there's going to be two people there, which means at most there's going to be 3 people at A, and they have 5 left, so they'll just rush. You know, fine, we're playing 5v3, we'll overpower them, and the 2 people on Banana, they're going to be miles away. So,
and I call that Markolov, and he has 2 huge impact kills. Bondic trades it. And you can hear the crowd. They're finally here. I mean, this is an early game in the morning. The arena wasn't quite, you know, packed, let's say, when we started, but now it's starting to build up. And the audience, obviously cheering for the home team, are starting to come alive late. Bondic again is going to close out Shocks, has to spray away, can't collect NBK, so the Tech 9 actually wins. And he only goes down to 46, peculiar enough, as a lot of those bullets, there was still wet on the wall behind him. And Markolov, he gets caught. Pitt's given up. This is hugely problematic again. They need to find a better way to contain that side of A, because, again, as soon as you lose Pitt, there's nothing you can do in World Edit. He's got to run and save.
Very aggressive Envy, and it's one of the things, apart from the timings, apart from everything else we talked about, that's one of the things that makes Envy so hard to play on this map, is how fast and how aggressive they are. Even if you know it's coming, it can be really hard to stop it. So 14-10 is going to be the scoreline here. 22 kills on Kiyoshima.
The other thing about this particular round is we're going to go to 14-10 and look at the money on FlipSid. Yeah. This could actually push it too far to range, but we could have gone 13-11 with a save coming out from Envious. So this round could have entirely changed the pace of the game and brought FlipSid right back into it. Now it's still going to be hugely problematic.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. So maybe a bit of a sort of a landslide here at the end for Envy if they're not going to have the money for it. I'm always looking for like a huge indication that something different is going to be happening on a CT side is if they don't buy smokes. But they have bought them, so they're going to be playing defensively. But generally, if you see a CT side buy without smokes, that's it. Something's up.
This is all in, though. I mean, this is essentially, pending any eco, this is essentially the game. FlipSid are playing for GG here. They're not letting the overtime point even come out. So smoke top mid. We'll see if they stay this passive or not. They don't have an op on Simple. He only has an M4 and no utilities. And with one smoke already down, it's going to slowly limit what FlipSid can do, so they've got to be patient and calculated on how they deploy these onto Banana. The first one's already out. That's from Markolov.
Oh, Bondig with a huge kill on Shocks up in the apartments there. This flashbang that World Edit got holding was the one that secured them a double kill last time. It was so good it flashed pretty much 3 or 4 Envious members when they came through the smoke. And now FlipSid, with that opening frag, they go even more defensive, which I'm a huge fan of. I love the, you know, get the frag, play defensive style on CT side. It works on pretty much any map, so I'm glad to see FlipSid doing it.
The FlipSid are actually using the smokes quite well. 45 seconds, still time, but here comes the execution. Envious, they're going to head in immediately. They've got one rotator coming around from Markolov. He finds one through the smoke, flashed up, forced away from the site. World Edit again. This is the second time he's gone aggressive, not waiting for them to come to him, and he gets the bomb down. That's massive. And Happy, he gets caught by Simple in the end with only 1 kill. World Edit is playing with balls of steel getting out in the open when they come in like that on B right now.
Yeah, and the flashbang that he throws, Markelov is sitting at the edge of the smoke, so he's hard to spot already. But then he gets flashed, but he doesn't care. He's already got the angle, so he's just spraying with that FAMAS while flashed, and they can't really return fire easily. So a really cool teamwork coming out here from FlipSid. I absolutely love that setup over at B. That's very powerful. 14-11, and now there's that faded eco round you were talking about, Matthew, where they finally actually can't pick up any rifles on Envy. This game is not done yet.
And it's going to be op-out Simple, hasn't hit the shot, and they're pushing onto his position quickly. Smart flash off the pillar, and that's brilliant. Comes back around, catches Smiths, and Blade rotated off the A site, caught Shock, so both aggressive players already down. Bomb dropped as well. Kiyoshima responds, so they might be able to recover it, but Blade's there. They're not even going to get the plant in, and Simple closing happy. It's 14-12. And Envy still have a chance here with a decent economy this round to bring guns back up, but it's also starting to accumulate for FlipSid.
14-12, I mean... I like overtime in this match. It's been pretty entertaining so far. First game of the day, a bit of OT. I could go for that.
Would be a good way to start. Good way to wake up this morning. We had the upset yesterday morning, overtime this morning, both including Envious. But Envious right now, they need to slow this down and find the first pick. They haven't done that in a while, and they definitely need to get openings because right now, like you said, the teamwork from FlipSid, they're bringing them in and using the utilities perfectly to allow both players at either site to set up crossfires.
And now FlipSid have also reached sort of Molotov levels of defense over at the CT side here. And we're going to try and execute through. There is still a Molotov at this side. Are they going to be able to put it down quick enough? World Edit goes for it again. Going to fight them one more time. Kiyoshima goes down now. He's trapped in the corner. He's going to get a triple spray down. Smiths and MBK gone, and he's trying for a little bit more. It's going to be a stab. Simple, nice shots in the middle of all that chaos, and Happy goes down.
Massive.
FlipSid feeling on point.
Massive. 71-50 now Simple. He'll be able to drop in the next round if we get that far because Envious are right back on the save. And World Edit, like you talked about impact in the first half with Simple's op, equal. I think what World Edit is doing for his team right now is equal, if not more significant by holding this B site. Specifically that time where Markelov, you said he sprayed through the smoke the last time they went for that play. Yeah. He couldn't even do that this time because he had to go for the reload. And with pistols, Kiyoshima overextends a bit. Simple gets the first kill. Doesn't hit the second, but they've got the information now that they're coming from alt mid, so they'll react accordingly.
And if the crowd was sort of, waking up earlier, they're absolutely coming alive now. They love that place. Mid-air shot from Simple. Blade going to be taking down Smiths. This is an eco round from Envy, so they're just kind of going to get overrun here. But of all the people you could stab, doing it to Shoxy, by far the worst. That is interesting.
Bring this right back, 14-14. Think of the implications of this game. Envy's going to have 2 losses already, and they've yet to play Na'Vi.
Yeah.
They could finish potentially... I mean, if they beat Na'Vi, they could go 3-2 and make it through, but they could go 2-3 here.
Yeah.
And that would put them potentially in a tie situation on the cusp of elimination before even getting into playoffs, which would be a travesty in this event.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right now, and Envy, they are going to be back on A-Case, and let's see if they can't edge out this game. I mean, they're pretty good at coming up with rounds when they really are under a lot of pressure here. Another quality of the Envy team, but FlipSid have looked pretty good in the last... Oh, wait a minute. They're going to execute towards Archway, aren't they? They're going to pretty bombard this Archway with smokes, and they're going to run through.
The good news to respond to that is that it's a full pit hold. So unless they wrap on CT, there's a decent chance that A-Site's still going to have a decent defense from FlipSid.
This play from Envy worked a lot, I think, in Cologne. They did really well, but oh, look at this. They're getting shot down. Simple picking up 2 kills. Finally goes down, and Happy with a double refrag, making it a triple in total for himself. Smith is going to fall. It's a 2v1, and the bomb is kind of trapped out there. He's going to go pick it up, but he's on 22 health, and he's got to be careful.
Man.
That fire is finally going to go down, but he's in a lot of trouble here.
Simple goes nuts. They get the trades, but World at its last kill. If he goes down in Library, they get this bomb in position. It's match point for Envious because they've got Arch side controlled. They're waiting for a slow rotation from World Edit, and now Happy is absolutely in a massive world of trouble right now. Smoke on his left side, too. That allows Markelov to get better position. They know Happy's over toward this bomb. He is lurking quietly, and World Edit's looking the wrong direction. He thinks he's gone to Arch, so he may catch him off. Can't get the kill and has to switch to the pistol. World Edit! What happened? Something had to have happened to World Edit because he wasn't moving. So this could have implications. Markelov closes it, thankfully, but looking behind me, World Edit, they're not calling for a timeout. Nothing's going on at his computer, but that was peculiar. He was not moving at all.
Yeah, and did Happy run out of bullets in his AK? I don't understand what just happened. I just had a
that whole play was nuts.
I just had a minor heart attack. That was unreal.
Yeah, World Edit's still sitting there. Everything seems fine.
15-14. This is it. Envy have already taken one really upsetting loss at this tournament to Gplay. If If they lose to FlipSid on Inferno, it's going to be another one without a doubt. This FlipSid team, I'm actually getting really excited. This is turning into a very interesting match.
And this is the thing. Like, now that they have Simple in at a LAN and they're doing this well, I said at the start of the year I thought FlipSid could make the back end of the top 10 by the end of this year, even with the Simple ban. Now I'm getting really excited about where, I mean, there's so much going on in Counter-Strike. Even the Tier 2 teams, bottom Tier 1 teams now, the order's been shuffled so much. I mean, we really are in a golden era of how many teams are going to be exciting to watch in 2017 even.
I wasn't even convinced that FlipSid was going to stay a team for more than a couple of months when
because
I saw them. Yeah, just in general, it seemed like it was some sort of unstable mixture, and I guess that can still, you know, explode. But right now, it's looking interesting.
Chemical balance, just mixing things in a test lab right now.
Exactly.
Eventually, it's going to be like combustion.
You add too much Simple to the mixture, and the whole lab goes up.
Well, right now, adding Simple to the mixture has been an amazing feature for them in this game. Massive impact. And World Edit again, he's come on strong.
Pour on more of it. More Simple. I can't believe it. Very few
Maple
grenades.
Simple. Can I be Canadian and call it Maple Simple on my pancakes?
Do that. There's a lot of materials for the Photoshop masters. But look at this execute coming into it. World Edit up on the coils here, going to be falling back quick. He doesn't have too much to hold him back with. 15 seconds left. He's going to get the kill. Markov with the double. They're doing it. FlipSid. They're going to be winning this match. It's a 2v4 right now, and with 8 seconds left, they're trying to get the bomb down. 6-5. Bomb does go down, and Envy are fighting for overtime here. Simple going to pick up the kill, and Markov waiting for shocks, and he's going to get the kill. He's now got 3 more to take down. An unreal position, but he's going to try and do it anyway here. AK in hand, and they're just going to group up. Very smart play. He's going to go down to Blade, and Simple and the rest of the crew. FlipSid 16-14, and Envy is on Inferno.
Key to that round was actually that they did not have utilities because Markelov rotated early. World Edit wasn't in position, so that crossfire that held B every single time couldn't exist, and yet there was no smoke on the choke point, so Markelov turns back from CT and gets 2 on the way through. That saves World Edit. I mean, that's fortunate in a way that they didn't have those utilities, but what a game by FlipSid. They looked out of it at one point.
Yeah, crazy good performance from World Edit on that B-bomb side. I think you highlighted that as well, but you're absolutely right. And obviously Simple, just doing simple things and being completely crazy again. What a terrific game, and what an upset. Envy definitely going to be feeling
Envy have to beat Na'Vi now. They have to beat Na'Vi. Like that game is going to be massive. Specifically, if FlipSid can continue winning, if Gplay get another win, they'll be at 3 victories. FlipSid potentially could be at 3 victories. Na'Vi will be at 3 victories. So then it's between G2 or Envy.
I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good way to start the day here.
Same way we started it yesterday, unfortunately, for Envy. That's like double dose of like the worst 2 days possible, like way to start possible.
No, I can't believe it. I think we're going to go on stage to an interview with DDK, so take it away, Dan.
What the hell? Nice. Okay. All right. I'm here with Jenta, the coach of FlipSid Tactics, and of course FlipSid just managed to somehow scrape by and defeat Envious. So I'm sure Envious are very upset with that one. Can you run us through what happened there? Because it looked, when the game started, it looked like you guys couldn't get anything done on the first half, but in the second half you guys exploded.
Yeah, actually we had a pretty good start with 3-0. Then we started to lose the gun rounds. They were really good, and we had a lot of small mistakes with team play, with communication, which followed us to losing it. And when we were like down 8-5, I guess, or even 8-4, we knew that if we gotta improve a bit, just in that small things like communication, team play, trying to make a good picks, we can turn it to 8-7, which we done. Then actually we started pretty bad as CT. On the first gun round, we lost a round just because of small mistake. We knew that if we gotta improve this one, we're gonna be good at A plant. Then the guys started to turn it completely. A side we were pretty confident. Simple started to make an intro frags like we knew he should. We were talking a lot before the game, and he kind of knew some things about how do they play. And actually. There were like 2 really important rounds on the B side, where World Edit and Markelov plays super good, and that's actually it.
Well, I mean, I don't really have much in the way of questions following that match, but this is definitely going to improve the chances for FlipSid to actually make the playoffs here. So this is looking like things can really shape up for you guys. And I know that you're complaining before that it's really hard to find the proper time to practice with all the tournaments going on. So what are your expectations going into the next matches you have today?
We're going to play it with Bulgaria. They are showing really good level. Actually, we had HellRaisers and Gplay. Both teams are really good. And if this is LAN finals, you cannot underestimate any match, any moment. So we're going to try to show our best, like play to the maximum and hope to go to take the best place to go into playoffs.
All right, well, it's very, very exciting. Thank you so much for the interview. Again, congratulations. Look forward to the next match. And guys, we're going to be going to a quick video break, but we'll be back very soon here live from Kiev for the StarSeries 13 LAN finals.
esportsbets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. esportsbets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
Alright guys, we are here in the analyst desk for StarSeries 13 LAN finals. It's day 2. We just had the first game of the day, an Inferno match between Envious and FlipSid Tactics. All started off pretty... Honestly, I felt like Envious should have gotten way more rounds. And it looked like FlipSid weren't even really there, but then all of a sudden they came alive in the second half. So what happened, guys?
Yeah, Envious lost the pistol round. FlipSid got to 3-3. We saw no force buy from Envious, so they've learned from their mistakes, just going for those full ecos. And after that, they managed to take... I think they went up to 6-3 or 7-3.
7-3, yeah.
And after that, pretty back and forth, and they ended up just getting 8 rounds in the end there. So pretty bad half from Envious. On the second half, they started up really great. They had a 12 or 13-7 lead, and then after that, it just fell apart.
Yeah.
Okay, so What was going on there?
For me, on the CT side, Envy were playing great CT for 1 minute and 20 seconds. Like after this was at the point where they were up 7-3. After that, they played great CT for about 1 minute and 20 seconds into the round, and then things happened. You had a particular round where FlipSid were setting up for, they're kind of split out. They still had 2 people in banana, 3 towards mid, and smokes go down in mid, flashes come through, but nobody really commits from FlipSid. And the smoke is about to fade. Shoxy's still in quad, and Shoxy decides to, for some reason, just push out into mid. This is at a point where there's 25 seconds left in the round. So there's no real reason for him to actually hunt for information at that point, because it's not going to give you time to rotate over towards the B bomb side anyway if there's a late execute coming towards B. So basically, he runs out, gives up an easy kill to FlipSid, and just everything snowballs out of control from there. And that was kind of the theme for the remainder of the first half. On the T side, Envy gets off to a great start, win pistol, pick up the first Byron as well, but then the simple show kind of started. Got that off, just started doing crazy things all over, and Envious, they didn't have the greatest of executes towards the B bomb side, and they kept going for it because it seemed like they were avoiding simple. That was what they were trying to do, and they kept going towards that B bomb side where Markelov from World Edit was doing a great job of folding them off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that simple did have the most kills that game, but I feel like the last few rounds World Edit got 2 or 3 kills every single time they tried to push that B bomb side, and I felt like Envious maybe pushed too slow.
Oh, for sure.
And that's pretty strange because Envious is a team that's known for really pushing when they're trying to go for it. They don't care if they're flash, they don't care if there's smoke, and you just have to push, especially on the B side.
Yeah.
On Inferno, you cannot stay in the pool area. You have to, even if you're blind, just force your way up the side, and just go for the kills there and for the trades. But they waited a bit too long. World Edit were able to start to sing again after he was flashed, and he managed to get 2 or 3 kills every round. That was at 13-13-ish round, so that was basically what shut them down there and then.
Yeah, pretty much. And with MD using so much time as well, it also allows Simple, who played, at the beginning of the rounds, he would play aggressively in mid from Arch, and then he would fall back towards the connector area. With MD using so much time whenever they went towards B, that gave him plenty of time to rotate around. So Markelov and World Edit just buying time and picking up frags, which is a great thing. In addition to that, gives time for Simple to rotate over, and all of a sudden MV are fighting 3 people without even being on the bomb site.
Yeah, they actually threw nades from very far back in banana. Usually you want to be very close, just throw 1 flash, maybe through the smoke or even over the roof, and just push as fast as you can up to the side, because as long as you're in the actual choke, you have a very low chance of winning the round. So get out of the choke as fast as you can, and that's what Envious failed at doing.
Yeah, pretty much. And you have to give credit to FlipSid obviously for what they were doing, because they were doing everything they could to really slow down Envious the entire game, and you could see the big performers for FlipSid right there.
4 kills, 4 people with 23 kills.
Yeah, and that's also the thing. I don't think Envious played poorly individually, and it's kind of the same story as we saw versus Gplay. Individually, they're getting their frags, but they're failing with their executions.
The interesting thing for me as well is that on the first half, it very much felt like we had a situation where Envious should have gotten a lot more rounds, and they lost the pistols, so we got like a few free ones for FlipSid, and then it was like FlipSid couldn't really find a way to actually consistently have a good T attack. Whenever they were forced to go for an execute because Envious were playing passively, they couldn't coordinate properly and they would get shut down, or they couldn't place the smokes correctly and they would get shut down. So them finding the rounds, as you mentioned, like it was down to like big mistakes from Envious where Shox would just go for a push in a spot where the time is not in favor at all of the Ts, and they have to make a move, and he's making this incorrect decision making. Envious giving away a few rounds with the mistakes, and we have an 8-7 first half, and then to have the second half on the CT be so close. It does feel like this tournament so far has been the tale of Envious making mistakes and dropping maps against teams that are, let's say, on paper worse than them, skill-wise, in best of 1 format.
Yeah, and one more round, it was when there was 20 seconds left, and there were 3 people on B for Envious defending, and they just tried to push up, and somehow, some way, Simple managed to get, I think he got 3 kills.
Oh, he ended up with 4 actually.
4 kills, and them just winning the round. And how do you lose from that position?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Really crazy result there. But I think that kind of sums it up I think, well, do you guys have any final thoughts before we wrap this post up?
Really? Well, if you want to go first.
Yeah, sure. I'm very impressed with FlipSid and also a bit disappointed with Envas, and they're probably disappointed with themselves at this moment too.
Yeah, same feeling for me. Impressed by FlipSid. Nice to see them get off to a good start, and very worried for Envy because they're off to an awful start today.
Yeah, I believe they would basically need to win every one of the remaining matches. And we could very well have a tiebreaker situation going into the end of today, considering how things are going, considering that pretty much everyone is picking up maps here of these 6 teams, apart from HellRaisers, who have been struggling quite a lot. I think they're right at the bottom of the table. But guys, we're going to go to a quick break here. We'll be back relatively shortly with the pre for the next match. And, well, if you're a Gplay fan, it's going to be Gplay versus FlipSid, so we'll see you after the break.
You got spare game codes or any digital goods? There is a place you can sell them in less than 1 minute. Watch. Go to G2A.com. Click Start Selling. Fast login. Go to My Account and click on Selling tab. Sell new item. Enter name, code, set a price. And done. G2A.com Digital Marketplace. Global selling.
eSportsBets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. eSportsBets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
All right, guys, welcome back. Getting ready for Game 2, but final thoughts on Game 1, perhaps, where we just saw an incredible and unfortunate situation again for Envious.
Yeah, and I guess you're just wondering what's happening to Envious as of late. Because, well, I guess you can always say it's a morning match once again. That might play into it, but well, at this point, it shouldn't be a factor for them.
Surely, I mean, surely if you realize you're not that good at playing early in the morning, you want to get up even earlier, and like you get some coffee, show up at the venue real early, get a little bit of practice in, you feel yourself warmed up. But I don't know. I mean, it's
next time maybe.
Next time maybe. It's a lesson they're having a hard time learning, I feel like, and. It makes for really interesting games, but I feel like in a normal setting, Envy should be able to beat FlipSid pretty badly on.
Yeah, well, when we were watching it upstairs at 7-3 in the first half, we were thinking to ourselves like, oh, okay, this is starting to look like a normal Envy game, and then all kinds of chaos started happening, and then it kind of simmered down, and Envy were up 13-7 again, and we were like, okay, it's looking like business as usual, and again, everything falters completely for them.
Yeah, well, and I guess the biggest thing is that we are in the best-of-1 format, which you kind of have to admire. Like, a lot of people complain, like, oh, you don't get to see a full series, it was an upset, it was a fluke. But that's the beauty of it, isn't it? Like, we're seeing these crazy situations that potentially may not exist if they were best-of-3s. Now, we're speculating on that. Like, who knows? Maybe FlipSid wrecked them in another map. Maybe they just have their number today, right?
Yeah, so could be. Actually, I will say this, just as almost a closing point on that match. What was really cool is that it wasn't actually just simply Simple going mad this time. Like he did go crazy, but the rest of FlipSid actually did pretty well. Like Worlded had some great holds over at B. Bondic had some good entry kills as well. Bondic played really well. So there was a lot of cool stuff to look at, and that's like the first healthy sign. Na'Vi went through a similar transition when they started doing much better. Then it wasn't just Guardian, it was everyone else. So maybe they're heading in the right direction. They're going to be playing Gplay now, by the way. Well,
that's right. So they do head in. So Gplay was the team that beat NVS yesterday. They finished the day 2-1. That's what FlipSid sit at right now. So the implications of this game can actually be quite severe depending on how the rest of the day plays out. This potentially could give whoever wins a berth directly through, simply because NVS have 1 win right now and only 2 games left. The best they could finish now is with 3 wins, which is where one of these 2 teams is going to be already.
And as far as I can tell, they're going to be playing Mirage as well.
Yeah.
So that would be very interesting. Have we seen Gplay Mirage? Because I know I've been raving all day yesterday about it.
No, we haven't seen them at this tournament play Mirage, but we have seen them play versus a certain, one of our panel and caster friends here, Threat. Racer, and he was showing.
Got rolled.
Yeah, and he was showing me a couple of highlights from that round, and especially one of their B fakes, which I'm hoping we're going to get to see.
Yeah, running through underpass, or I know what you're talking
exactly.
about,
Basically, they throw 5 smokes over towards B, have 2 decoys on site, have one guy basically just sacrifice himself, jump out through it.
The martyr.
Yeah, basically, he's just giving up himself, jumping out of V-apps, and while all of that is happening, you have 3 people up connector, and you have one guy who's been hiding in E-apps the entire time, and it catches people off guard. Threat said during that round, we were only lucky to actually win it. It was just pure coincidence that we happened to come out with a win that round. But I'm excited to see that, and I'm not surprised that it ends up on Mirage because it's a map that both teams really enjoy playing. Gplay haven't played the best of teams on Mirage so far, but the record is pretty good on it.
Yeah,
actually, like, statistically, it's actually one of their best maps.
Yeah, I would probably rate it for them. Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2 probably is like the top 3 for Gplay. So they've played Inferno, they've played Dust 2, they've done pretty well for themselves.
Yeah.
So now I actually have pretty big expectations. But I do think we have a bit of an issue with the NKL up on the stage, so let's take a look at that.
All right, guys, I'm here with NKL from Gplay, the only English-speaking member from Gplay, so he's going to do a lot of interviews. But you guys, you did pretty well yesterday. You're surprising a lot of people with your very funky T-strats and stuff like that. Give me your summary and overall thoughts of day 1.
Oh, actually, we played our game. We had some mistakes only in the Na'Vi game because we didn't manage to make some retakes in the bomb sites, especially on B bomb side, and we were losing every single 3v3 situation and 1v1 and stuff. That was the main reason. Right after the 12-3 half, I believe, we lost SLTV, and it was a bit scary for us. I mean, I didn't felt comfortable after that, but it's okay. Right after there was the game with HellRaisers, and we took most of the situation, so that was the main reason we won. Today we're facing probably FlipSid, who are playing right now still. And I think it will be one good match. Hopefully the viewers enjoy it, and we're hoping for the win. That's it.
Okay, so again, yesterday we saw what seems to be, the story for anyone who's watching Gplay now is, wow, these guys on their T sides, they're really, really good. But it's the CT sides that that cause issues for you guys to close out the games. So you must have been talking about that. What are your thoughts on Gplay on the CT side?
Oh man, I don't know how to explain it, but it's really hard to us to play at CT. I mean, there are maps. It really actually depends which team we're playing against, because there are teams like, for example, MVS, who are running a lot, like our kind of play style, and it's really hard to play against this kind. For us especially, it's really tough to play against this kind of play style, and it really depends by the team. But I think when there is a best of 3, if we pass the group stage, it will be way better for us. We will be more relaxed and more comfortable, hopefully.
Okay, well, let's talk about that then. So you've got 2 games left, and as you say, you really need to win both of them. You've got FlipSid Tactics, which I think will be the next game after this interview is done. I think that'll be happening, and Gamers 2 as well. So first of all, thoughts against FlipSid. How do you think that's going to go?
It really depends which map we are going to play at, but I think it will be something like Inferno or Mirage. So we are feeling on both comfortable. We have really good T sides on both, and hopefully our city side will be good. and we have to win the first rounds, best rounds. That's it.
Okay, are you afraid of, Simple just going huge or anything like that?
No, when we practice them online, it's not almost the same. I mean, maybe he can't play against our play style, and it's hard for him. But we'll see. I can't say nothing until the game is over.
Okay, well, Gamers 2, they've been surprising people. Actually, it's Gamers 2 and Gplay. These are the two underdog teams that everyone's talking about now. So how do you think that game is going to go? Actually,
Gamers 2 are one pretty solid team, I would say, because they're a rising team like us. They've been to few majors. They've been really good job they made there, but I don't know. We've played them a lot online in officials. Last week we played them twice for different leagues, best of 3. The first one we won. The second one we lost 2-1 maps, I believe. And we know how they play, so we are prepared for them. All right, well, I'm very much looking forward to seeing you guys play your next matches. So good luck, and thank you very much for the interview. And that is all from us here for now.
They make no sense. Well, NKL, I don't know if Dan got the memo yesterday, by the way, because I was told 1-minute interviews, but obviously Dan's getting a ton of information out of Grey Worm about the Unsullied's chances here in this matchup. And again, these have massive implications. They both sit at 2-1.
I like that, though. I feel like Dan is sort of growing into his own. He's saying, look, the show's not going to start until I'm done anyway, so just going to keep going.
During next summer, he's just like building on these interviewing roles now.
Can't stop DDK like that, man. Can't stop him.
Can't stop, won't stop. Speaking of can't stop, won't stop, can they stop Simple in this game? It's Mirage. Is there a better chance of closing him down? Now, FlipSide's Mirage, by the way. Now, I don't know if Gplay are aware of it. Again, you talked up their Gplay, but the T side for FlipSide on this map is actually extremely strong. Twice they've come back from only 3 rounds on the CT to win the map.
Yeah, and the worrying thing for me is that, again, the CT side of Gplay is just a complete question mark. We don't really know what they can do. If on Mirage they're still going to be an extremely strong T-side team, that's all good and dandy, but if FlipSide play T the way they have been playing T-side on Mirage, then there's not going to be that much room for you to actually get anything done when you swap sides. But
because we haven't really seen them on this map yet, it's really hard to know. But the one thing that we can say is that yesterday they played Inferno twice, and the first time their CT side was awful. The second time was much better. So there's like instant improvement. They obviously went right back to the drawing board and said, okay, we need to fix things. But this time, it's the best of one game that if
they're not going to have a drawing board to go back to.
No, if it screws up now, that's it. Like they won't have any chance to fix it. So you got to really hope that. Maybe they can transfer some of the logic that they had on Inferno and say, okay, how do we have a similar setup? I think, some of the things they actually made work on the CT side of Inferno yesterday was just like basic rotations, like basic callouts like that. But some of the retakes were still awful. And, on Mirage, retakes are like the name of the game on the A-bomb side. So if they can't do that, they actually almost can't play the map.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm really excited to see is because what Gplay has done so well so far is abuse the fact that they know how teams rotate, and they know how to use the hell out of it. And that's going to be a big part on a map like Mirage, especially if they are able to actually get Simple out of CPL, take mid control, and if they get a pick from there, then that opens up a whole world of options for Gplay. And judging from what we've seen so far, they've been able to take advantage of that every single time. So if they can do that, that should bode well for their T side. But again, their CT side is going to be the big question mark for me.
Yeah, entirely. I think you were going to add to that.
No, I was just going to point out. The key to shutting down really big AWPers, obviously, unless you have an AWPer that's even better, is either trying to avoid them or have really great smokes. But actually, in the current version of Global Offensive, even that's really difficult because usually you can play around the smokes. So on Mirage, we've seen JW do it a lot, where he's sort of in the middle in the window, just jumps over the smokes and peeks in anyway. But then the other thing is, maybe they can actually just make sure they don't have the economy to buy them. If they can win early on, then maybe Simple won't actually be able to buy the AWP. That would be a big point.
And that's the point I was about to make, because for a long time, pre-op nerf, I haven't seen them do it as much since. They were flirting with a double op setup CT on this map that when it didn't work, cost them dearly in terms of economy and put them on the back foot. And this is going to be a T-sided game. Both teams, as we've seen throughout the tournament, aside from that one adjustment game from Gplay on Inferno, have been super CT-sided. So limiting mistakes is going to be massive. And if FlipSide get over-aggressive with their buying, they could get caught off massively.
Yeah, the one game we have seen a FlipSide on Mirage here, they opted to not go for a double op because World Edit would mainly hold towards B apps and did a good job with that. Markelov was the guy playing short, and that kind of allowed Simple to do whatever he wanted with the op in mid. So I'm not expecting to see a double up setup come out unless they're struggling heavily. That's probably the only reason I would expect.
Or way ahead, one of the two.
Well, that could very well be if they feel so comfortable and they have the money to spend with it. But if it's a tightly contested game, I don't see a double up coming out from FlipSid.
But I mean, FlipSid did show us on Inferno just now that they're willing to go for even like double eco on the terrorist side just to make sure that Simple has the AWP. So they understand how much of an impact he's going to have in the game with their rifle, and he's just gonna they'll sacrifice almost anything to get it on him. So that's a good sign.
In some ways, though, the last game does kind of help Gplay because FlipSid winning that means that there's more pressure on Gamers 2, who only have 2 games today to make up the difference. So Gplay may still get through regardless, but this could put them on the cusp either way for either team. So that said, we'll get into it, figure out exactly how it's going to go down. It's going to be an intense game, definitely, on Mirage. To take it away, it's DDK and Threat.
Thank you very much. Right, all right. This is going to be an interesting one, isn't it? Gplay and FlipSid. I'm kind of looking forward to this. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually very excited.
Yes.
Because
me too.
Because Gplay is. What are they doing?
Yeah,
on T-sides, it's like crazy. You just have to watch and be like, what are they going to do now?
And the funny thing about this game is FlipSid is known for having a great CT side on Mirage. This combined with the great T side on Mirage from Gplay, this might actually be a very strange game.
Yeah.
We have the famous B fake from Gplay, where they go B apps, 4 people throw smokes over to the B site and rush down underpass and just go through connector. And wouldn't be surprised if we see that one here. Would be awesome.
Yeah, I hope we get to see all the funkiness brought to the table. So we're hoping for FlipSid winning the knife then, I guess. I mean, in your experience from playing Gplay, do they actually choose the T side? Because it's quite, I mean, they are cleared that they are stronger there as well.
Yeah, I played them once officially on Mirage, and they won the knife round, they picked CT, which was a strange decision because they got like 11, 12 rounds as T, and they got 2 rounds as CT.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
That is so weird. All right, so this is really awesome, actually, because I've been waiting to see a Mirage from them in this tournament, and being able to cast one is a massive pleasure as well. And you can see that, of course, in the interview as well. NKL is generally, he has a lot of confidence for his team. Like I mean, you can also tell that it's somewhat of a proving experience for his team. Going to LAN, trying to get these results on the board against teams which are all on paper better than Gplay, all much more accomplished, much more experienced. Yet they seem to have maybe imagine if they could just sort out these CT sides a little bit, because again, that's something NKL was saying. Like, well, we just couldn't close these clutch situations. We just couldn't close the clutches, and they could have had they could be looking at a much better standing today had they been able to win the 1 games that they'd created for themselves.
Yeah, the biggest issue for Gplay is on the CT side and in these clutches, usually the retakes. And on a map like Mirage, you usually want to go for the retake as CT on that A site. You usually just want to thin out the terrorist numbers and then just go for that maybe 5v4, 4v3 retake. And if they don't manage to win those, they're in a lot of trouble on the CT side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see also like what FlipSid are going to bring to the table, because the thing with FlipSid, I think, like this is actually one of the cool things about this tournament in particular, is that all the teams in this tournament play such different Counter-Strike to each other, like all of them. Like, for example, Envious, well, everyone knows how Envious play, very aggressive, forcing up a lot. Of course, they're having issues with that at the moment, but the style is clear. You know what you're getting when you go into an Envious game. And when you look at a team like Gamers 2, they have a lot of aggression on their T sides. They rely a lot on trade situations, fast dynamic rounds, which are more rifle-based. Then you look at a team like FlipSid, where they've got the scariness of Simple and the potential for the double AWP. Some generally like good play around that, but that's the focal point. It's like how is Simple going to go huge in this game, and that's always the exciting thing for them.
Yeah, combined with the great mid-round calling from Blade.
Yeah,
he's actually an excellent in-game leader, and as I said, Gplay here with the most awesome set strats in the scene right now.
So, I mean, pretty much every team, there is something new, different, but every team, and the way that they match up together just has created what has been so far a very cool tournament here in Kiev for the StarSeries 13 LAN finals. So definitely feel very privileged to be a part of this, and we should be jumping into the game relatively soon, it would seem, as We are going to see the game go live, I believe, and the 9th round will kick off. I don't think they've already done it. I guess we're about to see. So you guys can get some awesome shots here. Really nice camera work by the StarSeries guys to capture the players in the playing environment up on the stage. And the players, I think, generally are usually, well, I mean, last time as well, like they were super happy. I mean, you've been to this this venue like in a long time ago, and everyone is really loving how it's improved, and the players always seem very happy too.
Yeah, always awesome to be here at Cyber Arena in Kiev, and looks like it's gonna be a close 9th round. Probably gonna be the win here for FlipSid. So yes, nice. We're gonna see Gplay on the T side.
That's what we wanted.
Yeah, exactly. In a funny way, this actually favors Gplay somehow, because they always seem to pick the CT side, even though they are a lot stronger on the T side. So if they get a good opening on the T side, it might actually just crush the confidence of FlipSid. So let's see what they will do here.
Okay, so jumping into the pistol between FlipSid and Gplay, and we are going to see, well, already some grenades. So anything, what can we expect from these this choice here from Gplay?
Well, probably going to be a set strat here towards the A site. Probably going to HE ticket booth here, Bondik. And Bondik do not have an armor. Yeah, he's going to move. Probably going to throw those HEs towards CT spawn.
All right, well, here we go. The nades are coming in for Gplay. Going to get a pre-nade there. Not perfect from FlipSid, but can they get the opening kills as these players go into the bomb site? So far, Simple's still on the bomb site. They need to take him down, and that's exactly what Dreamer's going to do. But still, Markloff and WorldEdit coming into play now. But the smokes are going to zone them out of the contention for the bomb site, and the bomb will be planted. So 2 versus 3 now. Pretty healthy, WorldEdit and Markloff, compared with Gplay. And that Molotov's going to force out. Oh, not quite getting the kill, though. But Dreamer's really low. Victor and Bubble, all incredibly low. WorldEdit can definitely make this one happen if he's fast on the shots. And there's the first player down. Is there a kit somewhere for him to go with? He's going to try to bait the players out, just holding the defuse, but he's got no kit, of course. Going to pull out one more frag. There's still an extra player towards the Palace area. Bubble is going to be just trying to back away here, and he's playing it perfectly. He will get the kill onto WorldEdit, and that will be the round for Gplay.
Yeah, excellent play there from Gplay. Considering they were so low on HP, they did what they could. They're just playing that bomb timer, and there was no way that WorldEdit was going to make that defuse. Great play from Gplay. Let's see if FlipSid go for the full force buy. Yes, they are going to. So Scout from WorldEdit to Jiggle on Simple. Gplay will probably just try to take mid control from the looks of it and just play from there.
Okay, so we'll have to see if FlipSid can get anything out of this Scout. Of course, you know, sometimes teams kind of stick around in these open areas a little bit too long, and the Scout gets like a few connections before anything happens, and that's like where we see these rounds go wrong. But so far, Gplay, they're not really seeing much of a challenge. WorldEdit with his Scout is actually towards the B apartments area, so there's no traffic there for Gplay really just yet. And slowly moving forwards down middle now. So Smoke's going down to cover the approach for Gplay. Playing it safe, have good trade opportunities here as well. And we're going to start to see a few engagements as they make their way into short. And Victor's going to go down by the ladder room. And this is a nice pickup there from Markloff, looking to reclaim that Galil as well. And he's going to do just that. He can even toss it to Simple if he really wants to. But he has a nice position to hold on to. And this is going to force Gplay back. They're going to cut their losses and make their way in for the A play. Nice smoke there onto Palace. As Bubble is going to be forced to go through it. Now, can they get these entries? They need fast, clean entries here, Gplay, to save this round and make sure that everything can go okay. And they're getting in there right now, looking to clean out the bomb site, and that's what is going to happen. Bondik will fall by the shadow. Dreamer goes over the top by the stairs, and it's looking good. 3-on-1. And WorldEdit just has a Scout, no armor. But maybe he can get some extra damage. And maybe even save the Scout.
Yeah, he should just save now. They're just going to push him otherwise, and it goes down. And bit of an overextension there from WorldEdit. Could have saved that Scout. Getting 2 kills at least. Maybe not the greatest when you go for the full force buy. And we're going to see a full eco here from FlipSid. So Gplay are going to look to win this round flawlessly.
Yeah, it's kind of a cool risk, I guess, with the Galil there towards the ladder room, even though he couldn't be traded, to kind of say, okay, well, we can, maybe if he wins that frag, then they have ladder room then, and then it's like a really, really one round. But they were still able to have a favorable situation when they were cutting their losses. So it feels like it was a nicely done, nicely handled. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just it was a pretty standard for Skyline. And aggressive play here from Simple.
Yeah, he's got that Deagle in hand, and we know what he can do with that. Yesterday, the amount of Deagle shenanigans from Simple was just ridiculous. I mean, you expect it because he'll always pick up the Deagle whenever he can, pretty much, in situations like this. But this round, he's not going to get much done. They might not expect Bondic to be. He's going to actually peak prematurely, and Bubble's going to take him down. So Markloff and Well-Did who are remaining on this full save from FlipSid. And, well, it looks like Gplay have got off to a very nice start here on Mirage.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see what Gplay is going to do on the next round. Will they go for a full set execute round, or will they open with a default, which is more standard on this map? It might be risky to go for the set play right away because you don't know the way the sieges are going to play. So usually you might just do a default opening. Even though you lose it, you get some information on how the sieges play. And we do have a full set of nades on Gplay. So let's look at the overview. What will they decide to do? Victor only buying one smoke and only has a Galil, just really saving his money.
We have a lot of players going Palace here for Gplay. What are they up to at the moment? They got... Oh, they're just going to go straight for this drop onto the site. This is actually amazing. But Bondic could shut this down. He's going to go for the spray. He gets 2 players. And now that's huge issues for Gplay as they haven't gotten into the bomb site yet. Bondic is still alive by Shadow. He's made the call to his teammates who are joining him. And they will be able to clean up the remainder of the push. That went completely, just terribly for Gplay. And now they're going to have to try to salvage the round with the 2 players that are left over. They still have the bomb, which is something, I guess. But speaking, they need a big performance. If NKL had maybe created a frag there, something could perhaps have happened, but this looks like this round is over now for Gplay.
Yeah, nothing Bubble can do, and that was actually what I was talking about. Gplay went for the, maybe not set round, but they went for something different than a default round with 3 people apps. And probably expected FlipSid to go for their standard play, which is playing 3 guys aggressive in the middle. And if they would have just gone for the default, they might have gained the information that FlipSid is playing differently. So not always a good idea to go for the funky, more anti-strat play in there in the first round.
It's quite cool in a sense as well, because we can see, of course, they have enough money to actually get the buy-in. And if they actually get the bomb down now and do a lot of damage, they can definitely force up another round after this if they lose. So kind of cool to just throw out a risk there straight away, but I'll have to see if they can make something happen. Are we going to see that fake that you're talking about before?
Yes, we're going to see it. One guy apartment, they're going to fake B now. 3 people going to go down underground, rush towards connector, and 1 guy is going, I think it's Victor, is going to rush out onto B all alone and just be a hero. And here comes the smoke. Let's see what Victor can do here.
Okay, so the fake is in play. Oh my god! How on earth did he make that one happen? Well did it. Spraying through the smoke, gets 2 headshots and cripples the fake. And it looks like FlipSid were going to buy it as well, but they will be quite weak going through connector. But Dreamer coming in from Palace, able to make the long range shot to open up connector for his teammates coming through. And now it's down to Simple, but Dreamer with another one. It's all onto Bondic on the bomb site, and he's going to deliver. But that round, it was all about well did it spray through the smoke.
Yeah, and usually you should throw a flash through the smoke right away, so the guy standing there wants to jump down. And it seems like that was Spy Leader's plan, but they just overcommitted a little bit, and also it's a bit lucky when you get 2 through that smoke.
Absolutely. So Fortune has favored FlipSid there, and we're going to see a force-up regardless, wanting to keep the pressure on the CT economy. Definitely going to be afraid of Simple being able to just have orbs all the time, and we're going to see a bit of an execute here. So what kind of execute are they going to go for? Let's see how the smokes land. Okay, we're going to get the wall of smoke, just cutting the site in half, allowing a good approach into connector if they want it. But they're actually going to go behind the smoke, plant in the middle, and see what they can get done here. So they have that plant guaranteed. FlipSid looking for the retake. They really need some damage here, but they're not getting anything done. FlipSid have not lost a single man just yet, and Simple's just going in with the AWP. Does actually miss the shot and goes down. 2 quick kills here from Gplay. They can definitely create some more damage from this position. Dreamer with another one. And 3 players dead and the bomb down. That suddenly turned into a great situation for Gplay.
Yeah, great try there from Gplay. It's really hard when you actually get out on that site, and that's what we were talking about earlier. It's so easy to win that retake as CT. FlipSid just played it perfectly. You just wait for the smokes to fade. You just wait for your teammates to come from B, then you use all your nades, you try to zone the terrorists out, 1 position at a time, and then just go for the defuse.
And they kind of committed themselves to forcing in this round with with not the best buy in the world, but they got the bomb down and so much damage, they've got to keep it going. And we are going to see what looks to be like a more standing round. This looks like they're going to go for that A play, get 3 players through connector, but this is the issue. Simple in middle. He is able to stop this round before it can get started for Gplay, picking up a frag, and Blade is going to help as well. So we can see the grenades going in, the smokes rather, for Gplay, but it has not gotten their players through mid to connector as they wanted. So this is just falling apart all over the place. It looks like FlipSid are gearing themselves up for a pretty clean round at the moment. And we will have Dreamer making his way in, and he needs to get some damage done. He's actually been fragging pretty effectively. Can he keep it up here in the end of this round? Ooh,
yeah, just want to get some kills here to pressure the economy of FlipSid.
He's actually not taking any damage somehow, but they all know where he is. Simple might repeat with the super. Yeah, he's just going to go in. He's got super low HP, but he's got an AWP, and he's Simple, and he'll get the kill onto Dreamer. So clean one there from FlipSid.
I hope the 2 kills from World Edit won't scare Gplay from doing set execute plays like that, because it wasn't really their execute that went wrong, it was World Edit getting those 2 kills through that smoke. So if Gplay just keeps playing default and just going for the picks, they might actually be looking to go to a very bad CF here.
We'll have to see how they try to approach it, but due to the analyst bonus, they have decided to go for the force up, and we have all the nades in. Over the top into the A-bomb site for the execute again. Going to be looking to plant in the middle of the smoke as they've cut the site in 2. And Simple going to go over the top of the AWP, looking for the no-scopes. He's going to get eliminated by Victor, and they don't even get the bomb planted, and it's only a single kill. FlipSid right now, they're generating so much momentum.
Yeah, 5-3. They're starting to build up that bank. What will Gplay do? They should maybe try to go for the A strat they did. They only had checks 9s around, and they made it into a 2v2 after plant situation, so it looks like they're going just mid though. Just looks like a simple default round, and Simple getting the entry kill once again.
Yeah, this has been really painful for them. Simple on those mid picks, but they have a man through connector straight away. It's actually, I think, Victor who is in connector. He's moved through, he's enabled his teammates Bubble to get out of Palace onto the A-bomb site. So this is chaos all over the place, but Simple has redirected his attention over towards the A-bomb site, and the bomb is actually making its way down there. So the problem is, I think NKL's the only guy who has a smoke, so it's going to be impossible to smoke Simple off from where he's standing right now, I think. Or maybe not. Did NKL throw that from mid?
I think he did.
Wow, that's pretty awesome there to know how to do that smoke from mid, and it's going to be Simple smoked off now, but still the angles to play with. Going to get, I think, a tag onto Dreamer, but he won't go down. Simple on 18 HP is going to be very careful getting sprayed through the smoke as his teammate Markolov comes in from connector. This is anyone's guess who's going to win this round. Simple goes in, he's going to get taken down by Bubble, and that's going to leave it down to Markolov as he comes in. Gets the headshot onto Dreamer. Nice one there by him, and he's just missing the sprays. Bubble's going to come back out for the repeat. Spray comes in, but Markolov will deliver the frag and the defuse for his team. FlipSid are going to win another round, and I mean Gplay with so much damage. I guess that's something, but there's still FlipSid have so much bank.
A great round there from Markolov. However, it looks like the Gplay player was kind of nervous there. He should actually have won that duel since Markolov was running towards him in that angle. And Gplay will go for the buy once again. 4 people going towards A, and 1 guy is probably going to smoke mid from the B stairs there. So 3 guys going up. So they're going to go do the 3-guy apps round again. Will Bondik be able to get 2 kills now?
All right, so the focus rests on Bondik as he now gets the first one. There's the second one on the spray, and Bondik delivers 3 kills in a row. Great stuff there from him, and once again, Gplay, their set strats are just not working because FlipSid, Bondik, well, they're defending so damn well.
Yeah, they should at least throw a flash in the smoke. There's no reason not to do that, because if you're running out, you're going to give away your position anyway.
Yeah,
so if you throw a flash in the smoke, they won't even see it, so it's not like you're telegraphing anyway. So that's just, careless play from Gplay.
Oversight to their pushes, indeed. Now, we have a very fast angle here for Simple with a boost, so you get the best timing possible. And this is the kind of play with the AWP that really can screw a team over, and especially in Gplay's position where they keep losing a man early on to this AWP. However, this time around, We won't see anybody towards B apps here for Gplay. So actually this will end up helping them that there is no presence from Simple early on in middle. However, how long will that last for? He's going to be moving all over the place, but what it's going to try to get an angle here is they are aware that Gplay have pushed into mid. They're looking for that three-pronged attack again, and there's a great smoke, but Blade has a gap he can look through, but he turned away just at the wrong moment. Going to go through here. Gplay pick up the frags onto the entry, gets the flanking frag onto NKL, and now it's a 3-on-3. Gplay though on the bomb site. Bondic applying the pressure here from CT, but his comrades are falling. He is going to even up the situation though for FlipSid. Bomb is down on the floor now. And time is not just an issue just yet here as Dreamer goes in for the duel from Connector. So very chaotic round here. That looks like Gplay getting some advantages. Oh dear, Simple missing a very key shot. Dreamer's not going to let him out the corner without a swift death as he tries to get himself out. But the smoke was not perfect either. Now Simple's in so much trouble. Dreamer gets an easy frag. Going to make that one happen every time. And now Bondic goes for the spray through the box. Not going to make it happen. And he gives away his position as well. Gplay repositioning post-plant, wanting to play this by the book. And so far, so good, as Bondic makes his way for some fake defuses to try to get some of his players to peek. And there it is, Dreamer's going to win the frag. So very well done by Gplay there. Finally making the three-pronged attack work from mid.
Yeah, great play there from Gplay. I like how they played it very slow in mid, very disciplined, just used their nades, smoked off every area. You saw one guy shorts trying to get the kills towards Connector, but Gplay just kept denying him with their nades. So let's see if Gplay decide to do the same thing. FlipSid might actually answer that now with playing even more aggressive in mid.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that the only reason they showed that before. Didn't work because Simple would always get a kill or two in middle. That round they had a fast timing to B apps, so they're like, okay, let's boost Simple there, which actually helped Gplay get through mid. So, and now he's back in Connector again. So this is really anyone's guess who's going to actually make this happen here. And they're actually delaying it, so it looks like they might go for the same thing, but there's a delay here.
And if I look at the overview, Gplay is just camping all the areas on the map. They gain no map control in mid. Now they strafe out mid. This is a very weird round from Gplay.
Yeah, so FlipSid a little bit confused as to what's exactly going on right now. Minute left in the rounds, and there's not really a huge move from Gplay. It's just only happening now as they're moving into Connector. Victor going for the spray through the wooden boards, but it's not going to connect all that much. Again, trying to win these duels here. Blade is just looking for some info, but they still don't know exactly what's going on. Gplay, they've shown their hand in middle, but where are they going to go with this? They force FlipSid all the way back here. They are playing the most defensive positions they can possibly play. And if Victor can win this duel against Blade, that could really help things, but it will not happen. Blade is going to defend Connector like a hero, and it's going to be now just 4 players left for Gplay. 20 seconds left on the clock. They've got to make the push happen into B. They are getting the entries. NKL with a double, and now things looking terrible for FlipSid. What on earth can they pull off in this situation? They're going to go for the retake. They've got loads of cash, and Simple, looks like he wants to go from short here.
Yeah, and I wonder if they will actually go for this retake.
Looks like they are going to go for it, and NKL's going to take down Bondic straight away. And he knows that the next player's there as well in Simple, and Simple's going to try to get out of there and see if he can keep himself alive, maybe do some extra damage, but it's going to be Spy Leader who will get the frag. But very good explosiveness from Gplay. They really forced FlipSid to move around so much because there's 20 seconds left, and FlipSid were thinking, like, where the hell are they going?
Yeah, and that was a individual skill one round by NKL. When Blade got that entry on Victor, the fake failed because they were going to try to fake that they were going to do the same thing. They had one guy in apps, Victor was going Connector, and then they killed the guy in Connector. So Blade has all the information, oh, it's not an A push, and they have 2 guys on B, both Markelov and I think it was World Edit who defended B there, didn't manage to get a single kill. So really nice play there from NKL.
We're back into the execute, the wall of smokes here, but this time it's going to be good trades from both sides. However, Gplay bomb is down at the moment, but Dreamer's going to make life a little bit easier, taking over stairs. The trades again coming in, and it's going to be a 2-on-1 here. Very fast round, just straight up trading. Again, battle of individual skill like you're talking about. And this time around, Gplay just managed to take down FlipSid, and that's really good news because now they've actually broken the economy of FlipSid. They've actually managed to pull out 6 rounds here. Do you think 6 rounds, I mean, because the best case now is 8 rounds for Gplay. Is that enough on their T side?
I don't really know. I think they're looking to win the half. If they get up to 7, I guess it's okay, but considering how bad their CT sides has been in the past, they really need to step it up individually because they don't have this good like solidness and team play on the CT side where you do pop flash each other in mid. That means they just have to go for the individual skill. And we've seen some good stuff from players like NKL and Victor today, and Dreamer.
Yeah, I mean, it's very possible that, you know, they went home last night, they're like, guys, we couldn't close on the CT sides. We're already winning our T sides so well. This is, I mean, that would be if you were going home in the middle of a tournament and you're winning and that's where you're losing, you have to be discussing that. That has to be the point of discussion. Okay, well, looks like Michael's going to get a sneaky little frag there. Now, Gplay would do well not to let this compound into greater losses without having a situation where they can win the round. And there you go. NKL picks up the entry into the T pit area, and we'll have Markov going over with the AK he's found. He's going to get taken down as well. So there you go. All is well here for Gplay as they take 7-7, and we go into the last round of the first half. And I am really, really curious about their CT side, but still one more round to play before we get there.
And the game is paused. There was a bug with eBot. The eBot thought it was one extra round, which means it would have been halftime by this point. So it could be a little bit of a pause here. And if they were, this was ever any other team, any other match, I would say, oh, the guys on the terrorist side are probably going to win this game. They have 7 rounds already. But considering it's Gplay, you can't apply like regular CS3 theory on the game when they're playing.
So what do you think the Gplay would be talking about right now?
Maybe they're already focusing on the CT side and how they're going to handle it. They're going to be up either 8-7 or down 8-7. So they don't have that many rounds to work with as they did versus Navi yesterday when they won 12-3 on Inferno. So it's not like they can go for super risky plays. However, they shouldn't be afraid to do things in middle. They shouldn't be in that position where, oh, we're so bad at CT, we just have to play it safe.
Yeah, that's the worst.
Yeah,
you're playing to like lose not terribly instead of playing to win, sort of thing.
Exactly. They have to go for some risks, and even though they try to do some of this risk and they fail, they have to keep doing them because as soon as you start to play very defensive as CT on Mirage, the terrorist is just going to walk all over you.
All right. Well, we're back into the action as we'll see the full buy from both sides, although it's a little bit stretched here for FlipSid. We're getting a lot of chance for Gplay in the background there, and FlipSid at the same time. Seems pretty even in the crowd, actually. Simple going to be smoked off here in mid, and
I think they're going to go for the same connector fake with Victor going connector, considering the bomb is up in B apps.
Ooh, and that's going to help sell it. Spyleader picks up a kill through connector onto Blade. Now, that is always very hard to deal with as the CTs. Simple's going to try to connect something here into middle, misses the flick shot, and he's not going to re-peek just yet. Going to reposition towards jungle. And right now we've got the plant onto the B-bomb site. This is looking like a very nice round here from Gplay, just surgically removing one player after the other from FlipSid. But Simple, he's been known to pull them out of situations much worse than this one. Although the smoke will cause some issues. They're going to try to boost up Simple here onto the doubles crates. Looking over the top here, and not spot anything just yet. And he's going to drop in, and that smoke is causing so many issues. And they have all the nades to keep throwing in there to keep the delay going. And Simple's going to take one frag, but that's it. 8-7. Gplay will be going up in the half. But as you said, everything rests on their CT side now. And that's where the greatest questions have been for the entire tournament.
Yeah, and going for that boost on the retake usually telegraphs that there are 2 people there. I think the guy there heard that they were jumping around, so he was certain that they were going to go for the boost, and also then certain that, oh, both players are coming short, which means they only have to look towards one choke area. So should have known that that would telegraph, but what can you do when there's a smoke there? Yeah, basically an impossible retake.
Yeah, absolutely. So Dreamer, I mean, this guy was making a lot of situations happen for his team, to be honest. So really nice performance from him. We actually saw some pretty good work from everyone, and actually Victor is the one who's on the bottom frag, and usually Victor's the guy that is going to be doing better on the team. But yeah, now it's just about seeing how they kick things off. They really need, of course, to win the pistol. Have you seen any nice pistol strats from the CT side of Gplay that come to mind?
Not really, to be honest. They usually play very standard, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the standard pistol where you go 2 people aggressive short, leave 1 guy on B, 1 guy ticket booth, and 1 guy peeking from window. It's just a solid pistol round. And you see a kit on Spy Leader, 2 smokes actually, Bubble and NKL, so wouldn't be surprised if they go for the Nina defuse, if they manage to go, or FlipSid manages to plant the bomb.
Okay, nice nade there from Bondic. He's going to be able to smoke off CPL, and we might get the rush through connector actually. However, Gplay already picking up a frag there. Victor popping ahead, but the trade is going to be there from Simple. So a pretty interesting situation now for both sides, having a player down in the early stages. Now there's not many people in B. Looks like they're actually playing B retake here, which is very difficult to do compared with the A retake. And in fact, it is going to be B that gets hit by FlipSid as they drop into the bomb site. Dreamer's going to try to make something happen with the pistol there, but he just has to wait for his teammates at this point, see if he can get a cheeky frag whilst they are en route. And post-plant positions now have been taken by FlipSid. So this is going to be a rather difficult retake. Again, it's usually a much harder site to get going for yourself as the CTs. We do have Bodadit now in a great position with the tech, and they're just going to get completely overwhelmed here. It's not happening at all. Simple with four kills, looking for the ace, but Bondic was going to pick up the final kill. And yeah, the B retake, so that's quite a gamble.
Yeah, absolutely, especially because they threw away their smokes. If you have smokes, you can smoke off some of the key positions, even smoke the bomb and go for the Nina defuse. I don't know where they threw the smokes before, because they had 2 in the beginning of the round. And also Victor getting that entry kill, then deciding to go for another duel there in middle versus Simple. Not a good idea.
And already we're going to see an opener from Simple into CPL. So looking good right now for FlipSid in this anti-eco. And it is a force from Gplay as well. And they've actually decided to stack most players towards B, which I always like the stacks on forces as well, because you can save your pistol armor if you want to as well.
Yes, and the bomb is going through to connector. Not a single kill so far for Gplay. That has gone for that full force buy. As soon as they go for the plant here on A, we're probably going to see Gplay just go for the exit kills.
Yeah, they're just holding at the moment still, trying to see if they can catch anybody off guard, but there is, of course, nobody there. And they'll find that out soon enough as now the bomb has been planted. And what if it's going to spot one of the players? FlipSid are looking to actually finish them off here, as what if it is just looking in by shorts, and they'll take over shop surely very soon. I think we have Dreamer, who's in the shop at the moment with a 5-7 for Gplay, and he's going to go down. So really nice stuff here from FlipSid, just approaching it slowly, steadily. And they should be able to get this fairly clean, but that said, Bubble picking up 2 surprisingly quick kills as another one from Victor, and that turned into a pretty good situation there for Gplay.
Yeah, usually you don't want to push the guys who has gone for the force buy, because you go towards them, they can stay in really good positions, and usually they get a lot of kills, so they will actually get out ahead in that situation, and that's exactly what happened there.
So I'm a little bit afraid for Gplay after a start like this. We know what their CT sides have been like, and we are going to see now the full save coming in from them, and they're going to go for the quick push into mid. So what did it with the Max 10 going to make some bank as he takes down Bubble already. There are the rest of the players to challenge him, but what did it looking pretty good. Here's got some support from Bondic, and nobody dead just yet from FlipSid. Looks like just NKL left now as he looks for something, and he will get eliminated as well. So 10-8 is the score, and FlipSid take another round, and we will get the buy from Gplay, and this is where we get to see some answers.
What will Gplay do this round? They did go for that full force buy, so won't be able to buy a full set of nades on each player. NKL even go for the FAMAS. No one going to be for Gplay.
Okay, so they're going for a bit of a gamble here. They've recognized that their buy is pretty weak, and what did it? I mean, this is a good response from FlipSid, actually. They're just playing it very passively at the opening of the round. Now, will Victor, who's close up, will he actually go further? This is something that Fnatic used to do quite a lot, and that is an amazing shot by Wilder, just picking Victor off straight away, and he might get another one. Oh, that flash timing was perfect, and although Wilder is going to get taken down, so looks like Gplay could still save this just yet, but no. Markov able to take down Spy Leader and retake control of middle. Bubble, however, he's all alone by A. He's going to take down 2 frags of his own, and all of a sudden we got a 2-on-2 out of nowhere. Gplay in a situation where the problem is for them is that they don't know where the bomb is. And with no eyes on B, they're going to have to slowly but surely get a guy over there. And I think they're going to realize now they've heard all the noise from B. They've heard the smokes. They're going to hit the plant go down as well. And they're going to get in position for a retake. Blade and Markloff taking some positions of their own as well. Oh, there it is. Oh, wow. Dreamer, very, very nicely done. Catches Markloff off guard. Didn't expect that so quickly. And now Blade in a 1-on-2. The in-game leader here for FlipSid. Looking for the clutch. Won't make it happen. Dreamer will make the round work for Gplay. But what a crazy round that was.
Yeah, very back and forth. FlipSid getting into a 4v2, still deciding to take a peek from apartments and slope without no chance of going for the refrag. Just a very undisciplined play there from FlipSid. Just fall back, go together, and go for the trades in that situation.
And we've got a 10-9 scoreline now in favor of FlipSid. And we've got another buy from them. And of course, Gplay lost a lot of players, so pretty critical for them to actually win here and to preserve their economy and keep the buys rolling in and avoid the double eco situation. FlipSid looking like they might want to go for just a quick execute towards A, but Gplay again with a lot of players towards middle. Now they're not pushing up though. On the flip side, they've got Wilder who's spotting in mid, top mid there. And in comes FlipSid as well, back into middle with a few players. Dreamer with a good position, but Wilder, his reactions are just too good. He's going to take down Dreamer, and that's very unfortunate. Simple as well, getting a pick onto Spy Leader by Connector. And this is a disaster now for Gplay. I mean, this is something you're talking about. They weren't able to flash over for each other. They're just raw aim duels on the CT side, raw one-on-one aim duels on the CT side. It's not what you want.
Exactly, and the weird thing is that they can play the T side so well. Here we go, a B push here from FlipSid.
Yeah, and it's going to be a nice entry there onto Victor. And again, Victor was left alone as his teammate did go down by short, and bomb will go down easily. So FlipSid, they read that how to play this round really well. They're like, okay, we've got a couple picks, just got to move together onto a bomb site. Gplay won't know where we're going, and that was it.
Yeah, and Gplay is going to be mono reset now, so FlipSid is looking very good at the moment. And as you said, Gplay is going for those aim duels in mid. The guy boosted on the box, I would actually say that's a good position. It was just a 6 shot from World Edit. He actually has an advantage when peeking from that box. But the second guy going through connector, sure, you want to go for the trades when you go down one, yeah, CT or Mirage. But you could at least ask for a flash for your teammate, pick from window. Just taking that simple aim duel, just walking out when you know the AK is down there in mid is just not a good idea.
Yeah, and this is where we can see FlipSid get rolling now because, as you mentioned, you know, they were able to save a couple of rifles, but we're going to see them force up behind it with pistols. And FlipSid, well, they don't have an AWP just yet, but that doesn't really matter too much because, of course, they are pretty competent riflers, especially Simple, who can do quite the entry work with it. We'll see the execute coming in with just the standard nades from FlipSid. Some counter grenades as well, but they're just going to run through them and just overpower Gplay with their AK-47s. And these pistols, I mean, they surely aren't going to do a lot of damage here. Bubble has a nice gap to work with as the bomb gets planted, but he's going to get actually doesn't get taken down by Simple jumping in over the top. It's going to be Bubble who wins that duel, so he's going to hold him to connector, and all of a sudden we've got lots of pressure all around the shop here for FlipSid. They are pushed into the most horrible positions on the bomb site. Going to have to fight their way out, tooth and nail, but Gplay coming in with a huge retake. How did they make that one work? I will never know.
Yeah, I have no idea. Simple deciding to jump through the smoke on stairs when they're up on a 5v4 on that after plant. You could go and gain some ground, but as we said earlier, always have a guy that can go for the refrag. Always try to time it with your teammates. Simple, just being simple, I guess, and just trying to do his
everything
thing alone.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy, actually, considering that they had 3 pistols, and it's going to give them a lifeline. But Simple is going to just remove that lifeline as quickly as he possibly can. Good work with the AWP, as you'd expect. He's going to reposition now as well. So you got an early run advantage, super early run advantage. How do you play this as a tease?
I wonder if Bubble got stuck or something in the vent, because even though you have bad spawn as CT, you're usually a bit ahead of the terrorist going for that peak, so that was strange. Because Simple would have gone down probably if the CT was already there peaking.
And we got a 5-on-4, or NKL could actually even things up here. If he gets, there's no one to flash from him. NKL's actually completely alone on the A site. So NKL, a lot of this falls onto him. If he can actually get some kills here, he could make it a winnable round. If he goes down for free, it is a very poor round indeed for Gplay, but he's going to make the frag happen, and he's got to do so much by himself at the moment, repositioning into Shadow, and he's going to try to spot Bonnet with the jump. I'm not sure if he saw him, actually. Molotovs are going to come in. Nice little pop flash there from NKL. He's got to go for this, try to commit. He's sorted from all sides, but well done, it will take down the kill. 3-on-3 now, so things getting interesting here in this round as the A-bomb side is under attack, and Gplay have to try and work around the smokes that have been tossed in by FlipSid. And well done, it's still that AWP causing issues as Victor comes in from CT, only to find a smoke blocking his path, and also to find himself now alone in this retake effort. Going to go over the top. Oh, great stuff there. He almost gets the spray down as well, but it's going to be Welded who picks up the frag with the AWP again. It's a really good round from Welded.
And will Gplay go for the force buy? It's a very tough decision at this point. They should actually just save. They can put a lot of pressure. Yeah, they're actually going to go for the force buy. FlipSid's economy is kind of pressured.
Oh, look at that. Just trying to bait out a shot there. Not going to happen. The underpass push not happening either for Spy Leader. And this is not going quite as well as the previous force-up went for Gplay.
And Gplay is in this position where they cannot play the basics as CT or Mirage. So they just have to go for this risky play where they just try to push areas like they did there. And there is risks to doing that, as they can just hold, as Markelov did there. So Gplay is just being desperate right now. They have no good answer to what FlipSid is doing.
Yeah, Simple is going in alone. He's going to be careful. Yeah, he's going to go down. And again, this solo play is causing issues for FlipSid. This is a 3-on-3 now. And Dreamer, he's come up massive in many of these rounds. If they challenged into him, you never know what's going to happen, but they are going to back away and redirect themselves towards A. Now, A is actually, with so few players left, is actually harder to deal with, I think, than B, because you have to look in so many different angles. You can get attacked from all sides.
Looks like one guy going through connector here.
Gplay are reading the B, though, or gambling into the B defense.
Why are they going 3 people on B in a 3v3?
That is very odd indeed. They just want to play the retake, I guess, or as a team together.
I have no idea why they are doing this.
Well, we'll have to see if it's going to actually pan out for them. Okay, they're going to go for the. They wanted either the strongest possible defense or the save, it seems.
Yeah, I guess they were almost out of the game if they lost this round, and maybe it's because they had 19 HP on Bubble and 48 on Dreamer, but even. I mean, you can leave one guy to take it both C to spawn. He can easily kind of snipe the planter, and you just go from there and see what happens. You don't really have to save towards B right away in a 3v3.
Oh, yeah. Interesting decision. I mean, we'll have to see how it actually ends up helping or hurting them. Because now they're actually able to pick up some rifles, so they're going to have something into this round, but again, it's they have to force up behind it. I mean, there's no choice other than to do that. It always feels like Gplay are having to create crazy situations to have a round win.
Yeah, and considering their CT on Mirage, they really need to work on their basics.
Okay, well, we have Simple looking for the opening kill. He's gotten it so many times, and that was a close shot. Isn't going to land it this time around, though, as the smoke will come in from CT's over by B. Just jumping around is Victor at the moment. Dreamer's going to pick up a frag in mid with a quick peek, but he's going to go down to 12 HP. So, FlipSid, they actually gained some ground doing this. But can they convert onto some kills as well? It's actually not looking too bad for Gplay actually at the moment, being a man up and having control of the situation. The bomb is down towards middle and B for FlipSid at the moment, so not really showing their hand to us just yet either.
FlipSid do have great map control. So Gplay has to defend so many angles at the same time here. You actually see one guy in the window room just forced to just look for the boost. very spread out position here from Gplay.
And they're going to go for the B play. This is very interesting. Victor needs to come out with a good series of kills here. In they go now, looking to make their way to jump into the bomb side. Good stuff initially here from Bubble and Victor. 2 on 4 for FlipSid. This looks very difficult indeed, but the frags are actually going to start happening. It's just Bondik who's left alive against 3 players. 18 seconds left to make something happen. Goes for the spray down. Gets to jump onto Bubble, but not the frag and not the round. Gplay pick up a round. This is going straight down to the wire. And FlipSid run out of money.
Yeah, 2 people has to go for the Tech 9. FlipSid will, of course, go for the force spike because if they break Gplay's bank here, the game is almost over. And so extreme.
Oh, they didn't actually.
No, Simple just going for the AK armor.
This is
They're actually going for the eco because if Gplay can win this round with a lot of people still alive to the next round, they're actually looking great to win this game.
Wow, Gplay somehow turning this one around. We're going to have Simple on that AK, the star player for FlipSid. Put any gun in his hand, he is extremely dangerous. But will it be enough in this round to save FlipSid from giving Gplay a very strong position to win the map?
And this can be disastrous for Victor. He's not going for the information play. He's playing very passive, which means he will not be able to buy time for his team. He would rather just go for the kills.
And he does have Dreamer below, so they could get a really good crossfire setup. They're going to be going in now, our FlipSid. This has to work for them. It needs to work, but Victor goes for the spray down, and indeed we get 2 frags. In fact, Simple team killing onto Blade, and Dreamer stays alive. Great headshot as Bondik drops down. He is trying to snipe more with that M4, but it won't happen. Good response from Simple, but still, it's an uphill struggle here for FlipSid as they go 1 against 3. It's world against the world, indeed, as he takes down 1 Bubble. Spy Leader and NKL moving in. And it will be the frag.
He actually dinks Spy Leader there. That would have been so scary if we would have gotten that kill. And FlipSid did what they needed to do. They got 3 kills and the bomb plant. So still a very good chance of FlipSid winning this game. If they win this round, Gplay will be broke.
All right, so this is very, very intense. I didn't expect. This is such a weird. I mean, you called it already. Like this is going to be a super weird game. It is a really weird game. It's a really, really weird game. Okay, let's see. Simple. Oh, he's going to go for the fast pick. Gets the shot. Great flick there onto Spy Leader. Straight away at the start of the round. This guy, you never know where he's going to hit you. This time it was a slope, and they are going to lose Spy Leader. So what on earth do you do as Gplay in this spot? Do you go for an aggression, or do you just play a bit more passively?
Considering they're very low on money, I would just stack a site and just save if they go the other one. Dreamer will get entry though, so it's a 4v4 now. And if you look at the overview, Gplay is playing very passive right now, and this might actually punish them because FlipSid do have that mid control. And if FlipSid just go for a, let's say, A split here, I think they're just going to win by pure numbers because defending defense with 2 people here on A is not going to work.
All right, well, they're going to look to try and go for something here in towards Connector, and Simple's getting himself some angles up from the slope, and the nades will come in. And NKL, he's done a good job from the shadow area in the past, and playing his solo in the past, he's done very well indeed. But in once again, we have FlipSid, and now the rotation can start to happen for Gplay as well, as they are pretty aware of what's going on. The bomb is going to be spotted, and Blade will pick up Dreamer, who is over by Catwalk. This is actually looking quite good. If they just have to kill NKL, but he's going to go for the spray down. Only gets 1 frag, significant damage onto Bondik, but it's not enough. Bubble comes in with the AWP, cannot make it happen, and FlipSid are looking incredibly good at the moment. Victor over the top by the toll booth. He gets eliminated, and 14-12 will be the score as FlipSid have now broken the bank of Gplay. What did Gplay do here? They are completely screwed.
Yeah, and the audience is just going nuts for FlipSid right now. FlipSid is looking to win this game. Gplay is very low on money, will go for that force buy. Scout on Bubble, 5-7s on 3 players. Looks like a fast A execute here from FlipSid.
All right, going to have the smoke in on middle. And so 2 players there looking for some damage in mid from Gplay, and they're not going to find it just yet. So it's a smart by FlipSid to just go for this A play together. Together they stand, but together will they fall? That's not all that certain at the moment, as we do have these scouts working in these pistols as well, but it's not actually happening at all. Only 1 frag for Gplay as Victor comes in from the side now with a 5-7. Bomb goes down though for FlipSid, and it looks very, very good here. Just spraying him down through the smoke, and it looks like just a mere formality now as FlipSid are looking to close out the match.
Yeah, what you do as in Gplay's position here, you will of course go for the buy since you lose if you lose a round, and must take they must make a gamble play here.
All right, so 15-12, and we'll see what gamble they have in store. Gplay. It's looking pretty nice to begin with here. NK are actually going to take down Simple. They had numbers there. Simple going for a quick picking play. The flip side must know that Gplay don't have any cash here. They've just given an AK away.
Yeah, they should have just played together in a situation like this. And they should know that Gplay is probably going to make a lot of gambles. And look at this, he's already down into T-slope. Will the guy from Apartments kill him, though?
This is really, really interesting right now. What a position from NKL. Nice reaction there from Bondic, though. We'll deal with that threat. So 4 versus 4 now, as Gplay have limited weapons to really deal with the assailants that are present towards the apartments here in B. Victor's going to try to spot in. Does get Molotov away. Oh, wow, nice shot there from Dreamer. Putting that AK-47 to work. 3 players now left for FlipSid. This could happen here for Gplay, but good entry frags coming in from Bondic and World Edit. Will secure things on the bomb site. But in comes Bubble with that 5-7, just spamming away. He's looking very hard for him to find anything here, and he's not going to do it. Just Spy Leader left with the CZ, and this should be closed out very shortly here for FlipSid. Spy Leader needs something massive here. And he hasn't even had many bullets to kill all these players who are facing him all at once. Actually, a team clash there, preventing a quick kill. And there it is, 16-12. FlipSid are going to take it against Gplay. What a crazy match, but I think we expected something along these lines.
Yeah, FlipSid is stronger than Gplay on this map because Gplay's city side is not. They really need to work on it. It seems like they don't even have the basics down on the city side, and that's so weird considering they have such a strong T side.
Yeah.
On not only this map but on every map. And yeah, the map pretty much went as we thought. Strong T side from Gplay, weak city side, and yeah. And 16-12.
And the only match that Gplay actually have left today is going to be against Gamers 2, so they still have a really hard match ahead. Gamers 2 proved themselves very, very worthy, and they've been winning games and also putting out performances in ways that were unexpected. For example, the performance against Na'Vi. Like, who would have expected them to do so incredibly well in that situation? Like, getting so many CT rounds on Cobble against Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's not an easy task. It's not easy to get CT rounds against any team on that map.
All right, guys, we're going to throw it to the stage.
Puts you in a really good position to get through to playoffs. This game in particular, Mirage, typically really T-sided for you guys, and you had a really good CT half. Did that make it a lot easier, or was Gplay still a challenge in all aspects?
It wasn't a really easy game for us and for them as well. It was really tight, and it was hard. We made a lot of stupid mistakes on CT side, and some rounds were stupid on T side. But overall, we managed to win it, and it's cool.
Yeah, and I mean, pistol round started off well for you guys. You had a big lead on CT that actually got given up. Was there any doubt or disparity within the team in terms of communications, or were you guys pretty cool about it?
Yeah, but we won like 7 straight rounds or so, and then we started to changing something, positions, like Simple went to the B, no matter why, I don't know, and everything crashed, and we started losing round by round. That was really stupid.
Was that a call by Simple himself, or was that something that was discussed by Blade?
No, it was his call.
Okay. And then the second round, you guys played quite well, as again on your terrorist side. They slowed you guys a little bit. It wasn't easy, but once you got the economy rolling, you closed out the game. Again, you guys are in a really good position now to go through. You just pretty much have to sit back and watch. How do you feel about your performance overall as a team?
I'm pretty satisfied. We played really well.
And how much do you guys think being in Moscow, just previous to this for the qualifier for ESWC, playing on LAN with Simple, was that a huge aspect to being able to come into this LAN a little more prepared? Because you guys don't often get to play with Simple, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right. And like ESWC qualifiers was something like practice for our team before the LANs, before the Star Lotto.
All right, well, excellent tournament from you guys. We'll see you guys again a little bit later on. FlipSid have done an excellent job for themselves. They now sit 3-1. Have to sit back and watch now for the rest of what's going to play out. They have one more match, but pretty much play out between the other teams to see if they're safe. But it looks right now as though they are. And remember, they almost beat Na'Vi last night as well. This has been a really strong tournament from them.
Yeah, strong showing, consistent showing. And that's, I think, a key word for them as well. The fact that they haven't been wobbly. They've been pretty good in every game. Even though they lost to Na'Vi, it was a close, very tight game. It's been more people than just Simple stepping up. I think Bondic has had a really, really good tournament, and not if people are probably going to, batter an eye to, towards Bondic, because he's kind of one of those more anonymous guys in that team, because you have such big profiles like Simple and Markelov. So Bondic, hats off to him. He's been playing out of his mind so far.
Yeah, we kind of were talking about this upstairs, and we kind of compared him to that Cajun B aspect, where he's super reliable, but doesn't really get like the attention of being necessarily the star player. So he's definitely playing his role. One of the interesting things that Markelov just said to me during that interview was, things kind of corroded on their CT side, and he said for no reason at all, Simple decided to switch to B. And then I asked, was that Blade's call or Simple's call? Because this is one of the issues that team has. He said, no, Simple did that all on his own. This is an ongoing issue. Like, what's your take on that? Like,
I don't know I don't know what to even say about that. I can't even imagine being in a team where someone makes a call on their own and then
it doesn't compensate. Like, the rest of the team gets confused by it.
I mean, that should at least put you like really, really far behind. Like, how are the rest of the team supposed to react to that? But I mean, when you were an in-game leader in your team, tell me how would you react to that? What would happen in a Vendetta team if this went on?
I'd flip out, like instantly, because if you're an in-game leader where people don't listen, you're basically worthless.
The thing is with Simple right now, the way he's playing, he's arguably the best. Guardian maybe aside, Zeus is up there, but Simple's on that page easily. If not, there's a state, like for individual impact, he could be actually higher than them in terms of what he means to the team. And yet he still has these issues. If he could overcome these, I mean, imagine the type of team player and potential this guy has. Well, he's insane.
It could also be that the rest of the team have just... I mean, the thing is, if they fight him on it, then the fight's going to be between Simple and the other 4 people, and the whole team will be weird. But if they just somehow accept it and say, okay, whatever, we'll just try and like mold ourselves around Simple. I mean, because it works. I mean, there's a team that actually does something similar. I don't think to this extent, but I mean, Fnatic, they let JW do crazy things, and sometimes that involves JW pushing through smokes and getting himself killed and doing nothing. But the rest of the Fnatic team is like, well, we still got Crimson Olafmeister here. We'll adapt to it. We'll be all right.
With that said, I think it's more of a... well, JW is able to do... If Pronax says, JW, you're going to play here this round because, what you've been doing so far isn't working, he's not the type of guy who's going to be like, no.
The other thing, too, is the support system within Fnatic is a lot bit stronger than FlipSid. I mean, FlipSid had a good team game as well.
I mean, on the Madness scale, I would say compared to like the rest of the scene, JW and Happy are like, like if this is the average, and JW and Happy are like quite high up here, but then Simple is just like taking it to whole new levels. It's like we're
solo play,
yeah. Well, just in terms of like everything, basically. Like, I've never even heard of anyone just saying I'll just switch sides.
So let's
like you go here.
Yeah,
I'm taking over.
Flip the page a little bit, look at Gplay, because they've had an excellent tournament. Remember, they almost beat Na'Vi themselves, and if they did that, Na'Vi and Envious would both be fighting for survival at this point. Now Gplay sits at 2-2. One more match against Gamers 2, who play the next matchup.
Yeah.
There's a potential that Gplay still might not make it through if Gplay upset Envious. That would also mean Envious goes down, and actually that would leave Gplay have to basically shoot out toward the end of the day. But they've got to... Okay, I've confused myself in that because I forgot they were playing Envious. So Envious would actually be the team that's on the back foot there.
Yeah, and Envy is definitely in some trouble here. I mean, I had G2 as my 3rd team for this tournament. So, I kind of want to see them do really well in the upcoming game. But I've got to say, I feel like Gplay kind of deserve to make the playoffs here. They've been playing extremely well. And we've got Dreamer on our screen here. He is like off the charts. And like there are like a couple of people. Like we were playing around with the idea of like creating like a second international team and just go like even more crazy than Kinguin, because you could probably do that.
Oh, yeah.
And if you had to pick like someone from that region, definitely be Dreamer right now. Like if you could put like Dreamer and Oscar and
Nicolino,
maybe steal Fur away from Keed, and
basically like you don't
make like
there's no TeamSpeak requirement for this team. You're basically just
sign language.
Exactly, sign language.
Webcams if you're playing online telephone matches,
Actually,
Skype calls.
If you do that, then you have Fur from Keat, and then you take Simple from FlipSide, and you put them all in one team.
That would be amazing to watch for so many reasons.
Yeah, I'd like that.
A lot of young talent on that team.
But seriously, I fully expect Gplay to. I mean, you have to realize this is also like a huge learning experience from them, and we already saw how much they adapted from the first Inferno game to the second one. So think about what they're going to show us next time on Mirage.
Yeah, well, exactly. And the one thing I was going to say, so I kind of messed up how I was doing the mathematics there, but Gplay still aren't guaranteed to get through this.
No.
So they still have to play, and it comes down to what Gamers 2 basically end up with, because HellRaisers we've pretty much written off. Unless they win out both games today,
I mean,
we've pretty much written off.
For points, as far as I can tell now, FlipSide are at 9, and then it's 6, 6, and 6 for Gamers 2, Navi, and Gplay. And then we go down to Envy at 3 and HellRaisers at 0. So yeah, that's how the group is looking right now.
Yeah, and again, with Gplay coming up with Envy, they could be on 6, leave Gamers 2 on 6. Yeah, here we go, exactly right here. So Envy, let's say they finally don't get upset. They finally get a win here. I'm picking on them a little bit, but let's say they go to 6. We've got 4 teams that are left on 6 points right there. And again, it comes down to Gamers 2 and Gplay, in my opinion, in that situation. Navi versus Envy could also have a massive impact on that later in the day. But what does Gplay have to look forward to here in terms of getting out of this playoff? Because they've come so far, they've improved. I wouldn't even say improved, but they've proved themselves in a lot of aspects. But it would almost be heartbreaking to see them not make it through.
It really would, especially with how close they were to beating Navi. And I guess it's still in their own hands. That's the good thing. If they win their last game, they should be okay. So it's still in their hands, and that's what they really have to think about. They can't really leave it up to chance at this point. It's all it's all up to them. If they play a good match coming up, and if they get one of the 3 maps we've seen them play, I think they have a good chance of actually beating Gamers 2. Even though Gamers 2 have been, they've beat Navi yesterday, but they also, lost pretty convincingly versus FlipSide. So it's been very up and down for them. And that's
I think FlipSide so far has been the most consistent team at the tournament, actually. And the fact
probably.
that I think their round difference is actually the highest of anyone right now by a considerable margin. Because Navi went 2-1, but they were like -7 or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I thought Gamers 2 would be a bit stronger at this tournament. There is always an argument to be made. I think that you shouldn't compare too many results from day 1 to day 2 in a tournament.
Oh,
sometimes that's very, very different.
Especially when you're dealing with best of ones.
Yeah, especially in best of ones. So also a bit of advice to people out there using Vulcan or whatever, like trying to do some betting. Really, really got to be careful with day 1 and day 2 results. I actually think Gamers 2 had a much higher level than they showed us yesterday. So I hope that they can really bring it here. But I don't think they were all like playing the A game.
Well, and again, so we see Gamers 2 going forward. They're going to have basically a deciding match in some aspects, in some situations, against Gplay at the end of the day. What map would you want to play Gplay on? Because we just saw them on Mirage, but it wasn't exactly... It was pretty even in the first half, but they didn't get the T rounds that we expected them to get. In their CT side, there was a few rounds that they gave up far too much control on the A site. So if you're Gamers 2, rather, what map would you want to play them on?
I'd be okay with playing them on Mirage, because you've gotten a chance to see them play Mirage yourself at this tournament. You know what to expect, more or less, on their T side, which was their strongest side, as we expected. As for their CT side, you can see that it's still kind of jumbled together. They don't really know what they're doing, it seems, at times when they're doing retakes, or basically just having standard holds on their CT side. So if I'm Gamers 2, I want to take this to Mirage.
I'm wondering if they could try and push it onto Cobblestone or something.
But
just try and...
I think that's going to get banned out by Gplay right away.
Yeah, that's something Gplay is going to veto, and I think they're going to... Gplay is not going to allow it to go to any other maps than with the 3 we've seen. I think that's
I actually agree with
problem,
that.
Isn't it?
And Dust is a giant wild card because they had that huge comeback against Envy. Was that fluke in the morning? That Envy was pretty sloppy on that game, but do you really want to chance that when there's that much on the line? I think Mirage is the pick right now. Inferno, we saw them big issues against Navi, give up a lead, but then they responded the next game and adjusted and came back quite convincingly against HellRaisers to fix those mistakes. So Mirage is probably the most stable that I would choose from that.
I think the only thing that could be a worrying factor for Gamers 2 with going into Mirage is the fact that they played FlipSide on Mirage as well, and they lost, they lost with worse numbers. Yeah. Had the worst result versus FlipSide, and they got less done really than Gplay. But it can still work both ways. Both teams will have ample time to look through what happened in both games, and surely Gamers 2 know what they did wrong versus FlipSide, what wasn't working, what was working. So that's something they can bring forward as well going into their matchup. But Yeah. As for Gplay right now, I still think there's a lot of things they can improve on, but it's not going to take a lot of fixing, really. Like, it's small changes they need to make, and it's mainly on their CT side, and I think they could have easily gotten away with a win here versus FlipSid if, those things had been on point. So, it's that drawing board all over again.
I mean, the thing that we were talking about yesterday with the Polish team was the fact that they don't seem to have any really superstar players. I think Innocent is like maybe the one in that team that's right now showing the most quality in that sense. So they have like a super stable lineup, but the problem is if then one guy on the other team goes mad, and they're going to be playing Envy next, so like if Kiyoshima just explodes, maybe they don't have anyone that can match that, and maybe Kiyoshima can best 3 of their players in any given round, and it'll be a really big problem.
I think I guess one of the added benefits that the Polish team has is the fact that, sure, they don't necessarily have one guy who stands out several games in a row, but they do have the potential. And I think 3 players really comes to mind, and that's Minis, Michu, and Innocent.
Yeah.
All those 3 can actually come up big, and we saw Michu versus Navi yesterday.
Michu's been big for me this tournament, I think.
Yeah, he was just absolutely wild.
Actually, if you have like a team of 5, I don't want to call them average, I think that's the wrong word to use, but just 5 players that play sort of more or less on the same level.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that in Global Offensive. A lot of Global Offensive has been about having like the superstars, right? The top fraggers, right? Get Right at Forest and NIP, Crimson Wolfmeister, and just keep going like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, historically speaking, I don't know what Source was like, but 1.6, there were eras when you had, like, it was team play oriented and tactical oriented, and then you had just, maybe you didn't have like a ton of super fraggers, but you had pretty good team play.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you have those super fraggers, you still have obviously the presence of team play and that type of thing as well. It's just that some people are in more favorable positions.
A mixture of both is ideal. I mean, I think it's actually surprising that FlipSid does so well with Simple being such a loose cannon. He's that individual performance, not to discredit Blade's leadership, but when he makes those decisions, like we heard Markelov say, it takes away from that team game, yet they're still successful. Yeah, and then you look at someone like, now, Fur on Keydstars is nuts, but their team game is really what wins. Their execution. Na'Vi, you could say the same thing. Guardian's nuts, but it's their execution that wins them a lot of rounds. So a combination of both for me is where you win. I still think teamwork reigns supreme. Like you want individual talent. Look at Cloud9. A lot of people don't give them credit. They've got individual skill.
Yeah, absolutely.
For a long time, they had 0 teamwork.
Yeah, and and you talked about having Simple in FlipSid. You don't want to take it anything, you don't want to make that sound like a bad thing, the way things are run in FlipSid. But I think it's actually a bit of a credit to Blade that he's actually able to make it work with a loose cannon. Because they're still winning games, and they're still putting up good games. And so the fact that he's able to make those 4, that unit of 4 work as well and play around Simple, that's a feat in itself.
We're back to the chemistry metaphor here, like Blade is just the ultimate scientist, just like trying to mix everything all together.
I'm waiting for him to look like Einstein one day, or like with the hair all frizzled and his brows browned because it blew up in front of him, and it's like, oh, that experiment didn't work after all.
I think that can definitely happen one day, but that'll be fun too.
It may not happen this tournament.
Since we're already like derailing this whole conversation, you bring up Cloud9. Like one of the most mind-blowing things is still the fact that Cloud9 are having team play issues because they have one of the hardest in-game leaders of all time.
Yeah, Sean
it doesn't make sense that they should be having these problems at all. Sean is super hard-working.
Assertion. He needs to state his dominance. I think not having Sempus around, no offense to Sempus, has actually been helping them lately, so hopefully he can...
Just literally give him a whip and just whenever anyone does anything
drills with a whip.
I think, what I think
people are licking their lips right now, Anders.
Yeah. They should actually hire Scoots to be their coach. So they can sit there with a no-peek bat and just basically like slam people who are not listening to Sean.
You just see it LAN. Every time someone screws it up, then they have to put their finger on the table, and Scoot just comes over with like a ruler and just stop it.
Play the father figure. I think we're far enough off the rails that we could probably take a break before the next matchup. So we'll be back in a minute, guys, to preview Envy versus Gamers 2.
You got spare game codes or any digital goods? There is a place you can sell them in less than 1 minute. Watch. Go to G2A.com. Click Start Selling. Fast login. Go to My Account and click on Selling tab. Sell new item. Enter name, code, set a price. And done. G2A.com Digital Marketplace. Global selling.
eSportsBets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. eSportsBets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
All right, guys, welcome back. Joining us now on the panel with Anders and myself is going to be Robin McFlaren, as you know him better. And we've got an interesting game coming up for a lot of reasons, which we'll get into. But first, let's discuss this. It is Gamers 2, who you think had more to show us than what they gave us yesterday.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's Envy, who definitely have more to show us than what they've shown us both days so far.
Yeah, I mean, Envy overall this whole tournament, so sloppy across the board. You know, making so many stupid mistakes that they normally don't do. Well, they have done for the past few months, but before that, you never saw Envy make mistakes like this. So yeah, this is a must-win for Envious. I mean, they need to win out basically.
Yeah,
in order to advance.
And we'll get to that because there is a chance they don't necessarily have to win out against Na'Vi, but that game's going to have implications depending on who wins another head-to-head between Gplay and Gamers 2. So we'll get to that in a minute, but. You're talking about communications, making mistakes. They've switched the in-game leader. Is there role issues? Is there a leadership issue on this team?
Yeah, there is, for sure. I mean, look at the players that they have. They have very, very good players. It's just that they don't have a caller. Sure, Happy called before. You know, they won a major. They switched to Shocks now because he's probably a little bit more loose. I don't know. But, you know, overall, you can tell the way that they play. There's no structure. You know, everyone does whatever they want, and they get punished for it. And something needs to change. Like overall, this whole tournament they've been messing up. It's not just one game that they're like, okay, well we messed up there. No, it's every single game you can pinpoint more than one round where they just, you know, hit the head and cost them the round and even the game.
Do you think the best-of-1 format, Anders, has amplified that? Like, do you think if this was best-of-3, they might have been able to recover in the rest of the series, or are these issues that are going to happen regardless?
Yeah, I mean, sure, I think whenever you're the favorite team, best-of-3 is always going to be better for you. Like, best-of-1 format is always a little bit scary.
So sure, that is a factor. With regards to Envy in general, I mean, I remember actually talking to Shox back at Gfinity last year sometime, the Gfinity 3, I think it was, and that was you know, talking about no, actually it was Gamescom, was it? Yeah, when he was in Epsilon with Foxio and with SF and all the rest of them, and Kiyoshima. And one of the main problems he had back then doing the calling was that he had to call so hard because his teammates were so inexperienced that he didn't have time to play his own game at all. Whereas in this team, and this was like the big, you know, joy for Shox at the time, was like, well, now I'm playing with NVK, I'm playing with people who actually know how to play the game really well. I don't have to tell them anything. So now I can be free to play my own game. That sounded like the perfect moment. But now something is still wrong. I mean, because I could almost forgive it if Shox was doing like loose calling and you know, everyone else doing their own thing, and then Shox had like the superstar miracle moment. But the fact is, I feel like everyone who's been watching this game since in the new year, they haven't even seen anything of what Shox can do. Yeah. And it's mad, isn't it? Like, we're not even seeing superstar Shox anymore, but he has like a level that newcomers won't even have noticed.
Yeah, no, I completely agree.
And speaking of Shox, after the loss this morning to FlipSid, yesterday they kind of dusted it off and said, we got one upset, you know, it's a morning. It happens, right? And then they move on. They think, we'll just win out the rest of this. And then they lose again today. And in the Twitch lounge between games, like, Kiyoshima happy, they were nowhere to be found. MBK was watching the game that was currently on, deep in thought, just staring at the screen blankly. And Shox, meanwhile, was deathmatching the entire break. And, like, he looked like he could, like, break his keyboard at any moment. He was just, like, boiling over with what's going on. I mean, how do they recover from this? Is this good that he was that focused? Like, maybe now he's just going to go off the chains and they're all going to go nuts because they're all pissed off? Or are they too far gone at this point? Is that going to play in the negatively?
Thing is, they're still not a bad team. All 5 of them can perform. It's just that they need to calm down when it comes to later on in the round, where they just, instead of just holding, they want to push. They always want to push. They want to get frags. They just need to calm it down, especially versus gamers too. I mean, we saw yesterday when they played versus Na'Vi on Cobblestone, Mish was just going insane. And they actually ended up winning that round. So this is by no means an easy game. So they really have to. I hope they talked about it a little bit, because it would be a shame for them to actually go out of the tournament. But the way that they've been playing right now, they don't deserve to go through the playoffs.
Well, that's the big thing. I mean, there's teams here that have been playing their heart out and do deserve it. FlipSide's in a great position. Gplay's been playing excellent. I mean, even Gamers 2 yesterday with the win against Na'Vi, that performance in particular was quite surprising, or I wouldn't even say surprising, but impressive and you know, heartening for them to move forward. And
yeah, it made a really big difference, no doubt. And I think they ended up playing on Cobblestone, right? So I was really surprised actually that they were able to do anything. I thought Na'Vi for sure would have that match. Yeah. Yeah, they still have a lot to show us. I was fully expecting Envy to show up really prepared for that FlipSid match, and the fact that they weren't, I think it's still a little bit disappointing. Now it's the second match for them, so I mean, if we want to use the excuse that they're not a morning team, that they need some time to warm up, well then they have to be fired up now. I mean, we have to see like the ultimate Envy version here, and I think we almost have the maps as well, so I mean, that's going to be interesting to see as well, because that'll make a big impact. I think Gamers 2 have, I think, a smaller map pool than Envy have, so Envy should be able to sort of rig the draft so that they can come up with a map that's pretty good for them.
And if Envy lose this game, head-to-head wise, the only possible situation would be that Gamers 2 then beat Gplay, so they both finish with 2 wins, and head-to-head Envy's out. So this is a must-win game for them just to stay alive. So here's the point system, just to explain it. Coming up later in the day, let's say Envy do win this game. They go back to 2-2. They find themselves on 6 points. That leaves us in a 4-way tie. Yeah. Na'Vi plays Envious. If they win that against Na'Vi, they're through. And Na'Vi's still in a good position. So if they win out, they're in for sure. But let's say they win this game, lose to Na'Vi. Then it comes down to the head-to-head between Gamers 2 and Gplay, which is just before that game. Because if Gamers 2 win that, they're in a deadweight tie with 2 wins each with Gplay. And Gplay goes through on the head-to-head. If Gplay win that against Gamers 2, then this game, if they win it, they have the head-to-head against Gamers 2, who they would be tied with, and they go through. So this game and 2 others this afternoon all have implications on how this unfolds.
It's mad to me that the final game of the day is going to be Na'Vi and Envy. That's almost like perfect, isn't it? Yeah. Because that could be like the super game right there.
Yeah, for sure. But to be honest, the way Envy's been playing, I don't think even that game's going to be any good anymore.
You've given up all hope.
I mean, no. To be fair, obviously, I really hope that they prove me wrong in this game and they show their true abilities of actually being a winning team.
What do you make of this, Flaren? Because I've noticed now that whenever I hear, like, through the back channels, you hear rumors, some people aren't, agreeing in the team and their chemistry isn't quite right, or maybe they're disagreeing on things. And then whenever I hear that and I go back to, like the practice area and I actually look at it, I think, well, actually, it's true. These people are like in one group and other people are in another group. Like, it actually, you can almost show that, like, socially in the team, it actually displays backstage. And obviously you guys can see that. But, I mean, do you think there's something to that? Like, Sedicus was just pointing out, backstage, Shock's doing the warm-up, other people doing other things. It could just be that they have, like, they relax in different ways, but it could also be like a, kind of like a symptom of something more serious.
Well, I mean, I think it's the same in any team. So you have Shocks, like you're saying, hasn't really been performing that well lately. Obviously, he's frustrated. He doesn't want to go out in groups. So he's going to go up. He's going to go up, and he's going to make sure that he's ready for this game. Whereas, for example, for MDK, let's say that he was like, well, I was just tired. I just need some time to wake up. I want to watch the game, and we're going to come in fully prepared. So there's different methods of warming up.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if you play or if you watch the game, as long as you do something CS related, or just calm down. Just be sure that, because you do have some warm up time over here, so it should be fine. But keep in mind the way that they've been playing. Maybe all of them should have deathmatch just a little bit, just to warm up, especially considering they're always morning or not morning.
I think you brought up a good point about chemistry within the team. I think this specific instance that we just saw back here was under a very intense situation, so it's not always like that, but there's definitely personality differences within that team. That doesn't necessarily play it a bad thing, as long as they all get along. That's the big thing, as long as they work together and have trust within each other, to me.
Yeah.
But let's play the advocate a little further. What if Envious, who, when people looked at this tournament, Star Ladder, which last event had, excluding Fnatic, all of the top teams here in the world, from essentially, as the rankings were at that time, 2 to 7. Now we have just basically, of the top teams, Envious and Na'Vi here. Everyone looked and said that's going to be the final. What if Envious go out here? How far have they fallen, and what does it mean for the team and for public backlash?
I mean, just to come up with a bit of an apology on sort of behalf of Envious, or a bit of an excuse maybe, a bunch of the other top teams are now reaching a point where they're actually declining a bunch of tournament invites, like TSM, Fnatic, keep going down the list, NIP as well. And Envy is actually one of the teams that sort of continuously tries to make as many events as they can.
They've got 4 LANs in the next 4 weeks, by the way.
Yeah, and that could be a factor as well. I could see a point where, like, maybe the sign that Envy are realizing that something is up could happen when they start to say, all right, fine, we're going to also start to decline a bunch of invites and we'll try and do something else. That would be the first sign for me that now they're actually realizing that something is up and something needs to change.
Yeah, I mean, they should.
Yeah.
Considering, they need some time to actually go through their positions, their ranks, what do we want to do with our team?
And the maps, we're going to end up on Cache there, so not a bad map at all for Envy.
No, I think that's a good map for Envy.
I think they, in terms of like who won the picking stage, I'd say probably Envy a little bit more than Gamers 2 here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map that they're super aggressive on their defensive side, and they need to show that today. They need to show that teamwork again, getting mid control, getting the boosts over. So does this actually favor really quickly? Where do we expect this to finish?
Well, I saw the last 2 maps. So it was Envy or the Gamers 2 that got the option to veto, right? And both of these 2 maps that was left are in favor of Envy. So I do favor Envy here.
Okay, quickly from you, Anders.
16-11 Envy.
16-11 Envy. I'm going to plead the 5th because honestly, the way they've been playing, anything can happen. This should favor Envy. But that said, we're going to get directly into the game. Remember, this has massive implications on Envy's tournament life. To take it away, it's DDK and Vendetta.
Why, hello there, handsome people. I'm DDK, this is Vendetta, and we are about to cast some Counter-Strike. Or at least that's what they told me.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing. I think so.
I have to confirm that. But we do have Games 2 and Envious, and it's going to be Cache. We predicted this, I think, because we're super awesome. And give me your thoughts on this one, really.
Quick thoughts is Cache is a map that Envious actually can win even though they're playing bad. That's the first thing that struck out to me. And what we were talking about, we're eliminating maps one by one, and we thought to ourselves, well, Cache kind of makes sense, even though it's not necessarily something Gamers 2 maybe want to play Envious, but they don't have that much of a choice.
Oh yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for them. As you say, like, Envious have been fiddling with their style all over the place. It seems like it kind of fits on this one. We see lots of like fast executes from them, kind of like fast half executes that are kind of well rehearsed.
Yeah.
Which Shox is calling works really well on this map. And I actually think though that Gamers 2, despite the fact that they don't have like a super strong kind of AWP play going for them, I think that could actually help them here with the, because you need a lot of dynamic play, fast rotations when you're playing against Envious, because they can play so fast. So I feel like Gamers 2 could maybe get a little bit ahead here. But some of the stuff Envious do, you can't really counter-strat it easily. Like if it's just a really fast execute, it's not telegraphed at all.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, because when we watched the Inferno game, a lot of that stuff they did on their T-side versus FlipSid, that was telegraphed. And it was very clearly, you know, they were announcing their presence towards whatever bomb site they went towards. On Cash, they have these, you know, quick executes towards A through the smoke, that type of thing, that have no forewarning whatsoever. It just happens, and then it's too late normally for the CT side.
Yeah, you can't smoke A main against these guys. Actually.
Yeah, no, it's literally a death sentence.
I actually love that meta, actually, because if you smoke it, are you actually baiting them into doing something? You know, can you actually play it like that? Ooh. I don't know if teams are kind of thinking about it on that level just yet, but I feel like that of course is a factor, because it is pretty strong. If there's a smoke down there and you know how to do and execute through it, it's pretty darn good.
No, absolutely. And well, Envious are going to start on the CT side here after winning the knife. So that's obviously going to be a nice benefit. They're going to get started on, I guess, the easier side for them. They've always had a strong CT side on Cash, and from here on out, the interesting for me to see is whether or not, as you mentioned, the rifle play from Gamers 2 is actually going to carry them through, and if they can pull off some quick strats, because we know that Happy normally plays with an op either at the backside of A fairly alone, or he goes towards B and does that pretty much by himself. Like he's left very open, because MBK is not around really to help him out too much a lot of the times when Happy's trying to go for those entry frags towards B, and when he's on A with that op, he's left kind of alone as well.
Oh, it looks like they're just going to go for a straight-up B hit. This is going to be interesting right now. I haven't seen this in a while, but looks like it's going to be pretty effective on the entry. Michu able to take down Kiyoshima. MBK on the side gets nothing. Shox by the box in the vent room is going to pick up one. And this is actually quite important for Shox to hold on to this position now. Gamers 2 are stuck on the bomb site, but the bomb is down. They have a man who could potentially go for the flank. Indeed, Benai's is going to take down Happy. So Shox now burying on top of these guys, looking for some jewels, but they're all over the place. There's too many players to cover, and Shox will go down. So really fast round, really good open from Mihu.
Yeah, so there's that tempo you were alluding to really from Gamers 2 and how that could help them. And that was a really favorable position for MB to be in, because they stacked 3 people towards that B bomb site. But Kiyoshima getting caught out, I'm not really sure how he didn't manage to dodge that flash, you know, better than what he did, but that really caught them out. And obviously Shox, it's too big of a task really to stop that 5-man push all by himself when MBK and Kiyo goes down.
And I like this from Gamers 2. They just immediately, you know, they have Innocent who kind of looks into mid. It's like, okay, it's actually open. Let's just go in for the take. They got the guy on the boost as well. And now they can just do anything.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of teams doing this in anti-equips instead of doing those blind pushes in towards sites. Just pick the easy spot, the most open spot on the map, take control over it, because you have superior weaponry.
Oh, there we go. That nade's going to do mad damage. And they're going to get the cleanup there on those players by short. So, well, they're still hanging around. And he's actually going to pick up the frag. Shox gets Innocent down, but the bomb is planted. So, oh, wow. They'll be able to claim some weapons in the middle here. This could get a little bit ugly if MBK finds something with the Eagles. They've got to be careful, and Mihu will be able to take down MBK in the end. And they could actually decide even to save the AKs into the next round if they wanted to, but...
Yeah, I think that's definitely the way to go about it. I mean, obviously you would like to get a 3rd frag on Gamers 2, because that's going to hamper their economy by quite a bit, but saving those AKs are worth way much more.
It's kind of scary actually for Gamers 2 now, because where the AK is actually going to be.
Oh yeah, and I'm actually surprised to see Gamers 2 kind of lurking about and trying to hunt for it. At least Sparrow seems to be looking for someone. So he's not going to find anyone though. But this is kind of interesting, because with those 2 AKs, are Envy going to do what kind of burnt them the first day, which is Force Spy, but it seems like they're going to stick with what they have. And I guess the favorable thing is seeing how they did buy up in that previous round. Shoxy and Happy both have armor.
Yeah, that's actually quite nice. I mean, I don't think they went for the full force, so they actually had a little bit of cash left over. So this is actually going to work out pretty well for them. It does seem like MBS have definitely taken a lot from day one, and I think that's very smart indeed. And looks like Gamers 2 are going to go for a fast hit into the A site. Now, Smith by the MBK position. And this is what we want to see. All the Molotovs in, so and that's going to force them to move into the open. These hiding CTs have now been revealed, and they will be killed as well. But still, play it down for either side as the bomb gets planted. And Shox is really close in this position, could actually catch somebody off guard. He's playing it patiently at the moment, as we have Gamers2 going for the peaks behind the smoke, and there you go. Going to get 2 frags, and not much here for MVS to pick up, it would seem. Although that said, happy with a nice spray down will claim 2 quick kills. And now we have MBK moving in close with his AK. This is looking quite chaotic here for Gamers2. They need to play this by the book, try to get it done and get it done safe. And so far, it's looking okay now. Happy on 9 HP, bomb too far. Just trying to keep them on the bomb site if he can, to make sure that they all die, but they will have at least 1 player survive. Actually 2 as well, okay.
Yeah, Miles makes it out. Still a very good eco from Envy, and I think they weren't really that worried about throwing away those AKs because they would have been able to buy up anyway in this round. So just trying to do as much damage as possible to Gamers2, and I think they accomplished that mission.
I'm so happy that they just used Molotovs.
Yeah, and
that's so important.
Yeah, and if you're going to go in blind to a site, which they did that time, so that could have been a 5-man stack for all they knew from Envy, they're at least utilizing every weapon they have to clear out the site. And you could see that, the one guy on the corner, on the site, I think that was Smith's for MU, so he got forced out instantly.
This is actually quite interesting. So we'll see the Molotov into the vents. This could force back somebody who's playing that position. There it is. He's going to have to drop down into checkers, and they're going to go for the telegraphed execute over A. So are they going to fake A and actually go into mid for the B split? Looks like they're setting up to do that actually.
Yeah, this is going to be an A fake actually.
Oh, this is actually looking quite good for them. However, the fake has not been bought by Envious. They haven't gone for a hard rotate. It's Happy is going to take down Mouse, and this is actually looking a little bit awkward here for Gamers2, but they have pretty much got a clear B site at this point. Kiyoshima's the only one. He's been waiting by the box in checkers. This is actually something that the Envious do all the time. They put all kinds of players in that position, and they'll get both frags as the bomb is down on the B bomb site. So really good stuff here. Spiro trying to save the day, but he can't get it done. And I've got to say, Kiyoshima in that position in checkers behind the crate, the amount of times I see envious players just hiding there, just even massive baits, and it often pays off.
Yeah, just last time they played Capture, we saw Happy getting a 4K due to a pop flash from MB came back at that site. And actually, just him being at that position, not showing himself, it kind of forced the hand of Gamers too, because obviously the original plan spot that they wanted to get, that was not available anymore. So Gamers 2 was forced back into the site. Shox coming in from higher, just easily took out the bomb planner. And now we're going to see, well, a well-telegraphed A push.
Okay, yeah, now let's see if Envious can get the frags in here. Gonna just play back, not try to pop flash through preemptively. We will see Smith in a great position by Quad. Using a lot of bullets here, able to take down 2 frags. Has to switch for the pistol, but he's got support there from Shox in the side. And it's just Innocent who's left alive, and he's not going to be able to do all that much by himself, just in middle alone with a P250. And looks like Envious are going to be claiming should be claiming a clean round here, which is so needed.
Yeah, finally going to get the opportunity to build up a bit of an economy. And I mean, the previous hold towards B was pretty okay as well. You can see everyone's fairly well equipped right now, and the only one who's really low on money, if you want to call it that, is Happy on 3K after buy. So MV's starting to look pretty good here, and for Gamers 2, this is a really big round for them. If they don't get a plant here, they're back to ecoing.
And we're going to see the 1-3-1, the good old 1-3-1 here from Envious, and they're doing it with Happy being the sole AWPer on the B side of the map, which is the way to go. And he's going to get flashback, actually. Has to make the call to his teammates. Needs some support here. Going to go for the shot defensively, takes down Mouse. And there's the second one. It's missed this time, and has to rely on his teammates to support him. Now as the smoke is going to block his vision. But support he will get as that 3-man play in mid has really helped Envious out. They've even left MBK in towards the vent area just to check for any flanking players. But Envious with a very standard cleanup there, and Gamers 2 need to be a bit more creative if they want to actually win rounds.
Yeah, but we did see what we were talking about before the game started. The fact that they do focus so heavily on rifles and not operas, they were able to do those quick executes towards any sites, and could have very well caught Happy off guard, because you see that he did not flinch once he saw the first pop flash come in. So that could have very quickly been Happy down, and all of a sudden they have to do a retake without having, anything to work with from the B bomb site. But luckily for them, that 1-3-1 setup works out really nicely because you have such a big rotation coming in so quickly.
So going to go for, again, a similar kind of play onto the A bomb site. We've seen now, are they going to fake it, or how are they going to play this? Because they've already shown this once, and they don't even have a great
amount of weapons. Looks like, again, they're actually going to go for the fake this time. And this is something that I'm really enjoying, because this is how you should use it. It's actually kind of terrible if you just use it to actually just always hit the A site, and they're going to go for the split this time. So it's going to be a clean up here from MVS towards A main, so they're looking pretty strong at the moment. Bomb is down, Smith's still in a good position, and it's just 2 players left, Innocent and Spiro. They have lost Kiyoshima and Shox at the moment, but Spiro still needs to get the bomb planted. They will spot Innocent. He's actually going to get the kill onto Happy, and Spiro's going to be waiting for his teammate to help him out. He's got his teammate Innocent has an AWP now, thanks to that kill on Happy. And it is a 2-on-2, so perhaps hope here for Gamers 2.
Look what MBK is doing. Instead of just holding passively on that B bombs, he's pushing around to just gain information. And this makes, this is a big tell for Smith. So he couldn't be able to just hold that passive position on A, basically wait for people.
And there it is. Going to really reap the rewards for that one. Takes down Innocent. And that's going to leave Spiro with nothing to do but just to try to get a push in. And we'll have MVS with another round. But yeah, I mean, now whenever Gamers 2 throw those smokes from that position, MVS, they can't preemptively rotate. So it actually makes them able to execute off of it now into A again.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely, like, starting out with the same defaults, I guess, the same default smokes over and over again and doing different things is definitely going to play into, it's a part of the mind games, I guess, of CS. So it's really nice to see Gamers 2 that do that, especially early on in the game. So they leave themselves with a lot of opportunities going further in.
We're going to have Innocent trying to get a kill into middle. He's not going to do it though. Kiyoshima, poor Kiyoshima, getting tagged down so much at the start of this round, down to 3 HP. However, Happy in the meantime was able to get the pick on the B storage player for Gamers 2. So it's all on Spiro here to try to create an opening for his team. Now, if Spiro goes down to the counter boost, that was close. Shox is just going to back away a little bit, but they know what's going on. And I think MVS are quite aware of the fact that A main is occupied by Gamers 2 at the moment. And they've got 4 players who could quickly rotate into the A side of the map. Spiro will pick off at Kiyoshima. So that's very, very good there. But I think Kiyoshima got some information for his team there.
Oh, definitely. And you could tell that by the rotation. They're stacking up with 3 people towards that A bomb site. They're not really worried about mid at all. And perfect pop flash in, and Shoxy cleans it out.
Amazingly done by MVS. He's preemptively going in, and Shox going to get the 4K, picks up the last one through the door. And that was just awesome. I love the no fear approach from MVS. They know they're in A main. They got the info as we were talking about from Kiyoshima's death. And they used it. They converted it into just a 4K for Shox.
Yeah, and just brilliant play from the MVS as his team. And this is something we've been waiting to see for quite some time. And that's definitely a good sign.
And we have a full push in towards the A site here coming in from Gamers 2. And this is something they're quite good at doing, just like pushing in with the numbers, making the trades happen. But due to the counter, the pre-nades, they are going to fall back.
And they only have 1 smoke as well to work with. So going towards that A bomb site with only 1 smoke, and not that many Molotovs either to work with, only 1 as well.
Wow.
It's going to be really tough, and Happy just continuing his rampage towards that B bomb site.
And he actually did a really aggressive angle there. He peeked very deep into B storage to take a play. He's in T-spawn basically. So that's kind of crazy from Happy, showing that he can be that aggressive. But he's been unstoppable on the B side of the map every single time he's managed to get the pick.
Yeah, and I love what they're doing right now as well. They're pushing out from B. This is giving so much intel. They know that they can, well, very shortly have Shox rotate up towards that A bomb site where Gamers 2 are heading.
They got the potential fast rotate from B into mid from MBK, from Vent. But 2 players on the A site left over for Envious as Gamers 2 trying to make their way in. But so far they're getting stopped at every turn. They can't get a bomb down onto the bomb site. They can barely even get to the choke points at this moment in time. And we get a clean up. And right now Envious outclassing Gamers 2. It seems like Gamers 2 are just throwing their playbook at Envious, and Envious are just easily just demolishing it.
Yeah, and Happy picking up those kills towards B allows them to get so much space, because every round where Gamers doesn't do a straight up B rush, they only leave 1 guy towards that site. And it seems like Gamers are very aware of it, because they continue to have people pushing forward and aggressively getting a ton of information. And now we're going to see the full on B rush once again.
Uh-oh, Happy's in a lot of trouble. He's going to actually smoke himself in. This is actually really smart, because he's created his own little choke point with the 5-7. That is so smart by Happy, and he's going to get a bunch of frags, and his teammates help him clear up. They're not even going to lose a single player there. That was super. That was such a great way to handle that.
That was very well done. And again, that box, the Envy box in Checkers, just doing work. You can hear the crowd. They're getting fired up right now.
Actually, I think we should actually call it the Envy box.
Yeah, I mean, they are the team to use it the most, by far. And they're doing it with great success as well. I think Happy, he always gets something good whenever he, hides behind that.
Oh. Will this be the answer for Happy now? Spiro is there with the AWP. We actually has, oh my god, Kiyoshima straight over the top in this, over the Molotov on the boost. He's going to take down Miku in A main. That is really problematic. And now he's got a lot of information. Swaps out for the AK. Oh, gets caught with a nade in his hand. He's going to go down. But, I mean, that's a 4 versus 4 crazy start. And we will see Happy go a bit more defensive. And Spirit is still looking for that shot on Happy in B-Stories. They want to kill Happy finally.
Yeah, that was just a crazy play from Kiyoshima. And even though he goes down, and normally a trade like that, a 1-for-1 trade, is going to favor the T side, he gets a ton of information based on like what kind of initial setup Gamers 2 are doing. We're actually going to, are we going to see the double smoke, or is it just one? No, there's the double smoke in mid, so they're going to split up mid, and this is going to be B split.
All right, so can they take down Happy? He's been absolutely unstoppable indeed. The indomitable force there on the B-bomb site, and Shox is providing quite some delay as well. Takes down 2 players, and it's just Spiro who's left over with the AWP. Once again, Gamers 2 seemingly unable to cope with an incredible defense from Envious. But not just an incredible defense, but great reads, great proactive play, great play off of the information, good adaptation.
Yeah, it's just very different from what we've seen from Envy so far in the tournament, because they're getting reads, they're getting information, and they're making smart decisions from it. We've yet to see a massive mistake coming out from Envy like we saw in Inferno several times versus FlipSid. Smith has, got that bank up, so he's going to get that auto. That just makes the life of Gamers 2 so much harder.
Yeah, and they're actually going to play into it potentially here. Let's see if they actually... Yeah, they're going to go for the push through onto the A site. And the smokes are down, but again, Smith with the auto sniper, surely he's going to provide a lot of issues. He hasn't, I don't think, shot a single bullet yet from that. And he's going to need to take down a lot of players here. Now, he's going to hear the plant on the other side. He's waiting. He's biding his time right now, looking for the players as they move in. They're both going to double peek him, and that is the perfect play from Gamers 2 to clean out the round and finally get it done versus Envious.
Yeah, solid executing. The main reason for that going so well for Gamers 2 as it did is simply because Kiyoshima goes down instantly. The second he peeks, he gets a gets a dink on one of the Gamers 2 members, but instantly goes down, and the smokes are so well laid that Smith is pretty much useless that entire round. So it's all on Shoxy to try to stop whatever aggression Gamers 2 are putting on and what kind of position they're trying to get into, and if he goes down as well, that's an impossible task for Smith.
It was smart for them to just isolate Smith behind the smoke and not actually play a bomb plant into that, because some teams actually do that. Instead, they actually planted it in front and for short, actually. So very, just completely well thought out and well handled. And the problem is that that's the only round on their buys since the pistol that's actually worked. And I don't know if they can rely on that again. And of course, we are coming to the close of this first half. There's only a couple more rounds left to go with. And we've got a completely different setup for Envious. So they're trying to make sure that Gamers 2 cannot find repeated success.
Yeah, and a very passive hold from Shoxy here in mid. He doesn't have anyone with him around him, so it's understandable. I guess he has MBK in the vents, but there's no reason for him to peek into mid and potentially get picked up by Spiro when he has MBK to hold off that boost spot. And again, it seems like just Gamers 2 are going back to that A strat. I mean, if it worked, why not try it again?
All right, so again, how will they play it? Is it going to be the A split, just directly in there? Remains to be seen. Nice incendiary there from the CTs, and indeed, it looks like they were trying to be getting themselves over mid, but it's not happening, so they lost Miku. Oh, the split's actually beginning to work finally, getting some of the frags as they try to move their way into short, but Kiyoshima still alive by the forklift, able to pick up the player from Squeaky, and now Envious are 3 versus 1. Just Innocent is left over, and the bomb is miles away. There's no time, and he's just going to save his weapon. So well handled again by Envious. Gamers 2 with the A split variation, but it's something that Envious have seen before, and they look very well versed in holding off mid pushes.
Yeah, and the problem for Gamers 2 is the fact that, sure, they do get 2 frags, but that was on MBK and Shoxy, and the bomb is still trying to get out onto that A bomb site. So you never get control over the A bomb site with Q and Smith doing a great job. And from there on out, your push kind of dies. I mean, sure, it's nice if your main force and you potentially have the bomb in mid, and you want to kind of move out from there. But if you're actually committed to the A bomb site with having the bomb in side halls, you kind of need to get progress at that point as well.
All right, well, you'll have to see if Gamers 2 can think of something new in the remaining 2 rounds that we have. They've got the full buy going for themselves, more or less. Just mouse on the CZ. And just a split and pick kind of approach here, just very defensive. They want to try to use the time to catch any aggression if Envious would throw it at them. But I like that Envious aren't being super aggressive here. I mean, there's no real need for them to take big risks. They should know they have the advantage. Oh, Mihu's getting burnt there, down to 65.
Still. So, unnecessary damage taken from Michu, but...
I guess he just didn't want to give any steps away.
Yeah.
They want to get these picks here, these entries. Oh, we got the pop flash in there for Envious, and Shox will claim the first kill, and he's going to turn around. He knows what that means, that player in A main. And this is so well handled by Envious. How do you deal with this now? Game is 2, just got 3 players, 2 players left. They're getting picked to pieces. Envious, they are one step ahead all the time.
Yeah, and Gamers 2, starting that round out, trying to counter the aggression that Envious has shown on, in several rounds. The second they kind of take the foot off the, I guess as soon as they stop breaking, and waiting for Envy to show any aggression, that's when it happens. So Ender just hitting their timings perfectly right now. And I don't think that there was any sound cues at all that they could have gone off of.
No, you're absolutely right. It's just like it seemed like just a timing thing, and hey, well, it worked out perfectly. Envious must have like a very, very good feeling for their pop flash timings, and they needed some information. I think the map was super quiet, so I guess, well, it worked out for them. And this time, actually, they're not going with the 3 in mid. They've actually got better defense towards the sides because they know the buy is a bit worse here from Gamers 2, and they will actually find good trades onto Happy and then onto a quick clean kill onto MBK himself. So now the bomb will get planted in this 3-on-3, but they don't have the weapons just yet. They need to pick some up if they can, as Envious go for the retake onto the B-bomb site. Lots of time for them to use as well.
Yeah, and you can tell that they're using them, sending Smiths all the way around from B, and, well, KO's going to pick up 2 people who go aggressive from Gamers 2.
And that was too easy there for Envious.
Yeah, but that could have gotten really scary because that's the one time you see Happy re-peeking instead of just falling back to a safe position after getting that first frag. So I'm not sure if that's Happy just being frag happy or not, but that could have really turned out badly because they get onto a bomb site extremely quickly. And I'm not really sure why they opted to try to move out of the site when they didn't try to go for Kyoshima, but I guess that, that's also an option because if they get Kyoshima, then obviously they're going to get a ton of map control for that after plan. But I think they would have been fine just playing it from the side and having a crossfire as well.
Yeah, I mean, either way, it's going to end up 11-4, and Gamers 2 need a massive result on the CT side, and I would actually be more scared of Envious' T side on this map than their CT side. So this is looking very grim for Gamers 2 at the moment. They obviously need to piss around. We'll have to see if they're going to be able to hold here. I mean, they do have some good damage onto Happy already, and we're going to see the A push coming in from Envious. There are the really fast nades from them. And here we go, Manai is in with 2 fast headshots. Actually, Mihu with those. Good defense so far here from the poles, as it's just Happy's left over. So it looks like they're actually even potentially getting a flawless piss around here. Very well done by Gamers 2.
That was just a solid hold. Mihu picking up 3 kills. I mean, if he didn't, Minis probably would. And I think Happy getting taken down to 12 HP so early, that kind of removed a bit of his aggressive approach towards mid, so he wasn't able to be that much of a nuisance that he would have liked and, potentially take away any sort of attention towards the A main and A doors.
The interesting thing is that, of course, we have the full buy from Envious. They didn't get the bomb down, so this is to be expected. But, we have seen them shying away from all the forces due to the fact that they did burn them badly yesterday.
Yeah.
But this is actually a map where it does work on the T side very well. So I wonder if they're going to kind of make maybe what would be a bad decision in over
make it into a good one.
Exactly, yeah.
It's the same thing with force buying on CT side on Inferno, for instance. It worked because of the angles.
We'll have to see if this defense is clean. So far, it's looking pretty decent, actually. Losing 2 players, though. And this is really hard to hold against a tech line rush without losing at least somebody. And the bomb will go down thanks to Smith. Oh, my goodness. That could have actually completely crushed the bomb plant. But it will still happen for Smith as he sits there. And
well, it's already a successful round for Envy. Even though they, buy pretty heavily into it and force buy, getting a bomb plant, that's pretty much all they wanted.
Just trying to minimize the damage taken, and Happy's going to get an extra frag. So that's actually really huge. That's going to, I mean, they could even force, they might actually force up. I think there is actually an argument to forcing up here. Maybe actually not against Gamers 2, because Gamers 2 play very well with the rifles. So there's some teams who need the AWP out. You'd want to try to pressure the economy away from the AWP. So what will Envious do? Will they go for the force up, or will they still be reeling in some of the...
It seems like they've learned.
Interesting, because this, I'm telling you, this is a situation where they would always force.
Easy,
yeah,
easy.
Yeah, it's like not even a question, right? So they're changing things up on the fly.
Yeah, and that's good to see that they're actually, you know, realizing their mistakes from previous games. Happy's actually bought up an armor, but that's simply just to balance out his economy, and that kind of tells me that he's not going to try to go for an AWP in the next round.
Ooh, all right. MBK always, actually MBK's really good at playing the boost.
Yeah, this is a really awkward angle for the guy in CT connector to actually deal with as well. It's hard to land that headshot, and with an eagle, you could do massive amounts of damage.
Alright, so good smoke there from Envious to get themselves out into Minoi's position, and Shox is going to try to take down Minois. It will be Smith who gets the kill though, so the trade is actually going to happen. That's very well done actually by Envious. As Miju's just going to go straight in there. Very well done aggressively. Can't get the spray down onto Happy, and these trade situations are not what the CT side wants. Gamers 2 are in a lot of trouble right now. The bomb is going to go down here for Envious. 2-on-2. Happy's picked himself up a weapon. He's got a good position by quad as well, and he can get a nice little boost here, and it could be the cherry on top if he's able to get the fast frag. Now, there's the jump. Will they spot it? Good move from Happy. Picks up the headshot onto Spiro, but that weapon's going to drop into the hands of MBK now. 1-on-1 against Mouse. Does have the armor advantage, and he's still got the deagle in hand, I guess, because he didn't want to go for a reload, and it will be won by Mouse, but the bomb down.
The bomb behind him, 4
frags.
kills, yeah, exactly. But I'm not a big fan of that boost behind quad boxes on site there, because you're simply, especially when you have 2 players left, because you're giving away your entire position. For what Gamers 2 could have known, you could have had one guy on the other side of the plant box, for instance, and that could have put on pressure, you know, from a completely different angle, and that's something Gamers 2 have to account for when they're trying to retake the site. Instead, you're kind of just giving away your entire after plant plan.
It's also very common as well. They're very commonly used. You kind of expect it. So as soon as you see it, it's
you
like
see Titan do it all the time.
So 11-7 is the score, as Envious are on a really solid buy thanks to the multiple bomb plants, and Gamers 2 still struggling on the money. 1 round loss is all it takes for them to get reset here, and in we go. Envious with a very fast execute into the A bomb site, untelegraphed of course, and we're just going to wrap around the bomb site, and there it is, just trading properly. In fact, that's a really solid trade, 2 for 1 in fact. It's not what the CTs want, and now we have Gamers 2 moving in for some big plays, but it's not happening at all for Innocent at the very least. Spiro and Mouse surely just got to go for the save now, but this could be where Envious just shut Gamers 2 out and never look back.
Yeah, and that was the trademark Envious push really towards a excellent execution, and they even did it with 4 players. They didn't even need Shoxy. Shoxy was just playing by Garrett's, you know, holding up potential rotations or aggression from the B bomb site. And if Gamers 2 are not able to actually hold that type of thing back, they're going to have to make it after suit. They might have to put 1 extra guy towards that A bomb site in fear of another A execute like that.
Ooh, and they actually got rid of one of the 2 saving players too, so that's going to hurt Gamers 2 a little bit. Look at their money; it is actually just ridiculous. They actually have to double eco unless they want to. Well, I mean they have to double eco.
Yeah, especially with Minis picking up that 1 flash.
And that means that Envious should be on 14-7.
That's scary.
That's very scary.
But I kind of admire the decision from Gamers 2 as well, because I think they realized that they need a full inventory to actually deal with Envious T-side.
Absolutely.
So instead of having to force buy up with FAMASs and maybe not that many needs, all that type of thing, or just going pistols, they're just going to beg everything on a solid CT side.
Yeah, and we're seeing a good anti-eco approach again from Envious, just taking mid, throwing things out together. We had the stackers then spotted towards A, so this will be a round 1 by Envious. Now, do Gamers 2 commit the rifle that they just picked up into a retake?
I'd be very surprised if they did. But he's kind of trapped now. So Mouse is going to die here.
Okay, that really sucks. And Innocent's still challenging as well. They know where he is, so you better believe they're going to go hunting for him. 3 against 1. So he's got a rifle.
For now, it seems like it's only Smiths who's interested, actually. But I guess MBK makes sense that he doesn't want anything to do with it. He's on 15 HP. So I guess it kind of works out for Gamers 2 in that sense. They could have saved Mouse's weapon, but instead they saved Innocent's AK. You know, in a perfect world, that could have been 2 weapons.
Oh, yeah. All right, so 13-7. Bomb will explode for Envious, and we've got a situation where they could actually buy with the gun that they saved, but the nades will be kind of weak.
And they are actually buying.
So when you have like a low nade situation like this, do you want to get aggressive against Envious, or because Envious?
I think actually you might have to. You have to try to figure out what's going on, because there's no ways you're going to be able to hold them back over time. And defending in a sudden execute from Envy with not that many flashes or Molotovs, that's going to be extremely hard.
And they're just going to walk straight into the B-bomb site, get 2 quick entries, and that's all she wrote for Gamers 2. They have to go for the save. Envy's going to be on 14 rounds.
Yeah, and Envy's are going to, as soon as they realize that Gamers 2 are saving, they're just going to be instantly on the hunt. And you can already tell that Happy's on his way towards A, lurking.
If they kill all these weapons, this is... Gamers 2 are screwed.
Oh yeah, it's a complete nightmare. And for some reason, Michu keeps taking this challenge.
Going to take a pretty unfavorable engagement, to be honest, against 2 AKs long range within them 4. And that's going to... It's not even really going to slow down Envious either. I mean, if it could have delayed them, it would be nice, but they won't actually find the last 2 players, it seems. Oh, yeah, okay, well, Minais will get the frag onto Happy. So 14-7 now, just 2 more rounds for Envious to claim a victory against Gamers 2, the Polish side. We've had some pretty damn good results against Na'Vi yesterday.
Yeah, that was actually a massive surprise, and especially in the way they did it as well. They're probably wishing now, like, oh, I wish we played Cobble.
Yeah, yeah. Don't know that. I've never seen Envious play Cobble, thinking about it. But anyway, we're on to the rounds here. That could end things for Gamers 2. It's the last goodbye they're going to see probably, and it's going to be Shox with 2 kills to make things very, very difficult indeed as they move into a B split kind of round. But we do have Spiro here. He's close range by the vents. You could really cause a lot of issues. Throw a wrench into the works here. Oh, he's not going to get a good engagement at all, and it's just Minais who's left over. And it's just like the same rounds. It feels like over and over again. Envious get a couple good entries, and the trades are just not there for Gamers 2, and then they just get so far behind.
Yeah, Envy are playing so quickly as well. Like, they're playing so fast, and there's no way Gamers 2 don't have the economy to actually hold it back. They don't have a Molotov that they could throw down and actually prevent Envy from pushing through, unless they want to take massive damage. That type of thing, and that's why I kind of wanted to see that double eco coming in from them instead of the force buy they did in the previous round, because they basically screwed themselves over and are left with less weaponry that they haven't been able to defend any bomb sites with previously, and that's kind of what they're banking their entire game on doing.
Yeah, it's going to be a situation where Gamers 2, I mean, it's very difficult to find hope in a situation like this, because Gamers 2, they have never been allowed to play as they want to play, and that's kind of the strength of Envious. Their pressure at game is so good that even when they're losing rounds, they are doing insanely large amounts of damage. So you just can't buy even when you're winning.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how much damage they did on pretty much every eco they had. This is a rough task, and you can see like even less weapons and less grenades than in the previous rounds for Gamers 2.
Gonna get pop flash play into A main. It's gonna do the job here. Miku picks up the kill against Shox. So finally something going well. But can Happy turn that around for Gamers 2 and make him a nuisance of himself. Getting almost caught there by the spray by Happy through the door. But Innocent's got the angle of the CZ. This is so awkward, all these engagements here for Gamers 2. They don't have the firepower against these AKs. But Mihu, he could be in a position to deliver a huge result. Just going to smoke himself off a little bit. And he's there with Spiro as well. So good defense here from Gamers 2. They have a nice setup between the 3 players.
Yeah, they stacked it completely. It's only 1 man towards the B bomb site right now.
We get the trace coming in again now as they start to wade their way through these choke points into the bomb site. And Spiro will fall as it's just 2 players left. Innocent and Mouse. That's all that stands between a victory here for Envious on Cash against Gamers 2. Let's see, we'll pick up the frag against Happy. So they have a nice 2-on-2 situation now, but can they make it work? They need to find a kit. I'm not sure if there's even one on the floor. They're going to move fast. And now there's Mouse straight in there with the AK-47 pickup as they move together. Good Molotov there to force the player out of position. They're going to take their respective one-on-ones. And it looks like it's going to be back to Mouse and MBK. That's going to spot MBK around the corner by Forklift looking for the finish. There it is, spray down, but does he have the time here? He's found a kit as well, so looks like he should be good for this. It's going to be a little bit close, but he does have the defuse just about, and it's going to be a round for Gamers 2. They finally pick one up, but again, they lose every player doing it.
That was an insane retake, actually. That was really solid, and with the type of weapons and the lack of nades they had going into that, that was just absolutely amazing. And the fact that they held on to that Molotov for so long pretty much made the round for them, because it forced the second Envious members behind quad boxes out and made for an easy kill.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a defense on middle here now, but Envious is just going to move straight up and just, again, they want to take the aim jewels. They are proving superior when it comes to the shooting skills, as you would expect, and Gamers 2 are just melting away at the offense that the French side are putting up against them. So Gamers 2 now with not much left other than a Spiro and an M4. And what is he going to do with it here? He's going to take a duel against Shocks and will win that, but it's just a mere formality here at this point, it would seem, as the rest of Envious will deliver. 16-8 is the score, and Envious never looked in question of losing this map. It was always in their control, and I think this result kind of goes as we all expected.
Yeah, and it's nice that the weight control actually went through with Envious as well, because, well, you can clearly tell it. They were not happy losing to FlipSid. Choxy just went instantly upstairs, played DM. Normally, Envy sleeps between matches.
That's true.
Yeah, so they're clearly taking notice of the fact that not everything is going as perfectly, and you can see Shocks, he had a great game versus Gamers 2 right now, and they just seem more on point. I mean, sure, it could have been a morning match effect that came into play, but this was a completely different team from what we saw versus FlipSid.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering how far Envious are going to go now. Are we going to see a really strong day out of Envious, or because, as you said, they're starting to adjust. They didn't. I don't feel like they over-adjusted either. No. That said, it was cash, and you mentioned this earlier. It's pretty much the most comfortable map that they can find themselves on at the moment. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate for Gamers 2 that their map pool is in a situation that doesn't allow for them to have a better pick. But we do have an interview on stage coming up, so over to you.
You guys had to win that just to stay in the tournament, to keep your chances alive. You succeeded. How's the atmosphere in the team after two kind of upset matches? In between games, upstairs, Shocks was death matching like crazy, looked pretty angry. It paid off. You had a good game here. You were kind of on your own, relaxing. How was the mentality coming into this game?
It was just a rematch, a replay of what happened yesterday. We came in first game, we made tons of mistakes. They came back in a game that we were supposed to have. We had a big lead. So yeah, it's just yesterday all over again. So we just relaxed between the two maps. I tried to take it easy. We just focused our mistakes. Like, we know what went wrong. So we came against Gamers 2 in a whole different mentality, and I think it showed up in the game. We were way more confident. We were hitting our shots, and the calls were all around very good. So just a brand new game, and I guess that the first LAN games are not our own.
So, well, that's the thing. The first LAN games aren't always the best for you guys. Morning games are an issue. Shocks did deathmatch, as I just mentioned, and it paid off with a big game. Is lack of preparation for you guys an issue at LANs? Do you guys need to maybe practice and warm up more before games? Because it seems like something you guys don't often do as much as other teams that are here.
It's not a matter of warm up for us. We came here, we had like half an hour, everyone to just warm up and do whatever we have to do to be in our game. So. No, it's just about the mistakes we made as a team. We're not focused, our minds were not awoken, so we're just going left, right, center without really knowing what was going to happen. And facing Gamers 2, we're all focused, we had our game plan, we knew, we had our team play working well, so it's just the blurry mind of the morning, I would say.
And now you guys do have the last game, the game that everyone was hyping up, and it actually means a lot now, not just for bragging rights. It actually means a lot for where seedings are going to happen if you guys are going to go through. It's against Na'Vi. You've obviously come off a win here. You say you're awake, you're warmed up. What's the mentality like going into that game? What do you guys now have to look to do in a best of one against them?
Well, it's a must-win scenario for us. We don't want to have to rely on tiebreakers or ruined average. We're here to pass the groups, first of all. That's going to be the main point now that we have 2 losses. And yeah, we just need to win. We want to be sure to go through the groups, and then when we go into the brackets, for me, all the teams have got the same level, except Na'Vi that is a bit above the others, I would say. But in best of 3, it doesn't really matter who we're going to face. It's going to be a tough game no matter what, and we roughly know our opponent's level, and it's all up to us to basically play our A game and be better than them. So we'll see what's going on.
And do you guys feel more pressure now than potentially before? Obviously, now you're playing for your, you've done the job to at least give yourself a chance to get through still, but you're not still guaranteed a spot out of the groups. Like, how does that feel? Because you guys would have come into this expecting a whole lot better results.
Yeah, it's still Counter-Strike. Doesn't matter which team we play, anything can happen. And so we lost those 2 games that were very shaky from us. And now, once again, it's all up to us to win the last game and be sure to go through the groups. Obviously, Navi is the toughest opponent, but for us, it's kind of a remake of what happened at MLG at the beginning of the year. We lost the first game against CLG in a tight game, and then we managed to beat Fnatic at that point to go through. So it's a remake of that scenario. It's all up to us to now beat them. And we made it hard on ourselves by losing the first 2 games, which shouldn't have happened. So if we don't pass the group stage, well, we can only blame ourselves. That's the only thing.
It's actually a good point that you brought up MLG as well, because you guys did get through that group stage and then went on to win it. So there's still hope for you guys. Good luck this afternoon against Navi, and we'll see you then. So Navi pick up a convincing win against Gamers. Sorry. They have Envy, Navi, it's similar. Envious, excuse me, pick up a convincing win to keep their tournament chances alive on cash.
Has anyone ever done Navius? I don't
Navius?
know.
Ooh. We got the maple simple, and now we're going to have Navius. We're just going to come up with a bunch of dank memes today, guys.
That works.
But no, they keep their chances alive. Important victory. And now, again, there's still implications, and we'll go through those as they arise. There's still even a chance that if they beat Navi, there's other implications that still come into play, specifically with Gamers 2. So overall, though, that particular performance, Shocks warmed up, looked pretty solid.
Yeah, overall, I mean, maybe they are just not a very good morning team, because they played a lot better now compared to the first game of the day. Same with as yesterday. So overall, good performance. Is a must-win for Envy, and they managed to clinch it. It was a pretty one-sided affair, I must say.
Yeah.
Gamers 2, they had some solid rounds, but it was Envy all the way.
Yeah, it definitely was. And I mean, the speed with which they're playing on the terrorist side, they're so fast. The rounds were really weird, because either Gamers 2 literally win the initial battle on the bomb side, and then maybe they win the round, or they lose everyone on that bomb side, and Envy take the site with, like, still 3 or 4 members alive, and there's not even a chance for a retake.
Yeah.
So some fairly one-sided rounds in between there as well. Definitely, I think Shocks played better, but still only like half as good as he could be. So
sure, okay, in terms of potential, but again, the warm-up paid off. He was crucial in a few moments.
I just want for people to try and realize how good Shocks actually is. That's all I'm saying. Like,
yeah. I mean,
you're also the guy that wants people to like hold on to Markelov, like he's still.
yeah.
But the thing is, just look at it here, right? So if you just compare this performance to the other games he played, it's a massive step up.
Yeah, it is.
Sure, we remember Shoxy as, he's going to drop 30 bomb. Headshot percentage is very good, like 61%. Probably looking at like 68, 70, if it's Shox, and he's just tearing people up. Yeah. This is still a very solid performance coming in for Shoxy, and this
absolutely.
I mean, he needs to keep going like this if they want to get a chance to actually reach the playoffs. Well, now they actually, since they won the Gamers too, so.
Yeah. And no surprise with the scoreline as it was that the 5 best performers are the 5 Navi players. Smith's a little bit lagging behind in terms of his performance. Didn't really get much in the way of getting the op out and having impact, but the other players did step up. Kiyoshima's another player for me that, Shocks as everyone talks him up, and there's our look at the match worst. Okay, I like how they label it match worst, and it's just all 5 Gamers 2 players.
Yeah.
It's a little bit rude, but okay, there it is. I mean, they did lose the match.
Yeah, it's pretty expected that you have Mishu. None of them had that much of that great of a game, but at least Mishu was the guy that you probably went to.
But that's what we talked about, isn't it? Like they all perform pretty consistently. I think it was like 14 kills for Mihu and then like 10 kills for the bottom players.
Yeah.
So they're all really close to each other, which is kind of good, but not good enough when you're playing Shocks that drops 23 kills. That's the problem. Yeah. You need stopping power. You need someone who can shut down that star player and then go mad. And I mean, if you're playing Envy, you probably need more than one person. You need 2 people.
I mean, you need Mishu from yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the point I was going to make too is Shox is everyone always hypes up on his entries, and rightfully so. But Kiyoshima's a player for me that's normally quite reliable. I actually think he's underrated in that role. So it's good to see him as the second highest in that game because they're going to need that reliability.
When I was telling that story about Shox and how annoyed he was with his former teammates and how he felt like he had to tell them everything, the only person he didn't make that complaint about was Kiyoshima, who said the only person I feel like, the way Shox put it literally was, whenever I die first in the round and I look at my teammates, I think, oh, I wish I could take over and play for them instead because they're not doing it right, except for Kiyoshima. So, yeah, he saw that early on, Shox, that this player had potential.
Hit that E key, like you were saying with Simple this morning in our cast. Like, Simple just wishes he could, like, bot Alu. Like, hey, I bought Alu. There you go. So, but okay, so Gamers 2 now. They sit at 2-2, same scoreline as Gplay. Could end up 2-3, which would be where Envy end up. Na'Vi, there's still a lot to play for here. Flip side could actually, if Na'Vi don't win one of the next two, could actually win the group stage.
And they are going to be playing Gplay later on Gamers 2.
That's
so
right.
It's going to be a huge match for them as well, obviously deciding who even has a chance now.
Right, and we talked about it. So just to go over the implications again, if Gamers 2 beat Gplay, that would put Gplay, assuming Envious then lose to Na'Vi. So this assumes Envious finish with a 2-3 scoreline, puts them in a dead heat. We mentioned this before the match with Gplay, head-to-head, Gplay wins that. They go through, Envious is out, believe it or not. So the Na'Vi game still means a lot. If Gamers 2 win that, however, they just won the head-to-head with Gamers 2. Or rather, excuse me, if Gplay wins that, Gamers 2 doesn't. They're sitting on 2 wins. They won the head-to-head with Gamers 2. They go through, and it's Gamers 2, and we assume, and as HellRaisers sit at 0-3, that they then go out. So that would let Envious through. If Envious beat Na'Vi, however, and then Gplay win, or sorry, Gamers 2 win, then they go back to a head-to-head, and it's Gplay that goes out regardless. So it's, again, they have pretty much win the Na'Vi, and they get a chance at going. Right, it seems as confusing as it is.
I mean, it's very open right now.
You're good.
Yeah, it's very open right now still, so in the tournament.
Yeah, yeah, entirely. And I mean, again, Envy, they gave themselves a chance by winning this, and now Gamers 2 are in a pressure spot. How about them, though, moving forward? What's their mentality going to be coming from this game? I mean, they beat Na'Vi yesterday convincing on Cobble, and we were surprised by that because Na'Vi is a pretty good Cobble team. Obviously, it was a best of one. They let the map go that far. They were confident playing it. How about now? They come off cash and pick up, single-digit rounds, and it's not that solid.
I mean, the veto was in Envious' favor, so coming into the next game now versus Gplay, you know which maps Gplay can play.
Yeah.
Like, okay, which maps have they performed at this tournament on? Just try to avoid them.
Right. And just on that point, does Gplay, we haven't seen them on cash. It's been vetoed out every time. Do they then look at G2 and go, maybe we want to leave that in just to see what happens because they didn't have that solid enough performance on it?
I mean, maybe try and go for Cobblestone, for example. Maybe try and go for like maps like that where, okay, are we good at cash? Like, do we feel confident? Yeah, we had a bad game now versus Envious. Are we going to just let that slide, or will we just veto at that now as well? Because that wrecked us, basically.
Yeah, I don't think they will. I think they'd be all right with trying to play cash again.
I'm pretty sure.
I hope they have the confidence for that. I think if you start making those kind of decisions in the middle of it, like if you go into a tournament thinking we have a pretty good map here, we're pretty good on it, and you have one best-of-1 game and then you lose it and you just say, well, never again, like that's
a
would
bad
not be
mentality
a
to have.
Yeah, that's a very bad mentality to have. I mean, it's kind of like when you're in the game. Sometimes you call a play and it fails miserably, but we see very often that teams will keep calling the same play like 2 times in a row just because there was a minor detail that slipped up or something. So, I mean, they did also play Envy, which is, I mean, still in spite of their upsets here this tournament, still one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
So I'd be disappointed if Gplay if Gamers 2 just gave up on that map.
All right, well, we will shift gears a little bit. We have HellRaisers Na'Vi coming up now. If that's an upset, forget every prediction we just made because then the Envious Na'Vi game could actually be about who goes forward. Now, I'm not considering that to happen, but it could be a possibility. It is home pride on the line and pride to be salvaged for HellRaisers. Just before we go to a break, though, before we come back and preview that, public service announcement. I do want to congratulate 2 very solid Counter-Strike community members today in their wedding that's this evening. Sal Garza, Volcano, map maker, is getting married to ESEA Sapphire, who's been an integral part of the community and a massive part of the North American community and helped creating ESEA and making the community what it is. So congratulations to them, guys, and best of luck with marriage. We'll be back in just a minute. Oh, do you want to add to that?
No, they're amazing people.
They are amazing.
They are super nice.
Yeah. So best of luck to them, and we'll be back in just a minute, guys.
ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dive ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. The surface of my heart, the feelings never gone. A brave adventurer like me remembers everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been there. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the dots of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
This armory protects my heart.
Here with you. See your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. Nothing between us is empty space, empty space. Even when the music is loud, I'd rather be no other place. Here with you now, here with you now. Here with you now. Here with you. Rather be no other place than here with you now. Place than here with you. I see your face in the crowd, but you don't seem so far away. Nothing between us is empty space, empty space.
esportsbets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. esportsbets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
So as a bit of a philosopher, just kidding, I'm not really, but let's talk about theory. Here's the unfortunate one. If HellRaisers win out the day, Na'Vi lose the day, that would actually mean Envious end up with 3. Look, I know this isn't likely, but let's just throw it in here just because I think it's hilarious how this could still turn out.
Yep.
Yeah. Basically, Envious would be out, FlipSid would be out, either Gamers2 or Gplay, and their head-to-head would be out, and it would put a 3-way tie with Na'Vi, who we thought would win the group. With HellRaisers, we thought would be out, and then the loser of either Gamers2 Gplay. Imagine. Not likely, though. HellRaisers trying to play for some pride here. Na'Vi trying to wrap up first overall in the groups.
Yeah, and I think the first point you made is the most important. HellRaisers just trying to avoid elimination completely from this tournament, so they still have a small chance to make it through here. And a win versus Na'Vi would be very big for them. And I think they're more than anything are looking to put a better foot forward than what they did yesterday, because yesterday was just complete chaos and just utter destruction whenever they played a game.
Yeah, and I mean, for Na'Vi, they weren't too happy about the Cobble pick. They actually wanted to veto that yesterday. Ended up playing that anyway. And then you see today, it's going to be Overpass we're going to play, or Na'Vi and HellRaisers will play. And as soon as they knew the map, Starks rushed up to the computers that we have, the practice area, to download a demo to watch.
I hate to bring this up because you are saying they're trying to play for avoiding elimination. Even if they ended up in a 3-way tie with 2 wins, they've lost the head-to-head with the 2 teams they could possibly.
So they are out.
They are out. Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
They are out because if it ended up the way I theorized it at the start, they would be in a 3-way tie with Na'Vi or potentially Gplay or Gamers2, and they've lost to both of those teams already. They've lost to Na'Vi already, and they lost to they lost to Envious already, which would be so they're out of that no matter what. Again, if they beat Na'Vi, then they could potentially
they're playing for
3-way round differential. I guess maybe round. Okay, either way.
In theory.
Yeah.
They're playing for
not
honor.
very likely. Yeah.
So okay, so we do. I don't know if we have the vetoes or yet. What do you guys expect to be?
Oh, we do have vetoes.
Yeah, but it's going to be Overpass.
You see them right there.
All right, look, I was trying to give you guys the opportunity to like.
No, because I already told them.
In this order.
I already told the fine people on the stream that it's Overpass.
Listen, I gave you the opportunity. You threw it away.
Okay.
Never mind. So Overpass, we go to it. We haven't seen a whole lot of it this weekend. Where do we expect these 2 teams to end up? I mean, again, HellRaisers have Hooch as a stand-in.
Well, for me, I'm slightly surprised that we end up on Overpass. I think it's an okay map for HellRaisers in general, and I think it's a good map for Na'Vi too. I'm just surprised to see HellRaisers wanting to take Na'Vi on it after they lost pretty horribly to Gamers2 on it yesterday. But then again, that could be an anomaly. It could be that one-day thing that always happens to HellRaisers, where they have one day that's just awful and they come back the other day and just play, lights out. That could be what they're gunning for, but it's going to be tough anyway with them playing with the stand-in.
Yeah, but you can see on the vetoes, HellRaisers just did it smart. They just, okay, we're going to ban off Na'Vi's best maps, basically. We're going to leave Dust 2 and because it's a pug map and they do have a stand-in, and HellRaisers, they're quite good on Dust 2 as well. So it's up to Na'Vi, and they opt to go for Overpass. But as far as the veto is concerned, I think this is the best situation for HellRaisers.
Yeah, probably, given how we know Na'Vi are going to veto Cash, so that's not a possibility for HellRaisers. They're obviously going to remove the strongest map of HellRaisers as well. So yeah, like in a sense, it was kind of meant to be that we ended up on Overpass.
And how does HellRaisers catch Na'Vi off guard in this particular map? Obviously, aggressive A defense is the name of the game. You've got Guardian with his op. He's the way I've always seen him play it is out toward that long position. How do they win those picks and take advantage? Keep in mind, Navi's decent on the terrorist side here. They're really good at utilizing smokes on the A site.
Well, by no means are Navi confident coming into this match. Otherwise, I don't think that StarX would just rush up and download the demo from HellRaisers playing Overpass. So they are I'm pretty sure they're concerned because, again, this is, in a way, a domestic matchup.
Yeah.
So they both know each other fairly well.
And domestic matchups.
Yeah. So by no means, HellRaisers could take them off guard, but Navi is for sure the better team here, and they made a mistake yesterday, and they're looking to win out today, and then up first.
They're definitely looking to rectify that game versus Gamers 2, and I think it'd be silly of them to not take HellRaisers seriously because of the fact that it is pretty much a domestic matchup, and we know that whenever two teams who know each other very well go up against each other, weird results happen.
Now this is also the first game for either team today. Both teams were kicking around in the lounge, but neither were really warming up that intently. Well, how much will that play an impact, and who's going to come out of the gate, typically speaking?
It's really hard to say. I would say that Navi is probably the more stable team, whereas for HellRaisers, I would say they probably need a game or two to warm up. But then again, HellRaisers, they're known to be somewhat good in the group stages. You see that in every major, they can cause an upset, especially when it's a best of one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. The best-of-one format that we've seen all weekend has been the issue. There's a look at the stats so far in this tournament. No surprise, obviously.
No, this is for
the qualifiers, right. I was going to say, because the win rate, 60%, that's impossible for HellRaisers. that does not make sense at all. Keep in mind, HellRaisers, too, leading into this, had an excellent qualifier when they had Doji in. So it's like this is the wind out of their sails. I've mentioned it a few times this weekend that this is their home event. They really wanted to finally make it into this event. They play out of this arena even for online matches at times. So there is pride to be salvaged. I mean, they want to win at least a game here and give the crowd something. And the unfortunate part is, even though they're the home team, it's still Navi in Ukraine, which has the
biggest
unanimous, support oftentimes. So it's almost like they're the away team in some aspects of this game in their own building.
Yeah,
that's got to play on it a little bit.
It's a weird situation, but I definitely think Navi has the crowd support here, and well, I guess hopefully it's going to be kind of even. The crowd is going to cheer for both teams, and they have been doing a good job of that previously. So, but HellRaisers kind of have an uphill struggle all the way, and that's kind of how it has to be, given their first day performance, going up against what is, I guess, assumed to be the best team at the tournament as of right now, with how Envy have been, lacking in performance. No, it's just going to be a tough game, but I think Overpass is one of their best chances of actually upsetting Navi, and I think it's very obvious how Navi plays. Both on CT and T side, they have a very, rigid way of playing the map. That it's not a lot of secrets with what Navi are doing. What makes them so good is that they're still able to execute even though teams know exactly what's going on. But yeah, it's all on HellRaisers really to make something out of what they know. So they know, as you said, Guardian's going to push out onto long, jump on top of the concrete box there at long, and basically just shut it down. And he's going to have people around him through restrooms and behind him to help him out, in any kind of situations. And it's up to HellRaisers to really either avoid that or just counterplay it. And
similar to what Anders was talking about yesterday on Inferno for these guys is that they are passive. They sit back. Navi, speaking about Navi's T side, sit back, so slow, and then they hit really hard. But the problem is if you get aggressive against them, they know where you're going to get aggressive from. Now, it's a little more open on Overpass than Inferno per se, but HellRaisers need to be very careful because, again, aggressive defense is the big part of the metagame right now on the A site, but if they get over-aggressive, they're going to get caught by that too. So there's a lot of pressure on their CT side to be just right. I mean, it's going to have to be aggressive, but passive-aggressive almost to make sure that they don't get caught off by it.
Yeah, but by no means, HellRaisers, they do know how to play Overpass. They do have set strats for it. They have the Molotov rounds and the smoke rounds on the A bomb site. They do have the same on the B bomb site. So just depending on the form of the players, obviously, they're lacking Dosha right now. And again, even though it's not the player he used to be, it's still a very big hit for HellRaisers to lose him.
Absolutely, and well, for the big part of the tournament, or at least on day one, it felt like they were missing Adren as well. Like he did not show up at all until this last half of the last game of the day for them. He went absolutely massive in that Gplay game on the CT side. He had an awful T side. I think for HellRaisers to even have a slight chance, he has to come out playing to the standard he's been holding for the past couple of months online.
Yeah, and then we hear the Navi chant.
The Navi chant, get ready already. So fans are getting into it, teams getting into it. Who's got to be the players that step up on HellRaisers' side? Obviously, the absence of Doja. Who's going to be?
Well, I gotta say Adren, because he's one of the players. Like Jeez. Mo or
It starts
Moo,
already.
He's like Mo or Moo. I just expecting for me. He's been one of those like kids that just came in and he's very solid. I would say he proved himself in that team, but it's that run really that you were saying yesterday was really lacking, and you need him to actually come to play today in order to at least have a chance versus Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think if Adren doesn't show up, this is going to be a mauling from Navi's side, and if he does show up, then we might be looking at a really close game.
And from Navi's side, obviously Guardian instantly comes to mind, but who else?
Flamey.
I mean, I don't think there's as much pressure on Navi, so it's not like someone needs to step up, but who could be the one to do
well,
so
on
this map?
Overpass specifically, Flamey is a beast.
Yeah.
He's so good playing that B bomb site where you have Guardian just roaming around with the op, whatever you want to take a pick. So, and there you go. There's Flamey.
Yeah.
So far, so good. He's had a pretty solid tournament overall.
Yep.
It's always him and Guardian, I'd say, and then you always have obviously the stable player in Seized.
And Zeus has been stepping up quite a bit, like in
Zeus
terms
had
of
a good game
fragging.
yesterday.
Yeah, like in terms of fragging, Zeus has been playing very well as of late. I think Seized, at least on certain maps, you see Seized being kind of the next man up after Guardian, because Guardian's always going to be the #1 for Na'Vi, and on a map like Cobble, for instance, you very regularly see that Seized is the guy right behind him. But yeah, I would have to agree. On Overpass, it's Flamey, and he's going to be the guy to bring it to HellRaisers in addition to Guardian. But I don't think the other ones are just going to fall behind and not be a factor at all, obviously. But you know, those are the two that are going to stand out.
Yeah, and again, if they win this game and then go into the game against Envious, they have a chance to potentially knock Envious out of the tournament, which that's like a free kick for them. That's like giving them a complete here you go, like tournament on a platter. Well, potentially speaking, tournament on a platter. You know, your biggest opposition, you can knock them out. So they're gonna play through both these games with like complete intensity.
Well, that and they're playing to finish first in the group as well.
Right, and then the seeding, the crossover, which actually, interestingly enough, I'd have to look at the round differential. Even if the tiebreaker goes the way of Envious and gets in that 4th spot, it could mean the crossover works out so they play in the semifinal, not in the final, which would be interesting as well. Because how heartbreaking would it be for Na'Vi rather at their home event back in March? They actually won a series and then finished dead last because of the way that they went for them in like the lower bracket. We have a different format here, but how incredibly sad would it be to see them finish first? Envy has a horrible tournament and then knock them out in their home event. It would almost be like a dagger to the heart.
Yeah,
for Na'Vi. So
it really would.
Speaking of that too, I mean, Na'Vi has been a team that's improved their form massively right now. I mean, is there a case for them to move heavily up the charts right now in terms of overall rankings if they win this? Because this would be like EPL this now, and obviously some decent second last weekend of DreamHack Summer. Like these are a string of decent results over the last little while.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna have to, like, in terms of moving up the world ranking overall, I think we're gonna have to wait for the next major where everyone is, because obviously we're missing Fnatic, we're missing TSM, Nip is not here. So sure, like it's gonna be nice feather in the cap for them to win this tournament, but it's not gonna shift anything dramatically in the worldwide rankings.
You're saying to the worldwide rankings, and part of the problem with that is that we kind of have to see everyone at the same event, and we just talked about it the post show from the last game about how teams now are forced to pick and choose. Envy is a team that potentially needs to look to do that.
They should probably should.
It's sad to think that because there's like two minds. Like you could go, oh, our best competition's not going to the free money. Let's go win that. Or do the pro teams all decide together and say, we got to go to these events. They're the ones that matter. They're the ones that, are the top teams are going to be at, which unfortunately means some events are going to suffer because they rely on the teams being there. But then we start to see everyone line up again, because right now it's so scattered. Like TSM, yes, they've won a number of events, but we haven't really seen them play against all the teams. The last time they played Envy on LAN, I think they played once in the last 2 months on LAN against Envy, right?
Yeah.
And like that was a big bone of contention for me was, they beat Fnatic. They have Fnatic's number, but Fnatic still has a major over them. I still think Fnatic's the better team, but TSM hasn't played Envy. Can you really move them past Envy just based on a few wins where Envy hasn't been around? Like, it's hard to really establish an order when teams aren't playing each other.
It's tough, but I guess in the case of TSM, they were in a bit of a unique situation simply because they have so many people who are still, currently studying. So they're busy with exams at this time of year. That's just kind of how it is. It's going to be different once we get to August, because that's when they're finally going to move into, or not move into, but they're going to get a gaming house, or it's going to be a gaming office. So they're going to start treating it like their full-time job. They're not going to be preoccupied with studies and that type of thing. So from there on out, I think it's going to be better, really, like a better playing field for everyone around, or at least the viewers.
Yeah.
Well, okay, I guess we're getting one message now. We are ready to go. So it's an interesting topic to bring up, is how the teams are going to have to schedule that. And our fans going to suffer not seeing all the best teams at the same events. But that said, we're ready to jump into the game. To take it away, it is DDK. Actually, I take it back. It's Anders when I look beside me. I should look at the schedule. Good thing I looked. It's Anders and Threat.
All right, thank you very much, Matthew. Here we go. It's myself, Danish DDK, and also Swedish DDK. So, yeah, we've got it going on. DDK's always kind of here, isn't he? It is going to be on Overpass now. Best of one game between HellRaisers and Na'Vi, and yeah, pretty exciting matchup. What do you think, Threat?
This has the potential to be the most one-sided game of the tournament, I'm afraid. HellRaisers has not been playing well with their stand-in Hooch. Even though Hooch has been playing well, their star player at the moment, Adrian, has had probably the worst event of his CSGO career so far.
Yes, I have to agree. I mean, the upside, I suppose, is that if Adrian, went back to the hotel room and just meditated all night and, it's just super ready, could be a very different version of HellRaisers, especially if I think Angel continues to play really well. And, I mean, they've got some things going for them here, but they do need Adrian, and then they still have a stand-in. So you're right, it's a bit rough here.
Yeah, if Adrian doesn't play up to his potential, I cannot see any way HellRaisers going to win this game.
No, me neither.
Na'Vi did lose to Gamers 2, but Gamers 2 just looked unstoppable in that game, and Na'Vi was also close at losing to Gplay, and they managed to do an extremely sick comeback, 13-2 on the T half of Inferno.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't say we've been seeing the best Na'Vi ever here, but it is a second day. Sometimes things do happen between day 1 and day 2. So I'm hoping that we can get a really good match here anyway. It's going to be HellRaisers versus Na'Vi. If you're just joining us, then big welcome. This is the SLTV StarSeries LAN final. So we're on the second day. We still do have the playoffs coming up tomorrow, which, by the way, and this is important, it's going to be 2 best-of-3 games for both semifinals and the best-of-5 game for the grand finals. You guys have to be watching all of that. That's going to be a lot of fun. But we're going to be on Overpass for this game, and the knife round is just now getting underway. I love this smooth camera work. That's so sexy.
Yeah, it looks so awesome. And the knife round on Overpass is actually quite important. It's probably one of the more CT-sided maps in the pool, even though when they changed it, they made it a lot easier for the terrorists to push that A site. It is still very difficult for the terrorists to... It's very rare that you see the terrorists go into a lead into the second half.
Yeah, you're right. And I mean, right when they made the change, there were a bunch of matches where the CTs would lose a lot on that A-bomb site. I would still say there's a lot of stuff could be fixed on an A-bomb side, but when I'm seeing teams play now, there's a lot of times when I'm going to be thinking, well, they could have definitely done that better. There were some issues there, but overall, I would say that people are getting more and more of a hold on it. I think the most successful defenses going on over at the A side of the map involve pretty aggressive pushing all the way past the restrooms, because then you get to use the map as you're falling back. Every time you fall back to the next stage, you can kind of take a fight there, fall back into the bomb side eventually. And I know Na'Vi like doing that, and they're going to be starting on the CT side as well.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of aggressive play from Edward on long. Usually pushes up all the way up long, and a teammate smokes for him so he can re-smoke there. And Pistol's going to be live here, and we see a full Kevlar buy from HellRaisers. It's probably going to be a straight-up A push here. Or the bomb is going down the ladder. This is a very strange pistol run here from Na'Vi, or sorry, HellRaisers.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen. And, well, Edward, you did call it, pushing up aggressively, and it's going to be taking down Angel with a very easy click then. So a good start, and the crowd is loving it. They are fired up. We were hearing Na'Vi cheers on the crowd, like even before the game, even before they were on stage, people were getting hyped up here at the Cyber Arena. It's going to be Guardian getting a kill there on Kucher, and now it's looking real good here for the CT side as Edward goes down. This is going a bit back in favor of HellRaisers. Maybe they can actually do this anyway. Guardian going to get overrun as well. Hoocher picking up the kill. It's now a 3v3, and the bomb is going to go down definitely here. Flamey coming up from the back area, trying to see if he can get an entry on somebody here, but Adrian picks up another 2 kills, making it a triple, and HellRaisers going to win the round with Mo picking up that last kill. And we did call out Adrian as needing a good performance, and this is a good start.
Yeah, even though Na'Vi got those 2 entry kills, HellRaisers managed to push up onto the site and if you actually get the site, it's so hard for the sieges to push up from the bank and from those stairs. Such a small choke point. So great play there from HellRaisers in that retake. So yeah.
Very nicely done. It's going to put us into the second round. A little bit of action going on here at the connector, and it looks like HellRaisers are well prepared. Even though Edward 2 kills, how on earth did that happen? He just took down both of them, and they played that like they were prepared for it. They made the simultaneous jump. One guy gets caught, and then he actually shoots the guy who's mid-air last. So that's a huge, like a very important prioritization there for Edward. Just making sure that he can actually kill the guy who has the biggest chance of killing him first, and then he switches to the guy who's mid-air afterwards and takes him out.
Yeah, that takes a lot of training to be able to do that. It actually has to be reflex behavior.
Yeah, I was just about to say I think you can practice it a lot, but you're either a player who can do it or you're not. I mean, there's also like an element of talent here involved. C's going to be picking up a good kill there. This is a very expensive round for HellRaisers, and it's not even done yet. And already the Navi cheers are coming out. Zeus is going to go down, though. This is nuts, Threat. I've never heard anything like this.
Yeah, the crowd is just crazy, and it's only an eco round. Great eco round from Navi, getting 3 kills. Might even get 1 more. Angel here should be able to pick up this kill, yes.
Yeah. Good job there on Angel, closing out that round. Look, okay, so we've been in places that has a bigger audience than this, like without a doubt. In fact, this is like, you know, in terms of numbers, there aren't that many people here, but they're making noise as if there was 100-fold. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely awesome audience. And of course, we're gonna see a full eco here from Navi. Might buy some P250s. They did get 3 kills in that last round, so
I can't even. There is an Olympic stadium here in Kiev. We've seen it. So now I'm wondering what would happen if you hosted Counter-Strike there. Because if the energy can be this massive with like a couple of 100 people or maybe even less.
Oh God.
That'd be interesting. Yeah. All right. Well, we're just daydreaming here as the game is paused for a little bit. And HellRaisers, though, I mean, okay, shaky second round. But they still do get the rounds here, and as we said, CT signed it. These 3 rounds, assuming they get the next one here, they're gonna be really important for them.
Yeah, and especially if Navi gets more kills in this round, the 4th round will basically become the round where the teams who win that will take control of the economy. And you are one person that you often talk about this, that the 5 first rounds in a game is the most important ones, because, or in a half, because you decide which team will take control of the economy. And yes, we can see some CSUDs and P250s on Navi. They do have 1 flash. Maybe they will go for a pop flash play. Wouldn't be surprised if they do that.
Yeah, I love that. $200 investment. Very often you come up with a very, very nice lead just by doing that. So I'm a big fan of it. Again, here in the connector, they're going to be running in, and Mo turning the corner. We're out. Mag 10 Mayhem. Going to be a quick double kill there as Edward will get a refrag, taking down Angel over at long. Susan Edward going to fall, and that's going to be the end of the round here. Poocher also picking up a good double kill, even stealing the pistol, and is going to make it 3-0. And now Navi. If they win this round, the crowd is going to go nuts. And well, okay, so I think Edward bought the AWP for Guardian there. Smart way of making sure that they could definitely get that weapon.
And Edward doesn't have a smoke, so might not go for his aggressive position here along, since he won't be able to re-smoke that position. Very default play here from HellRaisers, just pushing out towards party. We'll probably try to get some map control towards A and just make a decision from there.
Guardian boosted up over at the picnic area on long, and he's going to get that kill onto Mo, so it's a very good start there. Flick not going to hit, as Adrian did take down Edward, so it's a trade back, and HellRaisers is going to be happy enough to get that trade in there. Pooch, a very aggressive push grenade. Follow-up, it's going to be a touchdown grenade. Takes out Guardian. Very smart play from Hoocher and sort of individual play there, but I really love it. That's great, because that means he kind of knew he could catch him on long there. They'd just seen him, and now it's going to be Hoocher getting another kill. As Cease did take 1. Seuss going to get the return, and now it's going to be a 2v2, but Navi is still looking good. Hoocher last man standing, very little health, and Seuss just trying to get a chance to reload back here. He's going to go down. Hoocher actually gets that shot, but Flamey is going to finish it off there, and it's going to be 3-1, and Navi will win the round.
Still a very dangerous position for Navi. Only 1 guy surviving, so it means this is just nuts. Yeah, it was a good round that they won it, but they are in a lot of trouble if they lose this.
Yeah. HellRaisers did a lot of damage.
I mean, I was warned. People told me coming here that, look, the crowd, they do love Navi. And I thought, yeah. You know, home crowd, they always do. But
this is something different.
It's something different, yeah. Nice aggressive move, but what a shot there. Adrian sends Guardian's corpse flying back into the restrooms, and Mo is going to be picking up Edward there. And you gotta wonder, I think Edward thought they would keep pushing, so if he just stuck around a little bit, but he was so far out in the open as well, that was a big risk to take. Seized, luckily going to find a perfect angle there onto Kucha. Timing was just flawless, and that's going to put it back into a 3-3. But again, it's already turning into an expensive round for Navi. If they don't win without losing anyone here once again, then it's going to be real tricky.
Yeah, and I really want to see HellRaisers abusing the fact that they have connector and sewers now, because they can just switch the sites. They have 50 seconds to work with. They do not have to commit to the site they push here.
They have a Molotov on Angel, and actually there is a position in there that's perfectly easy to Molotov, which is exactly where Zeus is holding, but they're not going to do it just yet. Adrian pushing in first, smoke goes off, and they're going to go for the spray here. Zeus returning on one, Angel coming in, but Zeus is playing this really well. He's finally going to go down and keep spraying. Angel picks up Flamey, and now it's all on Seized. He's going to try and come for the smoke here. Mad spray comes out, not going to connect Seized. Now last man standing, he's got the double. Mo is going to spray him down. Very aggressive peeking coming out from both the remaining HellRaisers members. They could have tried to play that safe, but it works anyway. They win the round, and then Navi are going to be ecoing.
Yeah, this is the worst possible start for Navi. Starting CT on overpass, losing the pistol, winning the first weapon round with only one guy surviving, and then losing the upcoming round. They actually go for a force buyer, and I can understand this. They're so broke, they have to go for a double eco. They might as well just buy this round.
Yeah. Scout there on Seized, some armor, some random pistols being picked up here. We'll see if it's going to make a difference. They are going to be moving up and connector once again here. Nice setup from Navi, just trying to bait them into a bit of a crossfire. Hooch are going to get the one kill, and they line up, almost killing each other there, but it's going to be fine. They get the 2-for-0 trade, and it's going to be still a good situation here for HellRaisers, even if Hoocher is very low.
Yeah,
practically dead.
Passive play here from HellRaisers. They don't want to give up those weapons. 2 players left to find now.
There are some HellRaisers fans in the audience we can hear as well. Edward, he did just see the shadow, but then the flashbang comes through. Not a lot that he can do. He's going to end up going down to Kucha, which means Seized will be the last man alone. Running around on the map with the scout. I mean, they're going to be ecoing next round anyway here, so if he can save the scout, it won't be too bad, but he's about to get found out. He just dodges it. I think Adrian must have seen him. He's sneaking up behind. I think Adrian spotted him, but we're not quite sure yet. Waiting right around the corner. There it is. Adrian, he's going to really try and stab him. He gets the one. Oh. He gets the knife, and he's going to take down Seized. That is so cheeky.
Going for the slice, stab. Awesome play there from Adrian. And now they must realize now that HellRaisers' economy is gotten out of control. They should just focus on their own economy, just go for a full eco. They should actually not even buy these P250s, just go for a full eco. They have to just focus on their own game now.
What a dirty play, and you guys can't see this, but Adrian put out a bit of a heart, and Seized put out a little bit of smiley face there. It's blocked by the camera on your guys' view, but there's no real hatred between them there. They actually found that kind of funny, and I think everyone else did too. All right then, well, that's going to put them on notice here. Zeus is going to go down, and HellRaisers, they're looking on form right now. This would be such an upset. This would kind of screw up the whole group if this really works out for HellRaisers. Guardian going to go down as well, but they get one refrag at least. Maybe getting the second one here on Seized. No, he's not going to be able to do it. Mo on the hunt. And Flamey, last man standing.
Yeah, and the score is going to be 6-1, and we've only seen one real full buy from Navi, actually. Yeah. So it's going to be really interesting what they can do now. And then finally, do have some money. We're going to see no ops, 5 rifles. And would like to see that aggressive play from Edward along.
Yeah, that worked out all right in the pistol where they picked up that first kill. But you're right, it'd be great to see if they can try and do it again and get a little bit of control. Put HellRaisers on, on the defensive position instead of them taking so much map control like they kind of are right now. Zeus attempting to make a jump here, just spotting anyone out. And what we're seeing instead is actually Navi playing way more defensively than maybe we would like here. That could come back to haunt them, because that's going to give HellRaisers a lot of room, especially over the A-bomb side. They still have Edwards, like, on the corner of the bomb side, but if a few flashbangs or something pushes him back, so much space for HellRaisers to work with.
Yeah, the problem for HellRaisers is that they're playing with a stand-in, so they might not have the executes to finish it off. It might be an anti-strat tactic here from Navi, thinking, okay, they have a stand-in, they might not be able to do set executes. How do we punish this? Okay, just by playing very defensive.
Yeah, if I was HellRaisers, I'd probably leave Hoocher alone somewhere and let the rest of the team play together. Have him be the lone man out. We can tell he's the one carrying the bomb, so maybe that's just his role here. Adrian and Angel down towards B, while the rest of the HellRaisers team playing on the A side of the map. And look at the timing here, 30 seconds. So they're going to walk 2 people into B and hope that there's going to be a massive over-rotation on Na'Vi, and then try and run in there and put the bomb down. This is a big risk. Angel is going to go down. That C's picking up the first kill there, and now half the fake is basically gone, but Adrian does get an important refrag, and he's going to get another one as well. Hoocher and Adrian go down, though, and that's a 2v3, and Na'Vi are still at this bomb site. The bomb is dropped with 10 seconds left. This is a disaster for HellRaisers, although they will burn out Guardian. There's going to be 8 seconds, and Mo picks up the bomb. 5, he's just going to get it in the last second. This is unreal, and now he has to clutch it as well. Going to be a 1v2, sprays down one. Oh my god! What are you doing, Mo? They line up, he gets both the kills, and HellRaiser's going to win the round. Unreal performance.
Oh, he actually sprayed on the guy in the back to down to 10 HP while killing the first guy. And
this is ridiculous. Look at Mo. He's 14-1-2. I understand why Na'Vi want to take a... I mean, they say someone's timed out, but I'd want to take a tactical pause here. That was a nuts performance by Mo.
Yeah, I don't know even. And it actually was a great round from HellRaisers, abusing the fact that they gained that map control. What you want to do is not go for a full execute with 5 people. You want to toy around with the CT, so they walked out 2 people monster, forced a bit of an over-rotation, got the A site, and then Mo did that pretty sick 1v2 clutch.
Oh my god, that is incredible. If the timing is off by even a second, then he has 2 people peeking his position as he walks into them, and he's probably going to be gone immediately. Even though the crowd is sort of fairly Na'Vi favored here, people were loving that. Like they do give it up when HellRaisers are playing well, and this HellRaisers is far away removed from the HellRaisers we saw yesterday. And I mean, Adrian is playing much better. He's at 9 kills. Mo was playing well yesterday, but he's just found a whole new level.
And we actually see a half force buy. They actually do the thing you usually do as T when you're losing a lot of rounds in a row, where you buy Tech 9 armor 1 round, next round you buy AK armor, and you do that back and forth as long as you're losing. So
a little bit of pressure, maybe a little bit of desperation coming out of Na'Vi here. They know that this is really dangerous. Guardian has the Deagle, and so does Flamey, and they are 2 players that are, especially Guardian, very, very good at using that Deagle, so we'd love to see some of that. Highly aggressive maneuver coming out here, a lot of people pushing in, and there's a crossfire waiting for them. Guardian gets 2 kills, one of them a headshot, one of them just a body shot, and it's going to be Guardian. 3rd Deagle shot coming through, Hooch now alone. Guardian looking for more, he's finally going to be brought down, but it might have been too late here. Seized, looking for the kill, 1 more bullet, and it's not going to happen. Angel will stop it, saves the disaster here, and saves them right at the edge of the catastrophe, and it's going to be a triple kill here for the HellRaisers captain, and an 8-1 scoreline.
Excellent play from Na'Vi, though, going for that pop-fledged Guardian, managing to get 3 kills. It's very hard to finish up a player in that position where Angel stood when he has a Kevlar and you do not have Kevlar. Actually going to see a fast B push here from HellRaisers.
Yeah, 2 people waiting down there, and actually they're going to just break off Guardian. This is where they need him. Exactly that kind of play is what makes Na'Vi so hard to deal with. It's going to be a bit of a trade going on down at B as Soustik go down. Edward's still alive, but he's going to get shot in the face by Kucher, and we're back into a 3v3. Kucher trying to push up. Nice angle from Edward. Takes 1, takes a second, goes for the 3rd. Not going to get it quite, but they know where Adrian is, and they have him not quite boxed in, but in a couple of seconds they will have. So Adrian's actually trying to play this one smart. He's plenty of time. He wants to make sure he can make it a 1v1 before he even thinks of getting that bomb down, and that's definitely the way to go about this. But he has no way of knowing that Guardian is playing all the way on the side there. And now he's getting tagged a bit through a wall, trying to run forward. If he gets a read on where the other Na'Vi players is, that might help him a lot, but he is boxed in. He sees one, has no idea about the other one. Molotov going to go up. He's going to go for the peek. He wins that fight, takes down Guardian. And now Seized, is he going to be there on time? Bomb being planted, and Adrian, he's at least going to get that much. Now all he has to do is spot out Seized, but he won't be able to. And Na'Vi, I won't even say like a sigh of relief, but a little bit of tension has, gone off their shoulders here.
Yeah, they did get that round, but once again, with only one guy surviving. So if they lose this round, they're back to $1,400 on almost each of the players. So HellRaisers have a great opening to go to double digits if they win this round.
Yeah, that would be huge, wouldn't it? AWP was saved there, but you're right, even winning a round, we're talking a couple of FAMASas here. Not that many grenades either, so still a bit of a tricky position. It looks like HellRaisers are fairly aggressive out long once again. Now we do have one person pushed up, and that's Guardian one more time.
Default round from HellRaisers. Move gets that entry kill. Down in connector.
Smoke gonna go up just to try and block out Guardian. They knew that position, they saw it coming, so pretty smart play here from HellRaisers. Just trying to limit how many positions Guardian can use that AWP on.
It's always interesting to see how teams play when they have an advantage. Looks like they're just gonna try to gain control of sewers.
Oh, free kill from Zeus, and they needed that freebie because otherwise things were going to get tricky. Molotov goes up, and that's actually very smart, just blocking it out, making sure he doesn't get flanked, and he's going to be pushing up here. So this is also a lot of information. He's going to catch Hoocher jumping mid-air. That was an unreal piece of timing right there. Otherwise, he could have got shot in the back. Zeus picking up a third kill. He has gone full man mode at this point, looking for a quad as well. Sprays and almost preemptively takes down Hoocher there, but he survives on 8 health, and now could they actually get the bomb down? They only have 30 seconds, and surely the rotation is going to be happening toward this side. Seized is actually at the wrong side. He's got the Molotov, so he would have been able to stop it. Guardian get a good shot there, and it's going to be up to Mo. He's got the double. He's going to have to make this one a quad kill to win it. He's got very little time to try and make it happen. 15 seconds. Smoke to block off one side. Bomb being planted right here, and now Na'Vi going to go for it. They're boxing him in, and that was definitely not going to work out well with that Molotov on top of him.
Yeah, disciplined play from Guardian, not going for the second peek. He knows he just has to wait for Seized to make that flank, and yeah, just patient play from Na'Vi winning them that round. And also great play from Zeus getting 3 kills there towards Monster.
Yeah, that was obviously huge. I actually thought I didn't even see that Hoocher was coming from that angle. I just thought the second he pushes in and sees nobody else there, that's so much information for the CT side to work off. But wow. 3 and 8, and the audience is back cheering for Na'Vi.
Yeah, and a lot of pressure on Na'Vi's economy still. HellRaisers do have one Tech 9 though, so Na'Vi is close to breaking that HellRaisers bank after getting up to H1. HellRaisers is going for the default, and we actually have one guy going very aggressive on long.
And it's Edward back again with that play, going to be pushing up, does spot out someone and puts a little bit of damage in, almost gets the kill onto Hooch there. But now trying to fall back to safety a bit. Hoocher going to sacrifice himself. But also Seized got killed. And that was Adrian picking up that kill. So now as he tries to fall back, he has no idea that Mo is playing here, and he's instantly going to go down. You got to wonder, I mean, Guardian was falling back already, so they didn't have any kind of like buddy system going on over there. It was Guardian playing alone, and then Edward also playing alone, and that's not always the best approach. Trying to see if they can spray. I think they have an idea that someone's behind here, and Zeus has to be a little bit careful. Almost Guardian gone down. Zeus to the rescue. Gonna round the corner with the M4. Takes one. Sprays two. The timing is perfect. And Angel, well, now he's alone. Very critical double kill coming in there for Zeus. In fact, it's a triple in total for him in this round again. And he has had a really sick tournament already. Like, Zeus has become a very strong player right now for Na'Vi. Angel moving in. It's going to be a good shot there on Guardian, but he shouldn't be able to win this round.
No way you can push along in a 1v2. This should not be doable for Angel.
Well, he's going to go for it, and he's going to win that fight against Flamey. Now Zeus, last man standing. He's got such a good angle here, and he's going to be almost sprayed down. He does get the quad kill, but that is way too close. I mean, as soon as he gets the kill on Guardian, they know where he is. They know he doesn't have time. I think it was 28 seconds on the clock. So he almost, I mean, maybe he could make the run for B, but that was so risky. So
yeah, he must have seen on the death cam that was actually running towards long. So no reason to peek him there. They should just wait for do a crossfire when he pushes to the actual side there.
Yeah.
So a misplay from Na'Vi, but Zeus, great individual performance, managing to save him there.
And it seems like they're going to try and go fairly fast into B. They've got 2 flashes on Adrian, and There goes the first one. Second one going to pop in as well. And now we have a pretty big force here. Although Flamey does go down. That's Mo with a deagle shot. Zeus lining him up. It's going to be a double. It's going to be a triple as well. And finally threat around where Na'Vi actually come out with members alive.
Yeah, finally they can build up that small bank. However, HellRaisers do have that lead as Chi on overpass. And this is just... the crowd is just nuts right now.
Yeah, this is making it very, very difficult, obviously. HellRaisers can probably be all right with just having 8 rounds, but they'd really like to try and close this out and just make sure that they can win it, because at 8-7, they might have the lead, but it's not like Na'Vi aren't good on the T side either, so I wouldn't call it a victory just yet.
And once again, Edward in this extremely forward position. Doesn't have a smoke though, so he cannot re-smoke. Probably gonna just try to fall back.
Molotov goes up. I'm not sure if he spotted that. Now, there is a player playing in towards the playground. And Edward's actually going to lose that fight. Kucha will take him out with a headshot. And next in line, a refrag onto Hooch. So now it's a 4v4, and Flamey misses that spray. Modo going to get a team kill, and then Angel goes down, so a bit of a mess up there. And that could actually cost them a lot. Mo going to be pushing up, trying to rectify the situation. Going to get a headshot on Zeus, but he's not going to check the corner, and that's the bomb drop now. Kucha, last man standing, 1v2, and again, this shouldn't be doable. They should be able to play around the fact that the bomb is down, but he gets a headshot there. Seized is actually more than a bullet away. The AK doesn't quite do 39, so he's got a chance here. Seized, he can survive a single blow, but a double and he's gone. Or a headshot and he's gone. So, I mean, even though the health difference is massive, it's not that big anyway.
And he has to go for the plant here, 15 seconds left.
Seized, waiting right at the edge. He almost shot himself then. Kucha going to go back for it. He gets the shot. He wins the clutch. Oh my god, a 1v2. Kucha is amazing. Got the entry frag and then closes the round 9-5 here. That's a disaster for Na'Vi.
Yeah, lucky for Kucha, he had that smoke left so late into a round. That's very rare to see, and HellRaisers managing to get up to 9 rounds. The question is, will they manage to go to double digits? 3 people going aggressive here on A for Na'Vi.
Early grenades coming out from HellRaisers, just expecting Na'Vi to go aggressive here. And the CT team, I mean, they've got no armor on 2 players. They have an AWP on Zeus. I mean, everything is a bit weird. Guardian has a deagle. He did get a lot of kills earlier, so maybe he's just thinking, I'll do it again. Flamey closing connector here, and he's going to be walking right in on Angel. Really good range for that Max 7, but still not going to get the kill. And now it's Guardian's turn. He's done to do a lot of damage already, looking for the shot, almost taking down Kucha. But he's not really feeling it, and he's going to be falling back. Doesn't want to challenge too much.
Yeah, man advantage for HellRaisers, but 2 players are pretty low on HP. Kucha down to 2 HP actually, and Zeus with the
oh. Guardian, we've got to keep the camera on him. He's just too dangerous. Going to go for another one. I'm not sure if he realizes how much damage he did to Kucha here, because otherwise he probably would try and get another body shot in. They could be able to close this out and at least make it 9-6, which still wouldn't be that great, but be a lot better than the alternative. Angel going to sort of get himself sandwiched in here, so he's missing the shot. He's going to get shot in the back. That was Guardian just turning around and executing him, and yeah, 9-6 definitely here. 20 seconds, Kucha on 2 health. If Na'Vi give this up, then it's time to disband.
Yeah, yeah, that would be something. 10 seconds left. We'll get the first. No.
He's trying, but Zeus will take him out. And then we're going to be at 9-6 for the halftime score.
Even though it's 9-6 to HellRaisers, you have to feel the momentum is with Na'Vi right now. They were down 8-1, managing to pick it up to 9-6. Which is a terrible score, as CT on overpass, obviously. But HellRaisers do have a stand-in, and it's not impossible for Na'Vi to make the comeback here.
It's definitely not, I would say. I mean, you win the pistol round and make it 9-9, and then maybe if you're feeling really good, you win the 4th round as well and get back into a bit of a lead there. It's doable. But one step at a time, I think, is the key here. Focus on the pistol. What kind of pistol round would you be running on the T side now?
Probably a simple Glock armor with 1 smoke. The one I'm always talking about. Where you drop to 1 Tech 9, you buy 1 smoke, the rest buy armor. It's usually the strongest one, and just utilize that smoke as well as you can. Usually you want to go for the B push and just smoke off graffiti. and just push the site with Glock armor, because it's so hard to defend for the CTs.
They do have raid boss Edward, and I'm not sure what Ceased pick up as his other buy.
Did
he drop something? Yeah, he dropped something with Guardian as well, obviously. So yeah, we're seeing right here, P250. We're just blind a little bit. So double pistol purchase with Ceased. He's sacrificing everything to help his teammates out. But Kucha with the double headshot, going to be taking down, well, Angel there as well, and Mo now taking out Ceased. This is a complete failure from Na'Vi here. Flamey, last man, and he's trapped in between all of them. That's going to be a triple kill for Kucha and a very bad start for Na'Vi. That wasn't even like a close thing. That was a complete shutdown.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Na'Vi ran that pistol round when they just run into the toilets, basically, because that's a common pistol round for the CTs to do right now with the meta, where you stack towards connector, a lot of people in the toilets and close to that edge there, because you have a good defense towards A, plus you can just flank B through connector if they go B. So kind of surprised Na'Vi didn't see that coming.
Su's close here, and the Tech-9's going to do the job, but Angel does get a quick refrag. So still a 4v4, and can they actually pick this one up, Na'Vi? They do have armor, they do have a lot of Tech-9s, and also a bit of a Desert Eagle there on Guardian. Can't forget about that. Adrian gets a kill, and although Angel and Mo are kind of low, it's still looking good right now. Flamey trying to get the spray. He's going to get the headshot on Adrian. If he runs, might be able to put the bomb down, but he has no way of knowing. It does go back and even look like he was pre-firing that. That's incredible. Very well done on Flamey. He's still in an awful position, though.
Yeah, he has to get that bomb down. One player is in T-spawn, though, and the other guy is on A. If he just goes to B, he can actually plant the bomb, but he has no clue where either of the CTs are right now.
And this is really tough. I mean, he wants to check everything. He's thinking, surely there must be someone to be somewhere. They have no idea where he is either, so this is just a really weird round. And they do have a kit on Hoocher, but if he goes down far away from the bomb and somehow it's a 1v1 between Angel and Flamey, time could be a factor as well here because they're so far apart. So it's going to take them maybe 12 seconds or something to get to the bomb sites. And then there's a chance for Flamey. He just has to get this kill on Hoocher and hope that the Angel doesn't find a kit anywhere. Then there's a good chance he's going to be walking right back in, and that's the end of the round.
Yeah, great play there from Hooch. I'm kind of surprised Hooch opted to play so far back. He was actually playing in T-spawn for a long while there, and when you're in a 2v1, you don't know where the last guy is. You usually want to play together close to the sites so you can push him where when you hear that bomb plant. Just lucky for him that Flamey waited so long to actually plant the bomb.
Yeah, it could have been a little bit tricky otherwise. Don't want to be too far away, not with the competitive bomb timer, and especially if you only have one kit like that, it can be a bit weird. Na'Vi, they at least got a bomb plant another round, so you know, a little bit of money bonus, and they're gonna force up. They know they have to put so much pressure on HellRaisers here.
Yeah, they have to take control of the economy, otherwise they are definitely out of this game. And we'll go for a peek on long here. There's no up there. Going for a very ballsy peek there on long with the M4.
Yeah, because in that peek you either win that fight immediately, or they're just gonna run you over. So I would say also that was a bit of a risk there. A good opening from Na'Vi nonetheless. Kucha going to go for a fight here. Long range as well, but just way too many people. And again, he was also sort of peeking a wide angle, so very hard for him to get back into safety. What Angel is doing is a little bit more clever, just trying to play on the corner, but then he gets caught by Zeus coming out of toilets, and now it is going to be looking really good for Na'Vi here. Adrian actually did get the 180 turn to take that kill, and now he's going to be moving forward, trying to reload that gun in the corner. It looks like he's turning his back, and that's going to be the end of it. Triple kill from Guardian, 7-11. And finally, something working for Na'Vi.
Yeah, HellRaisers will be forced to an eco. They're up 11-7 as CT on overpass, so they have room to go for even a double eco. We see Angel actually going for a full buy alone. This is very odd.
I do like this Molotov here that Ceased really likes throwing, the one that lands in the L-bend, so yeah, just a way of blocking off people if you're going to go for a little bit of aggression, and then he also has the wall bang. So, yeah, very cool stuff from Ceased. Yeah, the single buy here doesn't really make a lot of sense to me at all. In fact, I have to assume it's almost a mistake, actually. Flamey going to pick up a double kill, and that looks like it's going to be the round for Na'Vi. Going to put the bomb down, and HellRaisers can't really retake this. But, I mean, if they save the armor buy, then I guess it's okay.
Yeah. The question is, though, I think one of them had $1,400, so it might actually be tricky for them to buy the next round. In this position, when you're up 11-7 as CT on overpass, I would actually opt to go for the double eco and just put up that AWP, put up the smokes, put up the Molotovs. and just focus on your own game, because now they will get into a comfortable position with their economy. You cannot stop that in this position.
Angel goes down with that rifle and the armor as well. And you're right, now they're fast-tracking themselves into a pretty wealthy situation here. 8-11, and it's looking increasingly better for the crowd favorites here. I mean, the difference, Angel's not going to be great, but he's still, you know, competitive in the next round if they save here, and they obviously will.
Yeah, going to be basically a full eco. As he said, a few P250s and 257s. Very passive play from Na'Vi. Bomb towards T-spawn. 2 guys just camping outside of Monster.
And Edward trying to take a forward position here. Spot someone out. Na'Vi might be able to guess that this is going to be eco, so they really don't want to run into anything and try and give it up. Adrian playing in a tricky position here by the smoke, but again, Na'Vi are playing this actually very defensively, very carefully. And with that opening, they're going to go right into B and realize there's nobody else here. So it's going to be back-to-back, you know, really healthy, wealthy rounds for Na'Vi, where they come up with a lot of money here. And HellRaisers can't do a lot to stop it either.
Yeah, they're just probably going to surround the site and try to go for the exit kills here. Not much else they can do.
Yeah, but only one even close right now, I think, is Angel coming up from T-spawn. So he's going to run into Guardian as well. And won't be fun at either. Guardian going to get that kill, and now we're at 4-3. Only 3 players left, obviously, for HellRaisers, and nobody's even going to exit that way, so they're not going to get any chance at all. So overall score about to be 9-11. And now, I mean, what's the play for HellRaisers here? Are they going to try and be very defensive, or do you think they're going to try and put some pressure back on Na'Vi?
They should put some pressure back. I mean, they're still up 11-9 as CT.
Yeah.
And they will have a lot of money to work with. And even if they lose, they will still start to get that money bonus. Mu do have an op now, so I would like to see him go aggressive. He actually opted by a helmet over nades.
Yeah. A bit tricky. I mean, it's only 1 M4 in play on Edward there, so maybe just wanting to be comfortable and safe up here. Go for a bit of a boost. This is something that Guardian did a lot as well, and it's actually, in my opinion, becoming a little bit predictable for people to do this, which is always scary. Now he's going to be back here jumping, just wants to get a read. He isn't simple, so he's not going to try and shoot with the AWP when he's back there while jumping. Already good damage put out. Su's going to pick up the 1 kill. Can't transfer the spray on to Kucha. Kucha, in turn, gets a double kill, so looking really good for HellRaisers here. Finally, they're off to a good start. Now Guardian going to take up this position and just going to be waiting. Does he even stand a chance? Mo is still jumping back here. He's going to see him, but not going to react too much.
Yeah, very passive play from HellRaisers. They should just play defensive now. When you have the numbers advantage at CT on overpass, just go for the defensive play and play the fast rotations.
And Guardian moving forward. They do have smokes and 2 Molotovs, and actually 3 smokes left on Na'Vi's side, so they could definitely go for an A execute and try and get the bomb down as a sort of minimum and hope to fight for the afterplant, and I think that's what they're going to be doing as well. 1 guy down in B, just putting in a little bit of noise and trying to distract him down there. Counter flash is coming out now. They know that there's another player up here, but this Molotov going to be really good. Smokes as well to try and block off Mo inside that bomb site so he can't use the AWP. Now they just need the bomb plant, and it's going to be slowly coming into the site, but a rotation is already happening. Kucha going to go down. There's Guardian picking up the kill. Angel waiting, and the bomb still not down. It's finally being planted. Then Guardian comes up with another 2 kills, taking down Mo and Angel. And Hooch, last man to rotate in. He did kind of a good job sticking back there because he didn't want to rotate too soon, but at the same time, now it's going to be tough for him to try and clutch this. Na'Vi is set up in great afterplant positions. Hooch has to go and look for both of them before he can even think about defusing, and he also doesn't have a kit. It seems unwinnable. Guardian, quad kill. And now that's a very important round. HellRaisers had saved a lot to get into this position, and they make almost nothing of it.
Yeah, great play from Na'Vi. They're going for the wall of smokes towards bank, so they can jump up on the bomb box and just peek over the smoke. Very cool play from Na'Vi, and that basically was what won them that round. And HellRaisers actually going for a lot of pistols and FAMAs here on Kucher.
Well, Edward opening up on 1, on 2. And it seems like that's almost going to be the round there. Angel will take a kill on 1, but then they're going to overwhelm him. Flamey picking up a little bit of
frag for himself. Mo and Hooch are going to be the last two people left, and I'm not sure if there is an easy way out of this one. Again, damage onto Na'Vi is still valuable. Another kill here would make a big difference for them. But Na'Vi is two kills away from equalizing the score here. Oh, he's trying, but he's not going to be able to do it.
HellRaisers is really overbuying this round.
Hooch gets the kill in there, but you're right. I mean, they invested a bit into it, and that might come back to haunt them here. Bomb's going to go down right in front, but he can't really see it, and he's going to end up dropping to Flamey. So 11-11. Big comeback from Na'Vi right now.
Yeah, being down 9-6 as Tion overpass, losing the second pistol round, and they're back to 11-11. Awesome comeback from Na'Vi. What will HellRaisers do? Wouldn't be surprised if they go for the aggressive play on A again. They did win the trades, just failed in that after plan situation on A. Move with that op, and we're gonna see him go aggressive here on long.
Also down in connector, they're gonna be pushing up a bit here. Flamey is moving forward, but looks like they're actually gonna slow it down just a little bit. Angel playing by the tree, and he's very much alone here. So this is kind of either gonna work great, or he's gonna get traded, and it'll be a bit of a giveaway. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of playing alone up here. I'd much rather have him have someone behind him. Flash is going to come in, and he's going to try and do it, but they double peek him. And a nice opening frag for Flamey there now. Adrian will get the kill on one, but Seized with a double return. And that must have been a really nice spray from Seized, because he basically must have just transferred right onto Mo as well. Kucha coming up from behind, takes one, but the fight's going to continue, and Edward will drop him. Now it's Hooch left one more time, and this time it's even worse than last time threat.
Yeah, I have to question the angles HellRaisers take on long.
Yeah.
First move, going for that really far to the right peak, which lost them the economy in the beginning of this app. And then this round, Angel going for that peak where even if he gets the first kill, he just goes down to the second guy, and you have a 1-for-1 trade, which favors the terrorist. So I don't understand what his plan is there when he's playing that aggressive.
Well, I mean, if Angel was all the way up there on the left-hand side of the long corridor, then I could be okay with that if he had a teammate. Let's say he had Mo all the way back with an AWP, so that when they peek out, the first thing they're going to hear and they're going to notice is the fact that someone's shooting at them with a sniper rifle. So they can, then their focus is going to be on that. And if they forget about the fact that someone could be close, it can kind of work out. But when he's there alone, I can only see it working if only one guy peeks and he wins the fight against that guy.
Yeah, I agree with you completely. And the play you're talking about is kind of effective. It's still very risky, but the play he did is just nuts. It makes no sense.
Yeah, and it actually goes back to one of the big problems we were highlighting a while ago for HellRaisers, is that sometimes, I remember especially in Inferno, they kept having setups where it was either we win this fight or the whole round falls apart. Like, every individual person has to win their own fight. There's almost no team play element, so that's a bit scary, and that they can't fall back to that, because they've actually done a great job of getting away from that kind of play. They can't fall back into that pattern. It's not going to work for them.
And 5 people going towards A here on Na'Vi, so it's a full-on A push.
Mo playing for information, very safely back here, does not want to re-peek it. And I wouldn't either. Guardian is back there scoping up, so if he did go for a jump out. Now, the thing is, they saw him, because you can tell they're slowing down. They are probably going to be thinking he's going to be falling back. And look at the setup here. Kucha's also, it's Adrian playing really far back, so it's going to be a bit of a setup here. Kucha will take down one. Mo does go down. And Adrian calmly helped out, but he was actually playing the corner trying to distract him, so that was a good setup for HellRaisers. Just didn't work out. Bomb is dropped, though, and Angel's trying to cover it, but he's losing his cover from behind. Now he's sandwiched in. There's no way out of this for Angel. He is completely trapped, and he's got a FAMAS. He's going to get shot in the back here. Edward with a triple kill. And Hoocher, the last man left once again. It just seems like Hoocher's role in this game is to have his whole team die, and then for him to try and clutch it in a 1v4 or 3 or something.
Yeah, this is not going to work out for HellRaisers, and they have to answer the long play for Na'Vi, because they just keep pushing on, gaining all the map control. And what teams usually do to stop that is they play 2 guys aggressive or half aggressive on long, and they could just stand with their backs towards A long now, because they know Na'Vi will throw that flash over the wall.
Yeah.
They know that for a fact. So they will never peek without that flash. So there's no reason to peek into the flash, because there's no way you're going to be able to dodge it. Just stand with your back, wait for the flash, then turn around with 2 people and just try to kill them going out long, because they have to stop that long push from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, I like the setup that they had this time. It's almost the same that I wanted, except they did it further back. But then the problem was, I don't think Adrian did a good enough job at keeping them occupied, so then Mo ended up fighting alone anyway. But the idea is good enough, staying in CT spawn and taking a couple of shots and hoping that they're going to be distracted. It's not such a bad idea. Su's waiting on the ladder, bit of a crazy idea. Will eventually win that fight, and it's going to quickly try and escape. We're actually going to go back for a little bit more here, and that might have been a mistake. Kucha will take him out.
Bomb is back towards the spawn.
That would have been a really good flank from Hoocher if he hadn't made as much noise as he did, but he probably thought they were a little bit further up there. We're going to lose that fight, and it's down to Kucher and Angel. This is about to be 14-11, and I mean, you're right. At one point, it was, what, 8-1 in favor of HellRaisers? And now, since then, they've only had another 3 rounds on top. And now we have taken 13 or 12, I guess.
And they won the pistol round at CT. That's the crazy part.
Yeah.
HellRaisers just going to try to get some picks here. Not much they can do in this position. Kucher should just try to save this gun now.
Yeah, why not? I mean, what else is he going to be doing?
And HellRaisers have to make a read of this long play. Nav has been doing it almost every single weapon round. I mean, this is a common play. Usually teams know how to stop this. You just hide for the flash and then you go for the duels. And sure, that's a bit risky, but when you're playing a team that can abuse the fact that they have long so well as now we're doing right now, you have to stop them from doing that.
So, I mean, there's... Oh, nice shot there from Kucha. That's definitely impressive. He's going to go for a little bit more, but Flamey will take him out. And the other thing that I was going to say is there's another play where you're not actually standing on long, but instead you're playing 3 people in the toilets area. So when they try and cross past the openings, you sort of keep fighting there and force the terrorists to actually get really close to you. They could go for that type of play as well, but something definitely has to change.
Yeah, they have to do something about that, and they're going to go towards A, B now with the bomb, so they might actually expect that the HellRaisers is going to respond to their A play, and thinking that they're just going to push to B right away.
Good grenade there from Hooch, but if he repeats now, Guardian is going to be ready and waiting for it. Follow-up grenade there, almost gets the shot, and now they're going to be walking in. Hoocher has to survive, but he's going to go down. Guardian with the opening frag, and this could be the end for HellRaisers. As Flame is going to be picking out Angel. It'll be a 3v5, and they are almost about to be closed out of this match. Guardian picking up another, making it a double. Mo going to try and peek in here, and Guardian walks out. Bit of an AWP battle, but Flamey cancels that. Says enough with the sniper rifles, and Kucha, I don't know. I mean, there's not a lot he could do right now. Maybe try and save that AWP and run away is the best choice right now.
Yeah. This is terrible. 15-11. HellRaisers have to win 5 rounds in a row to make this a tie. And this is 9 rounds in a row for Navi on the T side.
Well, I mean, HellRaisers 21 kills on Kucha, Adrian, and Mo, and then 60 on Angels. Not that great, but then Kucher's at 6. I mean, being a stand-in in this game is obviously proven to be very difficult.
Yeah, 2-player on Navi now with 16 to K. This shows how one-sided this half has been so far.
Fairly ridiculous. Molotov out here, Guardian playing right at the edge, not too scared. And it's going to be pushing through the end of the Molotov, so trying to actually just get the timing down. Edward and Seuss to open up, and this is like at the end. HellRaisers just having no answers. For the longest time over at A-Long, they just crumbled, and B seems to be no better either. It's really been a tough game here for HellRaisers on the second half. A lot to work on. I mean, standing or no standing, they should be able to come up with some solutions here. And as you said, that long push is something that a lot of teams will have figured out already. Good refrags here, and actually Adrian going to be taking out Edward as well, but C's is still alive, gets a kill. Guardian holding from behind, easy kill on Angel, and the crowd goes mad as C's picks up the last kill. 16-11, and Navi with a very impressive comeback.
Yeah, 10 rounds in a row on the T side on overpass when they're down 11-6. Excellent comeback there from Navi.
Not at all bad. That I think the fans needed that as well. They were looking a bit scared and a little bit quiet at some point, but yeah, big comeback in the game here, obviously, and that's going to keep Navi in the tournament as well. I mean, losing this game would have been very, very tricky for them.
Yeah, and that's the 4th loss for HellRaisers, I think.
Yeah. Oh, they've had a really bad tournament this time around. Been hard for them yesterday. Today's no better.
The weird thing, you can see some glimpse of good play from them. Sometimes in the beginning of this game, they were up 11-6, and they started T on overpass. Yeah. I think it was versus Envious on Cash. They had a really good opening as well. Hooch was playing very well that game.
Yeah.
But it seems in the later stages of the game, they just completely fall apart.
Yeah, I mean, definitely some improvements, and Adrian playing much better, definitely also important. And it still wasn't enough. It was looking so good in the beginning, very promising, but they couldn't make it work at the end. So that means the next game for Navi is going to be versus Envy, I suppose.
Yeah,
So
it's the last game for today.
It's going to be an epic match as well, without a doubt. But I think we're going to go to a bit of a quick transition, and we're going to be over to the analyst desk. So stay with us, and we'll be back soon.
Ah, that's really, really nice. How you doing? Good?
It's hard. We're always the team that's going back in the game. So.
Yeah. I don't know if even they're going to... They asked me to do an interview, but I don't know. Ah, there we go. All right, guys, I'm here with Guardian of Navi, of course. Over past HellRaisers, stuff didn't start off so well. So what happened there? HellRaisers got ahead massively, and how did you bring it back?
Well, they started skill-wise pretty well, and we made so many miscommunications, and yeah, we lost so many clutch rounds. So they started well, and then we somehow came back on CT side. We took some rounds, so it was enough to win the T side. But yeah, it was a pretty tough game for us.
Did you expect this from HellRaisers? They've not had the best tournament ever. They're playing with a stand-in. Were you getting worried when they started to have such a good start? Because sometimes they do crazy stuff.
Well, when you have a stand-in, then you are more relying on skill. So you are not playing mostly team-wise. When you are trying to, but it's more about skill, I think. So they had the skill to open the rounds, and yeah, it worked pretty well for them.
I mean, you guys are doing really well at the moment in the tournament. You've had some close games. You're managing to get the wins that you need to be able to go to the playoffs. As far as this tournament goes, how is your team feeling right now? Is the mood good?
Well, it's always good, I think. Even we are losing, then sometimes it's bad, but we are still not through the group stage, so the mood is like good, but we have to think about the next game, and we have to win it to be sure that we will proceed to the playoffs.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. I'll let you go relax and set up for the next game. All right, that is all from the stage over here. We'll have a quick video break, and we'll see you soon.
Well, in the end, it turned out to be the result we kind of anticipated. And unfortunately for HellRaisers, not what they wanted, but it was definitely interesting. There's some points to take away from that game. And for the fans that were down here, I know you guys are up in the Twitch lounge, so you guys could focus and be the analysts that you are, but I stayed down to watch the atmosphere. And the fans were like loud as could be for both sides. So it was pretty fun game to watch.
Yeah, it actually was a really fun game to watch, and I was super surprised and happily surprised by the way HellRaisers started that game. Getting off their extremely strong start, gotten up to 8 rounds. Yeah, exactly. 8 rounds super early, and the way they were doing it, it really showed that they were putting an extreme effort, and yeah, the crowd is getting loud behind us.
As we were talking about coming into the game, the two people we needed HellRaisers to be on form was Mo or Mu and Adren, and Adren really stepped up today, and so did Mu. And then coming into that game, without them, there wouldn't even have been a game. They were so much on point, and Flamey, the also guy we pointed out for Navi, he wasn't in the game at all in the beginning of the first half. You had, of course, obviously you're gonna have Guardians always say, yeah, you see here Flamey, it's actually at the bottom, and that's not really something you see nowadays.
No, not at all. And again, the other point to look at this, and we'll come back to sort of that 8-1 lead and the mentality of and the atmosphere again down here, because it was pretty stagnant for a bit on Navi's side. But Hooch, they have the stand-in. In a game like this, when it's close, that's when he has to step up. Now, Hooch is, again, a really nice guy. He's the type of player that if you ask, hey, I need you to throw a flash, you can absolutely 100% rely on him to throw that flash, but it's the timing of the flash, what type of flash, because you then had to ask, you're a second or two behind him where the play otherwise would be if Doja was here. Not to mention, bringing into Doja's role, Hooch is never really going to step into that exact kind of frag. So you're actually effectively replacing 2 roles by bringing in 1 standing, because then someone else has to step up for Doja. It just never really worked out for him this weekend.
And I think it's really unfortunate that the game where the remaining, the 4 members of HellRaisers actually play well and, put in a solid effort, that's the one match which is lacking behind. Because in the other games, he was not the one at the bottom of the scoreboard, was kind of dragging things down. He was doing all right for himself. The games in themselves kind of just went the wrong way for HellRaisers. So, there's a limited amount of things you can do and how much you can actually showcase your skill, and the one time the 4 others actually step up to the plate and take that challenge, he's lacking behind. Yeah. That's kind of what we were setting up for. That's kind of what we alluded to the entire time whenever we got into HellRaisers game and we're doing pre-game. It's like, they have been playing well, but they're playing with a stand-in.
It's very rare that you see a team on LAN do well with a stand-in. Here this weekend, Sivo LAN last season with Nylum, they brought in Skadoodle and Hiko, they both looked rusty. The only time we've actually seen a decent result with a stand-in was Katie and with TSM at EPL when they finished 3rd, 4th with the crossover match. But there's your head-to-head on the 2 top performers. Again, we called it. Mo and Adren had to step up. Adren looked excellent on their T side, and both teams had decent T sides. It was CT problems. Na'Vi could not shut down that long push.
Yeah, and
or vice versa. Sorry, excuse me. HellRaisers could not shut down that long push from Na'Vi.
Well, by the same token, Na'Vi had serious troubles, holding off HellRaisers, especially when they pushed towards A as well. So we talked about it. Both teams know each other extremely well. They know how to abuse their weaknesses, and that's pretty much what we saw.
Yeah, you can tell.
The other thing to add to that too, and I said I'd bring it back up, the atmosphere of basically the room down here. HellRaisers had a decent amount of supporters, and they were actually sitting on either side in front of the team, so it was like back and forth while the chants were going on. But at one point when it was like 5-1, not even to when we were 8-1, I looked over at Zeus. There was actually a really good image during the stream of Na'Vi after losing a round. Thanks, Vladislava, for getting everyone to be super loud behind us. No, but there was a picture of them, and they were just sitting there, like Flamey had his hand on his head, just like, what the hell's going on? Everyone was quiet. And Zeus, after they lost their 5th round that they lost, I looked over at him, and he was like ripping his hair out, and like Zeus is a pretty intense guy, and he was just like completely on tilt. Body language was gone. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He was frustrated with himself, frustrated with the team. They looked out of it at 8-1, and then they slowly brought it back. And once the momentum came, it was like they were pumped. Because we saw HellRaisers, even after they lost a one-on-one, they were still like, good round, boys. That was really good. Like, we're playing awesome. They were pumped up. They were motivated. And that was one thing I will say, Hooch, he was kind of like playing the Peter role. He was like, all right, I may not be contributing, but he was like, come on, boys, let's go, let's go. And he was like getting the crowd into it. But then like Na'Vi just, they came right back, which was impressive.
It's actually kind of funny you mentioned that he played the Peter role, and you're obviously alluding to PTR, like
right,
Peter
PTR,
from LG. Yeah, because he, at Katowice qualifiers in Katowice, he played for Peter as a stand-in. And he was doing the exact same thing. Like, he was dancing around in between rounds, just shouting and getting everybody hyped up. So he's just that kind of guy. He's one of those guys who's gonna keep that lively atmosphere up the entire time, even though you're doing poorly. And that's also an added benefit to have. So even though he's having a poor game, is able to contribute something at least.
Yeah, and after that loss, HellRaisers are officially out.
Yeah,
they cannot.
They had a super slim theoretical.
Yeah, we were looking at it, and it was like super slim, but it was possible.
It was like a matter of two other games going in their favor, which is not really going to happen.
But now they're officially out.
And they're officially out, and FlipSid and Na'Vi are both in the hot spot with 3 wins to be officially through at this point, if I'm not mistaken. So that's going to bode well for them. Now it really comes down to, again, this match, FlipSid HellRaisers, really has no bearing aside from maybe FlipSid being able to clinch the group if Na'Vi, in fact, head-to-head, Na'Vi beat them, so Na'Vi would then have to beat Envious to take number 1. But if they don't, if Envious wins that game, then FlipSid actually win the group. So that's really all that's to play for here. But it's the last 2 matches of the day that are like, it doesn't even matter how it finishes. They all matter. Like every team has like a role to play in those 2 matches.
Yeah.
So it's pretty straightforward.
I thought you were going to continue because you were like, I
get into it. We're building here.
Okay, you go ahead.
And it's pretty straightforward. All matches remaining kind of mean something to at least one of the teams remaining. And obviously FlipSid going to be gunning for that number 1 spot. If they can get that, that's going to be a massive advantage. I guess it might actually play out to be a bit of a disadvantage in fact, because we have Envy, who we don't really know what are doing as of right now. They've shown, on Cash versus Gamers 2, they show that, they can still play like Envy. And we have other games where we don't really know what to make of it. So they could be in a position where they end up clinching the group, FlipSid that is, and playing Envy in the first semifinals. And that's not what you want if you're FlipSid. You're thinking to yourself, yes, we've earned the top spot. We should be having the easier opponent, and then you run into Envy.
Potentially. I mean, it may not be Envy. It could be Gplay at this point still, too. It could be... Well, it wouldn't be Gamers 2 no matter how that head-to-head go. If they go through, they'd be the third spot. It would be Envy in the fourth or Gplay in the fourth right now is how it has to finish. So we'll take a break. We will come back. It is going to be HellRaisers versus FlipSid, and essentially it's pride on the line for HellRaisers and a group spot that could be the top of the group for FlipSid. That's really all that there is to play for. So we'll see you there in just a few minutes.
Open my eyes, I'm looking down. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. I see your face, but not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Turn around. Sound like baby, you know I turn around. Push the tempo. Push the I'll go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around. Whenever you're calling, baby, you know I turn around. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. 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 Sound like baby, you know I turn. Push the tempo. Push the push the I'll go to sleep. Open my eyes. Not one sound. Whatever is calling, baby, you know I turn around. Baby, you know I turn around.
eSportsBets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. eSportsBets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here, guys. I'm DDK, joined by Anders and Vendetta, and we're about to hit things up here with HellRaisers and FlipSid. And well, we actually already saw the map. We cheekily checked out what the map already was, so we kind of can kick off the discussion with that already, if you guys want to. We've got an Inferno, sorry, a cache coming up.
Yeah,
Inferno was the last one to be removed.
Yeah, you're right. And we can see it on the screen here as well, the bans going out there. I mean, pointing out here the HellRaisers did ban out Train themselves. It seems like they've realized that, you know, they were pretty good at DreamHack France, but then it's kind of like they haven't come up with many new things on that map. And
I wonder why.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
There's been a lack of activity on your YouTube, Anders.
Yeah, I can't help it. You know, I'll do something about that soon enough. I actually have some really hilarious things on Train that that are going to be fun. But we've got Inferno first, and I think Overpass, and then we'll go back to Train maybe at some point. Either way, yeah, I mean, Cache, pretty solid map, I would say, for both teams. I mean, this could be a fun enough game in a sense.
Yeah, and for me, the biggest worry is the fact that obviously we never know where HellRaisers is, and FlipSid, from what we've seen so far in this tournament, have been very consistent on it, and Cache is a map they play very well. We saw that they've already won one game on Cache so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
and I think this is going to be number 2.
Yeah, I mean, this is a map where I feel like it's actually, this is where we will get the best game, I think, between these two teams. HellRaisers, though, the consistency seems to be the issue. And again, okay, Dozier's not here. Hooch has been doing a pretty good job. Yeah. And it's unclear whether or not there are issues for a Dren, because he's not been playing as well as he has in the recent times. So that is the only thing that can really be suggested. So, you know, maybe he switched his role up, trying to fill in some gaps.
Well, well, I guess the last game they just had was a really good sign for Adran, because he was really stepping it up. Him and Mo was just by far the best players on that team that game. And they were really the reason why they had a shot at actually taking down Navi. Didn't hold out till the end, but still, that's a good sign for them going forward. And obviously, you do want to leave this tournament with a win. You don't want to go out 0-5 and just, you know, instantly want to forget that tournament.
I was about to say, you guys are predicting basically HellRaisers winning not a single match throughout the whole group stage, which is really brutal, isn't it?
And it's unheard of when you think about it being HellRaisers, because they're a group stage team.
Yeah.
Normally they shine through the group stages and then they just completely collapse during the first bracket game. But we know that they're not going to make it to the Final Four, and they might even go out this group without a single win.
Yeah, HellRaisers have looked. Oh, sorry, FlipSid have looked really impressive as well. I thought that the games that they were going to win were going to be all simple all the way, but actually it's turned out that the whole FlipSid team's come together in a really cool way. So I definitely expect FlipSid to take this match. Although I hope HellRaisers is going to show us more of a game. The one that we just saw on Overpass did turn out to be really entertaining, even though they had some glaring issues on the CT side.
Yeah. No, I definitely think HellRaisers is showing better form today, and that does bode well because they know how to play cash. We saw them, go head-to-head with, or toe-to-toe with TSM at Five Masters in a really intense game. So they definitely show that they know their stuff. Obviously, Hooch, again, going to be having to step up, to kind of do what Doja does for HellRaisers at a normal time. But yeah, in the end, for me, it's going to be FlipSid. They've shown that they've played cash well already on this tournament, and Simple doesn't seem to stop. That's just the worrying thing for me. Like, who on HellRaisers is actually going to put a stop to Simple's craziness?
And the thing is that usually when I've seen HellRaisers really unlock their full potential on cash, it always comes down to how well Mo's playing. And when he's actually getting his ult running, especially towards the A side of the map, things do go very, very well for them. But again, it's just a consistency really there. Like, when I see Mo play well, it's really impressive. He looks like an incredibly elite AWPer, but then there are some times when he's just a little bit too quiet. So I feel like, of course, it's a consistency issue for HellRaisers, but they do know what they're doing when it comes to this map. Again, how does Hooch actually fit in? How much are they going to change their setup? It sucks playing with stand-in, and I mean, they can at least, even if they go down 5 mats and don't do anything in the groups, they can at least say, well, we were playing with stand-in. They have that kind of going for them.
Excuse to fall back on. Yeah,
it's not nice, but it's actually fairly valid as well.
I actually think most type of AWPing is actually fairly well suited to deal with someone like Simple. He does the same thing with Guardian, and we saw him on train a couple of times where he actually did win a bunch of fights versus Guardian. And if it's AWP versus AWP battle, I don't think that's what's going to settle the whole deal. But if it does come down to that, then that's actually pretty great for HellRaisers, because then they only have to beat Simple a couple of rounds, and he won't be able to buy the AWP anymore, and maybe they can get like a bit of a foothold. He's much more passive, Mo, and sometimes it actually kind of works out for him. Yeah, I mean, Guardian is not like quite at Simple levels of like insanity when it comes to just taking like weird peaks and going mad, but he's pretty aggressive too. And sometimes playing a defensive style can work out a little bit. So yeah, I almost hope that it's going to be a battle between Mo and Simple, and then like HellRaisers can maybe win that fight a couple of times and then be in a good place. I think that's better than having an all-out fight where everyone on FlipSid is going to be great.
So Vendetta, like, where do you think the match is going to be won or lost exactly here? Where are the biggest points of contention that can decide this one?
For me, I'm looking to see how HellRaisers is going to be able to handle middle and A, really, on their CT side. So if they're not able to stop whatever Simple is doing, because Simple is going to run around, like, regardless of what the rest of the team is doing, so he can be a nuisance everywhere, but for me, they need to maintain mid control. They need to make sure that they don't get caught off guard by set strats towards that A bomb side, because FlipSid have shown that they're very good at executing it once they get enough room to do so. So we maybe hope to see some aggression similar to what Envious did a couple of times versus Gamers 2 that can really interrupt whatever FlipSid want to set up. So that could be interesting to see. And hopefully, I think, you talked about Mo playing that defensive op, and that could work very well versus Simple. I do also hope that he's going to, sprinkle in a bit of aggression there as well, so we actually see a bit of a change of pace from HellRaisers.
Yeah, we see him here, right? I mean, Headshot Ray not going to be great because he does play with the AWP quite often, but definitely a very solid player. Huge surprise to me. He used to play with a bunch of other Kazakhstani players. Sonic and Cow, I think, are the other two people I remember from that team. Didn't strike me as like the standout player at that point in time. It looked like Keen, I think, is the other one who's playing on that team. I can't remember the fifth player, sorry. Like out of the bunch there in the all Kazakhstani lineup, it didn't strike me that Mo was going to be like the key player. But I'm really impressed by him, honestly. So
and I think the reason why he didn't stand out as a this one shining light in that lineup is because actually you don't hear a lot about the Kazakhstani scene or Kazakhstani players, but all of those guys are very experienced and solid players in their own right. I'm not sure how much time they put into it, but obviously these are a lot of the guys that have been around Adren for the longest time, played at WCG, played second, that type of thing. So they've been around and they know how to play Counter-Strike. So that may be why, because it's just it's hard to shine when you're surrounded by a lot of people who are also very strong.
And something that I think will be interesting in this match, definitely when you look at the T side for FlipSid, they have so much utility when it comes to, or so much potential when it comes to the picking game, of course, because of Simple, because of World Edit. This is something, a strength that they want to try to exploit. It's much like your Titan, where they try to let Kenny S open up the map for them, and they'll have a passive opening to let him work. And so I feel like, actually, if we see a style from HellRaisers where they're a little bit more passive, and again, we do get more defensive style AWPing from Mo, he's not taking too many angels against the likes of Simple and World Edit and playing into their hands, then again, we get this idea, okay, can the coordination come out of FlipSid? Because that's actually where they usually have issues, is their coordination on the pushes. That is one of their, I think, one of their weaknesses.
Yeah.
And so if they can get over that hump, I feel like they can win the match. Because HellRaisers should be able to defend that.
Yeah, and I actually think that we saw that on Inferno, where their execution,
Exactly,
it kind of worked out, but it wasn't because the execution was crisp. I think Catch is one of their better maps execution-wise when it comes to playing the T side. So that has me a bit more hopeful for FlipSid going into this matchup. If it had been Inferno, I would have been worried for FlipSid, because HellRaisers have shown that they can play an excellent Inferno game.
Yeah, absolutely.
On HellRaisers' T side, I'm looking forward to what's hopefully going to be a lot of mid control for them. That seems to be sort of what key stable of their game. I don't know if they're the first to do it, but they were the first to sort of do it consistently with the double smokes in the middle to try and block off a lot of information for the CT side, and taking control of the vent room and then trying to go for like a split into B. I think HellRaisers are pretty good at actually getting that mid control. A bunch of teams now will not even try and fight that any longer. I think we've seen Envy a couple of times. I just have one guy playing on Speedway, and then he sees them, falls back, and that's not enough information essentially. I actually think FlipSid will try and fight them. So if HellRaisers can win the mid fight, actually kill a couple of people in there, that could be a bit of an opening too. I think actually there's going to be a lot of action in the middle for both sides this time around.
Yeah, and as far as the CT defense goes for FlipSid, actually, I'm starting to see a lot more consistency from players like Bondic, actually. This guy always is very impressive for me. So can we just have like standout players and quick predictions? You first, Vendetta.
Well, obvious choice on FlipSid would be Simple, but as you mentioned, Bondic, he's been playing absolutely fantastic so far in this tournament. So definitely have an extra look at him. For HellRaisers, it's going to be the same record as always. It's going to be Edrin and Mo.
Yeah, I think I'll double down on that. I think FlipSid are going to win it, definitely.
Yeah.
All right. So I believe we're throwing to the casters now. I think the game is nearly ready. So we'll throw it to our casters. We have Sanikist and Fifth Lauren. Very handsome duo. Over to you guys.
I think I was subtly caught trying to like stash my tea out of the way, and then I kind of forgot the camera was still on them and put it into the shot over there.
So did I. I was like, oh, I got to put it on.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, well, we are ready for a match that has little implications in comparison to the two that follow it, but again, for FlipSid, it does dictate potentially where they finish in the group, and for HellRaisers, it's the last chance for salvation to get some pride from an event that didn't really go their way at all.
Yeah, I mean, you at least want to win one game, right? But yeah, like you're saying, even if HellRaisers win or lose, they're still out. The only thing that they can do here is basically mess up FlipSid's potentially winning the group.
How much do you think, I mean, we've talked about it a bit on the panel throughout the weekend, and it's been brought up multiple times. They have a standard, they have a standard. How much difference do you think Doja would have actually made at this event?
I think it would have made more of an impact, at least. I still see HellRaisers favorites versus like a team like Gamers 2, for example. And then coming into the Navi game, they were so close to winning that. They had a terrific T side, and I do believe that having Doja would have been much better for them, and they could have potentially be fighting for at least a 4th place.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. The back end of this, the big surprise is Gplay, obviously, being in contention right now. But the back end of this, those three teams, HellRaisers, FlipSid, Gamers 2, we thought we were going to be battling it out, and instead HellRaisers aren't even in this anymore. And now, again, we do play one more game for them. This is their last game of the group stages. Likewise, for FlipSid, we've already done the job to advance. It's going to be on Cash, which is a bit interesting as well, because it is a map that FlipSid don't play as often, but they still have a decent T-side on it. Again, I mean, the simple factor is pretty real with it. And HellRaisers on this map, they've actually got an okay chance. Hooch actually played reasonable on it yesterday when they saw this. But again, how much can they really get out of this game? If any indication, the way they just played against Na'Vi, then there actually is a chance for them in this game.
Yeah, but then again, like just looking at FlipSide, they've been playing super well this tournament, especially Simple, and I have a hard time saying that Simple's going to stop now.
Yeah, no, he's been nuts.
And then, yeah, you also have World has been playing also super well. Bondic, very stable, solid player. So I think it's going to take a lot for HellRaisers to actually manage to get a win here, but you never know.
That's the thing. I mean, HellRaisers getting a win is the big thing right now. And there was a lot of cheering for them in the last game, but again, it's double home team again. And the crowd seems to be vocal for who's winning, and those who are not get drowned out pretty quickly, as was the case with Na'Vi, who have more fans in the arena. They got drowned out very early on in the last game, and in fact, their fans were drowned out as well, and then it wasn't until they started winning again. I don't know if there's like bandwagoners in here that are like, you got one side that's like all Na'Vi and then all HellRaisers, and then the guy in the middle that's like, oh, HellRaisers are winning. Na'Vi, no, yes, I'm going to be the winner no matter what happens.
You know, this was the same in it was the same in Remak actually. So NIP Fnatic was playing each other, right? And obviously NIP, they do have more fans in Sweden, so they were playing each other. Maybe Fnatic had 15% of the crowd cheers, right? They managed to beat NIP. Coming into the next game, everyone cheered for Fnatic. You're like,
bandwagoners, man.
Yeah, it's like Sweden. And here it's difficult because you have 3 teams basically from the CIS region. Yeah.
You should have to wear like an armband when you go into an event that dictates, like the color dictates the team you're cheering for at the start.
That's the only one you have to cheer
and then if you start cheering for another team, you just get like pummeled, like traitor, treason, take his head off, start a war between 7 kings. Yeah. How many Game of Thrones references have I had this weekend, by the way?
I lost count.
It's been a lot.
Yeah.
It's been a lot.
But yeah, so just
for the watch.
Just an update. We are just waiting for that one remaining player to join the server, and then we should be good to go.
We should be indeed. And it is a FlipSide player, in fact. It is Mark. Actually, I take it back. Markelov's in. It's Blade that we're waiting on.
Mm-hmm.
So, also, let's talk positives for HellRaisers this weekend. I think Mo's performance, his performance has been quite solid throughout the entire event.
Yeah, and I mean, when HellRaisers picked up Mo/Moo, people shook their head a little bit. It's like, who is this guy? You know, I've never heard of him.
Of course,
yeah,
he was the replacer for Flamey, who went to Na'Vi.
Exactly, and then you found out as well he's also from Kazakhstan, where Adrian's from, and you know, he used to play a lot back in the day. And it was still a little bit, okay, well, where do you have this guy? But this guy has really done wonders for HellRaisers. Sure, they're not winning that much anymore, but when they do win, Moo is the one guy that's usually on fire along with Adrian.
Yeah, I mean, it's big for the newer players to have breakout moments and fit in. For Flamey, it was this event last time around in March that it was his first LAN with the team, and he actually performed extremely well. I had my doubts coming into that because I'd only see him play well on Dust 2 up to that point with Na'Vi.
Yeah.
Not, you know, including his time with HellRaisers and beyond. It was strictly with Na'Vi. He looked like he was struggling to fit in the online matches, and then he showed up at this LAN. It was excellent, and that was sort of the first coming of the new Na'Vi that's been so dominant. I won't say dominant, but much improved.
Oh,
over the previous iteration.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And I do believe, not taking anything away from StarX, but getting a player like Flamey onto the team has just done wonders for them. And then StarX, you see how much work he puts in.
Oh, yeah.
You know, he's their coach now. I was talking about it in the studio before. You know, when they found out that it was that the overpass was getting played, he rushed up to the practice room. Okay, well, I'm going to download a demo. I got to speed through this and, you know, check it out. So he does all that, the boring work.
Yeah, but it's the important work.
Exactly.
Like, it's mundane, but it's critical. It means a lot. Attention to detail means a lot.
Exactly, and especially when you do when you actually do play a team like HellRaisers, because you never really know where you have them. So I mean, overall, Na'Vi, for me at least, they did improve quite significantly, quite a bit when Flamey joined, and they did actually move over StarX for a coaching role.
And maybe it's not even so much the Flamey impact, but like you're saying, it is StarX just being in a coaching role. Having someone that's designated to that, like if you leave your strat caller to be your demo reviewer, to be the overseer of all, it's even more responsibility and weight in his shoulders that detracts and, you know, takes away from his gameplay. So by having someone in that role, I think the rise of the coaching role in esports lately has been instrumental in a lot of ways for teams.
Yeah, for certain teams there has, for sure.
Even so much as having like a debate between admins on stage. Like there was a period when Nip didn't have a coach and everyone else did, and there was a problem at CCS, and it was like a player then has to take off his game face, remove his focus, go deal with an issue Where now it's going to be not to for them.
Yeah.
Can just run over and be like, no, I got this. You guys stay focused. Talk about what needs to be talked about as a team. Like, use this as a timeout potentially, and I'll go deal with that.
Yeah.
Like, it's that much more responsibility that's taken off the shoulders of the players.
Yeah, no, exactly. And you see here, FlipSid are actually sitting down now, so we should be getting the last player on the server. And it's the same for FlipSide's point. Coming into DreamHack, they did go out in groups, but you could see potential there, especially from Simple. Again, like one of the more, I always refer to him as Kenny S. Because he was pretty much the same. When Kenny S started coming into play, he was exactly the same. He was like a monster. He was like that earlier this year as well, but it looks as Simple has not suffered from what Kenny S did.
Right.
But yeah, for FlipSide's part, they've had a good showing here during the group stage. At DreamHack, they did have a good showing, but right after they went out in groups, they actually took the train, went all the way up to Infernal Line and boot camped coming into the tournament. They also just qualified for ESWC, so we're going to see them there in a few weeks as well. So they are indeed improving. If you just look at like maybe a month ago, if you look at FlipSide, they're like, they don't do damage.
Well, and the other aspect of that is when they have Simple, they are a threat. There's no question. And there was issues within the team that was inconsistencies and small responsibilities, people not throwing flashes and playing as a team. The overall complexion of the team wasn't that solid. It is improving, like you're saying, but the other aspect of why people are looking at them and kind of write them off is the fact that they don't have Simple in ESL, ESCA Pro League, and a lot of people look at that league as sort of the benchmark at times. And when you see them at the bottom of that league, it's not really a direct indication. The problem within that league is they might face relegation, which isn't something I think they deserve, although there is a good amount of depth in that league, to be fair.
Yeah. And that's also one of the problems for them, because they practice with 2 players, right? So, okay, we have an ESA game, we're going to practice with Cyberfocus tonight, and then, okay, we have an tournament, okay, we're going to practice with Simple. So it's always going to be that they can't really tend to play, or they can't really play with their main 4-5 most of the times they actually do play.
Yeah, well, and that is an issue. But we do have the 9th round underway. We'll see who starts out potentially and expectedly on CT, although this is one of the maps that occasionally people, TSM, NIP, occasionally tend to pick T side. Not sure if that's going to be the case. I like FlipSide's tactics here. No pun intended, but going with the whole, like, we're going to fall down like spider monkeys on top of you.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to work out. Maybe I spoke too soon.
He may have not, because World Edit 1-on-2. It's possible, but not going to happen. Adren closes it. HellRaisers get their way. They'll get their wish, much to the delight of a select few fans. Yeah, no surprise that they'll stay. So they'll start it off. Now, pistol rounds have been an issue for HellRaisers. They actually did pick one up against Na'Vi. They've been close in a lot of them, but they can't close out the situation post-plant once they take sites in pistol rounds.
Yeah. But I think it's a wise choice here from HellRaisers, picking CT first. It's when they were playing Na'Vi just recently, or the previous game, it was the seat side they had problems with. And I feel like this, when they are lacking that one player, chances are on their T side they're just going to be running around, trying to shoot some heads. Not going to go too much into it. Sure, they're going to have a few smokes and flashes and stuff, but at the end of the day, it's going to come down to we need to hit our shots.
Yeah, 100%. And actually, that's one thing I will say is that Hooch's pistol rounds have been some of his better rounds. Speaking from the stand-in perspective, just because there's less, set strategy in a lot of ways to it, because you're rushing in and it's just about getting the kills, getting the entries with the pistol, specifically on T-side when you go for something like a Glock trade. Right now, Simple's going to go for armor. Now, the question is, do they go for a raid boss? They did it yesterday in the game against Na'Vi on Cobblestone, and they're not going to do it at all. Instead, they elect to bring out double flash and a smoke for Blade, an HE flash, and smoke for World Edit. And all armor aside from Kutcher, who goes for the 5-7. That means there's no kit right now on the CT side, and oftentimes on pistols you play for an A retaker. It seems to be the case. Look at this stack. Simple already finds Angel. This is clever stuff from FlipSide. As a lot of teams do push into those B tunnels to get information early on in the round, they catch them off entirely. Good boost though from HellRaisers to have Kutcher up on the A site. Smoke's now going to dissolve, and he'll be in prime position if they do walk in that direction.
Yeah, and a great solid just hold from FlipSide. Just expecting the unexpected, basically, just waiting it out. They do have the nades and stuff, but if they don't plan a rush, just hold it, just play it safe. And by the time you did get the entry here now, we're going to see a smoke run up to the A bomb site.
So smoke will go over. This one will land on the top of Catwalk. They'll go for a boost as well. So potential A split. Bomb's already out towards Squeaky, but again, Kutcher's up top. He's in the boost spot. They need to check it. They already have. The flash comes through, and Bondic, he can't win the exchange. They have to go for a double, and Kutcher's going to win it because he has the angle to his advantage. He'll drop down and chase them toward quad, where Markelov, he picks up the win on that one. He gets both. But Adren at least took down World Edit. That brings it back to a 2-on-2. He's waiting patiently. He knows one's to his right and finds out the hard way that Simple's going to beat him to that shot. But Hoocher, what a shot over top of the box. He takes down Markelov, and it's back to a 1-on-1. Again, HellRaisers always making these pistols close, but again, they can't close them out. As Simple, he wins the duel.
Yeah, Simple was typical. He got the entry, and then coming into the B bomb. So you saw there, it was a little bit late, but it didn't really matter. Managed to get that second kill, make it a 2-on-2, and then actually ended up winning the clutch round. But yeah, we do see a scout. That's why you pointed? You didn't want to say scout?
I didn't want to say it. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, okay. So we do see a scout on Future.
It's glass cannon scout as well because he doesn't have armor. Everyone else has head armor. And that nade just destroyed him down to 23 HP and then completely obliterated by the SMG immediately after. So never mind that the scout was out as I go full Canadian. It's countered already. Switch that brought it up. It's actually going to get picked up now by Mo, so we'll see if he can use it to his advantage, but he has to go to a more passive angle on this A site. Adren's going to lurk inside the smoke, try and catch them off on the entry. FlipSide slow things down a little bit, and they'll put Simple up over top of mid, and again, try and get a control of highway so they can split on this A site.
Very slow and steady coming in from FlipSide here. They did manage to get the scout up though from on Mu, and they should be careful here. He did rotate back to mid, but you see here, FlipSide just taking a calm, sticking together.
Nice shot by Kutcher though with the deagle. So again, he's a bit of a menace. That's him in the boost position last round. That back to the situation that was extremely close. World Edit, he does find Adren lurking behind them as he pushed through B and got all the way out toward mid. Simple now finds Angel with the AK, but the scout does eventually come into play. He's going to catch Simple with the jump shot. Now Kutcher's going to get World Edit, brings it back to a 2-on-2 again. Post-plant situation, mind you, because the bomb has gone down. But HellRaisers have weapons on the retake, and again, they bought head armor at the start of this round, so this is a heads-up plan. In fact, the rifles, in terms of power, they favor HellRaisers, but Bondic brings it back, and now it's going to be 1-on-1. Mo catches Bondic, and Blade just has to bait out the bomb, both on equal HP, 34 and 33 respectively, so it's as close as you like. And the scout can't do it. Blade's going to close it off. He waits perfectly, and FlipSide, man, oh man, that's a big investment to lose, but they get the round.
Yeah, and for FlipSide's part there, they kept on peeking the scouts, and I do not understand why. They had the bomb down, they had good positioning, they don't really have to peek him, especially when there's so much time left on the clock on the bomb as well. They did manage to end up winning the round anyway with one man alive, but it could have probably been more in their favor.
Smoke out to allow them to potentially get toward the vents. That's what they're going to try and do at least, but Blade might get caught by this. He wins the duel. In fact, he picks up the second one on Mo as well. And Blade's just going to work right now. $1,800 on that SMG already as he picks up 3, takes full mid control. Does force a rotation down from Hutcher, but he didn't really read that correctly. Didn't realize that Blade had swapped over to the cubby side and walks out still thinking he was toward vents. World Edit finds Adren.
Yeah, and Blade getting some money in this bank.
Well, the big aspect of this is he's got big money. Not only that, Simple can afford an op himself. So Blade, he might keep the SMG here, which would, I mean, this is sort of that gamble round we talk about. This is him building the economy even further because now even if they lose this round, he's got enough to buy out for a teammate regardless. So that's another rifle up.
Yeah, the thing is what you want to think about as well. When you do opt to just save that weapon, if you don't plan on doing something fast, you either just hold an angle like this or just wait for your one person with an AK to just do the picks first. If that guy ends up going down, you might just take up his AK and you save 2.7K, right? Just from not even buying a weapon.
It's not like they're lacking in rifles elsewhere to compensate for that. Meanwhile, on the other side, head armor for all except Angel. Doesn't really matter against everything except for Blade's weapon, though. No kits, interestingly enough, though. So they all go for head armor and no kits.
Yeah, seems like a little bit of a misplay.
And the one smoke left is the one on A main's already gone. It's been disposed of. It's Kutcher that holds on to that. Kutcher is playing at quad, so we'll see if he redeploys this smoke. It might be too late. They already want to enter, and Adren smoked off. He has to watch forklift side. Mo's got a smoke put up on top of the catwalk as well, so he'd have to push through that if they go for this quick entry, but FlipSide's taking their time. That allows Adren to push forward. Mo's already collected 2 on Adren. He can't get the shot through the edge of the forklift, but it doesn't matter. He will collect World Edit with the pistol as he falls back. Simple, Bondic, they respond, but Hooch has already come back up. He's rotated quickly, and it leaves Simple the last alive. Tries to get himself in position on top of the catwalk, but he's spotted by Kutcher, and Hooch is the one that eventually gets the kill, but good hold by HellRaisers.
Yeah, and that took a little bit too long from FlipSide. They were waiting basically on Simple to get a pick onto the bomb site before it actually rushed in. Problem was that HellRaisers just massively over-rotated, or not even over-rotated, they rotated back to the bomb site, and they were so many guys there just waiting for them.
And the op will come up. So who's going to go directly for this? He's actually headed towards Z this time, so he'll play that in mid, as we can see now from his perspective. Blade looking for the shoulder peek. First crosses over, goes for the pre-fire through the wall, and Mo can't respond. He's actually dropped down to 42, so fortunate that he has head armor in that regard, because through the wall, the AK doesn't take him all the way down. He's able to fall to safety, but it gives up a lot of room in mid. They had to actually pull Hooch back toward Z connector. That weakens their B hold, leaves only Angel over there. Meanwhile, the flip side, they want to go back to this default A. Smoke's already over top. One player lurking inside the doorway. That's Markelov. The rest all on A main. Double flash in. Bondik's going to go. He wants in. He's not going to wait any time at all. And Simple's already got an opening as Hooch drops. That was the player to rotate over to mid, and now the op's gone as well as Mo gets caught. So flipside have found 2 entries that make a big difference, and Simple's not even going to take mid. He's going to come back over and join the raiding party. Meanwhile, Adren has slowed it down massively. No time to reload, though. World Edit comes around at the perfect time, just as he checks the opposite angle. And that leaves Angel in the 1-on-2. Simple's on 8 HP, and now World Edit's gone. He's got a real chance of winning this with the M4, but he looks away at the wrong time, and Simple's timing works to his advantage. It's 4-1.
Yeah, and there, FlipSide actually managed, or actually went to the bomb site a little bit faster. You saw it paid off, even though HellRaisers didn't have the 3 people they're holding. Just doing it fast, you're not, because they're not expecting it, right? Because yeah, okay, there's flashes in, but they took it very slow and cautious last round. So we have time to throw out flashes and stuff. And Mo all the way back side, he just got flashed and Molotov to death, basically.
And I like how Hooch tried to ask HP Simple, and Simple just didn't respond. I'm not giving you a damn bit of information. In fact, all I'm gonna give you is 2 extra kills in the round for World Edit. So strong start to the anti-eco, and this time they head toward B. Bomb's going to go down any second. World Edit almost caught off guard by Adren, but reacts accordingly, and headshot from the AK. Leaves just Mo and Kutcher left.
He's sniffing for eco frags right now. He's like, oh, eco. He didn't even look at that corner. He could have just ended up dying and losing his AK, but he wants those frags. I was like, okay, I'm going to beat Simple for 1 map. 1 map, I want to beat Simple.
Bragging rights.
Yeah.
Kutcher's going to try and save this, by the way, because he does have armor and an M4. So he'll go hide. They'll catch Mo. And they are hunting. But it's behind the quad that Kutcher plays, not at the doorway, so he'll be able to spot up Blade. 1 down, no one else really close enough. So bomb goes off, he'll save the weapon.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if they were aware that Kutcher actually had a weapon, but for the others, when you find out that the first 2 people you kill, they only have pistols, you don't really want to chase anymore, because chances are, if you actually do go down, you're basically giving them a free weapon, and it doesn't cost them a dime. But he paid out, he didn't end up falling, so he just got some more money in his bank and brushed up on his stats.
Toward A main, they get aggressive this time. It pays off because Mo's got one nice reaction from Blade through the wall, knows the exact angle, and Adren can't fall back. So Kutcher's left alone on the A site, but they do have the man advantage. They've won the exchanges early in the round. Blade will fire out 1 more flash to hold them in position on A, potentially go hunting toward B, but they have Bondik up in middle, so this gives them a bit more opportunity to control the map. The problem is that if he goes too soon up highway, hot on his heels would be Angel, who's already posted up in the Z connector. Bounce smoke and now flash out of Z, or excuse me, from Squeaky. And Mo, he's going to sit around on top of this fire to try and get the shot. He goes down very low, 18 HP, but it pays off. He catches Markelov, and Kutcher, he beats Blade to the punch. So both players trying to execute on A go down, but Bondik's managed to come up, and he didn't get spotted at all from the player that was inside Z because he rotated the long way toward Truck, and it leaves Hutcher and Bondik 1-on-1. Bondik with 3 in the round, Hutcher with 100 HP.
Yeah, he doesn't know where Hutcher is, though, so this could actually benefit Hutcher if Bondik decides to go back towards A bomb side.
Full utilities for Hutcher as well. And Bondik is heading back directly toward him. Needs to check the corner toward quad, and he's not. He's looking toward Truck. Hutcher pops out at the perfect time, and Bondik goes down. The stand-in clutches it, and HellRaisers with 2.
Yeah, and good job by Hutcher. Chances are there's some people there that would decide to go, oh, I can't see him on A bomb side. Maybe he rotated back to B, and you start rotating way too early, even before hearing the bomb going down. So great job by Hutcher, just sticking to his original plan, which was just to wait on the A bomb site, just peek an angle, and then managed to catch Bonnick off guard.
Smoke from Hoocher gets him up toward the vents. No one near enough to go for the boost, though. They do have a very aggressive player in Moo, who's pushed up. Angel, meanwhile, he's going to get caught by Simple. Moo's still waiting on the inside of the garage door, and if Simple doesn't check it when he comes around the corner, there's a good chance, because no smoke out, nothing to indicate that he's actually pushed up this far, and they weren't in position to hear him when he first ran up. In fact, he may go further and work all the way into the garage. And if he plays this correctly, he'll be able to divide the offense and get a lot of information, which he's already done, but the problem is he hasn't spotted anyone yet, and he doesn't know that Blade's behind him. May hear him now, and Blade comes around, has his knife out because he's not anticipating it, so it almost works out. Now they're all coming back toward Moose, so he gets one, but he spotted 4. So how does HellRaisers respond? The problem is they spotted them so far away from the sites, they could still go either way.
Yeah, they were all in the middle, just clumped up, so that kind of information isn't really beneficial for him.
Kutcher now is going to call that he has an arsenal of nades bouncing out on top of the A site. Adren, meanwhile, finds Blade. That'll make this even easier to read now, as they're all going to come back over, and the rotation is coming around from Adren. Kutcher down on very low HP, but somehow wins the exchange with World Edit with 5 left. Markelov coming out squeaky. He has to work with Simple, and Simple, actually take that back. It's Markelov to find Kutcher, because Simple was trying to climb over top of Big Red, but very aggressive peek from Markelov pays off, and already HellRaisers, they're falling back to different angles here. So post-plant, they're going to try and retake with one from Highway, and there's no smoke out directly on that position, so Markelov has a gap to look through, but he spammed away, and Adren was brilliant in knowing the angle that he had to take toward Quad. Simple responds immediately. Now it's down to a one-on-one, Op versus M4, close quarters. Simple not going to go out toward A main because he's trapped on top of the site, but he can bait out the footsteps, goes for the beak. That is aggressive, and it pays off. Simple, what an absolute monster.
Yeah, again, Simple just is showing that he's the man of the event so far. He's been playing so solid with that op, and he just keeps on winning these crucial. I think that was actually the 3rd clutch round from Simple in this game alone.
Yeah, I mean, the guy's on fire, and not a lot of people would take that aggressive peek in that situation. They just try and run out the time as long as possible. So it's back to pistols right now on the CT side, and already 1 man down. World Edit, though, he gets responded. It's Kutcher to get the kill, so that brings it back to 4-on-4, and Kutcher is able to recover the SMG. Oh, that's a weird bounce. Even he's a bit confused by that as it catches the ramp first, so it changes the trajectory. It won't cover all of the A main. Meanwhile, it's going to be a B take right now as Bondic. He picks up 2. Loses a good amount of HP, but again, gives them the man advantage to work with. And they've got to rotate quickly because B site has been given up.
Yeah, for Kutcher's part here, he does have the SMG, so either he is in CT spawn, he should actually rotate back here. He should try and go the other way around towards T spawn, because chances are, because Simple is already there, they're not going to save through CT spawn, and he's not going to get a payout for that SMG.
And the question is, are they even going to go for this?
Oh no, they won't.
There's no reason to bother. I mean, it's not like they've invested much either, so the best bet is do exactly what they're doing, get in position to potentially get exits. Simple's already found Kutcher, and Bondic was waiting the whole time. Adren might have been able to sneak in on Simple if not, but good hold from FlipSid.
Yeah, and 72 in favor of FlipSid right now on their T's out on cash, and it's looking extremely good for them so far. But this is the problem that the HellRaisers had as well versus Navi. Sure, it was a different map, it was overpass, but their CT side seems to be lacking across the board for the whole tournament so far.
Smoke out, doesn't give Simple much of an angle, but not to be surprised at all that Simple pushes immediately through it with an op. No flashes either, just says, I got the confidence.
Yeah, and that's... I really want to call that a stupid play, but you know, it's...
well, this is the thing.
Yeah, see, you get payouts.
Right, Simple's going to get a kill, but the times that he doesn't, it's like, you know, there are teams that will make them pay for that.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, Fnatic's not going to allow that. NIP's not going to allow that. TSM's not going to allow... Anyone with a strong mid-presence, I mean, even Envious, they're not going to allow that. There's no way he goes through. And maybe in those situations he doesn't, but still, I mean, that's the type of player Simple is. That's why he's such a gamble sometimes. But, man, when it pays off, it's beautiful to watch. And so far this weekend, it's been paying off. Kutcher's going to watch that door open up. They'll push through. Bondic gets himself into the corner, so he doesn't have to take a one-on-2 situation. He brings it back to a one-on-one, and World Edit, knowing Kutcher was already sighted, pops out and takes him down immediately after. Blade, aggressive plant. They'll hold it from Highway. That won't even allow much of a retake to come in, and Kutcher, the last one remaining. Although he catches Simple, drops, and World Edit, he'll go get the op.
And here we see we do have Mo with the op again now. They will be getting the nades that they need. And this needs to be the turning point for HellRaisers now. They need to get some more rounds on the board if they want to stand a chance versus FlipSid on their T side.
Yeah, and FlipSid's T side has already started off brilliantly. Again, they push up toward mid and CT perspective because Angel this time is going to be the one. Now, there is a smoke this time, so they may check it initially. Remember, we saw Mo push all the way through last time to the back of garage. He may spot Simple if he's not careful. So into the cubby. Meanwhile, the op's gone over to port B. That's where Mo's going to be holding. There's a support system, but it's Hoocher, and he's caught, so Simple gets him. Now it's all Angel alone inside mid, and this makes it even more crucial that he finds a kill and at least gets a trade, because if he goes down as well, and mid's dropped in a 5-on-3, FlipSid can do whatever they want. They can dictate the entire round.
See here, actually, HellRaisers, they are taking a gamble. They only have one person all the way back in B. They are very stationed in the middle, though, so they have that fast rotate from both to A and to B. But it looks like the FlipSid will opt to go to the A bomb side once again.
Nade out, does damage on Bondic. Kutcher, again, we already saw him take down Simple, brought it back, and Blade's going to find Angel, who does get aggressive eventually, and not with the trade, but compensating for that position in middle is a Duran, who catches Bondic, thinking he could freely walk over top of the drop. So we stay in a stalemate. Markelov was peeking toward Highway. The smoke then came out from World Edit to cover, but Kutcher's on the fence, and he's going to take down World Edit. He knows Markelov's there. He just has to play the angle correctly, and the op shot just barely missed. Scarcely misses his left elbow, but Kutcher adds to the tally in the round. That's 3 for him, and Blade, the last one left, not only has to go recover the bomb, but he's got 7 set. Yeah, he can't even do it. Round's over.
Yeah,
so he has to die if he's going to.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a good choice, even though, yeah, sure, they're not going to get as much money on the board, but he does have... Actually, it wasn't even a good choice.
If he saved his gun, it's the same difference. Now he has to invest again.
Yeah, because he would be getting less of a payout if he died, since they're getting that first initial money bonus, which is not that much. Instead, he just basically lost the equipment for like 3.7K.
Yeah. Yeah, and with the timing, as it were, it wasn't even worth the gamble. So Mo's going to start it off again. It's Simple to drop early, and Simple dropping early is always problematic. There's the smoke again on A main. That gives them a bit more room, but it's going to be a stack toward mid right now with bomb in the hands of Blade. Mo's the only one directly watching it, but a quick rotation out of B. They haven't seen a lot of action in the gun rounds of the CTs toward B, so Hooch has been rotating really early. If FlipSid get a read on that, then they'll have a chance to capitalize, but World Edit looks with the op that Simple drops. He's going to find Hooch. That's going to bring it back down to an even situation. World Edit's not done. He wants to fire through the smoke, hope someone's on top of the white box, but no one there just yet. And Hooch gets aggressive multiple times. We've seen him go to compensate for that position when they go for the rotations, and he seems to get caught in it. Again, that's the pressures of a stand-in, just not knowing the subtle nuances of the setup of your own team even.
Yeah, exactly, because they probably call... Look at Adran, for example. He took over that position. Now, that's probably the position they wanted Hooch to stay in. It's like, okay, can you please hold our connection? Instead of peeking, Adran's just playing it very safe here, so he's not going to get picked off. And if anything, he might even ask for a flash from the A-bomb side just to peek middle after that initial flash. So here, you see there, the op shot.
It works for Adren. He gets one on Blade. Kucher, meanwhile, found the other, but Bondic gets back, so there's still a chance here for FlipSid, despite that they're a man down. And they've got to lurk toward B, so they split vent just by holding on to that middle. If Adren doubled up there, it would be all but over, and Angel has to come out big. He takes down Markelov on the first, goes for the fast reaction flick shot on Bondic. Twice he misses, and Bondic, he can't close it out either. Finally switches to the pistol, does so now, has the bomb recovered, but not even toward the bomb plant site, and Kucher's already through the smoke.
Yeah, there's not enough time. And then Bondic actually ended up dying there as well, just before the timer ran out, which was great news for him.
Double op up now, or at least it was. Are they going to recover it? Yeah, Mao just bought one out over to his teammate. He's on 0 because of that, so he's got no head armor. And against the pistols, this does actually matter.
Yeah, and Simple with the deagle. I'm excited. I am so excited for this.
You just want highlight clips.
He's had a lot of highlight clips. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, there needs to be a frag video created of his performance in this LAN event so far. And Angel will get the first kill. Aggressive op over toward B. Markelov smoked off on A main. Doesn't want to push through, but he may get pushed in reverse because Kutcher's taking advantage of this to push all the way up toward the choke point. In fact, gets the kill on Markelov. So anti-eco, Kutcher doubles up. Very successful. World Edit, the last that's left. His deagle's not too bad at times either. He's definitely had a fair few kills that are watchable, just like that. Hoocher gets dropped. Now he wants another one. It's Angel that was waiting on the receiving end, and he turns back, nails Kutcher. There we go. So it may not be simple, but But a shot by World Edit eventually gets dropped down, and it's going to be 8-5.
I just get all tingly when people get one shot for the deagle.
It's like your favorite thing.
He had one bullet left, so it was like, okay, one shot or die, right? One shot or death. And it's okay. I'll get one more. I'm not going to be worse than Simple.
It's like a battle. You're like creating this rivalry
I know,
that doesn't even potentially exist.
Yeah, but it exists now.
All right, fair enough.
Just made it.
Flaren made it a thing. So Angel drops, looks for the quick peek with the op. Smoke comes back out. Now he knows that they have to have at least one player. Oh, he shot that almost with the right timing to take World Edit. Just a split second too soon, but he knows they have to be toward B, and he gets aggressive. Not only did the Molotov come out, that would have made things problematic even to fall back. He loses his life to World Edit, who had, by process of elimination through that smoke, the only angle that he would have been spotted from covered. So that was a bit of a careless peek from Angel's perspective. That forces Mo to come back over. He has the op now toward Heaven. And they've stacked up the site because Adren's down below and Hooch is on the platform. So this call from the information does actually work out, but Markelov getting this kill makes things harder. Adren gets one, Hooch slides out, both using the crossfire, one and then the other, and both using coverage beforehand, so no openings to get the picks, but they have worked their way deep inside the site. Good nade from World Edit, and Bondik finds Adren. Simple's just going to wait and cover off fence, and what's Kucher going to do? Round 14, M4 in hands, he wants to go for this. So one more nade. One more smoke.
Yeah, just save it. It's both smoked off. He's going to lose too much time. It's a 1-on-3. He has 1.4k. He should just save his weapon here.
And his desperation is that someone, they're going to actually smoke Heaven again. They don't want to let him out, but one shot on World Edit. He could still try and get more damage on the board. It's not going to happen for Bondik. I thought he might just sit still and hope they push through to find him, but in that situation with 1 round left, it was unlikely. Specifically because flipside money isn't amazing.
Yeah, that's what you want to consider as well. Yeah, sure, you might end up killing 1 or 2 guys from the flip side area, but you're not going to have enough money to buy for yourself. So in that kind of situation, just save your weapon. You can at least buy some nades and stuff in the next round.
Let's see if Simple goes again this time, because we didn't see him get a flash out the first time, and he still went through the smoke, but they were waiting in this round, and he thinks better of it. Flash out over top for himself, quick boost, quick peek. Try and find one player out of position, but so far no one is. The only player that's close by is actually Mo, and he's toward the sandbags. Markelov wants to clear the vents. Force that player who would be in that position back toward B, and in fact there is a second player in B, so they could take mid if they needed to, and it looks like that's the intention, is to split onto the B site. Deep smoke out. Gives them a bit more room to work with. Blade's going to flash after that, but Angel's forward of this, and he hears Bondik actually drop through, finds the first kill, knows that they have to be coming toward him. Can't get the shot on Blade, though, so that comes right back the other direction. And Blade with the Galil wins the exchange. A lot of pressure now put onto Hoocher, and he's only got a CZ75, and Mo can't get there to help because he's already spotted in the vents, and they're not going to allow him to pass easily. So pop flash from Hoocher. That gives away his position as well. He threw it directly out. They saw the trajectory. It wasn't bounced off the roof, but Adren's going to bail him out massively. And Hoocher comes in with one more before Adren bows out. He actually picks up the double, and Hoocher closes the round. That crossfire, Adren being in position at the right time, saves the round for HellRaisers.
Yeah, and 9-6 in favor of flipside. Switching over to the CD side now, and they did manage to get back a few rounds to HellRaisers. So winning this now, we're going to be potentially seeing a tied scoreline here. But we'll. What's up?
I don't know, you sounded quiet.
Oh, did I?
I was thinking if you sounded quiet to me, you might sound quiet to the stream.
Oh, okay. I might scream.
That's fine.
Maybe I just moved it down when I saw that nasty one shot.
Yeah, that's possible when you move the mic down.
I just started shaking. But yeah, actually, I was going to say as expected, we do see the guys on top, but it's actually Kucher that's playing super well for HellRaisers. Mo, I wouldn't really say that he's been quiet, but he hasn't had that much of an impact in terms of. We'll give an example as World Edit, for example. It's just been and Simple that had 3 clutch rounds in that one half.
I mean, Bondik, again, we talked about him. He never really gets the praise of what World Edit and Simple get, but he's that stable guy, and again, he's stable in this half. Markelov and Blade, I mean, this is pretty standard in terms of how flipside's stacking up. At least it's consistent for scoring in that regard, but Kucher had an incredibly good half as well.
Yeah.
You can't disregard that. There was the one round where he got boosted up in A that started it off for him, and then just even though it was like, he had impact kills, but he never had like that highlight moment where he like closed out rounds. It was just that he was getting consistent kills. He was getting trades, and every single time they came to where he was, he at least picked up a kill.
Yeah, no, exactly. And we're seeing here actually a fast B rush coming in from HellRaisers. We'll see how this actually pans out.
They've already got World Edit in position. And he may have been spotted, but that flash is absolutely brilliant. World Edit gets the first, and they're forced to split themselves up. Mo does get in toward the site, and World Edit, oh, for the watch, no. Jon Snow gets avenged this time, but Bondik's now going to wrap around. Spoilers indeed. And in fact, Simple will pick up one, so FlipSid have a chance to close out the round. It's all on Angel, and somehow he snuck out the back door. Has the bomb and manages to pass Bondik, who comes in the front. So the round's not done just yet, but again, this is not exactly an probable situation for me, and Blade catches Angel.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that World would be in way more trouble there than he was. That flash was just perfectly timed. They did manage to get that first initial frag, and then also a little bit of a stab until he went down. And FlipSid, very, very fast on the rotation, just coming into the B-bomb and just shutting it down.
You're looking to put Kutcher up on top. Actually a double boost here right now with the Tech 9's Deagle for Kutcher, and he's actually already taken down to 49 HP. As a result of buying the Deagle, he couldn't afford the head armor that all of his teammates have, and Simple takes his head off immediately after saying so. Although in that case, where he was already low on HP, it wouldn't have made a difference for that particular shot. As Blade awaits for that door to open. Mo and Adren, now Angel also coming that direction, so they want to come out in spades through a tight choke point. Bondik will be able to set up a crossfire. He's already taking damage towards A main, though. That's where Hoocher is waiting and trying to distract. Flashes come in, but still no action. HellRaisers just trying to wait this into the right moment to go, and now they've got to smoke out underneath the catwalk, but not on top of it. That allows Blade to get line of sight. Mo kicks him down, but Simple and Bondik, they line up, and it's the perfect crossfire. They'll close out the round.
Yeah. Yeah, nice hole by FlipSid. Even though it was an eco, not having that smoke up on the balcony actually really made a difference there. Just wouldn't let him onto the bomb side.
Bondik now going to head back over. Still no guns out. In fact, not much of an upgrade at all. They haven't got a bomb plant down. If they got a bomb, they could potentially have weapons out. Instead, they buy second round. Good flash in. Bondik's going to go. He actually overlooks it because he thought he had spotted off the angle. He thought he'd covered his ground, but unfortunately, Bondik, he gets the better of the exchange. Or rather, excuse me, Hoocher gets the better of the exchange. As I get that backwards, he also picks up the gun. So now Blade has to fall back. And they'll thin out the defense just a little bit. They'll stay close together and grouped up on the HellRaisers side. Angel's going to try and get some information toward mid. Kutcher goes immediately behind him. Blade mows them both down as they walk in. Nearly lined up for him, and Blade, he's still in a prime position to pick up more than that, but Hoocher does get back in. Double for him in the round. Adren's going to pop out, and HellRaisers are in a decent position here to potentially take an eco. There aren't guns down further forward in mid, but if they push toward those, Simple does have the angle down highway, so they think better of it and head toward B. And World Edit spots one through the vent, can't land the shot, but at least now has the awareness that they are heading in that position, and Simple looks like he wants to go for the fast flank through the vents, but that puts a lot of pressure on World Edit, who's alone right now, but that's a missed flash as it comes out perfectly. He catches two, and Hoocher's going to catch World Edit, finally bring it back to a one-on-one, but World Edit did more than his required job right now, and Simple now just has to close this out. He has the chance, and he spots him in the smoke. Hoocher gets obliterated, but decent effort from HellRaisers.
Yeah, very good eco. They only had one P250 and 4 Glocks, and they still managed to make it into a one-on-one. And that's the fourth clutch round from Simple. Yeah, this flash here from World Edit coming in. And he actually did take his time there as well. He saw that they were so flashy. Didn't want to spend it because he never reloaded his weapon either, so he only had like 14 bullets left. So great 2 kills.
Simple now has the op up defensively. They are coming toward him. He actually drops off the box. That was the worst possible time to do it. So Hoocher's going to get the kill. And Simple might get a little bit frustrated by that one as Hoocher stepping up now massively. He'll take down Markelov as well. Eventually gets dropped by World Edit, but 2 men down for only 1 in exchange gives them the man advantage. No surprise at all. So Mo's already checking up toward highway. Double smoke out towards Z connector. That gives them mid to at least in a sustainable position. More time to use it in their advantage. World Edit on the back box of the site. Has a decent angle, a little bit unorthodox, not often checked specifically from that entry from Checker, as it's only his waist up that's exposed. But HellRaisers look like they're grouping toward A. And Bondik's the only one directly inside that site. So the lurk from Kucher could actually pay off massive as he takes down World Edit, and he actually is going to push towards CT. He could catch off more than that. Blade does find him, but they're already pulled the rotations, and now they realize, perhaps too late, that it is actually going to be a B take, or rather an A take, excuse me, so Bondic's going to drop, and this will allow the bomb plant to come in, and Blade's not even going to go for this.
Yeah, smart choice. 12 HP, he knew that an op was down on the B bomb site. 1 or 2 bombs just about to go down. So hopefully he's still going to manage to save the op. By the looks of it, the HellRaisers, they are not going to chase.
It looks like they're not, rather not aggressively at least. So HellRaisers will pick up their 7th round. With a comeback on the first gun round of the second half. But they lost 3 men in doing it, so they're still going to be in a tight position to buy. In terms of utilities, they'll easily pick up guns, but how much more will go with it, specifically for Angel?
Yeah, and FlipSid here will be forced on a save, so you do have that 1 op, and it's very important now for Simple to at least get the initial entry here, so you can actually work around it for FlipSid, so he doesn't just stay stationed, because that's not going to be fun, because then, yeah, sure, he might be able to save the weapon again, but...
And go back as well to round 2 of this half, when it came down to a 1-on-1 against pistols, that's preventing FlipSid from buying. If they were efficient there, they'd have more guns out in this round. So it's the little things. I mean, even if you can't win the rounds early on, just by damaging the economy, look at the difference it makes, because now HellRaisers have a chance to pick up another round quite quickly. Simple's pushed aggressively through Squeaky to get long control, and that gives him the reverse angle. He's actually going to fall back, but he's left the door open, which does indicate and he's checked that and is in toward the A site, or at least one is going to be on the A site from the CT perspective.
Yeah, and Bondic should have actually heard the rotate coming in there, so you do see FlipSid. They do have 2 guys towards the B bomb site. I'm not quite sure where they're actually rotating back to A now, though, because he did actually hear the rotate back towards middle.
No smokes. Only 1 set of armor. That's on Blade, and a defuse kit for him as well. Markelov gets taken down by Angel. He doubles up on the entry. World Edit drops. And Bondic will head over, gets caught off by Hoocher, who's waiting for those rotations in mid. HellRaisers looking composed and simple. This will be another save situation as it's a 1-on-5. He has the op in a good position to actually take down anyone who goes for the chase. And he's actually got one who's already gone past him in the form of Hoocher, so if he can find him quick enough with the op, he'll get at least 1 terrorist down. Now they know his position, so we'll see how much damage he can truly do. As Kutcher walks in, he's the next to fall, and potentially Adren could be in the same situation as Simple pops back out. This is highlight stuff, and Mo eventually gets in behind him and says, "That's enough, I've had a sick of time of you," but it's 12-8.
He's just at a shooting range, just practicing his aim. He's like, yeah, okay, come at me. But yeah, it was a good thing from HellRaisers at least getting him down. They did lose 3, but at least they didn't manage to, FlipSid didn't manage to save the op, which is good news for HellRaisers.
So FlipSid have to go to the pistols once more. Oh, just barely missing the backside of a CT player who's now going to go for the reverse boost. It's Simple that wants to go above, but he knows they're heading for it, and he's waiting for the angle. So World Edit, despite getting the opening kill, it's traded right back, and they now have the awareness due to the boost that not only there was 1 in mid, there was 2. That means that one of the bomb sites has to be a little bit weaker, but they aren't going to act quickly on it. They're going to slow things down a little bit. HellRaisers now taking a little bit of a peek toward the A site, have the door open, but Markelov's going to find Angel. Hoocher goes back into him, but Bondic's in good position. They still have 2 trying to come in, and Bondic's actually spotted the first in Mo. Might have a chance with the P250, but he's calculated. Kutcher, meanwhile, finds Blade, and Bondic can't do anything about slowing them down. Bomb's going to get placed, and it's a 1-on-3, and World Edit, despite picking up an AK, can do nothing with it.
Yeah, and here we'll see FlipSid. We'll be able to buy. They have a bunch of money. Simple, just doing it with an op and a Kevlar, but that's all he's going to need anyway. I'm going to guess he's going to get 2 kills this round.
Is that your guess? That's your prediction?
Oh, okay. It's a guess and a prediction.
Well, there's one. And it's Mo that drops. And now they head toward B with smokes out. They've got a double stack over here as well, so World Edit, Markelov are in good positions. World Edit's a bit in no man's land, though, because he dropped down. He has to be careful. Does get the first, but there's nowhere to run for cover as he knows they're pushing Checker, and yet that flash comes out. That's from above. It allows him the second kill, and now he pushes through. This is turning out magical for World Edit. That was perfect play from that flash from Markelov that kept him alive. Angel does eventually take him down, but Simple, you got it right. You got 2.
I got it right. But yeah, But yeah, that round from HellRaisers, I'm not quite sure what the plan was there. They ran through the smoke. They didn't throw a single flash and just ran into World Edit's crossfire. Or, crosshair. Look at it. This last guy here that just jumps through the smoke, he should have waited for the guy in checkers to come and help him, because now he didn't get any payout and just World Edit goes nuts.
And he was in a really awkward position as well. Markelov definitely supported well in that situation, so Simple keeps the op out. Bondic's going to have pressure on A, though. They've already got through the first initial push on the A main. That allows one to push toward Forklift, so Bondic has to cover off Squeaky. Simple has rotated accordingly and used the op from the highway. Bondic now finds Mo. Kucher does at least get Simple, but Bondic still has the smoke to his favor. Runs out of ammo, unfortunately, before Hutcher gets through the smoke, and that means that he gets the kill quite easily against the pistol. And World Edit now rotating over, finds Hutcher. Markelov's there to join, and it's a 3-on-1 as Angel, although he has the bomb, may not even have a chance to place it because they're going to swarm on top of him. They won't allow him from the quad back toward the site, but he's going to fight his way out. He'll find Blade. He won't go any further. That's going to make it now 2 rounds to go for FlipSid. And again, this would put them 4-1 and potentially take over the entire first place in groups.
Yeah, and Bondic doing a great job on the A-bomb side, staying alive. They ran through the smoke again, and he got caught off guard with a nade in his hand, managed to avoid all the Molotovs, and actually ended up getting 2 kills as well. So it was a great job by him.
Remember in the qualifiers that HellRaisers actually online in the group stages were 2-0 in their match against FlipSid. So what a turn of events as we get to the LAN.
Yeah, and HellRaisers actually just opting to buy pistols, going basically for the tie. And at this point in time, they wouldn't really have that much money anyway, unless they wanted to go Tech 9 armor and a bunch of nades.
Simple closes it out again. Match point already now for FlipSid.
Yeah, and just to give you guys a perspective, Simple on 28 frags, World Edit on 25, and Bondic on 20. And these 3 guys have been the main powerhouses for FlipSid this whole match. I mean, it's so solid.
Flash in, World Edit getting aggressive. First one through the smoke, it's a Dren, but they're going to push,
oh, no.
and they haven't spotted him. They're going to pass each other. World Edit gets behind them, and Angel has no idea because 2 teammates went ahead of him. And unfortunately didn't have the call. Now he realizes that himself, and World Edit, this is a brilliant individual play from him as he flashes back through. Doesn't get the last kill on Kucher. This actually brings it back to a 2-on-2 as Hutcher and Kucher at least trade back. But World Edit doing all the damage in mid this time. And HellRaisers fighting for survival.
Yeah, World is just doing whatever he wants right now.
His CT sides have been amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, you give Simple all the credit in the world, and rightfully so, but Simple's T sides for sure have been outweighing World Edit, but World Edit on CT has been every bit as good.
Oh yeah, for sure. Super solid.
So they'll go for a boost, interestingly enough. That means they have to split themselves up. Hutcher doesn't necessarily have to drop, though. He may still be in a good position in finding Markelov. Now they'll group back up and go in numbers toward Bondic, who does have the massive disadvantage. Dodges both of these flashes, but it's a fake, but an untimely fake. They're going to throw this for themselves, but where they're together, it's going to be a long rotation back, and Bondic's read this perfectly. He's actually going to catch Kutcher inside mid. And that's the bomb, so this may just do it.
Yeah, but look at this. He doesn't know he's actually in CT spawn. Oh.
I think he heard him.
Yep, there's no time.
And it's going to be 8 seconds. Hutcher can do nothing. Bondic, it may be one of these awkward situations where both members stay alive, and that's going to be the GG. And Bondic throws away the guns. FlipSid, they've done it. And good read by Bondic to realize they were going back, and really unfortunate that Hutcher got caught in that position.
Yeah, and they didn't stick together. Like, you have the bomb all the way at the back, and then if that actually does happen, you don't have the time because you have to run around, and then it cost them the round because they were in a good position there.
What a LAN from FlipSid so far. 4-1 in the group stages and only a handful of rounds away from being unbeaten. Remember, they had the lead against Na'Vi.
Yeah. No, I mean, they've been looking extremely solid. That bootcamp must have paid off tremendously because they, like, look at their star players right now. You do have World Edge, you have Simple, you have Bondic, super solid. You have the Markelov that moved into more of like a support role, and then Blade obviously, which is their in-game leader, and they seem to work really well this tournament so far. Keep in mind, obviously, we are not seeing all the top teams here, but so far, from what we've seen, they have given Na'Vi a run for their money. They beat Envy, and now just a good showing here.
Yeah, and the other games they've played have been fairly one-sided. Again, the other game that they played, Gamers 2, they dominated that one as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, things have looked really good for FlipSide. In fact, overall right now, I would say they've had the most consistent performance of all the teams. So, rightfully in the position to take over the top of the groups as a result. Other aspect of this, obviously, HellRaisers don't pick up a single map on the weekend. Disappointing. Playing with a stand-in, almost had a decent, actually almost took the win from Na'Vi, which would have been at least something to go for, but that's it for them. They go 0-5, and FlipSide now just have to wait till tomorrow, but we still have two very, very important matches coming up. I think we might have an interview on the stage, by the way.
I think so as well.
Should make it through. You're gonna go to the hotel and chill out, or afterwards, or
chill out today?
Okay. All right, guys, I'm here with Blade from FlipSide. So congratulations for winning your match. Now, how were you worried actually? Because for a moment there, HellRaisers looked like they're having a good start. They're starting to roll into the game, but into the second half, you just took over completely.
First of all, it was last game, and we knew that we'll pass the group anyway. So we wanted to show our A game, of course, and we knew how they play cash. And they have a stand-in, so it will be hard to communicate in some difficult situations, rotations, and so on. So, of course, it looked easy, but it wasn't easy in-game for us. It was a hard game for us.
Okay, so as you said, it's very likely you're qualifying. It's very likely Na'Vi are going to go through as well. Do you see Na'Vi as your biggest competition into the potentially what could be a finals?
Yeah, I think Na'Vi is the most difficult for us here, of course, absolutely. They have the, I don't know, the best team play among other teams, and individual skill is amazing here.
Yeah, you guys have started to play better and better on LAN recently. How do you feel regarding your shape? Is there any issues, or are you just going to go into all the next matches just playing a game, or are you going to go back to the hotel looking to fix some things, or?
Of course we need to fix, any team needs to fix something, but with each game on LAN we're getting better and better, our shape becoming better and better, so it's very good for us, of course, and we have more LANs this week, so it's amazing for us.
How are you going to prepare going into the games tomorrow?
Tomorrow, as always, we'll analyze our opponents, and of course we need to sleep well, to eat well, and to have a lot of energy for tomorrow. Best of 3 matches are not so easy for us as best of 1, so we need to be very concentrated.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations once again, and going to throw it back to a quick video break. We'll see you guys soon, though. Alright guys, we're back at the analyst desk here, live from Kiev, of course, the StarSeries 13 finals, and, well, HellRaisers, they've not done so well. I mean, they had the stand-in, and of course that's definitely hurt them as, you know, they've been playing with Dozier, you know, consistently, and then, oh no, problems with documents, and then they have to play with stand straight away, last minute.
I feel like at least yesterday they were getting fairly consistently spanked, and, you know, it's like they could just like shrug and be like, well, we have a stand-in, whatever, but like today's actually almost been more rough, because they've actually
been close.
They've been close. That's more heartbreaking, isn't it? Like, I feel like it's been, in some ways, emotionally pretty a harder day for HellRaisers.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, the fact that you actually conclude your tournament with 0 wins is not a great feeling at all.
No.
And they did have legitimate opportunities to pick up a point here and there, or pick up a win, I should say, here and there, especially versus Na'Vi.
Yeah.
But in the end, it turned out to be too much for them. And in this game, I guess it kind of went the way we expected. We saw a lot of executes from FlipSid. They did extremely well there. And yeah, on your screen you can see the stats for the game. And
I mean, the fact that it's Kucher and Hooch who are like the two top best players for HellRaisers, I think is a huge sign of worry. I will actually give a lot of credit to Kucher. He's actually been playing really well this tournament.
Yeah.
But he shouldn't be on that list, right? It should be Adrian, it should be Mo, it should be, I mean, maybe Kucher and Angel could be like somewhat on the same level, but still.
Yeah.
A bit tricky there. And the worst performances. We're calling everyone out here.
I feel like it's a bit too depressing to go through these guys.
Maybe we should focus on FlipSid because they played a good game.
Actually, I will just point this out. Angel has had a bit of a sketchy day here, but doing the entry fragging when you have a stand-in is also like a really weird thing because there's a good chance you won't get very much support doing that role.
Oh, yeah.
And like entry fragging is not just about like opening or kicking in some door and shooting everyone. Like generally speaking, there's a setup running before that, and people throwing flashbangs and stuff like that. So I think I imagine Angel's probably had a really tough time this game, and he's also calling with the stand-in, and it's all very confusing.
Yeah, and in addition to that, obviously you probably the setup you're talking about. If it's not only flashes or grenades and whatnot, for you to get closer into position, you'd probably have that guy backing you up who's going to get the trade kill if things go wrong, that type of thing. But if you want to talk about FlipSid, it really was kind of the game we expected to see from them. It executes all day, and with that tiny variation of using simple in mid as well, just worked time and time again, and they got up to those 8 early rounds on their T side, and from there on out they were pretty much happy with their T side. I mean, you can't really fault them for that, and they know they have a strong CT side going into it, so I think that was kind of just business as usual in FlipSid's eyes.
We saw actually like a lot of one-on-ones and kind of clutch situations that always seem to go the way of FlipSid as well. So it did feel like HellRaisers, as you guys were mentioning, like it did feel like, and I'm sure it did feel to them as well, hey, we're actually getting kind of close here. But it's like dangling the carrot in front of them all the time where they just can't quite get to it. And that was always very unfortunate. And again, it's again one of those tournaments, a little bit sad for HellRaisers, but as you say, it's about FlipSid right now. They're going to be going into tomorrow, and they're looking quite good. And Blade was saying up on the stage, hey, we're feeling, with every match we play on LAN, we're feeling better and better. And that's really encouraging to see, actually. He looked really confident.
Yeah, and, I guess it's a topic that's talked on a lot simply because it's a big thing. The fact that they've been able to play with Simple for an extended period of time now, that's going to do them a lot of good. They talked about the boot camp in Moscow before the SWCCIS qualifiers. They managed to get through that without breaking a sweat, and now they're coming in here just prepared. And that has to be a completely new feeling for this team because they don't get to do that quite often.
Yeah, I mean, right now I think the standing is it's FlipSid and HellRaisers, the only two teams that have played all 5 matches. And FlipSid is at the top of the group, but I mean, everyone else has only played 4, so yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, and well, obviously with winning that, they've won 4 out of 5 games at 12 points. The only team that could actually challenge them for that first seed is Na'Vi, and they're going up against Envy. And Envy are in a bit of a desperate situation. If they want to hold their faith in their own hands, they kind of have to win.
Yeah, and not only do they have to win, but I mean, Gplay also have to lose against Gamers 2 as well. And this is like a really weird situation where Envy might not get through the groups. In this tournament, that's just really weird. I mean, some tournaments you're
if
like,
someone
okay,
put money on that, they would be a rich person.
Oh yeah. But
if that was a bet out there somewhere, you're absolutely right. Very unlikely. In fact, I mean, you'd almost say just like let Envy into the grand finals already, and then let everyone else play it out to see who's going to join them. That would have been the assumption for most everyone.
I think everyone kind of just expected Na'Vi and Envy to show up in the grand finals.
I have to ask, how are you guys feeling about this this round robin format where you have like everyone playing everyone, and like, I mean, as opposed to the normal GSL type format for group stages? How are you liking it?
I actually really enjoy this, not only because we get a lot of games, but everyone gets their shot at every opponent.
Yeah.
The only thing, obviously that you could have wished for is that every game would have been a best of 3, but then we would have been there till about 2 weeks from now. So that might have been an issue, but
I actually had a dream that we would play the major tournaments in that format, just like round robin, best of 3, let's go mad.
Yeah, I saw set aside a month.
Exactly, just do a whole month. I saw that Lopez was tweeting about it and being excited about the format as well. I actually think it's quite good. It's a nice way of doing things. It obviously gets more complicated if you have more teams, but but sure, it's.
I mean, the amount of tiebreakers. We were trying to go through that with Matt previously, like how all the tiebreakers could turn out.
Yeah.
yeah, that just gets only more confusing the more teams they add. But it's still fun, and it's a lot of games for people to watch as well.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's particularly cool in a tournament like this. Not just because we've got 6 teams, for example, and that actually makes it a kind of a tidier format having round robin, because if you have big groups, this is kind of nuts. But we have so many different styles of every single team plays the game very differently. Actually, there's no team that really plays similarly. Like for example, if we had like NIP and Fnatic, there's like some maps where these guys like play pretty much the same kind of style and all this kind of thing. We got the crazy T-side shenanigans from Gplay, which is just always super exciting against anybody. We've got FlipSid, a very heavy AWP reliant team with a superstar. It's all about the individual play. We've got teams like Gamers2 who have a lot of tricks up their sleeves that people haven't seen, surprising people on certain maps, but also they have like more of that Vox style, like just really hard-hitting rifle play, just trying to get the trades going. So you get all these styles to match up together. It's just super interesting to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that might also account for the fact that this has become such an unpredictable tournament in a sense, where Envy might not even make it to the playoffs, and yeah, it's been really exciting. I think a chance for some of the lesser-known teams to really prove themselves. It's a nice idea.
Absolutely. I think we can all agree that we've enjoyed watching all the games here, especially because, as you said, it brings so much variety to what we're seeing. And, not to complain that there's a lot of CS tournaments or anything happening, but when you watch games online, it feels like it's a lot of the games on repeat because teams do a lot of the same things over and over again. And that's what happens when you see, the same teams battling. So seeing this, having tons of variety, that's actually really a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next game coming up is going to be Gamers2 versus Gplay, right? So that's also going to be a huge match, obviously. I think Gamers2 were just on HLTV saying they're actually a bit scared of Gplay. So I don't know if that's like
everyone's scared of Gplay at this point.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Who would have thought?
They're like the Keyed stars of Europe almost.
Yeah.
Showing up and being crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if they can adapt. But the thing with Gplay that's really cool is that they seem like a team that they're going to stick together. And you know that they're going to just keep grinding it out. And that's the thing, like some teams, maybe they have like a lack, not necessarily a lack of resolve per se, but maybe here and there, like the dedication is waning, their perspectives drift a little bit. Gplay, they're out there to prove themselves. They're super hungry. They're all very committed, very dedicated to playing loads of Counter-Strike, and most interestingly, they're bringing new innovative stuff to the table. So if we just see them, so I feel like just the fact that they can stick around and have more and more of demos to watch to learn from, we're going to see a really strong Gplay in the future.
Yeah. I mean, I think the point was brought up yesterday that if you're like a talent in the Swedish scene, there's always that chance that maybe I'll go to like a different Swedish team, and if you're the team, like maybe we'll pick up like another talent. If you're in the Bulgarian scene, chances are you're in Gplay. I mean, if you're where else
if
are you
worth a damn, you're in Gplay.
Yeah, you're in Gplay. So I mean, that's obviously, that's a bit weird, but at the same time, it's also kind of cool because it really does mean the chances that they'll stick together are going to be a little bit higher, I reckon.
I think the only thing that can really trip them over is the fact that if they come out from this star ladder with a good result, above all expectations, at least for the outsiders, if that dedication that you talked about, if that goes down, because they kind of prove themselves now by placing, let's say, third at Star Ladder, so now we don't have to practice anymore because we've made it. I hope that's not the case, and I don't think those are the type of guys. Because Victor, already clinching 6,000 hours in CS:GO. I don't think a guy like that is just going to be like, come home from the sim and be like,
Third was all I wanted anyway.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. They're going to be like, well, I got this close with this amount of work put into it. I'm going to put in even more.
Yeah, I absolutely agree.
I love the sense of camaraderie that's clearly there in the team.
Right. So, do you guys have a favorite? I mean, obviously we're going to come back and talk more about this this game, but just sort of immediately off the bat, do you guys have like a favorite here between the two?
I kind of want Gplay to make it through. They're the fairy tale story of the tournament, and I would be sad to see them, beating Envy and being so close to Navi and then ending up going out. In a horrible fashion. That wouldn't be fair.
I mean, just because of my prediction, I have to root for obviously for Gamers2, but I feel like my heart right now is also a bit with Gplay. I don't know, they're hard not to love at this point.
Exactly, I'm exactly the same way. I just want to see what they're going to do next. And I just want to keep that going. So I'm going to say Gplay as well, but. As you mentioned, we're going to go into a pre-show for that one in a moment, guys. But we will take a break, and we'll be back with that as soon as we have the game ready to go. So stay with us here, live from Kiev for the StarSeries 13 finals.
esportsbets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. esportsbets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
Welcome back to the analyst desk here at the StarSeries finals, and we have Gplay vs Games 2 coming up. I'm DDK, joined by Threat and Vendetta once again, and this is going to be a really interesting match. So, first of all, give me some quick initial thoughts.
Gplay, the surprise of the tournament. Gamers 2, also, this maybe not the biggest surprise of the tournament, but they have been doing better than everybody would thought they would do. So. It's going to be a really interesting game, and not only that, this is a really important game for both teams if they want to proceed to the playoffs. And
well, yeah, weirdly enough, it's kind of important for Envious as well, because they can. Well, a lot of things can go wrong for a lot of teams, really. I mean, Navi, who are now, you know, in second place at the group standings, they could potentially end up on the 4th seed. They're still through the playoff stages, so they're kind of secured in that sense. Same thing goes for FlipSid, obviously, but Navi can end up all the way down at the 4th seed. So. If Gamers 2 end up winning, they're going to go up to 9 points. They obviously have the tiebreaker or the head-to-head over Envy. No, what am I saying? If Gamers 2 go through, that means just Gplay is out, pretty much. No, how the hell did we manage to get through this before we went live? right now, I just confused myself.
Yeah. If Gplays win, they go through. If Gamers 2 win, they go through. So for both the teams playing this game, it's obviously very important. And if Gamers 2 win, and Envious loses to Navi, then Envious is out.
Yes, that's how it was.
So pretty damn important. Envious. How could you not see them like going through this group in round like best of one round robin? Okay, it's best of one, sure.
Yes,
Envious
6 teams, 4 of them go through.
Yeah. It's the easiest group ever, right, guys? Yeah. Apparently not for Envious. Of course, they had a bit of a shaky performance on day 1, and that's put them in hot water here today. So let's talk about the match a little bit. I do believe we know what the map is already, so we can get stuck into the map choice. It's going to be Dust 2.
And I think
that's really interesting, right?
Yeah.
So,
well, we looked at actually some earlier match results between these two teams, and they have played a fair bit, actually, over the past couple of weeks. And it's actually not that surprising that we end up on Dust 2 because, well, Gplay have pretty much lost every time they go to, I guess, one of the non-default maps, which would be, you know, your overpass, your cobblestones. And on Mirage, Gplay absolutely dismantled Gamers 2, 16-2. And then you're kind of left with not that many maps. Gplay have already shown they know how to play Inferno. That's not a confidence map for Gamers 2. So all of a sudden you're kind of just left with Dust 2. And funnily enough, last time they played that, it ended up 16-14 in favor of Gplay.
Yeah. Yeah, which means this game is completely open.
Yeah, it's actually quite cool. We've had a lot of matches end up like this where it's like all the vetoes are pretty obvious, and but there's always like a single kind of neutral map. And as we saw, yeah, that 16-14 that Gplay actually managed to pull off in the past. Had we not seen that by going back into the results, I would have felt like the map kind of should play into the hands more so for Gamers 2. But again, we'll just have to see. As you say, it's pretty open. Now let's go into how you think the game's actually going to go. Like, where are the strengths and weaknesses for these teams? Who's going to be, you know, what are the points of contention here that are most important?
If Gplay can play to the level they did on the T side versus Envious, they're going to get a lot of T rounds. However, they struggled a lot on the CT side.
So they need to get they need to start on the T side, ideally.
Yeah, but they're going to pick CT.
Yeah. Let's hope they lose the knife round then, guys.
Yeah.
Or maybe Gamers 2 next levels them and, you know, makes them start the other way around. That could happen. No, but I mean, I guess the one hope for me going to the CT side for Gplay is the fact that when they played Inferno twice in a row, we saw them have a really rough time versus Na'Vi, and then they play versus HellRaisers, and they actually tightened up their CT sides by quite a bit, and that was just over the course of one map. And obviously they will have gone through what went wrong on their CT side versus Envy and try to, you know, fix, I guess, the minor things that are possible to fix in that short amount of time. And I think we also have to consider the fact that the Gamers 2 players individually are not as skilled as the Envious players. So even though Envious didn't play the better team game, they still have the firepower to really mess you up on their T side. So that's obviously a benefit that Gplay can bring in with them into this game, and that's going to be interesting to see how they actually deal with it.
Yeah, Gplay actually had a really weird style as CT on Dusty, where they were playing really aggressive in the mid doors. Some rounds you actually had one guy sitting right next to one of the doors, and Envious just walked out and just killed him, or either traded one guy for him. And after that, it was a piece of cake to win the round for Envious. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to play more defensive now, do the more standard thing where we have one guy inside of B, maybe jumping the window, strafing the double doors, and have one guy in C to spawn, and then try to set up this crossfire and to stop the B split, or if they just try something new.
Yeah, I'm assuming they're not going to try something radically new, because obviously you want to try to build something off of what you know already. When it comes to, you know, and obviously, you know, given how good T-side Gplay has, Gamers 2 has to be worried about their CT side as well, and seeing how they're going to deal with it. We saw a lot of really cool strats coming out from Gplay, especially that, you know, kind of lemming drop from, I think it was Spy Leader, when they do the double smokes, and like basically the smoke of CT spawn from both sides, both from mid and from the catwalk area, and you have Spy Leader drop through, and basically the two remaining guys in mid just basically work as decoys while Spider works his way around, and eventually it ends up in a B split. Like stuff like that. Gamers 2 have to be extremely coordinated and have communication, you know, working perfectly if they're going to hold stuff like that off, because it gets very confusing when everything gets smoked off, flashes are flying right and left, and you can't really hear what's going on. So that's a super important thing for Gamers 2, and especially know that Gplay knows how to abuse your rotations, because they've done that all tournament. They just completely are aware of how you rotate in normal situations, and you have to account for that.
I think one thing that actually Gamers 2 could think of in this kind of situation is maybe more of a super defensive kind of TSM style, where it's like you just have 2 guys on B, 3 guys on A. You can in most rounds give up middle a little bit, just to make sure that they can't play with you too much, because that's kind of what I like about that style, because some teams will try to pick a player off and try to create some rotation and then abuse it. Some teams, as you say, like very, very good at that, and it's clearly something that a Gplay are really cool with doing, just abusing the rotation. So I think if we see like a style where they just try to basically have a solid defense and out in, and when they have good team play when it comes to their defensive setups, do Gamers 2, I think that could be a good approach, because I'm worried that they're going to get caught in the craziness and let that play with their minds and their game a little bit too much, and they'll make it too complicated for themselves.
One of the issues they could run into if you're going to play too defensive on the CT side of Dust 2 is the fact that obviously you have to have some sort of control over the mid area, simply because you don't want to cut your team in two. So if you want to play extremely passively on the B-bomb side, you're leaving yourself extremely vulnerable to a B-split. And that can happen over and over again, and you're just going to get overpowered time and time and time. So I want to see some defensive plays, but it will mainly be towards the A-bomb side, and preferably have one guy in CT spawn being kind of the rotator and the guy who holds people off and helps people out with flashes on both sides, really.
One interesting thing they could do to stop the plays of Gplay. Gplay likes to go for the executes, go for the set plays. And if you stop them before they can actually set up the play, or go for early trades, so they can, because usually you have, okay, this guy throw this smoke, I'm going to throw this flash, you're going to throw this smoke, blah, blah, blah. And if maybe go aggressive dark, you go for the trades, maybe you get into a 4v3, and all of a sudden Gplay is not in a comfortable position. They're not in a position where they can go up short.
Aggressive boosts up on short as well. Like, yeah, but we haven't really seen that many teams try to throw a wrench in what Gplay are doing. And maybe that's because they're either afraid of the team because they don't have the knowledge they feel they need to play aggressively, or just because they don't respect them and don't think they can actually manage to do anything with their executes. So it's going to be interesting to see what gamers to have picked up from what they've seen so far in this tournament.
It's actually a thing that I'm thinking, like, could be a huge edge for gamers too, generally speaking, just on the individual skill front. I mean, of course, Gplay have some really good fraggers. I mean, Dreamer and Bubble have been playing really well when it comes to that, especially Dreamer, actually. He's been hitting a lot of like multi-kills in like 1vx situations, especially on the T side, saving his team. But generally speaking, I feel like gamers too can do a lot with their kind of trading style, where they're just really fast and just go for these raw like angels, because that's the style that could be really annoying for Gplay, because they're going to have to react quickly, have good team play, and they're going to have to get the frags. And we've seen that has been an issue in some of the other games. I mean, I don't know, what do you think about the faster, more rifle-based attacks from Gamers 2? Do you think it's going to match up well?
Yeah, that's what I would do, at least, if I were going to play versus Gplay, because of the reasons I just stated earlier. You don't want to... you want to deny them to get into their comfort zone, because Gplay is a very inconsistent team. They can play very well, and we also see them fall completely apart. Example versus FlipSid today on the CT side of Mirage. So force them into an uncomfortable position and just try to kick them while they're lying down.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, okay, one interesting thing actually is that Gplay, I remember we were watching them play against Envious. I remember in the pre-show for that one, I was talking about, or highlighting, okay, this is like going to be the team that will actually do the smoke on the card to prevent the AWP from getting the picks when they go for the A play. And like they still didn't do it. They actually were challenging with angels and actually losing players by doing it. And I'm actually wondering if, because we don't have, I mean, Spiro will pick up the AWP, but do you think he's going to be able to play that car position well? Is he going to be on the car position a lot? How do you think the AWP dynamic is going to help them against the crazy attacks?
Well, for Gamers 2's sakes, I hope that he can, because if you miss that first shot from the car, it means winning or losing the round. Basically, you have to hit that first shot. So Sparrow, I don't know who's going to opt for Gamers 2, but whoever will opt, he has to hit that first shot and just fall back after that, because going into a 5v4 retake compared to a 5v5 is just a world of difference.
All right, so Vendetta, give me some predictions here, and give me a player to look out for, a single player to look out for.
Single player, Dreamer, and score is going to be 16-13 in favor of Gplay.
And Fred?
I'm going to say Mouse from Gamers 2. He played really well versus Navi yesterday on Cobblestone. And I'm going to say Gamers 2 is going to win 16-13.
All right. Well, I'm not going to say anything, because it's time to go to the commentators. Guys, it's going to be Anders and Fifth Lauren to bring you the action.
Thank you very much, Dan, and welcome to the show, everyone. It's the ex-NIP crew here, but for Flaren, something horrible has happened. NIP's not playing, so we can't fanboy them, so we're going to have to talk about Gplay and Gamers 2 instead.
Yeah,
what do you think?
We got to find one that we got to fanboy.
I actually have a couple. I mean, I really like Gamers 2 as a team. I think they have like a really good, humble approach to the game. Like they know that they're an up-and-coming team, but they don't see themselves as like superstars or anything. They're pretty humble about the whole thing. But then Gplay, I think they've really won me over this tournament. I'm super excited for them. So this is actually going to be a tough match. I kind of want to root for both teams, and you can't do that.
No, you really can't. And like you were saying, when it comes to Gplay, this tournament, I've been very impressed by them, especially on their T side. Their CT sides have not been good, but they know about that as well. And then the last game they played yesterday, I forget who it was versus. It was actually the other way around. It was their CT side that was decent, and then their T side was just lacking. But this is a new day. I'm pretty sure the Gamers 2 will not let Gplay do what they did versus teams like Navi and NVS yesterday.
No, I mean, you're right. They've had a chance to look through the demos. They've had a chance to brush up on everything. So it's probably going to be a bit of a different ride for both teams here. But if you aren't just joining us, then a big welcome to the show. This is Gamers 2 versus Gplay. It's the second to last match of the day, I believe. And quite an impactful one as well. A lot hangs in the balance here between who wins and loses. Not only for this team, but also for Envy somewhere. Yep. It's going to be really exciting. So thank you so much for joining us. And obviously here at the venue, great crowd. But obviously you guys in Twitch chat as well. Hope you guys are like spamming the chat like crazy people.
What do we want them to spam then? We gotta like cause a ruckus or something.
I mean, I think Kappa, there's a Kappa per minute count, right?
Okay, yeah. So we should spam Kappa?
Spam Kappa a lot, guys. I know you can do it. I know you can win. I think we're going to be right into the game here. Already the pistol round, or the knife round, sorry, is done. And
call for off now.
They're going to restart here. Mihu just saying, have a break for a moment.
Wow, that's so lame. I got headshotted. Restart.
It's the best reason to restart, isn't it?
But to be fair, though, he did actually say restart before he actually got headshotted. Just to clarify that before we get a...
We did see here, Spy Leader had 1 smoke and 2 flashbangs, and everyone else with armor. A single smoke, what do you do with that, Fiflaran?
Yeah, I mean, looking at that, single smoke and an HE, I would say go for a catwalk play here. You HE the bomb site, flash over, and you smoke off one of the areas, either the car or the bomb site. You just get a plant towards catwalk. But they are opting to go. They're starting off to go B at least, but.
Yeah, Spy Leader's still in the middle with that smoke, and I think it's actually 2 flashbangs he's picked up as well. So I guess we'll see where it goes. A grenade into lower dark there, not going to do any damage. It looked like it was actually about to be a great grenade there, but it's one of the HEs on the CT side used, and still no one has even taken any damage in this matchup. So really, really slow pistol round coming out here from Gplay. Maybe expecting that gamers are going to go for some wild aggression.
Wait, aren't they doing the same pistol round as yesterday? Where they like faked up A and just went B with the bomb?
The bomb is suddenly, yeah, you might actually be right here.
No, but we are looking to be, okay, it is a B split.
Oh, Innocent hits that shot in spite of the aim punch, but Bobble is just going to run right in and take him out. Mini's coming through the middle, going to be dropping NKL, and now they are going to be running into B. Still a guy in back plateau here. It's Mihu all alone. So many people coming for him. Great flash from his teammates to help him out. And Mihu's going to get another headshot there. And then Minis to finish off Dreamer. And somehow Gamers 2 come out on top then. That flashbang coming in from middle really saved him.
Yeah, for sure. And I was surprised that Innocent even managed to get that 1 kill when he actually got head bobbed.
Yeah.
That's what we call it in Swedish. Bob.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you got bobbed.
I've never heard that for some reason.
Yeah, now you know.
I'm not even sure what the Danish term is for it.
Really?
Yeah, but aim punch is the one that everyone else uses, so I'm going to go with that.
I like Bob.
Yeah, Bob is. I understand it's not bad. I'll blame Bob.
Exactly.
All right, it's Armor and Tech9's mostly on the terrorist side here as a sort of attempt to get back into the game quickly. Victor out the middle of the scaffolding here. It's Mihu playing, and he's going to get the better of him. That FAMAS, pretty good range for it, and NKL now going to be pushing out on Catwalk here. Bobble going to take down 1, and Mouse spraying wildly, but he gets down before he actually, well, he gets a kill, but then he goes down to Bubble, who's now picked up a double kill. Bomb is going to be dropped, and they got control along. What does this mean for Gamers 2 in the retake?
It's going to be difficult because they do have weapons as well, and it is a plant towards long, but they do have 2 smokes, so they could just potentially just smoke off the site and have the 2 guys cover him while he defuses the bomb.
Well, we're going to see if that's going to be the case. They did actually put up a smoke right there, so you're calling it perfectly. And even though they're down on long, they're having a really hard time here, Dreamer, trying to guess the angle. No one's defusing right yet, and no one has a kit, so there it is, finally holding it down. But if Miho goes down, that could be the round. Dreamer going to get 1. 5 seconds left. He's still trying. He's aiming a little bit too high. Oh, it's going to be a full smoke defuse without a kit. That's actually very rare. I mean, nice attempt there. And Gplay, I'm not sure, could they have played that differently at the end?
Well, the thing is, when you have it like that, it's mainly a gamble. You either if they don't have a smoke, you're going to win the round. GP is going to win the round that situation.
Yeah.
Having that 1 smoke just makes such a difference because you get very stressed out because, okay, he's smoked and you don't know if he's defusing or not, and you don't know if he has a kit, so you just get to stress out, and all of a sudden it's a 1 versus 3. You do manage to get 1, and then by that time it's too late.
Well, they're going to push long, and Gplay actually forced it up because they saved the 1 from us, and I think they're just thinking, all right, bomb plant and from us, we're going to go for it here. Innocent will go down early if they win this round. Gplay are going to be in a lot of trouble, so Gamers 2 is going to be in a lot of trouble. Mouse will get a return frag, and he actually incredibly gets that kill on Bubble, and a third one too. Mouse has gone completely off the charts here. Now only Dreamer left. That was one hell of a triple kill and incredibly unlikely. Going to go for the quad, and he's going to win it. An absolutely sick round coming out from Mouse here.
Yeah, what a hold. It was looking very grim there for Mouse. He was getting sandwiched basically from Catwalk and from the A ramp, and managed to kill both of them. Just saved him the round.
Very impressive, and they are going to go for it one more time. We're now reaching sort of envy levels of force up here between the two teams. Yeah. Very interesting.
We don't see a scout though. But consider they don't have any nades, which is like, if you bought an HE, I would rather just buy a smoke then, because they're going to do a fast cat play here. Having that one smoke could actually win you the round.
Oh, a lot of damage been taken already. If Mouse actually throws that grenade, that's going to be epic, but it's not going to happen. Instead, he's just going to kill them with the FAMAS. Another triple kill here. Mouse completely wrecking them. Going to get the final click in there as well. Back-to-back quad kills for Mouse, and that's just incredible, isn't it? 4-0, and Gplay surely now they are going to go for the eco, but this is turning into a bit of a rough start for them, really.
Yeah, and that last force buy there was not really needed, and if you want to do that, just make sure that you buy that one guy buys a pistol and has all the nades, so you can actually do something with it, so you don't just run up towards Cat and hope that, well, you know, we don't have any nades, but let's just hope that we headshot them.
Oh. Molotov goes down early on long, which is something that's become very popular amongst the top teams too. Molotov, just a single grenade, but it could have been more. Innocent here going to get a chance to pick up a couple of eco frags, which always feels so good, but he's kind of trapped by Kara as well. I think he's got some backup up in sight, so not really a panic situation. He takes 3 before he goes down, so it's pretty good anyway here. And Bubble, last man in pit, he does get a headshot on Minis and sends him back a little bit, but yeah, that's going to be the end of the round here. So 5-0, and Gamers also with a decent bank already here. Very good bank, in fact. Yeah, much more than I thought.
Yeah, and here we see the full buy here coming in from Gplay. I don't think we're going to see an AWP, but they will have all the nades and AKs. So I would say this is actually the first real round coming from Gplay. You did have a lot of force buys with Gallios and stuff. Oh yeah, we do see an AWP on Bubble.
All right then, yeah. They don't always do it. I mean, they are actually one of the few teams that will sometimes play without one. Yep. So it's definitely not 100%. Otherwise, Dust 2 is obviously like, you know, almost the AWP map, but not if you're a Gplay necessarily. Good kill from Dreamer to take down Sparrow early on, and Minis is almost gone, and running with his back turned away with the knife. I'm not sure that was necessarily the best idea. And Dreamer going to pick up a double kill. No one is holding B, actually in the middle. Mihu is holding, and so many people coming around this corner. He's going to get one, he's going to get 2. Oh my lord, almost the 3rd kill. That could have been incredible, but NKL will take him down. And now it's Mouse and Innocent, and I mean, at this rate, Flaren, have they got the money to go for a retake, you think, even 2v3?
Oh, yeah. They want to go for this, especially if you just got the bomb down. It's a 2-on-3, but you want to make sure that you get the initial frag, then you go. If you don't end up getting it really fast, then you just want to save it. So Bubble here is actually quite smart. He's actually holding T-spawn.
Oh, unscoped just at the wrong time, but still quick enough to pick up that kill. And now Mouse, there is an AWP out here that he could try and save, but they're going to go aggressive anyway, so Spire Leader drops him down. Yeah.
But yeah, getting that, if Bubble didn't watch T-spawn there and you actually get the frag on Bubble, then it's just, you just run in. Because you still have a lot of time, and you did have the defuse kit as well, so.
Yeah, but from Gplay's point of view, important they survey with 3 members. They finally take some money away from the CT side, so the first sign of life here for the Bulgarian team.
Yeah, and it was a solid run as well, like 2 entries, and then just opted to be split, 3 out middle, and yeah, Mihu managed to get the 2, but actually there was 4 out mid. He managed to get the 2, but it was just wasn't enough.
Victor spraying madly, both in the corner, but also I think in the point where the stack usually happens, so just trying to prevent that from going down. I think Gplay were actually, last time we saw them on Dust 2, they had some really great grenades to double grenade the stack, which is very cool. So yeah, they're a well-versed team on this map. Mihu going to be peeking out after a great flashbang sprays. 1 and 2. 3rd one going in. Absolutely nuts here. And finally he goes down. Victor with the double kill in return. And their bomb is outside. They're going to have to go and pick it up. And actually Gamers 2 is giving them an opening to do just that. But Minis not going to hit the shot. Misses one more time. He could have got killed himself. Bobble sort of was ready for it. I have no idea how they even got the bomb here, but it's worked out somehow until Innocent shows up. And now Bobble, last man in a 1v3 with an AWP. Even a single shot missed and he's going to be gone. But he takes 1 and makes it a 1v2. Another one through the door here. Minis coming in. He goes down. Bobble finally falls, but it was a great attempt at a 1v3 there. But Innocent is going to clutch it and is going to make it 6-1 and put Gplay now in a very bad spot.
Yeah, and I believe the first frag was actually, he was fully blind there.
Yeah. sometimes you need that, right?
Yeah, and here we see the triple kill coming from Mihu. So well, that flash out mid just caught 2 other members off guard, and the third one he just didn't manage to.
Yeah, I'm guessing the third one probably thought, my teammates will take care of him. I'm going to go inside and bank on them doing that. I don't think he realized they were so flashed. So.
Yeah, and then you also had like, the one last guy that was just holding seat spawn. Oh, the scroll wheel.
Yeah, Innocent jumping there, and probably you're right with the scroll wheel. Mouse getting tagged up, but then playing it safely. Grenade not going to take him down. And Mouse is a real beast at this bomb site. What's going on? He's just, every time they show up, wrecking them. A triple kill once again.
Like, you have 2 4 kills in this one round. You have a triple kill as well from him, and yeah, he's not giving them the bomb site at all.
14-0-3 on Mouse right now. Didn't expect that. I usually look for Innocent or Mihu to be the 2 people really doing a lot of work here, but that's incredible. And Gplay now.
One thing to keep in mind from him, he's always around the bomb site area. So as long as they come, yeah, he was at the A ramp there, but that's easy. Like, smoke it off and get the plant down. You don't really have to deal with him until he actually tries to retake the site.
Yeah, but that could be the plan then in that case. Just like, don't fight him, but
you also see another very strange buy coming in from Gplay.
Yeah, that was just confusing me as well. I mean, if they win this, then it's going to be worth it. But if they don't, they might just give away, you know, almost all the game here, and they're going to run right in through the fire. AWP shooting at them as well. Sparrow going to go down. It's still a 2v3, but now they need this kill on Minis. They're going to smoke him off, and decent chance for a retake here for Gamers 2. In fact, a pop flash through Minis going to get the perfect timing there, and that was definitely worth it. Now it's a 2v1. And Victor here, he's going to have essentially the clutch of a lifetime to get Gplay even a chance to play in this first half again. Otherwise, they're going to be so far out of it, it's not even funny. Puts up a smoke, charges on through, and not going to get the kills there. Gamers 2 playing it very smartly.
Yeah, and they're playing super well as well. Like, that flash coming in there, just trying to catch them off guard, so they don't even let him plant. Leaving it a 1-on-3 situation. Yeah, he did manage to get one, but yeah, here you see him again. On the replay, he was actually on the A ramp there. It's just a regular A smoke round for Catwalk. He's just going to basically lock him out. Or even a smoke down CT spawn and rush up towards him from CT spawn and you drop it down. Just make sure that you don't let him do rounds like that.
So I want to ask you, it's an anti-eco coming up anyway, so not much going on, I reckon. Even with a couple of kills, maybe Gplay's going to do a little bit of damage. But generally speaking, this is all Gamers 2. So FlipSid3, I mean, they're a team that don't have a lot of LAN experience. Can we expect performances like this from that team where like one day they're super hot and then suddenly they have a match where it's like, oh, things aren't quite working for them?
Yeah, and I mean, you can see here they're actually getting flustered. Losing that first initial round where when they were down, they got the bomb down on A, and they managed to defuse through the smoke. You saw they actually tilted them quite a bit because like, oh, you know, we're so upset, okay, bye. Yeah. And then they end up doing that. It was like, oh, okay, bye again. And it was like, oh yeah, but you don't have any nades. Okay, bye. We'll try and catch them off guard. We did it yesterday, and we shot some heads, and it worked. Yeah, but okay. The thing is, you got to be more stable than that. You got to make sure that, okay, in order for you to do that, you do need your nades to actually be able to get to even remotely close to the site.
And I mean, we mentioned the Noah Tower earlier, and there it is. Oh, Spy Leader! How does he get that shot? That looked purely random, but it takes down Mini, so there's a little bit something there. But yeah, rage buying, I think, is a term we use in Danish Counter-Strike, or specifically between, like, on TSM. I think the tilt orb is actually a real term as well.
Yeah.
You ever see Cajun B losing a couple of rounds and then getting back? Oh, wow, Innocent picking up 2 kills there, but he goes down to Dreamer, and it's going to be a 2v3 here. Spy Leader and Dreamer left, and it's just not looking good right now because the boss of the A-bomb site here, Mouse, is still in play, and he has been utterly nuts. Every time they show up, they just cannot stop him.
He does know, though.
Oh. Nice job there. Spy Leader crab walking in and dropping Mouse. Going to smoke off short. And now Dreamer just has to get this bomb down. I actually don't think he saw the early player, but Spy Leader does. So now they know where Sparrow is as well. I was wondering if he got the information on both players there, Dreamer. But I think he only saw the one. Coming up through the smoke on Catwalk, Sparrow. Going to be in a 1v2 here. Molotov is out, but it doesn't matter. Dreamer will drop him, and it's going to be 9-2. Let's say theoretically they make this 9-6. How does that look for Gplay?
Just considering how their CT side was yesterday versus Envy, I would say that their odds are against them.
Yeah.
Who knows though? Like looking at this game, right? Coming in, their T side looks way different from yesterday as well. Even when playing Envious, like a lot of force buys, rage buys. So maybe they talked about it like during the night. Like, okay, well, we had problems yesterday on our seat side. What can we do? Like, what is an easy solution to try and at least get a few more rounds?
I mean, between the first and second map on Inferno yesterday, they definitely improved a lot. Wow, Victor taking down Mihu with some crazy man spray right through the smoke. That's kind of what Spy Leader did the last round as well. So, I mean, sometimes a bit of a fortunate opening and maybe you're going to be good to go. Spy Leader getting a bit of a smoke towards the A-bomb site. And now Counter Flash is coming out. The bomb is down on long, so this is kind of a classic split towards A that we actually don't see that often anymore, but I'm glad we're going to see a chance for it here anyway. Innocent going to get one, but nice return from Bubble. Definitely worth that trade. And Mouse now over at long, going to get overwhelmed. Bubble picking up a double kill before Minis takes down Spy Leader. And we're in a 2v3, and now he's going to try and play essentially the shooting gallery game here. Just needs one clip on somebody, and especially if it's the bomb carry. I'm actually really worried about this. When they put the guy on 50 health up to planting the bomb, imagine if he gets killed and the bomb's dropped in the middle of everything.
Yeah.
Big risk, but it pays off.
Yeah, and Minis will just try and save us off here. I actually, normally, I don't actually like it when you split A and you keep the bomb at long. Because what happens is, let's say you get shot down at long, the people coming up cat, they might even get the site.
Yeah.
But then the bomb is down in a very bad situation. Instead, if you have it on cat, even if you down cat, the people from long, they can take over cat, they can still get the bomb back, they can go back middle. It's a lot easier.
Unless, and this, I mean, this does happen at times, which is really funny. You know when people go close to the edge on catwalk and they die and the bomb drops into CT spawn?
Yeah.
But that actually should be a thing that teams do, is if you're carrying the bomb, you're not the one peeking middle, then like you shouldn't be.
No, exactly, yeah. But yeah, you do see that quite a bit, because you see the head of someone and say, oh, I really want to kill him, and you forget you have the bomb, and you end up getting headshot, and the bomb just flies down CT spawn, and that's a round for you.
Yeah, it could well be. Well, it's 9-3, and I don't know if it's quite the pre-tilt AWP here on Minis, but certainly. What?
He saved the AWP.
Oh, he saved it. Oh,
yeah.
You're right. I'm sorry, I was missing that. But all right, so maybe they could do something. I'm glad that he's playing a little bit aggressively in middle, but I mean, either save it again or try and play super aggressive with it. It looks like he's going to be in a very bad position here. Innocent going to go down, and Victor almost getting the double spray there. You can see him trying to pre-fire it, and Minis doesn't stand a chance here. Mouse now. Last man standing. He's going to be dropped as well, so they're making a slow comeback here on the Gplay side.
Yeah, and 2 rounds remaining. It's 9-4 in favor of Gamers, 2 on their seat side on us 2. And for Gplay, yeah, they do need the remaining 2 rounds here in order to even stand a chance, considering their poor CT side showing yesterday.
Bit of a tag there onto Sparrow, so every little bit matters. Not a lot of grenades on the CT side, but they are playing aggressively in lower dark here. Minis right around the corner. Looks like he's almost about to be double peaked, but he's going to get the first kill on Dreamer. Turns around, but can't make his escape. So that's actually not too bad of a trade, except for the fact that Dreamer is just like their best player right now, it seems. It's still trading 1-for-1. It's not too bad. Minis going to try and push up, but Bubble is there, takes down one, and Mihu going to be there, dropping the kill on Bubble.
Yeah, and Gamers 2 they're very spread out right now. You have one aggressive long and one on the A side and one on the B side. They're not really helping each other out here. And at least for the people on A, just make sure you stick together. Because if this guy at B goes down now, like first of all, the rotation from the A bomb side will just be way too long, and they're going to lose at least like 10 seconds on the bomb plants. Yeah.
And there it is. He does go down.
Yeah. So it's a save here coming in from Gamers 2. Bomb is getting down. Just for them to even run over there, they're going to lose a bunch of time. So.
Yeah,
and they don't have a kit.
Yeah, it's no fun at all, is it? I mean, especially if you're out on long. I think the rotation time is ridiculous, like 17 or 19 seconds, I mean, to get there. And with the 35-second bond timer, that's not gonna be fun.
Yeah, no, exactly. But yeah, so Gplay with yet another round, and they are coming back. But I do wonder if it's a little bit too late. The thing is, if they didn't force buy so much in the beginning, they would have probably ended up with a few more rounds on the board.
Yeah, now that they're starting to gain real momentum, it's so late in the half that it won't really matter. So yeah, they probably did put themselves in a position where they didn't have the money to start this kind of comeback earlier on. They had to save a bunch in the middle of all of it, and now we're in the 15th round here. Gamers too, they don't have a lot for this last round, but saving those 2 guns definitely helped them.
Yeah, and considering they don't have a lot, I'm not quite sure of the nades. They do have a bunch of nades, so they do have 2 Molotovs and all the smokes. So they can still cover. Otherwise, if you don't have that, you want to try and at least go a little bit aggressive, try and get the entry and fall back.
AWP still on Bubble and none on the CT side. And looking like more or less a standard split, even though Gplay are not actually covering long. So if Innocent really wanted to push, he could try and do that. Most teams will put someone up there.
Yeah.
Setting up right now for what? I mean, it might be a B split here, but not with the smoke and CT spawn.
No,
so
he threw it. He threw it.
Oh, he did throw it. All right.
Yeah.
Mouse there, going to go down immediately. Spy Leader with that opening frag. And Victor coming in. I have no idea how Gplay aren't seeing this coming, or G2, but they're going to end up dropping their Dreamer, picking up a kill as well. And it's Innocent and Minise in a 2v5. And Minise, well, going to have to run for the smoke. He actually somehow gets that kill regardless. I mean, obviously, final round of the half, they're going to go for it here. Innocent coming in from T-spawn. Interesting flashbang. Actually works pretty well. Don't think Bubble's seen that before. NKL will get a kill finally, and Minis will go down as the last man. Dreamer with a double kill and a 9-6 scoreline. I mean, it's not too bad of a recovery here from the Bulgarian team. They didn't tilt completely.
Oh, no, for sure not. And I mean, it could have been a lot worse considering how the game started. But 9-6, I was probably expecting a little bit more from Gplay's T side, but then again, Gamers 2, they did have the whole day to just look into, okay, what did they do good versus Genvios on their T side yesterday, and what did they do bad, and we can just take advantage of that.
I mean, I spoke to Innocent yesterday, and he said, look, Gplay have like a third round strat that they'll run in the third round always, and the fourth round they'll run a fourth round strat, and they just like same rounds stay the same for this team. So we have a good clue about what they're doing. I think they feel confident.
Oh, if that's the case, then yeah, it's going to be very easy to read.
Yeah, Victor out here on long going to get overwhelmed. In that position, you have to hit headshots or you're going to be doomed. Now Bubble, grenade going to be a little bit too slow. That would have been the perfect grenade otherwise, and he's going to be overrun as well. Here goes down to Mihu. It's lucky that NKL got a return kill. That means Gplay are still technically in this round, but they got to win it. If they let this go, Gamers 2 is going to be so far ahead. Bomb's going to be planted for short, and it looks like they're going to try and take that over while Gplay are trying to take over long. So this is a really unfortunate position, but Spy Leader picked up a kill, dropped Mihu, and it's going to be down to a 2v3 now. Spy Leader doing great work. A double kill currently for him. And there's one more kill coming in from NKL. Bomb already being defused here. Dreamer is being bodyguarded. This is perfect, and that's going to be the round. Spy Leader, the absolute hero of that round. Triple kill and also bodyguarding his teammate while defusing.
Yeah, and that's a great job. Just Dreamer just sticking to the defuse and just hoping for dear life that Spy Leader has managed to get the guys on catwalk. And yeah, Spy Leader, winner.
That looked like a very unlikely round for them to win because, I mean, they were going for long control while the terrorists were going for short control, so they looked like they were actually about to use like a lot of their time fighting in the wrong place, and then somehow it still worked out. Spy Leader here, fairly defensive position, but not enough apparently. Sparrow still going to take him down, and then Victor's there with the FAMAS in hand. Going to be a first kill. Could be a little bit more. Got to be careful he doesn't get overwhelmed here. Backup is pretty far away, and this is already a fairly expensive round considering there's no armor on Gamers 2. They're just running up here. Going to get the bomb plant as well. Huge success right now for the Polish team. Sparrow going to go down. I mean, they weren't going to win that round, but they made it expensive.
Yeah. Considering they got the bomb plant on the pistol round, ended up losing that round. It was just basically, yeah, they bought some P250s, but they were planning on buying next round anyway. Just getting that extra bomb plant and killing off 2 Gplay members is just a bonus.
It's 9-8, and as you said, they were probably going to buy this round anyway. I'm wondering, yeah, there's the AWP from Sparrow. No hesitation at all. Going to go for it, even without the head armor. I think that's a reasonable choice.
Oh yeah, considering that, I'm not sure if you found out or if you knew that Bubble had a scout, but you're going to end up probably getting matched up here versus Bubble.
I'm certainly gonna try. He is up there in suicide somewhere. Mihu gonna take a peek out. They spotted him jumping past as well. Bubble hoping for the best, just trying to shoot through that door in the middle. Pushing up on catwalk fairly aggressively. Spy Leader caught with a grenade in hand by Mihu and instantly gonna go down. That timing.
Yeah, and again here for Gamers 2, very awkward situations on the A bomb site. You're not really helping one another out. So if the guy on the A ramp goes down, yeah, sure, you have one at long, but there's no sort of health. Yeah, here we do see the rotation now, which is great because you can actually, at least you can try and get a kill and you can fall back, and at least it's a 4-on-4 if you do manage to get the kill, and you can actually try to retake the bomb site.
Yeah, and obviously are going to be a bit easier for Gplay to retake 8 than it will be. NKL here with a very, very common pop flash. See if he's going to get a chance to use it. Usually waiting for some sort of audio cue before you pop it. You know, a flash on the terrorist side or anything like that. Dreamer going to be picking off Menis, and now we are in that 4-on-4 situation like you were talking about. Victor going to get a peek up here. Perfect timing. Sprays one. Probably should have been a double, but Bubble instead will come in. That rhymes as well. Mihu and Innocent now the last man standing. KL actually starting to get a little bit more traction in the second half. I feel like he's doing a little bit more. Innocent going to settle for the bomb plant, but as he does that, they're going to be rotating into position. One grenade in, doesn't do too much there. Would be very hard for Innocent to clutch this round, but he's going to try anyway. And KL will take him out for the double, and it's going to be 9-9. They tied the score and shut down the Polish team's first buy round.
Yeah, and great hold by Gplay, being in the one-man deficit, managed to lock down the round anyway, and that's what I was talking about on the A bomb side. So yeah, they actually ended up going a little bit more aggressive in terms of like, okay, we're not going to retake the bomb side, we're just going to try and hold it. And it worked out for them.
And let's see, this is roughly where Gplay, when they were playing on the terrorist side, just forced up a lot, whereas you can see gamers aren't really forcing, they're just evening out their economy a bit because they know they can buy next round anyway.
Yeah.
What would you like to see from gamers 2 in the upcoming round where they have rifles and everything?
Well, it really depends on the situation, but when you do get that, especially if you do get the entry, you want to make sure, okay, you want to do the math, right? Just like, okay, so who do we kill? Oh, we have to choose CFP. Yeah, okay, they're going to get slaughtered. But yeah, so who do we kill? Okay, do we kill the alpha? Let's say we kill Bubble, right? It's like he's normally the guy who rotates back towards the A-bomb side. If you manage to kill him, B-split, because they don't have any rotation coming in from the A-bomb side, right? So basically, it's effectively 5 versus 2 situation on the B-bomb side if you do B-split that.
Well, we're going to see if they can manage to get the entry frag. Definitely helped them out a lot. I think we do have a quick pause coming in here as we're watching the replay. But yeah, this round was kind of like a shutdown round. Very little chance to rush in to be like that. Very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I mean, the best kind of B push like that I've seen for a while was actually Fnatic, where they put down a smoke right at the entrance on the CT side. And then they stand behind that smoke and throw some really ridiculous pop flashes, and then they run through the smoke. It's quite a lot of fun to see.
Yeah, that's actually quite smart.
Yeah, Fnatic are a dangerous team like that.
And you want to make sure that when you do rounds like that, you want to make sure that you at least fake that smoke around before, because chances are if you just throw that one smoke one time, you're going to get naded.
Yeah.
Right? So you want to keep on doing it, so then the CTs will never really know, okay, what do we plan on doing with this smoke? But this is going to be stressed.
Yeah. Well, now it's going to be out on long, and actually Gplay have quite a presence here. 3 people holding, but Gamers 2 are not going to care. They're going to keep pushing out anyway, and they've already lost Mouse. Grenade going to be dead on perfect here and do a lot of damage to Minis, and a follow-up one almost takes him out, but then Innocent gets a headshot and a grenade kill in return, and somehow Gamers 2 come out on top of that fight. I have no idea how that works.
Yeah, me neither.
I love this aggressive push out on B.
Yeah, you need to. Getting the call is like, yeah, okay, they're out long. You may or may not know how many there are, but just doing this, since you are in a 3-on-5 situation, 3-on-4, I'm sorry, but now it's a 3-on-3 because Bubble actually went aggressive as well. So I really like this. The only thing for Bubble right now is since you have that one guy on the A-bomb side as well, as soon as he finds, if he wants to stick around, he should just rotate back by the time he actually gets sees someone.
And imagine the confusion right now on Gamers 2 as Dreamer came through and took that last kill there. Gonna get the leg shot mid, and Bubble will go down. It's not done yet. Dreamer now all the way up here in the bomb site, ready and waiting. Gonna be dropping Innocent, and last man standing is gonna be Sparrow, and the grenade kill is gonna finish him off as well. He actually walked into it practically like it was a landmine, and it's gonna be 11-9. Gplay's CT side for Flaren, I mean, seems to have improved a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. They're playing super well, and they are taking these chances like they kind of did on their T side yesterday. But it is paying off, especially when you are in the deficit. And they seem to be doing like a very good job when they actually do have the man disadvantage.
Now they're going to push aggressively, which is something that's very common in sort of Western European Counter-Strike, and very interesting stuff here. Victor going to be taking down Sparrow as well. Innocent, last man standing in a 1v3 here. He's got a lot of time, so I mean, if they make some big mistakes here, Gplay, it can work out in his favor, but it's very unlikely that he'll win it.
Yeah, and look at this, like Gplay just 3-man stack at B. He's actually pushing.
Spy leader, did he hear him? I think he might have. They've called for a pause on the Polish side, so in the upcoming round we are going to have just a tiny bit of a break here.
But I guess it's a tactical pause.
Yeah, to try and cool the team down and
figure out what's going on. where are we dying? What can we do? We see our Gplay again with the T-spawn push.
Oh, really? He's going to smoke middle. Oh. I love Innocent. Please watch that smoke. Please turn around. We can obviously control the camera.
I think that it came up to Cat. He might have missed it.
I'm almost 100% sure he hit
yeah?
that. So I know that I know that Innocent has wanted to do that because I actually spoke with him and asked if he had seen the video.
Okay.
So yeah, that's a smoke for CT spawn.
Is it like B-split smoke?
Yeah.
I think I've seen a video of that. Was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was me.
I was very excited because he did sort of he did sort of give me a wink and said like maybe, and actually in his estimation, and actually specifically said this. I just thought it would be fun to throw the smoke, but I wasn't sure exactly in what situation to use. And he said, yeah, actually, if you're in a clutch in a 1v2, I mean, this was a 1v3, so even if he had survived, probably wouldn't have won anyway. But in a 1v2, he throws that smoke, and they see, oh, wait a minute, there's a B-split smoke coming out. Chances are they're going to rotate the wrong way.
Yeah.
Unless they see it flying midair, then they might.
Yeah,
be
I was gonna say if you stand it long, you can actually see it, right?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
So it has its downsides, but thanks to Innocent anyway for giving it a shot. I'm glad he tried.
That's your shout out.
Yeah, that's my shout out to Innocent. He's a very, very cool guy. Like very relaxed as well. So at 12-9, Gplay are actually looking like they might take this game.
Yeah, and right now, looking at Gamers 2's money, they do not have enough money to buy here. They're circling around 2.2K to 3K, and it's just not enough. They should just take the time here to talk a little bit about it. They're actually buying here, but just some Tech 9s and smokes. I'm hoping that they're not going to buy armor. But yeah, they're probably talking about it. It's like, okay, well, we gotta have to save, but we can buy some Tech 9s, some smokes and stuff, and let's just try at least to get the bomb down. Maybe even try to get the bomb site. So they did try just a 4-man push into B before with under save.
Yeah.
We might actually see potentially a B split here, but they do have 3 smokes, so perhaps maybe the A smoke round.
Robin, some of the more elaborate strats on this map. I mean, we've seen the B split, but you know there are some teams that will go for the smoke on catwalk, jumping into CT spawn with maybe 1 or 2 people and try and really throw everyone for a loop. How difficult are they to execute? Like, what's the risk versus reward assessment for those kind of like more dangerous or more elaborate plays?
I mean, for example, if you know, let's say Bubble peaks mid here, and you hear the op shot, chances are it's going to be circling around C spawn by the time you actually do end up executing that, or even by the A ramp, and doing that then isn't actually that bad. You might have even catch him off guard, and you have it off in CT spawn.
Yeah, and
that could be very dangerous.
All right, so there's a chance maybe. Luckily for them, that wasn't an HE grenade that Spy Leader threw. Otherwise, that would have been very unfortunate. But as you said, probably what they want to do in this round is at least get the bomb down, get some of the investment they put into this round back, and maybe hurt the Gplay economy just a little bit here. Spy Leader actually getting completely flashed, but he's got some backup in here as well. And it's going to be NKL coming in from the B side as well, getting a double kill before he goes down. And that's going to be the end of the round there. Dreamer picking up a double of his own, and 13-9 lead. And the crowd is actually chanting Gplay. I think it's the first time I've heard that.
You think so?
Yeah, at least.
I think I might have heard it yesterday.
All right. It seems like whenever they've been playing the home teams, people have been like happy when something great has been playing. But yeah, that's exciting.
Yeah, and here it's for Gamers too. They do have an op on Minis, but they really need to start picking up some rounds here. Because look at the money on Bubble, for example, 12.5K.
Yeah, it's getting out of control a bit.
Yes.
Well, very standard spread coming out here from Gamers 2. And they do have the grenades they need to execute pretty much whatever they want. So I'm going to be curious exactly what they'll try and do. And Gplay not really taking any big risks here either. We'll see. Manice in the middle. AWP, be nice if they can get just a single opening, but I mean Gplay aren't giving them any chances right now. It's not take any fight in the middle, no one on catwalk being aggressive either, so at some point Gamers 2 are going to have to realize that this is not quite working out the way they want to and try and find a different execution.
Yeah, by the looks of it, you actually have a push into B tunnel from Dreamer.
And that's the AWP down as well. Big kill coming in right there. Now they're going to go up the middle, and they'll drop Spy Leader. Smoke going to go into CT spawn, but look at Dreamer. He's up here doing tremendous damage. Going to get the kills. Triple for him, and NKL helping out as well. And 14-9.
Yeah.
Wow.
Gplay again taking a gamble. They had 3 towards B. And you actually had that one guy pushing into B tunnel, and he's like, I can't see anyone. I killed one. I can't see anyone else. And then you had this one guy that died in middle. He's like, okay, all 4 out mid. So they all had the focus in mid, and Dreamer just went massive that round. Yeah, but look at the money here. So you have 14.6K on Bubble, 14.2K on Dreamer, 6.1K, 3.2K, and 5K. They have a lot of money.
So if you're Gamers 2 right now, the only way you make this comeback is by winning consecutive rounds.
Yeah.
You're not going to force an eco and get a couple of free rounds.
No, exactly. Like right now, it's to the point where you need to. There's no mistakes if you want to end up with a win here.
And apparently the reason we're paused here for just a second is that someone on Gamers 2 spilled a little bit of energy drink on their hand.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's like the future of esports here.
You need like more grip.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Rub your
sweat
hands
isn't
in Monster Drink and then put it on back on the mouse, and you just can't let go.
That actually works. It might work, especially if you're you might have a big hand on a small mouse, or a small hand on a big mouse. You need that extra grip.
It's an interesting idea. If they start marketing this, we're going to need to get paid for coming up with this idea.
Well, I think he actually was the one who came up with it first.
I think we helped. We'll split the profits.
So they are ready to go now again, though. So just a small pause coming in.
14-9.
I like how he flexes his muscles.
Very, very fired up, pumped here, trying to get back into the game. I mean, they need to do something. I don't know if flexing muscles is going to be it, but getting an entry frag or 2 right now for the Polish team definitely help out a lot. 14-9, and yeah, Gamers 2. This is kind of do or die time.
Yeah, you see the same kind of approach again now, trying to go for the B play. They had 4 guys go up mid last round, so they're actually going in 4 towards B.
Well, they're going to get the early trade, and that's good here. But now Bubble's going to show up with the AWP, tries a quick shot in, but won't actually be hitting it in lower dark as well. Innocent is going to be waiting for anyone trying to rotate in, and he gets a big kill there, but he does get taken out by Spy Leader. Still a good information now. He knows that someone's coming up at dark, so that does help them out a bit anyway. But 3v3 for the retake here, and actually still quite far away is Victor, so Gplay need a very early frag here for this to work out well for them. If this takes too long, it might be too late. But they've got so much money, they might as well try and do it here. And Spy Leader going to get the 1 kill. Mouse sprays down 1, but there's another one coming, and they did not know that Victor was there. And now Minis going to go down. A great retake here on Gplay. How did they manage that, FlipSid3?
I mean, just looking at the base of the time here on the bomb plant, there was like no time left, but they were calm. They were calm and collected, and they just basically waited for Victor to actually arrive. As he ran all the way from long, T-spawn coming into the tunnel, and Gamers 2, they weren't even ready for it.
Any chance that Innocent made the call down in lower dark and said, okay, so I know Spy Leader's coming up, so there's only one coming up her, and they just didn't count on Victor coming from T-spawn as well, that somehow they got some misinformation. Not that it was Innocent's fault, he couldn't know, but yeah, this is looking bad, obviously. Victor there is going to be taking out Mihu over at long, and it's match and map point here for Gplay. Tremendous comeback for the Bulgarian team, considering how far behind they were in the first half. It was looking really bad for them.
Yeah, for sure, and their CT side so far, like throughout this game, has looked extremely good. But there is a difference as well. Like obviously, you can't really compare Gamers to Envy, but yeah, overall, it's a very solid performance so far from Gplay.
Dreamer dropping Minis. This is getting very bad indeed. 3v5. It looks like they are going to try and sneak their way up catwalk a little bit here. Spy Leader patiently waiting 50 seconds. There come the smokes. Molotov's going to be raining in next. Spy Leader might have to change his position. It's going to land right in front of him, but he gets a kill. Bubble gets 1-2. Innocent, the last man left alive here. 1v3. He's going to take a grenade to the face and follow up flashbangs here. This is very tough indeed. Looks like Gplay just a kill away from doing it here. The last match of the day for them as well, and this is going to really help them. Innocent, 24 seconds to clutch a 1v3. It's going to go down to Victor instead, and it's going to be 16-9. Bulgarian team does it.
Yeah, again, very impressed. Knowing Gamers 2 as well, second best Polish team, coming in here, and they, being able to watch the games as well.
Yeah.
From yesterday, what happened versus Envious, and you saw that as well. Only 6 T rounds versus NVS yesterday. I believe they got like 13 T rounds. So it's a massive improvement in that aspect. But then coming in on their CT side, they just, yeah, they've been working on it. At least they were talking about it.
Yeah, an interesting look into how much can be changed from day 1 to day 2.
Yeah.
Very, very good stuff indeed. And I mean, I have to imagine no matter what happens in the rest of this tournament that Gplay have made a lot of fans right now already.
For sure. I mean, they had a good showing. And then obviously we'll see which standing they actually end up on. But they do, I think they end the group stage with, is it 3-2? No.
Yeah, I think
they have 2 losses.
Yeah,
yeah, okay.
I think so.
It's 3-2, so they will be. I'm guessing they're going to be on a solid 3rd or 4th place.
Yeah, and it's incredible to imagine that 2 of the losses were really close as well. So I mean, they could have almost gone flawlessly through the group stage here.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive stuff. And now we're just waiting for everyone. I think we're going to have an interview. So let's cut to that instead. It's going to be on stage.
That game, you guys go through to the playoffs. Before we get into how that feels and all that, talk through that game, because the team yesterday looked like a very T-sided team. Today, you guys actually were down 8-2 at one point and then pulled it back to 9-6. What changed within the team, and then how did you guys have such an amazing CT half?
Yeah, actually, the truth is yesterday we make a lot of mistakes in CT side. We discuss it, and today we are the better CT side. We have better CT side. And what is the feeling? I'm feeling my heartbeat, not only I can feel it with my hand, and all this perfect crowd cheering for us is like a dream come true. As we said in our Facebook page, we will continue to dream about something bigger and something staying behind you. And I hope we will reach it someday, and this day would be Sunday, I guess.
Yeah, well, of course, referring to the trophy. And speaking of Dreamer, he had an awesome event. Is there anyone that's been sort of standing out for you in terms of individual performances?
No, we play like a team. Yes, Dreamer is like our best aimer in the team, but Victor is not bad. He's quite good. NK, Spy Leader, and of course our Snipe Bubble, they're all perfect. Perfect.
And you guys had an awesome start yesterday, upsetting Envy to get this thing all kicked off. When you guys came into this tournament, obviously you had confidence, but did you expect to make it through to the playoffs?
Me and the team, we believe that we can defeat Envious, but our other guys, even our boss, thinks it can be done, but not today. But we managed to win.
So seeding is still up in the air right now based on the next game. Who would you rather play tomorrow?
If you want to win some tournament, you must defeat everybody. We don't care who our opponents are. We should prepare ourselves for the toughest match, maybe, and the bullets will decide who will win.
All right, and any concern going into best of 3 as opposed to best of 1s?
Yes, that was our biggest concern about these finals. We are quite good in best of 3. Best of 1 is form that everyone can win and not show the best of him. But I think tomorrow we will show our best side.
Well, you guys definitely did well in the best of 1, so that's boasts confidence to think you guys are good in best of 3. Congratulations, go enjoy the night, and come back tomorrow. You guys are in the playoffs. So we'll take a short break on the English stream, head over to the social media on Russian, and we'll be right back, guys. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the analysis desk, where we're all morons and wrong all the time, because Gplay actually managed to do something quite ridiculous. And I got to say that I actually had to go do interviews, and at the point where Gamers 2 were just winning all their CT rounds, Gplay's T side is like not doing anything. I'll come back and I'm like, what guys, what happened?
Yeah, so Gamers 2 were up 8-1 as CT on Dust 2, and we predicted, oh, Gplay is probably going to get like 10 rounds as T, then they're going to struggle on the CT side. We've seen Gplay struggle or choking at the end of the game, so even if they take a lead, they're probably going to choke, and it was the complete opposite. If we would swap the nicknames on the server, then we would have actually been right.
Well, hey. I mean, then we're pretty close to being right. We've only had to swap the names, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, nearly there. That was just a completely different story from Gplay. And, well, I guess it kind of paints the same picture as we saw in Inferno. They played that twice, and we saw the vast difference in how they actually managed to do. First time around on Inferno, excellent versus Navi on T side, horrible on CT side. Next game versus HellRaisers on the same map, a much more acceptable CT side, and then an average T side really. And that was kind of what we got to see this time around.
An interesting thing with this match, Gamers 2 were up 8-1 and lost 16-9.
Yeah, that's choking at a new level, really.
Yeah, it's Dust 2 after all. I mean, it's always possible to like get rounds, even no matter how your economy is doing. It's always possible to make something happen, especially on the T side.
Yeah.
So
it was actually incredible, and I think the big thing for that kind of happened for Gplay is something that we've seen in other games as well. Is players who are having a rough time in the first half, they step up in an immense way in the second half. NKL had 1 frag throughout that first half, and then just came back with a vengeance. Same thing with Dreamer as well. He was kind of my pick for being the one to watch on that team, or just for the entire game. He had a really, I guess, lackluster first half for him. Judging from what we've seen earlier in the tournament, he really came alive as well in that second half. So that was really good for them, and obviously that's a nice boost to have on the CT side.
Yeah, he had a great round defending versus a B split.
Yeah.
When he got 3 kills, 1 with a Tech 9.
Yeah.
So yeah, he just played awesome at that B side, and having a guy defending B on Dust 2, making it hard for the terrorists to do the B split, just limits the options of the terrorists so much.
Yeah, really what you pointed out before the game started, the fact that we were wondering whether or not they'd made some changes to their CT setups, if they wanted to go aggressive a couple of rounds, that type of thing, and they did. And it absolutely dismantled the Gamers 2, the rounds they did it. So they've clearly learned from their mistakes, and that's what's so cool about this team. They actually are able to identify their problems and actually find a solution for it. So I'm just really happy to see Gplay, and I can't, already excited for tomorrow. No matter what kind of seed they end up getting or who they're going to play against, I'm just excited to see more Gplay, and it's going to be best of 3, which is what they want.
Yeah, it's actually quite funny because, again, I was interviewing MBK at the time of that match, and it's quite funny timing because the match that just kind of decides their fate. Of course, they wouldn't go out necessarily, but it means that if Gplay would have lost, then Envious would have had to have defeated Na'Vi in this last match. But now they're basically just playing for seed in this last match, and that's going to be what's on the line, which is actually quite important as well, because I imagine Envious doesn't really want to run into Na'Vi in this situation, so going into the first semi of the playoffs. So very, very interesting stuff now, and Envious, the biggest fans of Gplay about 30 minutes ago. So we'll have to see how things go. How do you think things will actually pan out? FlipSid are doing really well, but the thing is with this tournament, FlipSid, Na'Vi, and Envious, they're hard to really separate.
If the first place plays the fourth place, with which it should be, Envious is actually going to play Na'Vi if they lose. So you're in this very weird situation. Do Na'Vi want to play them in the first K? This is a very awkward situation, actually.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
Yeah.
What's your take on this, Vendetta?
No, it's like I've said, it's a very awkward situation, and if you're Na'Vi, what do you really want to do? I mean, it's a legitimate concern because, sure, Envy might not be performing like you're used to, but that doesn't mean you want to play them, because what if they finally find form versus you? Then you've kind of screwed yourself.
And let's not forget, actually, that Envious is a team where, okay, if they sit down and be like, okay, guys, we're going to take this seriously, they can just do ridiculous things, and their style is probably much harder to deal with than FlipSid, which, Na'Vi know FlipSid very well. because, you know, I've always felt like Na'Vi and FlipSide, you see a lot of similarities. The teams learn from each other. Na'Vi's kind of like it feels like the father team a little bit of FlipSide, and because of course, you know, being from the same region and everything, it's not quite like the NIP Fnatic sort of thing, but it's actually kind of close. So I don't think that Na'Vi really win either way, but, you know, spoke to Na'Vi, and they don't really seem to care who they face. That's what they say, and of course that's a good attitude. But in reality, I would expect FlipSide to be probably an easier match in the semis, deep into the tournament, because NBS are a team used to rolling into good form towards the latter stages of the tournament.
Well, the thing is also that you never want to play a team from your own country, because you usually know them so well. Usually
the domestic factor.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it more random for some reason. It's always been that in CS, and nobody can really point to why.
Sweet action always goes like the wrong way. I mean, you would know that. You've been in several teams, you know, toppling the favorites in a domestic matchup.
Yeah, it was always terrible when you saw the group, and it's like you see this semi-elite team in the same group from Sweden. It's like, oh no.
It's like, we're gonna lose, guys.
All right. Well, any quick thoughts for the wrap up here of the post-match Vendetta?
Super happy for Gplay. Excited to see them tomorrow. And yeah, obviously unfortunate to see Gamers2 go out, because they obviously beat Na'Vi. And when you kind of beat the top dog at the tournament, you kind of expect and hope to be, you know, going into the final day. That's not the case, but should be fun tomorrow.
And yourself?
I hope Gplay can put in that extra gear they did in the end there versus Gamers2. And if they do that, it would be so cool if they could manage to win the BO3 and go to the final.
All right, well, okay, guys, we're going to take a quick break here on the analyst desk, but of course we have one match coming up here for the day 2 of StarSeries 13 LAN finals. It's going to be Na'Vi versus Envious. Stay tuned, we'll be back with that.
eSportsBets.com, the service where gamers will bet real money on virtual events. Only here, the best odds and widest coverage of games from Dota 2 to Hearthstone. We have over 200,000 users registered. Join us. Prove that you are the best versed in esports. Who will get the first blood? Who will take the first Roshan? Who will win the knife round? Participate in the race of predictors and earn real money. The more bids, the more bonuses. Reward for your first deposit up to $600. eSportsBets.com. Foresight, passion, and calculation.
Hello, ladies and gents. Welcome back to the analyst desk, where Anders has joined in place of Threats, and we are going to go into the last match of day 2 here, live from Kiev for the StarSeries LAN finals. And you can see the standings as they currently are, and which means that Na'Vi Envious, this match is just proceeding.
I like how you point out that I'm here instead of Threat, just in case people don't notice. They're like, oh, I thought somehow that was still Threat. Right. But yeah, the seedings...
they do actually matter.
They do actually matter, yeah, but they're also at the same time terribly confusing. Like, backstage, everyone, like, the players, everyone's like, how's win? Like, who's going to win? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, so here's the easy explanation of it. If Na'Vi wins, they get the first seed, because they have the head-to-head advantage over FlipSid.
Can we just say that four teams are definitely through no matter what, just so people are caught up?
The top 4 going through to the next day regardless. So all we have to do is all we're doing is basically jumbling,
figuring out what the semifinals look like.
Yes. So if Na'Vi win, they're going to be the #1 seed. Just like clear cut, because they have won their meeting with FlipSid, who are the only other team on 12 points, right?
Yeah.
Fairly straightforward so far. If Envious win, then we have both Gplay and Envious on 9 points. The kicker here is that Gplay has the head-to-head over Envy, so they can actually go past Gplay.
Yeah.
And we're also going to have Na'Vi on
9.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm trying to keep up.
And Na'Vi managed to beat Gplay.
Yeah.
And would have lost to Envy. So then you have a 3-way tie.
Yeah.
Then it comes down to round difference. And as you would have it, the round difference works out this way to the point where Na'Vi are going to be the 4th seed, and you're going to have Envy being the 2nd seed and Gplay as the 3rd seed.
Okay.
Are you still with me? So basically, in short terms, if Na'Vi win now, they're going to play Envy tomorrow in the semifinals.
So
if they lose, they're going to play Gplay.
So come on, let's be honest. What are the chances of an intentional loss? Can Na'Vi just be like, you know, Terra's Daughter Sniper is amazing. Like, I want negevs all the time.
I love to buy dualies and pistol.
Yeah, you know, I mean, how would that work out? I wonder what the community reaction would be if that happened, you know? People could be freaking out, or people could be like...
When people did it before, like, we're talking, you know, 7, 8 years back, 10 years back, that was kind of, sure, you're doing it to win.
Yeah, it's a tournament strategy plan, right? If there's a way of doing that. I don't know. This is going to be a really, really interesting match either way. But I do actually think before we get any further that we do have an interview with StarSeries that was recorded earlier. So let's jump into that for a moment.
Hello, everyone. I'm here with StarSeries from Na'Vi in the super special secret location interview room. And of course, StarSeries is the coach of Na'Vi, and you guys are doing pretty well. You're going to be through no matter what. The seeding, of course, can change. But how are you? Are you happy with the performance so far?
Yeah, it's kind of good for us. We are eliminated for a group, so it's good.
Do you care who you go up against in the semis of the playoffs?
No, not really. We can beat any opponent, so we are feeling good with it.
I mean, you guys came off of the second place at DreamHack, so coming off of a big tournament win. This is going to be the one, right?
Yep, we should.
I mean, as far as the teams that are likely to go through, Envious, looks like it's very likely they will go through. Are they going to be your biggest competition, or will FlipSid be a harder challenge?
I think it doesn't matter. Both teams are really good, so it doesn't matter for us.
As far as your role as a coach has gone, you've been coaching for a while, and you know, also at the same time, Flamey came in, and things have been going better and better for Na'Vi. It's starting to get really, really good. Now, as far as your role, like, what do you do for the team exactly? Because I'm sure there's a lot of people out there, they know that you're coaching, but how do you help Na'Vi on a day-to-day basis?
Well, it's a secret, but I'm trying to analyze our opponent. I'm trying to prepare our tactics, what we have to do, when we have to do, and I'm also helping for my teammates about info. If someone like forgot to tell it or have some delay for information, I will do instead of him. So he's much better, and I'm trying to to regroup in our team. So like I'm see whole monitors staying behind. And for me, it's much faster to do it, so I'm trying to regroup my team when I need it.
I mean, we've had a lot of teams talking about there are so many events at the moment, it's hard to actually get good practice. But it feels like Na'Vi, when I watch Na'Vi, I'm like, okay, Na'Vi, they look pretty solid. I mean, you guys don't have any big problems or any weaknesses. Is there anything that you really need to work on? Is practice an issue for your team?
Well, you're right, there's a lot of tournaments right now, and we don't have any chance to practice our game. We have every day, we have official games, tournaments, and we are really tired of this. We are dreaming of vacation right now. We really want to do it, but big tournaments coming up, so unfortunately we can't do it right now.
Okay, so as far as you're about to play Envious in the last match of today, how do you expect the map veto to go? How do you think the game is going to turn out?
Well, everyone knows for us these matches doesn't matter anymore. So we and French team are coming through. So it will be like, I don't know. It will be a hard match because everyone wants to win. I don't know. I think we will play Overpass or the train, for my opinion, but I don't know exactly what do I want to play.
Do you miss playing yourself? Because of course you were playing for Na'Vi not so long ago.
Yeah, of course I miss it, but I have to look forward. So I'm trying to do my best as coach and manager and other stuff what I'm doing.
Well, it looks like you're doing a pretty good job, so thank you very much for the interview, and I wish you guys the best of luck forward into the tournament. And that is all from me and StarSeries here in the interview room. All right, guys, so, well, StarSeries, Na'Vi, they don't really care who they play. That's what they say, at least, and we should respect that. I think, they're going to give it their all in this match, and we'll have to see how things pan out. But Envious, they're in a similar spot where do they really have to throw in their full efforts now? Are they going to try to redeem themselves? What kind of game are they going to show? What kind of veto are we going to see?
The veto? Well, we know the veto.
Yeah.
We do.
That's true.
Yeah, you gave us a good opportunity there, but
Yeah, we could have been super smart. I reckon it's probably going to be Dust 2.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, no, but we saw it already, so we're trying to be a little bit ahead there. Cash being banned out by Navi, Inferno, and also Train there, so a little bit interesting. I actually spoke to Shox earlier and said how they felt about Train. They said they've only lost one official match on it, so...
well, how many have they played?
They said they've played it a few times. They're actually feeling really confident on it. So I think at Gfinity they said they lost a game on Train, and otherwise it's been all uphill, all going well for them. So Overpass and Cobble and Mirage out for Envy. Not too surprising, I would say, really. Actually, Dust 2 seems like a reasonable choice. Although, I mean, Navi have made a habit out of banning Dust 2 recently. Yeah. But then they are still, in my opinion, a very good team on it.
Yeah, they are.
So they just seem to have lost confidence, and you do have to wonder almost if. I'm wondering if this was like a semi-finals game tomorrow, or a grand finals game, or grand finals best of 5, doesn't matter. But if it was a different picking stage here, if Navi wouldn't have actually gone for Inferno over Dust 2 in this stage.
It could be. And I guess we might find that answer tomorrow, depending on how this match turns out.
We also actually have an interview of MBK, so we could actually jump into that as well to see what MBK had to say about this. Of course, Envious, they're in a really weird spot this tournament, so this should be interesting. Guys, I'm here with NBK, and he is going to be doing an interview with me.
Is he playing?
And of course, they're about to go up against Na'Vi in the last match of day 2. And just for a quick recap, bit of a hard day 1. You've put yourselves in a position where your fate is in the balance.
Yep. Yeah, starting from day 1, the very first game, we started off very good, actually, in the game. 11-4 first half, very few mistakes, everything was going good. And then second half, everything started snowboarding pretty much. We couldn't stop them. We weren't wise enough to take the timeout, and their momentum just kept on going. So we can only blame ourselves for those 2 games lost.
And so right now, Gplay are playing gamers too. Right as we speak. And depending on the outcome, of course, it changes things a little bit for you guys. If Gplay win, then Envious can just go through. So they're basically the biggest fans of Gplay right now. And if Gamers 2 manage to win against Gplay, and it's really close on Dust 2, then you guys have to beat Na'Vi. Now, you played them loads of times before, so how do you think that game is going to go?
It's going to be an important game for both teams just as the start of the weeks of LANs that are going to come. We're probably going to face them several times, and they're obviously a very strong team. So best of 1, it's up to the guys that are going to win the clutch rounds and the guys that are going to take the pistol rounds. So very tough game no matter what, and obviously it would be easier for us if Gplay now beats Gamers 2 because it would completely take pressure out of us, and we would just come in easier into the Na'Vi game, knowing we're already through and just playing for the seed. Because, yeah, we screwed up at the beginning, so now just going through is our main goal.
All right, and I mean, you said it to yourself earlier, this is supposed to be the easiest tournament ever.
Out of the 6 weeks that are going to come, it's supposed to be regarding the team list, but it's also very hard regarding the fact that other teams are underdogs and they're prepared. Like, they're very tricky teams with some things going up, and it's sometimes we're harder to face them than facing the other top teams.
When you guys go home, I mean, I know for every team right now, every big team, it's actually hard to get just real practice in because there's so many tournaments. But are you guys thinking of anything in particular when it comes to role changes and how you're going to approach? Because already you've been changing roles quite a lot in the team.
Well, our practice is mainly going to be on our time preparing some tricky things for our opponents, because we have the basics, I think, but we always need to improve and make things even better, especially as a team. So it's going to be tough no matter what. And yeah, as you said, the lack of practice, you're playing the same teams over and over again, and you have to adapt constantly. So you cannot really prepare exactly as you want, or your mind becomes affected by the teams you play against. So we're just going to go back home and look back at what went good and what went wrong. So we're trying to play on our strength and try to avoid our weaknesses as much as possible during all the games.
All right, well, thank you very much for the interview. Good luck against Na'Vi. I'm going to continue to practice my handshake interview game. And guys, that's all from me and NBK in the super special interview room.
All right, we're back again there. DK, I'm really sorry that you revealed that wasn't like a live interview, because I was going to try and convince the less bright members of our audience that you were just like teleporting back and forth, but you kind of let that go with the revelation there that Gamers 2 and Gplay were playing already. So you ruined it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, man.
I think we have to do predictions real quick before we move on. So based on the fact that it's Dust 2, and we know that Envy have some pretty good players on that particular map. I'm still going to go with Na'Vi to win it.
Yeah, I'm Na'Vi all the way here. Too much of a slump from Envy as of late, and we also have Guardian and Flamey on that other side.
Unless they're somehow weirdly not playing as well as they should be.
Yeah, I'm also going with Na'Vi. I mean, they've just been stable, and again, the Dusty game is actually overlooked sometimes, but they're pretty damn solid there. So expecting Na'Vi to go well into this one with a decent result to finish off the day, but we are going to throw it over to our commentators. We've got Threats, we've got Sadakist, and they're ready to bring you the action.
All right, guys, well broken down there, and of course the implications are as such. Both teams are now through, as we saw from the last game. But where do they seed, and how are they going to approach this? Because there definitely is that sort of mentality that Na'Vi might want to avoid Envious. We may still end up with the final everyone predicted going into this. It would just be, it's kind of like MLG again, where the first day everything goes awry, and it's not the standard path to get there, but we still get there in the end.
Yeah, and I do think these guys are professionals. They're going to do everything in their power to try to win this game. So we're probably going to see a good game here. I'm kind of surprised we're seeing Dust 2, seeing how Na'Vi usually has vetoed it the last few weeks, even though a lot of people thought they were really strong on it. They seem to struggle just a few games, and after that, they were, okay, we're just going to veto it. We don't have to play it. And going to play it here versus Envious. Dust 2 also a very strong map for Envious, of course.
Yeah, it's a very strong. It was interesting. Again, it was an upset. It was a morning match, and as upsets go, you can't look to that as a consistent trend. So by saying that they lost to Gplay on it yesterday, you can't really read too much into that.
No,
was them coming flat.
Yeah, and Gplay is a team that's their highest level is very high, and that combined with strange decisions of force buying all the time Envious did in that game cost them that match.
And solo peeking, not playing together. But overall, you're right. It is a map that does actually favor them. Smith's comes to mind a lot for me when they play this map, just because his aggressive CT opping style. He'll head toward long A, which isn't uncommon, but it's the Rambo peek at mid that he catches people off a lot with.
Yeah, when he throws the flash over the mid doors, peeks just a millisecond after the flash pops, he basically invented that move.
Yeah, and I mean, he's used that time and time again. Now, he is, interestingly enough, going against Guardian, who's one of the best T-side operators in terms of picking that mid door. So if Guardian's aware of how he plays it and he likes to take that close angle, Guardian can take that shot. But if it's timed as such that Guardian goes for the guy that's already crossed over, Smith may get the jump on it.
Yeah, that's the smart thing about it, because you throw the flash, and if Guardian peeks, he's going to get blind. And if he just randomly shoots, it's not 100% sure he's aiming the right angle, because Smiths can be in different position vertically when he's peeking the double door. So that's actually a very well thought through move by Smiths.
Well, we'll see if it pays off for them. Again, I mean, Dust 2 is a really interesting map to watch these two teams play on. Catwalks, as of late, sort of shifted, and it's just meta evolution in that it was mid to B splits were the common strat. Teams started stacking up mid. In fact, Happy was one of the first people to really start going to CT spawn by default on his rotation out of A, just before they even had information playing on the boxes. And now everyone's slowly going back toward Catwalk. What do you expect to see out of these two teams? Specifically, if Smith heads toward mid early, that means he's not going to have the op toward car.
Yeah, it's very interesting. The B split was so strong for a while, so teams felt forced to put one extra guy in CT spawn. Then to counter that, the team started doing smoke rounds from short, because there was only one guy defending short. And now the meta switched back to having one guy playing slope with them for, which means we probably should see more B splits again. And it's fun how the meta just works like that. It's kind of like rock, paper, scissors in that way.
Yeah. No, it kind of is. I totally get your point, because it's just, I mean, it's one or the other. It's just a matter of teams exploiting the opposition on how they're going to play it. It's basically up to the defense to set their default, and then whoever's on terrace at the time, the strat caller needs to recognize early enough to take advantage of it. And there's lots of ways people have been trying to do that. Vox Semenor's smoke strategy come to mind. Now, that one's a bit telegraphed. That outside smoke, that left side smoke out mid, pretty much indicates you're going to be rushing through CT. You could throw it as a fake, potentially. But then there's also the drop play that people are using, coming through catwalk, dropping down and wrapping back to B. So there's a few different smoke executions to try and throw people off.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what makes the Dust 2 such a great map. A great map is when the CT side has barely enough players to defend everywhere. Because if they would have 6 players, they could just have perfect setups everywhere. Now the CTs have to play for information, they have to make some guesses, and that just makes things so much more interesting.
And knowing that information is usually gathered if you haven't spotted anyone mid by pushing the B tunnels. We actually saw, I believe it was FlipSid earlier this morning. Someone did it today, and we've seen it off Counter-Strike. I don't remember who it was. I think it was FlipSid that waited for that B push and allowed that player, that CT player, to walk to his own death and then take advantage of the man-down situation. Where's the, again, Na'Vi is a team that's really good at luring people out on the defensive side. Where's the limitation for these two teams to get that information on CT?
I would be surprised if they went super aggressive. You can see very few teams go for the dark push, which was very popular back in the days. It's kind of like switches. When it's easier as CT, you don't want to take risk. You just want to go for the basics, and therefore you don't want to do the aggressive plays. NOS, however, is a team that will go for the mid picks. You see Smith's doing that mid pick with the AWP, sometimes even pushes in the mid door. If he doesn't see anyone in mid, he can even push up mid, tell a teammate, oh, I don't see anyone in the peak, you can just go in lower dark. They will have no clue that you're there. So NOS is a team that might go for some aggressive play in mid. Na'Vi, however, is going to stick to basics. They're just going to play defensive.
And it's so like an interesting thing that Na'Vi actually plays Dust quite as well as they do, because you think of them as an execution team. And Dust, yes, we talked about executions, getting through mid and getting onto sites. I was about to say websites just because it's like ingrained in my mind. Welcome to our generation. But when you actually get to the sites themselves, there's less smokes that actually apply, specifically at B. You eventually smoke off the door to cross over and get the bomb down, but when you're actually entering the site itself, flashes in, there's 1 or 2 smokes you can bounce off the archway to cover off various angles, but it's not like, say, Mirage, where you need a heavy amount of smokes, or even Inferno, where you need a heavy amount of smokes. It's more open on the actual site takes, which does that favor Na'Vi in this particular match?
Yeah, I would actually say so.
Individual skill, you just think they can win the angles?
Yeah. Well, if you look at the teams, NVS on paper has stronger player, but just going the results from the past 2 weeks, I would say Na'Vi is hotter right now individually.
Oh, I would 100% agree with that. I mean, Guardian right now is on point. So we're about to get underway for the knife round. Now, it is definitely a match with implications, but it also is Dust 2. Where would you want to start? Because there is some teams that actually like to go terrorist side. Not as common, but on this map, you know, there's not as much emphasis on needing that CT start.
I think both teams is going to opt to go for the CT side. However, I wouldn't be surprised if it actually will be T-sided this game. It's so back and forth on this map.
Well, this match was hyped up in many ways leading to it. At first, it was what everyone thought would be the preview of the finals. Then, for a while, it looked like it was going to be a fight for survival from Team Envious, and now it's simply for seeding as both teams are through. Either way, it's going to be fun to watch the two quote-unquote top teams in this tournament, although FlipSid's definitely been the class of the field so far. We'll see who's going to get the start. So far undecided, although HP definitely favors Envious. They'll get it, and likely, are they going to swap over? Yes, they are. Shox has already called it, so defensive start from Envy to get things underway.
And will Na'Vi go for the raid boss, where you drop the Tech 9 to a player and buy a smoke? Very good play on the T side. You see some teams buy the smoke flash, but seeing how weak the flash is in this game, just having one Tech 9 armor is just so much more powerful. We actually saw, that was very cool. I think it was HellRaisers who actually dropped one Tech 9 and one P250 from one player, and 2 players bought armor. So one player had P250 armor, one player had Tech 9 armor, and then they just play off of them.
And Guardian just actually, before we ready up, said that Guardian, or you can see him typing now, is actually saying that the lights are too bright in this case. And I don't think the lighting setup's any different than it was earlier, so maybe just those rotating spotlights where they're stationary right now are catching him at an odd angle, because they were sitting on the right side of the stage earlier, now they're on the left. And he can't see his monitor.
It's good to see that he just says that right away.
Yeah, and not like mid-rounds, guys, I can't see. No, I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? Like, that would just be him being political at that point. You either can see or you can't. You know, unless one of those lights moved mid-round, but it's good. Like you say, he brings it up right away. They'll be able to solve this issue. Pretty minor issue, ultimately, but it's pretty important to see the monitor. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's like Asian Dota players out there that just like shut the monitor off and like still like last hit like crazy, right? Isn't that the rumor?
Yeah, the Asians are pretty crazy at
I mean,
games.
Simple played with his monitor off all tournament, and look what he did.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
No one knows that, but he had his monitor off. Apparently, Flusha used to play with his monitor off.
Wouldn't surprise me.
What have I just done to Flusha? Poor guy.
Yeah, and Invest will go for the CT side. It's going to be interesting to see what you do on the CT side. The CT side pistol does too is the most common thing to do is just going for the peaks in mid, where you boost one guy short and you have 1 to 2 people just trying to go for the fights in mid, using the advantage of having the USP versus the Glocks. However, a lot of teams smokes on the Xbox and mid, just try to deny the information there. So a lot of teams have moved from that and have been going aggressive long. There's just CT side pistol does too is so open, and it's actually quite difficult. It's a lot easier to play the T side pistol.
I would agree with that. I think stats would say over most tournaments lately that the T-side pistol has been quite victorious in that regard. And even the retake situation, where a lot of teams, when guns come out, will give up that A site and play for the retake because it's more open and therefore favor B a little bit more. You can't even really do that on pistols. B's always hard to retake either way. But A, you've got to have proximity, and where it is so open, like you're saying, it's a lot harder. Whereas a Glock rush coming up either catwalk or long, it just comes at you so quickly that you can't really react on the CT side.
Yeah, it's so easy for the Ts, because if you chain 1 for 1, it favors the Ts. So you as a CT with a USB must get 2 people with Glock armor, and players at this level will jump around. They're so good at dodging bullets, so it's extremely difficult to get more than 1 kill when they push your side. And they can just abuse that fact on the T-pistol, just go for the Glock train and just swarm you.
We'll see how it works. Again, utilities will help that. Armor may help that. It's a debate of which is going to be better, but we're about to find out exactly what's going to happen. As you can hear behind us, Na'Vi fans ready to cheer on the home team, who potentially could take first overall in the groups. If they don't, it's still a home team that gets it, but it means they dodge Envious, and that could be something we have to keep an eye on in this match.
And Happy actually opting to buy an HE over a smoke. See to there. We have a Molotov on seats. This is very interesting.
That is interesting for the T side, because again, a can of fire on CT potentially could work wonders, but right now it's going to be a kit that's brought up for Happy with that HE. Everyone else has the armor. MBK is going to be holding B. Pretty standard formation in that it's a 3-2 split on A. Now they'll bring Smiths back, but initially they had 2 out toward long, and Kiyoshima's holding this angle open. So if he loses this fight to Edward, he's going to be in a bit of a problem. He goes back toward Pit. This is more passive, doesn't lose HP in doing it, gains a little bit of information, but likewise, the Terrace will have the same, and here it is. We're going to see this A push. We're going to see this Glock train come on, and Happy, like you say, is going to have the problem where they're all going to be coming at him, and what can he possibly do to hold this off? It will essentially have to be a retake on A unless they can win some map control back toward long, but they're keeping Kiyoshima in the pit simply by holding 1 player inside that cave. So Happy goes passive, tries to stay alive. Kiyoshima tries to bail him out from shots from long, and so far no one's gone down. Finally, Flamey will take down Smiths, but Happy's had time to rotate, and now he gets Flamey seized, catches out Shocks, and Happy, he will drop on the ramp. Kiyoshima's in a tight spot because he has to make the decision if he sticks around to fight Edward, to try and gain that long control and make the retake more plausible, or immediately go in and help support his teammate who is trying to rotate. He picks the better choice in getting Edward. Now it gives NBK a little bit more space to work with, and he gets the first one. What a shot on Seized. Brings it back to a 2-on-2, but all the while this bomb is still ticking away. Happy's kit's on the ramp if they can find it, and they do pick it up. Kiyoshima has it, but he's gone down, so they'll have to recover it again, and this isn't going to happen. NBK has no chance at winning this round regardless, so he'll play for pride, and Guardian will give Na'Vi the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, very simple strat there from Na'Vi, just going up short, molotoving the site, because that position is very annoying to play against. I just want to point out the small decision that Happy bought an HE over a smoke there. If he would have had a smoke, he could have smoked himself there, bought more time for his teammate, lurk in the smoke. Now he bought an HE, he threw it, I think it did 10 damage to 2 players.
He's gambling on the fact that they're going to be stacked up somewhere, which they were stacked up on Cat, but they had armor, so he was gambling on not any armor being up.
Yeah, it's very rare that you get a good HE, especially on the pistol round.
Smiths now is going to hide at the stairwell on Catwalk. Guardian goes to the AK. In fact, 4 AKs up and 1 SMG, but it's the SMG with the limited income. It's only $300 per kill reward.
And Uas decides to go for the force buy here. Hope they don't fall into the same trap they did versus Gplay.
Oh, Kiyoshima, what a shot. Catches Edward before he even gets up the wall, and he was hugging the left side, hoping to get closer to the site so that wouldn't happen. But now Kiyoshima's in a little bit of trouble, has to fall. But Smith now gets Zeus, so this is looking good right now for Envious. And they're known for the recos. Obviously, this weekend, things haven't gone to plan in any way, shape, or form. And now they're potentially going to get another one here because they're getting all the kills, and Smith now gets Guardian. Seized gets one finally in return with the weapons. Shox recovers the AK. He's going to push up. NBK, there it is. Team Envious, Team Eco.
And it's funny how people are starting to buy a Deagle and use it as a scout. People actually prefer the Deagle over the scout because you can go for the... You just do one shot as Kyo did there. And when they get close to you, you can almost use it as a shotgun. Because when they're in very, very close combat, you can just spam with it, and you can usually hit one to two bullets, and that's usually enough to kill one player.
So it's Guardian's turn with the Deagle. Let's see if he can match Kiyoshima's performance. Unfortunately not so far, as he's going to actually get dropped down by Smiths on the second peak with the AK. Happy still holding on to the MP9. He tries to respond. Edward actually does get Happy down, and MBK responding into Flamey, but does give a kill to open up Navi's positioning here. Spreads out the defense just a little bit more, and they can group up and take advantage of this situation on the take at a site, but they've picked up the scout on Seized again. Other than that, they haven't picked up any weapons. Now, the good news is they do have armor in this situation, so if Zeus can pick up a weapon, it's fair game.
Looks like they're taking the bomb towards short. They will only have one player there. Kia will be fast on the rotation, but two players deep onto B. Very slow rotation from Envious.
Smith's on the ramp, needs to be careful now because they are working toward Catwalk. Wasn't peeking initially, now he's looking for information, and one's gone by. I'm not sure, he has definitely spotted the second. I'm not sure if he spots the first, now he does. And he's inside on the Cubby at quad, and it's going to be an absolutely perfect play for Smiths because they will have no answer. And trapped in the corner, Seas goes for the repeat. He'll drop down. Smiths eventually gets caught off by Edward though, and NBK coming through the smoke isn't going to catch him before he gets around the corner. So he'll survive, but only for a little bit longer.
And 2-1, but three players going down for Envious. Will we see another force buy for Navi? Might go for it just to force them to an eco. No, they're just going to go for an eco here. Should buy some P250s and nades though, because if they can kill 2 to 3 players here from Envious, they still have an option to force Envious to an eco.
Hard B push coming out right now from Navi as well, and this might actually work out well because they're going for the 3 push long in hopes that there would be a contest there, so there would be long rotations, but it doesn't matter when that hold happens. NBK with 4 Shox pops out and takes the last.
Yeah, and a flawless round for Envious. Very important for them. They are able to build out that bank. They will be able to buy even if they lose this round now.
That could have been dangerous. It really could have. If those 2 players went down, easy bomb plant at the very least, based on how far away the other 3 were, but it doesn't even amount to anything close to that. As Guardian now will have his op up. Has head armor, has 1 smoke. Edward, no utilities left on him. Flash off the top of the arch. That tries to blind out anyone who's pre-peeking it. And they get the first kill, but NBK, that's 6 now, and as quick as probably 45 seconds total between the last round and this. Zeus gets a little bit closer, wants the angle, has won the position on Catwalk, almost catches Happy retreating onto the A-slope.
The bomb is still in T-spawn though, and Navi has no player. Okay, we have one guy going there.
Yeah, Edward's on the way there now. So Kiyoshima's lurking. Push the site you don't think they're at. They've had a read that there is action at B and activity at B, but there hasn't been any at long, so Kiyoshima has a chance to get in behind them, and he's going to do it. He gets Zeus completely on the flank. Right after he took down Smiths, and having taken down Guardian now as well, this looks really good for Envious as Edwards left in a 1-on-3, has the bomb. No one directly inside the B site, but he himself is hesitant on taking it, so he'll fall back, and he's got time to work with, but only just if he goes back toward this A site. He might be best to just hold on to the AK.
Happy should figure out that he can come through mid. They have no information if he's still on B.
And Happy doesn't figure it out in time. So now he's actually going to open this up, make it more interesting. He's taken down MBK, but he still has 15 seconds, and that is it. And Kiyoshima's still lurking inside B.
Yeah, that was a great try from Edward, actually. He could have easily gotten the last kill there. Did do some economic damage to Envious, since only 1 player for them survived. Navi, with a force buy here, they can still buy the next round, just want to pressure the economy of Envious.
And a standard formation this time, slightly different, 2-1-2. Puts Happy in mid with the op, not Smith, so we don't see the aggressive peak yet. But I give up Catwalk by playing this way. Fortunately, Na'Vi aren't looking in that direction just yet. They're actually grouped with the pistols inside lower tunnels. And Happy still has the angle to hold with the op outside mid. They'll work toward him. He needs to hit the first shot because they'll overwhelm him quickly. And as he goes for the actually cocking of the weapon, the bolt to action, they could have had a chance to push. Shox is in great position to counter flash that out, but they haven't pushed through, so both of his flashes do nothing. Now he's out of them. And they're waiting. Good positions not being spotted.
Very passive play from Na'Vi.
Slow peek, though. That's not going to allow Shox to rotate away. He'll stay put because now he's got information that they're there, but can't close it out with the M4A1, so has to swap over to the P2000. First shot's good. Second shot equally as nice. Double headshot before Zeus puts him back down. Gives the advantage to NVCs to pull that back just a little bit by catching out NBK. And Zeus will put the bomb in place, so at least they have the B site, but Kiyoshima quick on the flank and tunnels already. Smith's in position on the doorway, and Kiyoshima does win the first duel. Zeus has to change his attention in that direction, and Smith knows that fact, so he'll get the kill.
The damage is already done, though. Na'Vi with the half force by killing 3 people, getting the bomb plant. That's exactly what they wanted out of that round, so still might be able to force NVS to an eco if they win this round. And I wouldn't be surprised if Na'Vi just go for another default here. The last default from Na'Vi was kind of strange in the way they usually you see teams go dark and just run into the lower. But they actually challenged B, and NBK got those 2 kills.
Double op, Shox, Happy. Still not Smith's, interestingly enough. Happy almost gets a chance to take down a player at middle. As Guardian was crossing over, perhaps trying to bait him out, figure out where he is, and then go for the return shot with his own op. Instead, he's going to pass by middle, head toward Catwalk. Happy's the one that's waiting, and he's playing from the slope. The gap between the boxes, lots of cover for him to use. But if a second player were to come up Catwalk and drop down towards CT, he might be overwhelmed quickly because he'll have a pinch from either side. Puts a lot more pressure in that case on Smith, who's supporting right now with the rifle at Goose. And that might be what's going to happen as Na'Vi, they look more and more aggressive toward Catwalk. Smith is waiting with the pop flash. Smoke now coming in from long. Happy's flashed, has to go defensive, looks for the duck. He'll smoke himself so that no one can push him. This is simply because here it is, the drop. This is simply to give him another chance to take it down a shot at quad, and Smith goes for the support role. He does take down Guardian. He's bailing out Happy, but there it is, Edward. He came up and no one could do anything to help him. Once they won over Catwalk with that smoke on CT, they had a great chance, but now it's going to be canceled out as NBK on the rotation catches Zeus. Flamey gets one. Shox goes back into him, and they'll get this defuse.
Actually, a more NVS player went down there than I thought. When they had a 5v4 situation, Na'Vi decides to go short, and NVS has Smith as that extra guy in Goose. Usually you see the Sieges just demolish that push, but Na'Vi, even though they're losing 6-1, they're still able to apply that pressure to NVS on their economy, so they still have an opening to turn this half around.
Straight back to the same setup as well. So Smith is staying to the rifle. This is a call right now. So that we've talked about changing roles on Envy and how it's been constantly a shuffle of who's doing what. Well, Smith's on his map that I think is one of his stronger opping maps. Hasn't picked it up yet. Happy's going to get flashed back off the Catwalk. Had a chance to go aggressive and didn't take it.
Yeah, great shot there from Shox, and this is very cool to see one guy going aggressive Cat with op and Shox peeking middle, just trying to shut down that mid play from Na'Vi.
Happy doesn't catch the shot on the cross, needs to run quickly because Zeus knows he's got nowhere to hide. And he'll chase him all the way actually towards CT before a flash comes back that saves Kiyoshima's life, and now Happy makes them pay for it as he'll take Flamey down. And it just remains with Guardian and Zeus. The Guardian's going to try and get through mid doors right now, and Shox, unorthodox position on the scaffolding. Guardian never would have expected to check that.
Yeah, and Zeus just want to go for some kills here. He does not want NVS to win a flawless round. Gets the first kill. Can he get a second one? Bomb is out in mid.
NBK wins it out, so envious right now. 7-1, and we talked about, now look, economy's been an issue, but we talked about Na'Vi potentially not showing up.
Yeah, and it's not like I don't think they're we want to play another team in the playoffs. I think they're playing their best.
Oh, what? Are you kidding me, Guardian? Double headshot through the door as they head to B. Talk about a highlight reel.
Yeah, with the scout. Let's see if we can get any more out of this.
That's insane. Smiths has had enough. He'll get him back through the door with the op this time. Talk about a crazy shot. That's one of the ones that Envy's probably laughing about. Like, how do you even get mad at that?
Yeah, that's... He gets the first kill, so I guess the second guy, oh, he only has a scout. I have an op. I can just go for the trade. And then this instant headshot.
MBK now will bring back a kill into Zeus. He's stuck towards CT. This gives up the A site. Smiths is going to take a different approach, head toward Catwalk. He's now got the op that he's picked up. Let's see if they can make this retake happen as Na'Vi finally in a position to take another round. In fact, there goes NBK. Smiths is still lurking. Trying to find the angle. No one's peeking. No one's giving him that opening that he needs right now. Money's obviously good right now for Envious, but it's still an op. It's still a big investment. So Smiths, he's going to reconsider. Look out, because Season, I was about to say Zeus. It was seized on the flank, so he won't even save it regardless. But again, they'll be able to buy right back up.
Yeah, what can you do there when Guardian gets those 2 entry kills?
The interesting thing is that the money actually, despite that they've won 7 rounds to the one that Na'Vi got, of course, the pistol, and then the eco that came out, they're still actually fairly tight because the constant forcing out of these double ops.
Yeah, and the rounds have actually been very close. Na'Vi usually get 2 or 3 kills, even though they losing there was an entry frag there from Flamey, going to get control of that long area.
Will take down Smith. Sees now does get shocked, so Na'Vi taking it again in full force this round. Potentially bring it back to 7-3. Happy's going to watch the cross. MBK is going to get even more aggressive than that. Pop flash for himself. Now that bounces. Now was it hurt? It was not. Zeus didn't hear that bounce off the wall, but Flamey pops out anyway. MBK will go down.
Yes, 7-3, and Envious is forced to eco. Na'Vi actually has an opening back into the SAF now.
And that's the thing. We made the suggestion that maybe they aren't going to show up, and it's 7-1. Yeah. Maybe, I mean, maybe it is a factor, but the economy hasn't worked in their favor. Now we're going to see if they are in this or not.
Yeah.
Because now they've built it back toward them, and now if they aren't winning rounds, then maybe that theory applies.
Yeah, and the thing is, they are playing Envious as T on Dust 2, and Envious CT side on Dust 2 is extremely strong. They might even be, with Fnatic, the strongest CT side on Dust 2 in the world.
And Edward already taken down Happy. Seized, waits for NBK to get aggressive, which was an early time to do it. 1 minute and 14 seconds still on the clock, and he wants to look for information. Now, they do have a player in lower tunnels, which might have been the reason for trying to do that, and he's going to get spotted. Smith has nowhere to go, but 6 feet under. Edward will put him there. Now it's 4 rounds.
Envious will, of course, be able to buy. Won't be able to go for that double op. Happy will buy that op now. It's interesting to see that Smith is not even going for the op. We saw double op, and it was actually Happy and Shock, so Smith's obviously not able to go for that mid peak then.
Guardian again looking for that shot. They'd already crossed over, so all he could do at that point was just fire at the door and hope that somebody was waiting there. Perhaps Smith setting up his own play. As the flash is all going to come over. Edward missed thrown. That one bounces a little bit too low. That actually means they have to wait because Zeus gets blinded up in return. Now they'll flash back, but the fire was out. It's finally extinguished, and they'll have a chance. They blinded both players. Keo has to back all the way inside pit, and they'll spot Smiths immediately. Good trade, good crossfire as Zeus picks up Kiyoshima. Never mind our theory because Na'Vi are taking it to them now. Back to 7-4, and potentially another round here with a 2-man advantage. Make it 3. Guardian's going to find Happy on the site. Zeus will head back to mid just to make sure that if anyone does try and rotate quickly towards Catwalk, he'll be on top of them, and MBK's already running to save because the bomb's heading toward A.
Awesome play for Na'Vi, doing the wall of smoke towards long, just leaving the game, big pitch all alone. Envious was forced to have one guy just try to push through the smoke, didn't work, and two entry kills and long control means there's nothing Envious can do to save that round.
Shocks catches Flamey, Shocks catches Guardian, so at least some win here for money. Potentially a third, but I think Seized will wait a little further before he goes for this. Let his teammate at least get there to make it a trade, so it's not constant one-on-ones and they're giving up AKs for free. And he'll actually win that fight. Meanwhile, MBK did take Zeus, so they've just lost 3 guns post-plant, despite that there was a save going on from Envious.
Seized actually throwing away that Molotov. Could have easily saved it.
one of those like, got it, might as well use it. It's like the undisciplined play that you like think, yeah, this doesn't matter, it's cheap enough, but like 2 rounds from now, you watch, he's like not going to be able to afford a grenade.
Yeah, that's a more reactive play. He was thinking, oh, he can actually be short, so I can push him back from there instead of, it's not that likely it's actually there, I could just save it.
Guardian again pre-firing into that smoke, hoping someone's going to have the fast spawn, but they were actually a little bit deeper inside the CT spawn that time, so they weren't there quite so quickly.
We have 4 deagles on NVS.
Yeah, just look for some highlight plays. I have to say there's been a lot of those, and Guardian through the door. He'll get Smiths. Quick trades back, though, as MBK finds Flamey. Guardian gets him in return as well, so 2 already for Guardian. Zeus, quick draw on the Glock. Catches Happy off. So far, the deagles haven't really done a whole lot. Happy's got 1 kill with him, but other than that, it's MBK who had the weapon. Sees now takes down Kiyoshima, and it leaves Shox 1 on 3. So 2 players down, not a terrible situation in terms of economy, but Shox can't do any more than that. Win 3, and it's almost a good situation to be in, but 2, it's okay.
Yeah, 7-1 to 7-6. Great comeback here from Navi, and just as we talked about, as soon as you take away the mana control from the CTs, it's very easy to string a lot of rounds together on the T side of Dust 2. Triple up here from Navi. They were just going to go for the mid peaks and just swap back to the AKs.
And the AKs are already dropped down. And you can see Zeus is just waiting for what the call is going to be. In fact, they're going to lose a player early on, so get the AKs back quickly. And there it is. Sees swaps back over. So man down. Shox is low on HP, 36. Pop flash again. Now we saw Shox try and do this 2 rounds ago, or 3 rounds ago even. It didn't really work out for him. He did eventually get the kills when they peaked late. And the same thing's going to happen here because they aren't going to get caught off by those and be inside the doorway. So wishful thinking from Shox. A nice nade stack, although it doesn't really do anything because Shox has changed his position. But if he was still over on the right side of mid there, that might have done some massive damage. Meanwhile, Zeus will push up. Flash forces him back. Another one's going to come over the wall. Do they push onto it or not? Because Na'Vi might head back toward B, realizing now that there is 2 players already on the A site. The problem is Kiyoshima's behind the door. He's going to hear all of this happening. Rather, Shox, excuse me. So now he knows it's B. They'll call over Smiths. So fast rotation already, but Guardian's got the entry. NBK goes down. They can smoke off the site. They have it to plant. It's going to be 4 on 4. Zeus is very low on HP. They just need to be worried about a quick potential flank through the tunnels, and as a result of that, Zeus is sitting back towards T side of the entry point. He'll catch them on the way by if they don't check it. So Navi's in another good position here as a result of this.
Should be an easy round here from Navi. Yeah, they're actually going to save here NVS. There's nothing they can do.
4-4 retaking going for the save. That's how unlikely this situation is to get back in their favor.
Yeah, the only way you can go for the retake on B, if you want to have a slight chance of winning, is going for it fast. Before the terrorists can get into positions, before they can communicate where everybody's looking. And Navi had more than 5 to 10 seconds there to set up, and after that, just nothing you can do.
And good read by Navi as well. Zeus went out catwalk, saw 2 right away on A. Shox was already in the middle. They didn't actually know he was still at the doorway, but that left 1 in the site. And as soon as they got the entry on MBK, the rotations, although they were quick based on Shox's call, not close enough at all.
Yeah, and the crowd's just going crazy now when Navi has finally made it back and made it a tie.
And the reason they're going crazy is look at this buy. 4 ops and an auto sniper. Unfortunately, it doesn't really amount to much. MBK takes 1 bullet through the door, but they'll swap back over to the AKs immediately after and have 2 ops, AK up for Guardian. Talk about using your money. Remember, they were down at one point so far out of it that it was unlikely that they would have been you would have never thought they would be able to buy that much in a round, but they're going to gun juggle them as well. They're actually bringing them closer to A-long. Like, this is like old school. Like, just keep dropping until they're all closer in case we want to go back to them.
And Cease is actually going for the auto sniper. Usually they swap back to the AK, just use the auto sniper to do some damage there in the mid doors. It's going to be really interesting to see what he decides to do here.
I love the creativity. This is one of the only maps you can do that too, because T-spawn is actually a spot you can get a kill from.
Yeah.
There's no other map that you would have to gun juggle in any other map if you wanted to bring those guns into an opportunity to use them in that way.
Yeah, exactly. And if you have 16K, there's no reason not to do that.
I think that might actually be one of my favorite things about Dust 2 is just like seeing stuff like this late in the halves. But MBK is going to shut them down as they push through the doors. So double kill for him. Not a lot of information gained and not a lot of health loss or envious.
Yeah, and Kia's flank is just a nail in the coffin. Nothing they can do about it.
Late smoke sees with the auto sniper, tries to get the shot, but Shox now wins against Edward. That leaves only 2 players remaining. And Kiyoshima again going to push through long late, gets on the flank, gets double, 8-7.
Remember, this was 7-1 after winning an eco round from Envious, so it took them that much longer to pick up the last round.
Yeah, great play from Navi there in the later stages of that half, and going to be interesting to see what Navi decides to do here on the CT pistol. We saw Envious going for a more defensive style on A, where Happy had that HE in the A slope, and Kiyoshima was aggressive long. Let's see if Navi do the more standard CT pistol, where you try to peek mid, maybe go aggressive short, and just go for the information play. If the terrorist decides to go long, you just go for the retake.
See how it unfolds. It's going to be double armor. Happy Kiyoshima. Double smoke. 4 flashes and 1 decoy for Kiyoshima. Meanwhile, on Navi's side, no kits, but full armor, 1 decoy, and a kill already for Flamey. Zeus wants to add to that as he tries to get aggressive at long, but he needs to be careful. That flash comes out. That's going to catch him. Zeus got at least 1 more kill, but they spotted the player going to car. That's Edward. He fights himself out of it, and he's going to win the round. So Navi getting another pistol. They just need to avoid the eco this time.
Yeah, great that Zeus did manage to get 1 kill. He was in a very awkward position in the middle of long. Then he got flash, Kiyoshima killed him, and Edward with 2 great shots to finish off that round. And anyways, with the force buy, this is a good decision on T-Dust too. Probably going to go for, it looks like they're going towards B. Wouldn't be surprised if they go down lower to go for the B split.
Seized has the M4. All rifles, by the way, right now from Navi. No SMGs to come out. So perhaps this isn't playing the economical game. This is saying we don't want to get ecoed. Let's get everything we can up. Shocks gets through mid, flashes out, smoke already in place, but Edward's going to at least get 1. Edward's going to get 2. Edward potentially could get 3 as he pops back out. Guardian actually gets it with the scout. And Edward was low on HP. Happy gets back into Guardian though, and Happy potentially could have gotten more. Zeus will cancel that out. Now it leaves just NBK, but they've taken down 2, which means they can only recover, at best, 3 of these rifles. So there will be losses in income, as MBK has to fight back. Can't even go for a bomb plant at this point because it's out in the hands of Edward, although if he does that, he might have to give himself a chance of picking it up and recovering it, and he's actually going to with the M4 take down Zeus, but he gets caught. Flamey just barely gets there, and MBK was actually reconsidering to go through the doors to pick up the bomb safely. Gets shot in the back in the process.
Yeah, nice try there from MBK, and a great round from Edward. Defending that B site from that Tech 9 B split is so difficult, and managing to get 2 kills and then surviving basically won them the round there.
BK's just firing away with the scout. Might as well fire every bullet until he hits something. Unfortunately, that doesn't really happen. Guardian did take a bit of damage, but it's not necessarily what they were hoping for. Flamey puts a flash through, forces him back in towards pit. It's Happy that threw that out, so just jostling for map control right now. Meanwhile, though, it's Envious that want to get up toward Catwalk. The nade comes out. That does decent damage to NBK. Smiths, he's on 80. And NBK's the one with the scout again, so he's going to go aggressive for the peek. He's already around the corner, but Zeus not peeking him. Now he does. Headshot for him. And the FAMAS takes the win in the exchange. Now it's Smith's turn to pick up the gun and try and respond again. Zeus knows it, so he comes out firing. And now the scout's coming back up long in the position and in the hands of Flamey, or rather, excuse me, Guardian, to catch them when they head around the corner, but the flash holds Zeus in place. That scout from Guardian hasn't found a shot yet. They need to get these kills quickly as Flamey will find Happy and they will close it out, but Zeus could have been in a world of problems there if they got any further.
Excellent defense there by Navi. They knew that NOS was going to go for the force buy since Flamey won that 1v1 and there could be money reset. And just playing defensive on A when they know that NOS probably doesn't have a lot of nades, just playing the site there, and just imagine if Navi would have had, or sorry, NVS would have had 1 Molotov to just force Zeus out of that position, things would have been completely different.
Ooh, Guardian, headshot through the smoke on the drop. Another scout kill to add to that first double that he got. And smoke off on tunnels means C's just has to fire through. Hope for the best, as the bullets pad the wall. Envy's aware of it. They'll slide away from the angle just not to get caught by any strays. But Happy gets Zeus. That's a start for Envious with these Tech 9s. Guardian now spots them up, crossing back over towards middle. Hasn't hit the shot yet, oddly enough, as he misses on both of those with the scout. Flamey, though, catches Happy coming back down. That drops the bomb down, and Guardian makes up for the first 2 whiffs by taking the head completely off the shoulders of Smith and seized Edward. They close it out. It's going to be Navi going to lead the way on 11-8.
And 4 people surviving for Navi, so they are able to build up a small bank. Envas should just go for the default play here. Just trying to gain mid control, trying to get control of short and just going from there.
And they stay conservative by going to 5 AKs. They had the option to go for a glass cannon on either Happy or NBK. More likely it would have been Happy in that situation, but staying passive. Guardian, he did this last round. He's actually going to do damage onto Smiths this time. He knows it too, so he's going to not flop out the nade, and it lands directly on Smith's feet. He couldn't have placed that any better. What a play. That's such good awareness from Guardian.
And so annoying for Navi or Envious to play versus a scout in mid when they don't have an ops themselves. So looks like you're just going for the B push here. With 2 people along, this is a very strange play from Envious.
Late smoke on tunnels again, seized. He actually almost gets that kill as MBK goes down to 12. 1 more bullet and it was all and done. As Guardian, he finds another one in the round for his total. Make it 2 for him. That leaves only 1 remaining as Kiyoshima drops. It's Happy who has an AK. He's managed to save so far. The red laminate, haven't seen that in a very long time, and he's going to get Zeus with it, but they know his position. He's low on HP. The question is, how much do they want to invest into the chase? Either way, they're going to pick up the first gun as well as the pistol in this half, so an excellent start. It's going to be 12-8 as they catch him.
Yeah, once again, 4 people survived for Navi, so adding even more money into that bank. And Guardian now with an AK, he doesn't play with that scout anymore. Might actually drop this AK to Zeus and buy an op. No, decides to go full rifle here on Navi.
Seized. Heads in toward B. Guardian this time aggressively through the doors. Nice shot by MBK though, and the Deagle. Smiths is going to do a 2-2-1 Deags to open this up right now, and Guardian's going to have to feel the pressure, and Mados fire through this smoke, hoping not to catch a bullet in exchange and win the duel. In fact, does some good amount of damage onto Smiths. He gets down to 41, so HP's low on 3, but it's a 2-man advantage now for Envious, and they want to take Catwalk. Zeus gets flashed, can't address the angle immediately. Now he has to try and win this exchange, but the M4 that's picked up by Smiths wins. Guardian brings it back, and it's down to a 1-on-2. The 1-player Shock still hiding out on Cubby. Guardian's going to get Happy, Guardian's going to get NBK, and Guardian needs to get the ace if he wants to win this. 4 HP, not aware though, what is Shox doing? No, he gets caught out. And unfortunately, Shox, who could hear him coming the whole time, patience is the virtue. And he'll win the round.
Absolutely sick play there from Guardian, however. There's no way he can think that he's playing behind Gandalf box. He sees 2 people out mid. He's probably thinking, oh, the last guy is probably going in to be and plant the bomb now. So I'm just going to push short and go for the flank through dark, and Shox is waiting behind that box.
Yeah, and he absolutely had no idea that he was there because he'd already got the first 2 kills from the ramp, and little did he know the first had already crossed over. Would have been an absolutely brilliant play. I was a little bit heartbroken because that would have been a highlight play as well. But seized either way, he'll come back. It's Kiyoshima that drops down, so Navi have the man advantage in this one. Take that back, actually. Excuse me. Zeus already drops. And look at Shox, 4 HP this time. You could hear the crowd sigh of despair as well as they watch that play, knowing what we knew unfold. Smiths is now going to catch Guardian this round, and that gives them the man advantage. Back to Envious, who have a chance to pull this back within reach. 12-9. Money still fragile early in the half.
And 2 people in upper dark for Navi. There's no way they're going to make this retake. They should just save their weapons straight away. This is a good gamble, though. If you're 3v4, as Ceton does too, you have to make a gamble. It may look stupid that you're doing this, spreading out that way. But if you spread it out with 3 people on a 3v4, there's no way you're going to win the round.
Flamey almost gets caught with the flash out. Shox is getting aggressive. He needs to be careful. He's got 4 HP and misthrows the nade, hoping to make the HP a little bit more even and not skewed heavily against him. Flamey doesn't even want to take the fight because they know the same thing that we just mentioned, is that their economy is extremely fragile. Flamey will take Shox. He actually gets MBK. They were setting up for a trade. They were going to basically let Kiyoshima, or rather, excuse me, Shox be the sacrificial lamb. They do end up getting the kill, but that was 1 more live given up than they anticipated or had hoped for in that situation. So 12-10. Navi will force out.
Yeah, they will go for the last money they have in their bank. 3K on Edward, though, so a little bit of money on him. He can drop some pistols if they would lose this round. Envious looks like they're just going for a default play here.
Shox already down mid, nearly catches out Guardian as he retreats back to the ledge. Shox will fire through the smoke. Edward will come back up and support inside B. Gives up middle a little bit. He's got a smoke prohibiting their vision of realizing that, so C's now has to fire back on Kiyoshima as he's going to get delayed. It's just a matter of timing. Getting a man advantage, that's what Guardian's going to do right now as he'll take down Happy. Falls back though, 8 HP. Doesn't matter when he has the op, it only takes one shot. Do not miss your chance. This Guardian needs to be careful. That fire's going to force him into an angle that is opened up. There is a little bit of a gap behind it, and he's actually going to get NBK. Zeus comes in, takes down Smith, and it leaves Kiyoshima, so well done, Na'Vi. As that could have quickly turned back against them. Guardian closes it out. There you go, 8 HP is all he needs.
Flawless A defense there for Na'Vi, and also a flawless round for them. So, looking at their economy, they are able to build up a small bank. They do, however, have to buy a new set of nades, so they don't have that big bank they had earlier in this half.
Guardian's going to catch Shox again. Aggressive peek. We never actually saw, because Smiths isn't the opera right now, we never actually saw that happen. Guardian that gets the aggressive shot in from CT instead, and now they've got 3 players, 3 members of their team over toward B right now, and in fact they're going to bring Guardian all the way in to take this additional shot. He hears that Deagle raining out, and that's actually the smoke, the incandescence and the smoke that comes off of just the fire alone that prohibits Guardian from seeing that angle, and it goes against him, and now it's going to be NBK with 4 as he takes down Edward as well. Excuse me, 3 as it's Flamey and Zeus remaining, and Zeus is going to push through mid to try and recover some ground that's lost because they're going to have to play for the retake on the B site. NB just getting the bomb in position now. They haven't crossed over, and they're hesitant to do so because little do they know that there is no one in mid. They think there's a potential that they could get caught out, but Happy winning that kill against Zeus. I think that's the invitation for Flamey to run and hide.
Yeah, and I was just going to say after Guardian's entry kill, why were they going for the force buy when they knew Na'Vi had won that last round flawlessly? They knew they weren't going to be able to force them to an eco. And just as I say that, NBK goes into B and gets 3 kills with the Deagle.
Flamey puts himself in the best position possible to look for exit kills. But where Smith has already gone to mid and not spotted anyone. Okay, never mind. NBK does head that direction. I thought maybe they'd all head together once they had the information. Happy slips by, 12 HP. He needs to continue on the run, and Flamey's not going to find anyone else. So this is how it'll end. 2 alive for Envy, 1 alive Flamey, and he keeps the AK, but this is far from done now.
And Navi will be able to buy 1 more round thanks to winning that last round on A flawlessly. So Guardian will have that up. We have some nades. Zeus with that FAMAS though will tell Envious that they are low on money.
Remember as well that not only if Na'Vi wins this, do they book themselves a rematch with Envious tomorrow in the groups, or rather in the semis. It would mean that either Gplay or FlipSid will go through to the finals, which would be phenomenal for them. But look at the exchange right now in middle as Happy will catch Edward. Zeus wants to fire away knowing that one player has dropped into pit, and as he retreats he realizes that one player's gone further than that. Smith catches him out. That leaves Seized alive and very lonely. Forever alone.
He really should try to save here.
He needs to save here. We already saw them try and save in the last round and how fragile the economy was at the start of this one. They're not going to be able to force in the same manner that they just did.
Even if he saves, they're going to be forced on eco, so it's going to be 13-13. Unless they manage to win that eco.
Right, potentially, statistically speaking. And here's Smith's coming, so that's an easy kill. But now he digs up, you know exactly the position, and it's going to be Happy to trade him out. And like you say, potentially facing 13-13 right now, because there's nothing but pistols.
Yeah, and playing the eco CT does too is not the easiest task.
And Seized, who has 2750, goes for a full... Okay, there it is, 5-7. I was surprised he didn't go for an upgrade.
And look at this, Shox with the Mac 10. He knows they're so low on money.
Aggressive from Na'Vi as well to try and take the fight in close quarters with these pistols, and Edward actually gets the better of Shox. Smith looks for information and potential damage through the doorway as he switches back to the op, falls into the tunnel, and MBK realizes that it's a stack. There's 4 on the B, so they need to get this bomb over toward B side, as now it's Catwalk giving up, and look at this. This is just non-stop. The pressure, they're just pushing forward like a wave. Smiths will get the shot onto Edward, fortunately, but he has the bomb, and he's not near the site yet. Guardian's going to extinguish the flames and be hot on the heels right now. And Happy stayed toward middle to cut this off. Guardian's alive and well, and he's the last one. He has a chance to take Kiyoshima, but can't hit the shot, and Kyo turns back. If he got that shot, it was a one-on-one inside the site. But it turns out in the favor, and it is 13-13.
Extremely ballsy play from Smith, peeking with the op towards short there.
With bomb.
Yeah, with the bomb. Just was going to say, if he just goes down there immediately and they drop the bomb, they lose the round there, actually.
So op versus op again. Smiths is going to bring it out T-side. So if they can catch one off guard, smoke goes out. They do manage to cross over, and Guardian wants the counter peek, but is hesitant and quite conservative in his approach of doing so. Now he'll shuffle off and scurry back toward A. Hold the angle from Catwalk at Car. And Chalks is slowly getting himself in position to try and take Catwalk. They'll send him solo to get an information. At least now MBK will join. The bomb in the hands of Smith, who has the op, is still looking toward mid.
Yeah, and Envious has the control of short now. How will they use it? Will they go for the B split, or will they just go for the short peak? Or a short push here?
Guardian so nearly got caught in the open with that flash.
And there's so many options here from MVS when they have short.
Smokes over, bounce towards CT. Now this could all just be for sale to try and portray the fact that they're heading for a B split rather through mid. But the unfortunate situation for Envy is that little do they know there's still 3 players on the A side, one of which is Guardian, and he can control the peak so well. Now Flamey takes NBK, and Guardian on the spot without anyone dropping to CT. Unfortunately, the barrel won't allow him to get that kill. It means that he has full control of the slope. No one to push him off the angle. Now that they kill Zeus, there's a bit of a chance, and now they're going to swarm on top of him, but Guardian up close gets one. Almost hits the no-scope on Smiths, who does get the kill, brings it back to a one-on-one, and sees his late rotating over from B. And Smiths is looking. He already knows where he's coming from, and he pulls the round right back. 3 for him. 1 ups Guardian, and it's 14 rounds for Envious.
And that round was so back and forth. It actually looked like Guardian was going to get that double kill when he went for the second shot towards the end. We see a double scout here from Navi. Triple scout.
You have to think that both Gplay and FlipSid are wanting Navi to win this, because that, again, guarantees at least one of those 2 teams, the underdog teams, will get a berth in the final. Instead, we might still end up, if Envy wrap this up, with the final of these 2 teams, which is what everyone predicted to begin with, and how close and dangerous it was to being not even getting through the groups for Envious. Happy's going to make that a little bit more probable, as he'll take down Edward, give them the man advantage again here, and that much closer on to match point. And Flamey, he gets caught off guard by Shocks. NBK's going to catch Zeus. It's all falling apart. Edward with the scout can't do anything as they swarm on top of him, dropping in towards CT. And C's can do nothing but fight his way to a gun, potentially, but watch as they pour through mid. In front of him, lines up 1, can't do anything more.
Yeah, and triple scout by 1 CZ, 1 Deagle. They were looking to get more than 2 kills from that round, and will, however, be able to buy. You see Zeus buying that up, probably going to drop it to Guardian. And let's see if Navi continues with this very defensive CT style, or if they try to go for some picks in mid. Looks like they're actually going to push into dark here. Or will they? No, just passing through me there.
NBK Shocks Keo, they're rushing quickly into B. Seized wants to slow this down. He's in the back of the site, hasn't peeked out just yet because he's waiting for support. Edward only gets 1, and Kiyoshima's going to get back into him. And Navi, I hate to say it, can't do much about it, as almost Guardian collects that kill. Low HP though for Happy and Kiyoshima, as well as Shock, so there is a bit of a chance here. But with 3 players inside B and 2 of them going down that quickly, it all fell apart, and Guardian tries to be the hero. He can't. Smith's the Kryptonite. 16-13, and they'll split themselves up in the semis, so they avoid each other for a potential rematch in a best-of-5 finals, but both teams have to go through FlipSid and Gplay respectively.
Yeah, and both Gplay and FlipSid has been playing great these last few days, so no teams to underestimate there.
Remember, FlipSid almost actually beat Navi in the first meeting they had. That would have wrapped up the groups for them with 5-0, which would have been remarkable.
Yeah, and both Gplay and FlipSid beat Envious.
That's true. Yep.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 teams that upset them, hence why they're through and not Gamers 2, who were very close based on the previous match that we saw. So what a weird way to end up back to the situation that always could have occurred, that everyone thought might occur, that we would get the final between Navi and Envy, and we still might get there.
And that game was so back and forth. Envious in the beginning up 8-1 or 7-1, then Navi coming back, and then the beginning of the second half, Navi just shutting down and just going to, I think it was 13-11, and then Envious winning 5 rounds in a row.
And if I'm not mistaken,
the upper seed plays second so that they don't have to get up as early in the morning, which then means Na'Vi have to play, or excuse me, Envious have to play another morning game, and we've seen what that's done to them in this tournament. Now, it is a best of 3. They'll have more time to wake up and warm up into it, but if history repeats itself over this event, they're going to have another early game tomorrow that they have to play and they have to win.
And they seem to be opting to sleep more than to get here early and practice. Because every morning you've seen their opponents have been there 1 to 2 hours before the game just to warm up, playing some deathmatch, when NVS just comes maybe 50 minutes before the game.
All right, well, NBK's on stage right now with DDK. We'll send it over.
Facing us Na'Vi straight away.
Yeah, it was a good game, I guess. Many unexpected rounds, weird things happening left and right. So we started off strong, they came back very good. And then, yeah, our tier half was quite random. I mean, sometimes deco rounds, like, what just happened? I don't really know. But we're obviously very, very happy with the win. It shows that we are coming back slowly. The 2 games we lost in a group for us were not good. So we wanted to show something good again. And closing the day on a good game like that, so close, I think it's a good thing. So, good.
The interesting thing, I mean, of course, like you guys are going into this thinking, okay, we're going to get to the grand finals, we're going to win the tournament, obviously. So the seedings is very important in a situation like this. And so the difference for this match was you playing Na'Vi in a best of 3 or potentially a best of 5, as they are going to be the favorites going through. So because you guys won, they will be the top of the group, which means that you'll be a little bit more safe. So what are your opinions of your matches coming up into the future, into this tournament? You know, are you happy with anything?
Yeah, I don't exactly know who we're facing yet, but I mean, I rate the teams pretty much at the same level, as I said in the pre-game interview, except Na'Vi a bit higher. So whoever we face, I mean, we are very eager to take a revenge against either FlipSid or Gplay because they win against us, and we want to prove them that we are back and we can beat them as well. So it's going to be all up to us again to come tomorrow very focused. And yeah, we had a very sloppy group stage. We're not really expecting that. So we will come back tomorrow for the win and very focused for that.
Okay, so last thing before I let you go, how is the preparation going to be? You're going to go back to the hotel, watch demos all night? What's going to happen in the MV camp?
Finally, we can breathe out. Yesterday was, quite weird because we were 1-1, so we're not sure what's going to happen. We were quite tense throughout the day, so now we're just going to grab a good meal, relax, kick back, and yeah, just grab the focus we're going to have, the energy we're going to have for the games tomorrow, and best of 3s are going to be a bit different, I guess, for this tournament. So just really looking forward to play again and show our best.
All right, well, I'm going to let you go, so thank you very much for the interview. Good luck tomorrow in your future matches. And guys, we'll be going to a quick little commercial break before we go for the post-match wrap-up.
Holding down in the pit, but there are so many players hunting him down, and he's going to go down to the first one. NBK again finding frag after frag. There's another 2 for him. He had 2. Oh, there's a third one on Asilian as well. So NBK is just savaging. Makelele keeping an eye, so Rain hanging out along. And Makelele just having a look for any people pushing double doors. No. They're going to rotate as the B bomb site has been completely lost here for Envy. They are miles away from the site itself, apart from Shox, who's going to have all the information. He's finally going to get spotted here and pop Rain in the face.
What is this? Oh, that shot from Shox was... Oh, this is great. Hello guys, we're back here on the analyst desk with the post-match wrap-up. Of course, I'm here with Anders and Vendetta. All right, so last match of the day 2 is over here for StarSeries 13 LAN finals live in Kiev. And of course, Envious are able to just about pull it over the line against Na'Vi in a pretty close Dust 2 matchup. And here we can see the final standings of how things have resulted after day 2. After all the round robins have been played, we can see 5 games played for every single team. So this is how things are going to look now. Top 4 going through. So first comments, guys?
I was super surprised that it's FlipSid ending up on top with 4 wins like that. I did not see that coming. Thought for sure it was going to be Envy and Na'Vi. Actually, I thought it was going to be Na'Vi in first and then Envy in second. So turns out I'm just wrong all along. Can't get anything right.
Pretty much echoing Anders' thoughts here. I don't think anyone expected to see FlipSid and Gplay really kind of making that much of an impact on what's going to be the final day. And there we have the brackets.
Great work on the production crew here, drawing that up real quick. So it's going to be the two local teams, essentially, 2 home teams, FlipSid Na'Vi, playing in the first semifinals, and it's going to be Envy and Gplay playing in the second semifinals.
I feel sorry for the crowd there. You know, who are they going to be rooting for? It's going to be kind of crazy, and that's going to
be a mad game either way.
Yeah, it's going to be really nuts. FlipSid's form looks better and better, and as we already talked about this, the domestic matchup is always weird.
Yeah, things can happen, and with the way Simple is playing, Bondic, World Edit, like all those guys, they can definitely go toe-to-toe with Na'Vi. And but I guess we have to preface this. It is the best of 3 now. We're going into best of 3 territory, and normally the better team survives.
And I'm really, really excited that we get to see Gplay in a best of 3, just to see how they do, because that's a new experience for them as well, playing such a high-level team on LAN in a best of 3. It's going to be really good for them either way, and I hope we get to see all 3 maps.
Yeah, and it's really fun because they said at the very first day of the tournament that this is what we're actually looking forward to. Like, we're not really that happy about best of 1s, but best of 3, that's where we shine.
Yeah. Do want to just, because we were theory crafting in the beginning about whether or not Na'Vi was going to be like throwing this game. I will say they did show signs of like, I don't think they weren't taking it seriously, but they weren't like the super focused Na'Vi. Like there were some signs of them like running around doing some things that they wouldn't have done if everything was on the line here. But then we also did have like a theory going on about whether or not they'd actually want to beat Envy so they can play them in a best of 3 instead of a best of 5. You know, like if they did that, then it's
probably easier to beat them in a best of 3 than a best
exactly.
of 5.
So there was some theory crafting going on in the background there as well. But here we go, the 2 best players for the game there. NBK stepping in.
Yeah, and that actually makes me pretty happy because I feel like I've brought him up every time we've done a pregame for Envy, and I was like, yeah, you know, take a look at NBK. He might do something big now because he's not been doing as well as you'd expect him to do, and here you go.
Well, the thing with NBK as well is that, I mean, they've done so many role changes. Like Happy's a dedicated AWPer now, amongst other crazy stuff. NBK turned into an entry fragger, like the main entry fragger for the team, and they also swapped him on bomb sites as well. So he used to be that, like I just always had this picture of NBK, like crouched behind the barrel on long with the Mag 7, you know, just always playing long and kind of being kind of the support player for the CTs, you know, sacrificing his economy a little bit so he can help out the rest of the team, not getting so much action on long as the other sides of the map, and we see him playing more beast-oriented roles now as well. So generally it seems like the new kind of Envious approach at the moment has brought him to the forefront, and that's always very good because I know there's a lot of people that always look to NBK thinking this guy could have always had the potential to be a star player, just never quite found the role in the teams that he was playing in. So it's very nice to see him actually getting a chance to just spread his wings.
I mean, in my opinion, way back in the very games days, when they would play a lot of nuke, one of the true strengths of NBK, and I guess it's gone lost a little bit. He's gained a lot of other strengths in the meantime, but like his absolute specialty, in my opinion, was always playing the CT side defensively. Like he would have certain positions. It was A bomb side of nuke. It was pit on Inferno for a while, where you just couldn't like even attack it. Like NBK was so good at playing those positions. So, I mean, now that the game is actually switching a little bit more to the terror side, it might be worth it for him to try and see if he can rediscover that quality again, because yeah, finding good CT players is a problem for a lot of teams now.
Yeah, I think you're definitely onto a point there, and I guess with Envy noticing that there are issues to be worked on here and there, when they finally get some touch practice, maybe they're going to discover, you know, a hidden gem in NBK in that sense.
Well, the interesting thing for me with Envy is at the moment, going against Gplay in the best of 3 again, that's something that the NKL, when I was talking to him, he said right from the very beginning, in every interview, he's echoing the fact that yeah, best of ones, whatever, great. We actually want so badly to just prove ourselves in a best of 3. That's what we're looking to do here. And usually when you get a team that's kind of the underdog team, the upset creation team, if you will, they're going to be better, of course, in the best of ones. They're not going to have the strength, the width of a strong map pool that the best teams in the world have. That's why Fnatic is so consistent. One of the reasons is because they can always have a good situation in the vetoes. So what I'm wondering is, because we all know how much Gplay play, they are animals when it comes to playing this game. Are they as prepared on some of the maps we've seen, like so, the Mirage and Dust 2, of course, on all the maps? Where does it end for them?
I think it might end when you come in.
It's going to end.
Yeah, I think it might come to an end when you get into maps like Cobblestone and Overpass.
Yeah.
That territory right there.
What is kind of fun here is that, sure, Envy, I mean, they could want to take it to Cobblestone or even Train or something like that, just to try and do it, but at the same time, their experience on those maps is not like, overwhelming either. So, especially on Train, it could be like slightly random.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, there's going to be a slight random factor, and I think it's going to be that regardless because they don't have that much of a history between themselves, between the two teams.
Thorin is very often making this point that if you are the best team and the other team has like a map that they're absolutely solid on, you could just try and ban that out and say, well, we're going to be pretty good anyway on any map. Like we're just raw skill is going to be better. So even if we play a map that we're not so good at, then
well, it's funny you said raw skill is better. That's kind of how they lost us too.
It's all in the past. No, but I mean, Envy should, even though Gplay have really been like surprising us and impressing everyone, Envy should player for player almost I think be better.
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't think there's any doubt actually, and again, not a slight towards Gplay at all. It's just that's how good Envy are.
Yeah. Although, I mean, there's some signs of quality there. Dreamer has had like a
he's had a fantastic tournament.
Yeah. This is kind of the situation where they can bring the best out of them. Because we have to remember that the hungriest team here is Gplay. I think that goes without question. They are the hungriest team. And that's so fun to see because it's kind of the Rocky thing, So,
all we need is a training montage.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Can we please make that happen?
Yeah. We need I do want to see like the Gplay members doing push-ups on stage tomorrow. Just like,
we are lacking montages, generally speaking, in Counter-Strike, I think, as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, any closing thoughts, guys, before we close out the show here for today?
Just that you guys should definitely tune in tomorrow. It's going to be absolutely amazing. 2 best of 3 games, grand final is best of 5, so you definitely don't want to miss it. The crowd is going to be really explosive, and I mean, on the upside, no matter what happens, we'll have a home team in the finals. So the finals will be super hype.
Yeah, that's actually very true. So yeah. Fantastic day 2. Fun results, actually. Happy to see Gplay make it through to the Final 4. Happy for FlipSid as well, showing some consistency, and that's going to be fun to watch tomorrow if they can actually do battle with Na'Vi in a best of 3.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys, for watching. We will see you tomorrow for the playoff day here live from Kiev for the StarSeries 13 Grand Finals.